Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 911, Volume 11, Chapter 17, Firearms. Technology and magecraft have always stood as a pair of seeming opposites. When human technology was still primitive and humanity lingered in ignorance, magecraft was the embodiment of mystery. Many feats of magecraft could even be classified as true sorcery. But as technology advanced step by step, things once achievable only through magecraft gradually lost their mystery, and the domain of sorcery steadily shrank. In the end, magecraft declined. The changes that took place within the clock tower after the Industrial Revolution were one outward sign of that decline. Among those developments, the technological invention that posed the greatest threat to magi was the modern firearm. Its appearance meant that ordinary people, non-magi, now possessed an effective means to kill a magus. More lethal and efficient than any blade. Shiomi himself did not favor firearms, but he believed weapons like guns and artillery should be used proactively when dealing with magi, or even the executors of the Holy Church. Like now. Scáthach, maintaining a magical barrier, let out a cold laugh. These bullets contain mana. In a sense, they're saturated magical attacks given physical form and fired through modern weapons, Morgan remarked coolly, her gaze sweeping across the surrounding wasteland. Just moments ago, there had been barely any combat beasts in sight. Now the barren plain was overflowing with them, surging forward like a tidal wave. Thousands upon thousands, a terrifying, feral army armed with gunfire. Is it ready yet, Tenkei? Artoria urged, rare impatience in her voice. The numbers were overwhelming. Though Scáthach and Morgan's combined defenses kept the beasts from climbing the hillside, there was still the recreated Surtur to contend with. Above them, the black sun was beginning to crack, and from within emerged the hand of the flame giant Surtur. Even if they had once defeated him, focusing entirely on holding back this suffocating barrage would inevitably leave an opening against such an opponent. Almost, Shiomi replied. Artoria was urging him about severing the ley lines. Only by cutting off the ley lines could they stop the combat beasts and the recreated body from regenerating. Otherwise, even releasing a noble phantasm would do no more than wipe out a single wave. Mana was finite. The enemy was not. Like pest control, the infestation had to be eliminated at its source. Boom. The roar of an explosion suddenly rang out. Startled, Scáthach and Morgan reinforced their defensive barriers. Shells detonated overhead. The desolate hillside trembled, yet the shockwaves and flames failed to reach them. They even prepared artillery, no, missiles. Scáthach said, almost impressed. Amid the relentless gunfire, new combat beasts joined the assault, units capable of launching small missiles, bombarding the area from a distance. They're really that impatient, Shiomi sighed. I'm not, Scáthach replied evenly. I wasn't talking about you, Master, Shiomi added. I meant Koyanskaya. Show even the slightest weakness, and she thinks she can finish us off here. Taigong Wang's voice came through the still active communication line. No. This is probably a display of strength. Or, perhaps it's fear. Fear. Morgan looked momentarily surprised, then nodded as if it were only natural. After suffering more than one loss at my husband's hands and knowing how powerful he is now, if I were the enemy, I would feel uneasy as well. Similar, but not quite the same, Taigong Wang said. What the beast fears is that its own fate is no longer within its control. His words left Shiomi silent for a moment. To control one's fate. It sounded perfectly reasonable, yet impossibly extravagant. There were only a handful of beings who could truly grasp their own destiny and decide it for themselves. Even he, walking a path he believed he had chosen freely, was it truly a choice? Or had he merely selected the only answer available? It was only natural for Koyanskaya to feel fear. Even a beast had its natural enemy. Artoria, prepare to unleash your noble phantasm's true name, Shiomi said. I'll take over the magecraft defense my wife has deployed. You start preparing your noble phantasm as well. The attack through the ley lines had already been severed. Though the army of combat beasts still stretched beyond sight, they could sense that their numbers were no longer increasing. Morgan stepped back, standing back to back with Artoria, each facing a different direction as they gathered mana. The radiance of inflaming divinity enveloped them. Holy Lance, speak of the end. Rangaminiad. Sleep eternally in the wilderness, beasts. Roadless Camelot. Golden and azure light swept across both sides of the wasteland in an instant. The roaring combat beasts were completely swallowed by the raging torrent of mana. The scale of the bombardment steadily diminished, then fell silent. As the twin beams faded, the wilderness looked as though it had been plowed clean, the very surface stripped away. The bloodstains that had yet to dry were gone. The fallen corpses of beasts had vanished as well. What remained was an even more desolate wasteland. At that very moment, Surtur emerged from within the black sun, wielding a flaming greatsword as he advanced toward Shiomi and the others. "Be careful, Tenkei Idano," Nikatik shouted in warning. "Don't worry. They can handle it," Taigong Wang replied calmly, like a prophet who had already seen the outcome. The flaming greatsword came crashing down toward them, only to halt above their heads. Not because the attack had ceased, but because an equally massive noble phantasm had manifested and blocked its descent. The axe of Marduk. "I feel like I've seen this before," Scáthach said. "I have as well," Morgan agreed. Their complete lack of tension nearly caused Shiomi to lose his breath and miss his timing to leap skyward. Artoria gave him a wry smile. "Don't mind them, Tenkei. Go ahead. If you fall, we'll catch you." "Not this time. Back then, I just wasn't used to controlling that level of power." Shiomi shook his head. With that, he leapt into the sky, rising even higher than Surtur and looking down at the giant as it slowly raised its head. The reincarnation of Surtur Fenrir. A fusion of ice and fire. Judging by the strength of Ivan the Terrible's reincarnation, its vitality likely surpassed even the original. That meant he would need precise control at full power. As naturally as moving his own arm, Marduk's axe shifted and transformed in sync with Shiomi's movements. Sacred light enveloped the massive blade, turning it into a noble phantasm capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Taigong Wang watched the weapon, a trace of astonished admiration flickering in his eyes. He did not know all of Shiomi's hidden cards. Enoma Elish. Chapter 912, Volume 11, Chapter 18, The Truth of the Divergent History. "Even as a top-tier Magus, don't you have some kind of vehicle to help us move faster?" Scáthach asked. "Like that sand buggy we used back in the Lion King Singularity?" "No," Morgan replied flatly. "Is it really that you don't have one, or that you can't make one anymore?" Scáthach pressed. "I remember my beloved disciple mentioning that when you were touring Britannia, you built something like that. It's hardly complicated technology. If you're interested, I can tell you how to make one." "Why not build it yourself? That sounds like a hassle. I only want to handle the fighting. Logistics doesn't interest me." Scáthach's tone made it clear she had no desire to be bothered. After dealing with the reincarnation of Surtur Fenrir, Shiomi showed no signs of excessive mana consumption. So the group continued toward the center of the killing field. The terrain was largely open, leaving them no choice but to proceed on foot. Still, their pace was efficient. None of them tired easily, and they carefully avoided areas where combat beasts might detect them and appear to harass or disrupt their advance. Scáthach was simply teasing Morgan to pass the time. She did not truly need a vehicle. "Let me answer Taigong Wang's question first. We can compare conclusions afterward." As they walked, Shiomi remained in contact with Taigong Wang's group. The intensity of attacks from the Lost Belt kin on their side had lessened, and they were preparing to rendezvous with Shiomi's team before confronting Koyanskaya directly. To put it simply, this isn't a singularity or a Lost Belt. It's a reality marble. "A reality marble deployed by the beast, Tamamovich Koyanskaya," Shiomi said. "When I severed the ley lines here, I noticed something unusual about the flow of mana. It felt like it was circulating inside a living organism." As the conversation shifted to serious matters, Morgan and Scáthach moved closer, each taking one of his arms while listening to his exchange of information with Taigong Wang. A reality marble. Scáthach considered it. A paradise without humans, yet overrun by weapons designed to slaughter them. It does fit the mindset Koyanskaya has shown us. If her mental state shaped this world, then this world is a denial of humanity's existence and a sharp mockery of civilization, Artoria said. But if this place truly is a reality marble, can something like that really be maintained in the world for long? Even the bleached world was still a complete world. When a reality marble expands and overwrites reality, it inevitably suffers correction from the world itself. Resisting that correction and sustaining it requires an immense amount of mana. The exact cost varies with the scale of the reality marble, but for the user, it is never a light burden. Both Ionioi Hitairoi and Unlimited Blade Works share that limitation. But there is a shortcut, Morgan said at that point. If the barrier is deployed within the user's own body, it can avoid the world's correction. The Temple of Time that Goetia created using the corpse of the King of Magecraft was also achieved through that method. For the King of the Demon Gods, however, the Temple of Time itself held greater significance than merely sustaining the barrier. As Lady Morgan said, based on my investigation before you arrived, this special domain, including its outer shell, is most likely Koyanskaya herself. She has expanded her spirit origin without limit and sits enthroned in the region of the former Tunguska forest. Not only that, Shiomi continued, since this is Koyanskea's reality marble that rejects humanity, the connection between the realm of survival and the realm of slaughter makes sense. More importantly, every life form we've seen so far, whether animal, plant, or combat beast, was born from this reality marble. They are siblings in the truest sense, equal in origin. Animals, plants, combat beasts, the life in this world does not reproduce. There is no growth, no accumulation of experience, no genetic combination, and therefore no evolution. Every cycle here originates from Koyanskea, passes through natural cycles and cycles of slaughter, and ultimately returns to Koyanskea. In a sense, this world is even more closed off than a singularity or a lost belt. As Morgan added her thoughts, her gaze fell on Shiomi's face. Then is the reason Koyanskea wishes to devour my husband because she knows he possesses the authority of life. Does she intend to seize that authority and use it to sustain this world's inner structure? Morgan asked. Taigong Wang nodded. It is, after all, an authority bestowed by Nuwa. Many divine spirits would beg for it and never obtain it. With such authority, creating one's own world from nothing would not be impossible, especially now that the planet has been bleached. The alien god erased proper human history. The bleached planet is like a newly carved stone stele, waiting for someone to inscribe new words upon it. Ah. Shiomi blinked. Let me ask you something, Tenkei Idano, Taigong Wang said, suddenly interested. After obtaining this authority, have you ever created life? Only flowers, grass, trees, that sort of thing, Shiomi replied. The first time the authority awakened was when I tried to grow flowers in the land of shadows, in my master's castle. And besides that? Taigong Wang pressed. Shiomi hesitated. Probably not. The Baobin Sith incident was just returning a dying fairy to a healthier juvenile form, giving her the chance to grow. Before he could finish, he felt Morgan and his master quietly pinching his waist. He had not truly created life. But the act that creates life had been repeated more times than he could count, and he had enjoyed every one of them. Artoria also caught the gap in his words. Her face flushed slightly as she turned her head away, pretending to scout the surroundings. So aside from plants, you have never truly created life in the strict sense, Tenkei Idano. Taigong Wang said, understanding. Is it because your authority has yet to mature? No. It has nothing to do with how fully I can wield the authority. Shiomi shook his head. Life is, by nature, something unique. I'm just one among countless beings, only somewhat special. If I ever developed the desire to become a creator, it would likely bring disaster to the people I love. Taigong Wang hummed thoughtfully. For Tenkei Idano to have such a temperament, you must have had a fine teacher. Scáthach lifted her chin, clearly pleased. You flatter me. And because he has a good wife, Morgan immediately added, unwilling to concede. Ah. Artoria opened her mouth as if to say something, but found it difficult to put into words. After all, back then, she had been more like someone forcing Shiomi onto the seat of a god than a source of gentle guidance. Chapter 913, Volume 11, Chapter 19, NFF Headquarters. As they crossed the wilderness and pushed toward the center of this non-primate's living sphere, a clear change appeared before them. The combat beasts grew fewer and fewer, until eventually there was not a single one in sight. It was not because Shiomi and the others had been clearing them as they moved. Rather, the pattern of distribution within the realm of slaughter itself was shifting. By the time they reached the center, Shiomi and his group saw something that did not belong in the desolate wasteland of the realm of slaughter at all. A building. The beast throne of the domain's ruler, a grand palace that governed both the realm of survival and the realm of slaughter. A modern structure like a white tower, its glass walls sharply reflecting the anomaly domain's blue sky and drifting white clouds. NFF. Shiomi stared at the sign mounted above the main entrance. I remember the crypter saying Koyanskea liked to present herself as coming from a company called NFF Services. In the year between the incineration of humanity being resolved and the onset of bleaching, Shiomi had been unable to move around for most of that time. Aside from rehabilitation, he spent his days going through the intelligence Chaldea gathered from all over the world. That included NFF, which rose to prominence in January 2017. It began as a small logistics company that had been acquired. After that, the buyer went on a spree, absorbing companies in IT, advertising, video, fashion, steel, and finance, merging them into a massive enterprise. Only after those acquisitions were complete did the name NFF appear, promoted as a comprehensive company whose main business was human resources agency services. From start to finish, it had taken only 3 months. Shiomi had been surprised that a corporation on that scale, something that would normally take decades or even centuries for humans to build, could come into being so quickly. But he had not thought much of it then, chalking it up to yet another once-in-a-generation business prodigy. Now, it was obvious it had never been about business talent at all. It was the result of Koyanskea leveraging the power of a beast candidate. Look, Scáthach said, watching the figure walking out of the front doors. Our welcoming party is here, if you can even call that a person. It walked upright like a human, a black rabbit-made humanoid. Calling it a rabbitman would have been more accurate. Welcome, guests. Welcome to the NFF headquarters building, the Nine Fox Foundation headquarters building. I am PB, appointed by the President as your guide. I am the only suspected life form permitted to use language within this domain. You may call me PB. I look forward to working with you. The black rabbitman who called itself PB introduced itself with impeccable politeness. For Koyanskaya, it seemed that even enemies were treated as guests visiting corporate headquarters before a battle began. There was a distinct, businesslike courtesy to it. Please tell me your names. After the introduction, PB asked for Shiomi's group to identify themselves. Not so fast. We're still missing people. Shiomi raised a hand to stop it. A rush of wind brushed past their ears. Taigong Wang and Nikitik appeared as if they had simply materialized, arriving in front of the NFF building to meet up with Shiomi and the others. Within the living sphere, along the route Shiomi's team had taken, they had cut off control over a quarter of the ley lines that ran through the two domains combined. The result was that both the realm of survival and the realm of slaughter had been thrown into near chaos. They were slowly returning to their original state, but they could not keep up with Shiomi's pace. The initial area Taigong Wang and Nikitik had been holding, under constant pressure from encirclement and contest, also began to ease as the erosion deepened. The moment Taigong Wang received word that Shiomi's group had reached the center, he immediately brought Nikitik over. That was fast. Some kind of Age of God's secret art? Shiomi asked with a grin. You could say it's a form of earth release, Taigong Wang replied. Shrinking the earth to an inch, traveling 1,000 miles in a day. You could at least have told us, Shiomi said, nearly exasperated. If I could use that, we'd have moved even faster. Taigong Wang laughed heartily. My apologies. It's a type of thought magecraft. Without the ability to connect to the thought foundation, Tenkei Idano wouldn't be able to use earth release even if he understood the principles. You can still share the theory, Shiomi said, flashing a refreshing smile with a hint of pride. We have a super genius Magus on our side. We'll figure something out. No problem. Once we resolve matters here, I'll pass on the theory behind earth release, Taigong Wang agreed readily. Since we've met, let's call it academic exchange. The two shared a knowing smile before turning toward PB. We're from Chaldea. I am Tenkei Shiomi, Master of Chaldea. This is my wife, Morgan, my mentor Scáthach, and my knight, Artoria Pendragon. It had been a long time since Shiomi introduced himself like this. With an outsider present, he adjusted his phrasing slightly. He stole a glance at Artoria. From her expression, she clearly liked that way of being introduced. A knight. Like Lancelot and Guinevere. Morgan teased softly near his ear. Shiomi fell silent for a moment before reluctantly replying, yeah. I suppose so. He then continued. These two are heroic spirits assisting Chaldea, Taigong Wang and Nikitik. That should be sufficient, PB. Thank you for the information. Although you did not make an appointment, the President has designated your visit as a special case. Regardless of when you arrived, you would have been treated as the highest priority. PB maintained a calm and courteous tone, like a reception doll designed only to greet visitors, offering no unnecessary reaction. Please follow me through the main entrance. Our company provides services tailored to our clients' expectations. You could describe us as an armed group. The headquarters building's defense system is flawless. Large and small gun beasts have been embedded within the construction materials, achieving firepower equivalent to a tank battalion. Please do not leave my side. As PB walked ahead and explained, it slowly introduced NFF's situation and reminded them not to deviate from the designated path. Clearly, PB had no idea that Shiomi and his group together could rival another tank battalion. Embedding combat beasts into the walls. Shiomi murmured as he walked beside Morgan. They are all born from this reality marble. They belong to Koyanskaya. However she chooses to use them is perfectly reasonable, Morgan replied with a nod. She must be keeping them in an active state through some method. You can feel the mana response just by passing by. So we're being invited into a trap, Scáthach said lightly, hands clasped behind her back. Getting inside this building was easy. Whether getting out will be just as simple is another matter. Stay ready for battle at any moment. Artoria clenched her fists as she spoke. Chapter 914, Volume 11, Chapter 20, Koyanskaya's request for talks. The president usually remains in the president's office. For certain reasons, she's not very inclined to move around. After leading Shiomi and the others through the main entrance and into a vast lobby that resembled a Roman Colosseum, PB offered its explanation. However, you are distinguished guests personally designated by the president. She has stated she will receive you here in the lobby. This is the central area of the NFF headquarters lobby. The president will meet with you shortly. Please wait here for a moment. We sincerely hope that your discussion with the president will make the world's future brighter. Of course, I hold no personal opinions. With that, PB takes its leave. With those words, PB vanished. Only Shiomi and his group remained in the grand hall. The windows arranged like spectator seats around an arena showed no gaze and no killing intent. The entire building felt as though it were simply closed for a holiday. A meeting, huh? Shiomi folded his arms. Do you think PB was speaking its own will, or Koyanske's? Is that even a question? Morgan replied. This is the interior of Koyanske's reality marble. She can create whatever kin she pleases. A subordinate like that, dutifully playing its role, is hardly difficult to produce. Even its will would be something she shaped. One hand on her hip, Morgan casually surveyed the structure of the hall. Scáthach was observing as well, though her thoughts were elsewhere. Tunguska. I remember before we set out, Storm Border compiled the coordinates for this location. Yes, Artoria said, recalling the materials she had reviewed before departure. About 100 years ago, in 1908, there was an enormous explosion here of unknown cause. Nearly 2,000 square kilometers of land were destroyed. Judging from the general position, this should be the very center of that blast, shouldn't it? Shiomi nodded. Taking that explosion from a century ago into account, it becomes rather interesting why Koyanskaya chose to manifest her reality marble here. Tenkei Idano's guess is correct, Taigong Wang said with a quiet smile. It seems that by connecting with the ley lines here, you obtained information that would normally be difficult to access. After all, a reality marble is the materialization of one's inner landscape. It inevitably reveals the heart of its owner. Shiomi nodded. Iskandar's and nameless reality marbles were self-evidently the crystallization of their respective journeys as heroic spirits. The Temple of Time, though a special space created from the corpse of the king of magecraft, likewise reflected Goetishia's arrogant judgment of human history and his pity toward humanity's fate at that time. And Shiomi himself was no different. Although his reality marble had evolved from something imitative into something genuine, its decisive core lay in the tragedy of Orkney. As someone who had personally experienced it, who had taken Morgan's pain as his own and endured it all, the reality marble he obtained was an ice crystal forged from that very anguish. That's exactly why I hate enemies with no sense of boundaries, Koyanskaya's voice suddenly echoed through the hall. It's like barging in on a woman in the bath and staring her up and down. I've never met a man more devoid of tact than you. The moment her voice sounded, everyone immediately became alert and took up their stances. Once again, Koyanskaya emerged as though she were truly stepping out to greet honored guests, parting the shadows at the doorway leading deeper into the building as she walked gracefully into view. How many times has this been? Shiomi ignored Koyanskaya's complaint and looked at her coldly. Not counting that attempt to snipe me in Britannia, this makes the 4th time you've shown up in front of me. You really do underestimate people. So, how do you want to die? Starting with killing right away. Did you forget my kin said I wanted to talk? Koyanskaya looked almost aggrieved. Talk. Shiomi let out a short laugh. This is the first time I've seen a beast ask for a conversation. What, is the great arms dealer secretly a pacifist? Precisely because I deal in arms, I understand how to weigh the gap between enemy and ally, Koyanskaya sighed. Right now, the difference in combat power between us is as obvious as a balance sheet. I have no intention of dying from an internal collapse. Shiomi glanced at Taigong Wang, but the latter only smiled quietly and said nothing. It was as if this were Chaldea's stage, and everything should be decided by Chaldea alone. A subtle realization dawned on Shiomi. Taigong Wang's true task this time was not merely to subdue a beast. He was here as a witness. Or perhaps more accurately, as an arbiter. Not in terms of class, but as someone who had received Nuwa's decree to observe how Shiomi would handle beast Koyanskaya. Besides, none of you here are human, Koyanskaya added. There's no need for me to be so hostile. You really do hate humans, Scáthach said. Yes. I hate humans. Quite a lot. But I won't deny their value. Whatever they are inside, if what they accomplish is good, I'll offer the corresponding respect. PB is a kin created for that very purpose. Since you're capable of standing on equal footing with it, I should thank you. She smiled faintly. Morgan stepped forward. We may not be human, and I have no intention of speaking on humanity's behalf. But since my husband insists on standing as a human, I will stand with him. Yes, yes. Spare me the display of marital devotion. I already watched your grand drama in the fairy kingdom, Koyanskaya said flatly, like someone commenting on a film she had grown tired of. Still, for a fairy to fall in love with a human, that truly is unprecedented. Precisely because humans understand what love is, and know how indispensable it is, that is one of their virtues, Scáthach said. Love is like a flame. It can ignite ancient ashes or set even stagnant waters ablaze. Knowing how to love and be loved is indeed one of humanity's few virtues, Koyanskaya replied. But those few virtues are not enough to conceal humanity's nature as primates. Monkeys who shifted from the cycle within their own survival sphere to a cycle of consumption. No, calling them monkeys would be an insult to monkeys. You were once a god among humans. Don't you think that to the other life on this planet, humanity is practically an alien species? My mother once held similar thoughts, Shiomi said, spreading his hands. But she chose to believe in humanity and watch over them. What about you, Koyanskaya? You're asking something you already know, Koyanskaya replied. You've delved deep enough into my inner world. You probably understand me better than I do myself. Do you still not know why I exist? Faced with Shiomi's pointed question, Koyanskaya smiled, her expression carrying a faint, teasing allure as she spoke words that were easy to misunderstand. Chapter 915, Volume 11, Chapter 21, Defense. Cheering on the invasion of the alien god, and yet pursuing something beyond even the alien god's own intentions, what do you think that is? Koyanskaya's words were easy to misread, but she did not pause. Instead, she offered another hint, guiding them toward the answer. You want humanity to go extinct, Shiomi said calmly, one hand on his hip, stating it as a simple fact. Your reality marble is, at its core, a non-primate's living sphere. It denies the existence of primates. And the clearest proof is that you elevate other life here to something close to the status of primates, isn't it? Koyanskaya smiled, sly and satisfied. You're completely right, god of New Chaldea. And beyond that, what you want is just the outcome, human extinction. Whether it's you who carries it out doesn't matter to you in the slightest. Shiomi raised a finger and pointed at her, the gesture faintly provocative. What the alien god is doing is, to you, a pillow appearing the moment you feel like sleeping. Proper human history, lost belt, I don't care which. I just want to watch and enjoy it. Koyanskaya's smile widened. That tiny, insignificant, yet unbearably arrogant species, screaming, wailing, struggling, dying off helplessly, until the very last one dies in tears. Seeing that with my own eyes is my wish, my aesthetic. Shiomi snorted. So you've decided you're the one who gets to deliver the final verdict on human civilization, no, on human history itself, Koyanskaya. Why not? Or do you want to take up that duty yourself, Divine One? Koyanskaya's smile took on a sharp, bloody edge. How empty, small, and ugly the last scraps of humanity are. A life form that built impressive technology and knowledge, only to meet its end in a mere few tens of thousands of years. They did not heal the land, they did not pity their own kind, and they split themselves apart. In the end, the strong without awareness trample the weak without awareness inside their living sphere. To record that final stage, and hold an auction for the rest of the universe. I see. So you want to interrogate human civilization that way, to put the value of all human history on trial, Shiomi said, understanding at last, yet still unmoved. What Koyanskaya was saying was nothing more than warped logic from her own standpoint. Shiomi had no need to refute it line by line. Don't you think it's interesting? Aren't you curious what it'll sell for in the end? Koyanskaya asked. Hundreds. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of millions. Or maybe not even worth a single coin. All life has value simply by existing, Shiomi said coolly. And all life, by instinct, harms other life in order to survive. There's even something like self-destruction buried in the subconscious. He looked at her without a trace of admiration. You can create life within your reality marble, yet you casually belittle the value of life and treat it as merchandise. How different are you from the humans you condemn? Morgan, arms folded, spoke quietly. The only difference is the amount of power. To other life, humans are the strong. To humans, Koyanskaya is the strong. In the end, what's being done is exactly the same. Heh. Koyanskaya let out a laugh with no clear meaning. Did you laugh because you realized how arrogant you are? Shiomi asked, his gaze edged with ridicule. No. I was thinking about something else. Koyanskaya's smile faded, and her expression turned serious as she asked, even after you've identified the true cause of the planet's bleaching, even after you've become a god, you still stubbornly cling to the human side. So tell me, who is more arrogant? Her meaning was unmistakable. Everything Shiomi was doing right now was, in her eyes, nothing more than playing at a little game called, protecting human history, after becoming a god. The destruction of the world would not reach him. He could have taken this chance to sweep away both the beast and the alien god, and then create a new world of his own. Ah, so in your eyes, that's all there is to see. An unhatched beast. Taigong Wang let out a rare sigh. Shiomi raised a hand to stop him. There's no need for you to speak on my behalf, Taigong Wang Dano. What Koyanskaya said is simply the inevitable conclusion from her own standpoint. Whatever the Divine One says, Koyanskaya replied with a wounded expression, as though she were some helpless girl besieged by a crowd. Then let me ask you this, Shiomi continued, pointing at her. You, who wish to watch humanity's extinction and savor its outcome. What is it you're seeking right now? You even tried to devour me and turn me into one of your tails. Isn't it obvious? The power of creation, Koyanskaya answered without hesitation. The moment I sensed your authority, I understood. That power ultimately points towards sustaining a world, or creating one. She paused, studying him thoughtfully. Don't you have any doubts at all, Divine One? Is this world, as it stands now, truly reasonable? Of course it is. Including the sacrifices you mentioned. The sacrifices made by humanity, and the sacrifices forced upon other life so that humanity could prosper to this point. Shiomi's tone was steady. In the Atlantic Lost Belt, the goddess of abundance Demeter once said that everything that exists in this world rests upon unavoidable sacrifice. Precisely because of that, we must respect those sacrifices and offer our gratitude. As those who harvest later, that is the mindset we must hold. Just as predictable as I thought, Koyanskaya said, clearly disappointed. It was foolish of me to expect anything else from a god who was once human. Back to the point, Koyanskaya. Shiomi began pacing slowly along the edge of the hall. You say you don't want to fight. But it's not that you don't want to. It's that you know you're incomplete. You haven't gathered enough power. You haven't finished your metamorphosis. Correct. My original plan was to devour the unique life forms of the 7 lost belts and turn them into my tails. After all, I was born as an imitation of the golden-haired, fair-faced 9-tailed fox. Koyanskaya explained calmly. As for the remaining 2 tails, they were already decided, the alien god, and you. 7 lost belts to provide the records of life. The alien god, and Shiomi to provide authority. 9 tails in total. If she had completed that collection and successfully undergone her metamorphosis, the planet's ecology would have been rewritten, giving rise to the entirely new living sphere she desired. Compared to Tiamat's negagenesis, it was an unnecessarily elaborate method. And yet, for someone with such grand ambitions, you still fear death. Nikitika's voice suddenly cut in. Chapter 916, Volume 11, Chapter 22, Formal Accusation. Of course she's afraid, Shiomi said. In the end, the reason Koyanskaya, the candidate for the 4th beast, came into being is tied to the catastrophe that once occurred on this land. That's right. I am the individual born from the fusion of the animals that died in the Tunguska explosion and the pain of the land itself, Koyanskaya admitted without concealment. Originally, the 4th beast who held the principle of comparison never disappeared. An existence like you shouldn't have been able to come into being, Shiomi said. The fact that you were born as a candidate for the 4th beast while the original still existed is already an anomaly. If I were to put it in simpler terms, Taigong Wang suddenly added, Koyanskaya as a candidate for the 4th beast is like the relationship between a grand servant and a servant who merely possesses grand qualifications. Which means, someone must have intervened in this matter, correct? Koyanskaya looked troubled. Unfortunately, I would very much like to know the answer to that anomaly myself. For example, perhaps like the other beasts, you were granted the qualification to share the beast's seat with the original 4th beast, Shiomi continued. After all, the original 4th beast showed no intent to harm humanity at all. If its function is to be fulfilled, there must be a substitute to carry it out. Is that so? Koyanskaya sounded doubtful. She had originally intended to attack Cathpalag and devour his power as a candidate for one of her tails. Unfortunately, he had remained cautious the entire time, never revealing a single opening she could exploit. Even now, he was still living peacefully in Chaldea. No, that's just my conjecture, Shiomi said. You keep saying you hate humanity. But if you truly had not even the slightest trace of love for humanity, you could never have become a beast. His words forced Koyanskaya into an unpleasant silence. Humanity's evil is also humanity's love. The desire to destroy humanity does not come from simple malice. It comes from a yearning for a better future, which is why it bears its fangs at the present peace, Shiomi went on. At its core, humanity's evil is a stain that emerges during human development. It is a calamity that destroys humanity. One of its sources lies in the collective unconscious, in the will towards self-destruction. It is an evil that humanity itself must overcome and eradicate. Shiomi stopped walking and looked at Koyanskaya, who had turned her head slightly to glance back at him. An existence that should have faded away may have escaped dissolution and gained life because of humanity's unconscious guidance. After all, in this era, there are more and more humans whose ideas overlap with yours. There's no shortage of similar foolish acts. I finally obtained this life. I'm not foolish enough to discard it lightly, Koyanskaya said. But let me be clear. This is not a plea for mercy. It is a declaration of my right to survive. As a god who holds authority over life, you should understand that. This was the inner side of Koyanskea's reality marble. The innermost layer of her true self. If she truly chose to drag them down with her, even if she could not kill Shiomi and the others outright, she could still inflict wounds severe enough to prevent them from continuing to fight. If, in the worst case, they were forced to withdraw from Tunguska's non-primate living sphere only to encounter the alien god, the situation would be disastrous for Shiomi's side. I understand. Shiomi walked toward her and stopped at her side. But the Chaldea personnel who died in Antarctica because of your assistance, who will declare their right to live? Koyanskaya froze for a moment, then laughed softly. So you're not speaking as a god. You're speaking as a human, seeking justice for comrades who once fought alongside you. That's only one of my purposes, Shiomi said. The living sphere you established on the bleached world is also an obstacle that cannot be ignored when it comes to restoring proper human history. And Koyanskaya narrowed her eyes, smiling like a fox spirit. I've always believed in hating the crime, not the person. Many times, the crimes humans commit are not truly born of their own will. They may even have been coerced, Shiomi said. Of course, that doesn't mean I forgive without limits. The cryptors are likely still fighting in the Indian Lost Belt right now, trying to prove their innocence. I see. You want me to lend you my strength and help restore proper human history? Koyanskaya said. I am a beast. Don't you think that's a little naive, Divine One? Scáthach suddenly laughed. Do you truly think my beloved disciple speaks from naivety? Or do you believe we here would fear you detonating the entirety of Tunguska? Indeed. Even if I set off the entire living sphere, you could still rely on the time those two servants buy to escape alive, Koyanskaya admitted, conceding her lack of options. Driven to her own doorstep and unable to mount a proper defensive stand, she had no choice but to step forward and negotiate with Shiomi. It was a desperate bid for survival. Even so, up until the very moment of a complete break, she held on to her pride. So this is how we'll settle it. Shiomi returned to Morgan's side. Show us your power. If you are a beast, an existence that covets the beast's seat, then we'll decide this the way beasts do. In the most primitive way possible. By the original law known as survival of the fittest. Morgan placed her hand on Shiomi's shoulder. We will subdue you with strength. Or you may choose to die in battle, as a beast, with honor. This was their judgment of Koyanskaya. And also their mercy. She bore part of the responsibility for the destruction of Antarctic Chaldea. Unlike the Lost Belt princess in Russia, who had arrogantly declared war from the outset, Koyanskaya's restraint came from composure and an instinct for reading the situation. So be it. Koyanskaya's eyes widened slightly. To agree to terms that offer no greater benefit, simply to preserve my life, would go against my business aesthetic. What she required was a high price. Not something material, but a foundation strong enough to make her accept the terms willingly. Its name was power. Scáthach and Artoria moved to one side of the hall. Taigong Wang and Nikatik to the other. Strictly speaking, there was no need to clear the space like this. It would have been more appropriate for them to withdraw outside entirely. Bring forth your strength. If you hold back and lose your life for it, don't blame us, beast. Shiomi's voice rang through the hall. Light enveloped both him and Morgan. The unified god descended. Chapter 917, Volume 11, Chapter 23, The Gap. At the exact moment the unity god Morgan manifested, the NFF lobby was swallowed by black fog so thick it felt impossible to disperse. It was a mana mist even denser and more intense than what they had faced in Olympus. In sheer volume alone, it had reached a level that could rival a divine spirit. By all rights, Koyanskaya should not have been this lacking in confidence. But no one understood her own limits better than she did. This power was enough to keep herself alive, but not enough to gamble everything in a fight to the death. That was true whether her opponent was the alien god or the unity god standing before her now. That single strike from Grand Archer, Orion the Hunter, unleashing his noble phantasm, had left her with wounds severe enough to reach her true form. A major reason she stayed inside the non-primate living sphere and refused to venture out was to recover from them. And then there was the other issue. Her plan to collect tails had not gone as intended. In truth, she had only secured tails from 4 places: Britannia, Russia, Scandinavia, and the Atlantic. Even the one from Britannia had been a desperate patchwork, just barely cobbled together by gathering lesser fairies from each clan before she fled ahead of Britannia's arrival. Of the 9 tails she had planned to obtain, she only had 4. Even if she tried to force her metamorphosis into a beast, she still lacked the strength. Even so, she had to face them. The black fog that poured out as Koyanskaya released her true form failed to swallow all the surrounding light. The unity god stood quietly where she was, radiating a dazzling brilliance, like the one lamp that never goes out in an endless night, lighting the way for everyone. Even Koyanskaya faltered for a split second, nearly disrupting her spirit origin liberation. The spotless lobby vanished in that instant. Even within the inner side of Koyanskea's reality marble, space suffered a second layer of erosion. This was the power of a beast. What do you govern, Koyanskea? Morgan asked. Unlike the original fourth beast, who governed the principle of comparison, what I govern is the principle of play, Koyanskea replied evenly. Pity, protection, compassion, contempt, slaughter, cherishing. Sometimes I burn everything to the ground. Sometimes I reach out a hand to toy with it. A contradiction that both rewards and responds. Good. Morgan gave a light clap, half praise, half acknowledgement. But, no. I won't say it. Any impression that comes from something so subjective would be nothing but an insult to you. She was referring to Koyanskea's form as a beast. A chimera that looked as if countless beasts had been fused together, yet carried a peculiar presence that condensed both divinity and demonic allure. A beast born from screams and agony could take any shape, and it would not be surprising. To be understood so deeply is an honor, Koyanskea said, her mana swelling with quiet force. But facing an opponent like you, I won't be arrogant enough to think I can accomplish anything on my own. So allow me to use a few small tricks. It was not a request. It was a declaration. As she spoke, Koyanskea summoned all manner of lost belt kin, along with combat beasts that had been roaming the wilderness. More precisely, she used her own fur as the foundation, creating them from it. One single hair was enough to create life like that and send it into battle at her side. Granted, Morgan said, lifting her hand slightly. Should we create duplicates as a countermeasure? Shiomi asked. Morgan smiled. Do you think we need them, my husband? Probably not. Exactly. With a soft laugh, Morgan raised her hand. Countless bullets flying toward her stopped an instant before reaching her. The lost belt kin gathered from the various lost belts followed Koyanskea's will and swarmed around the unity god in an instant, yet they could not push a step further. They could not even touch her existence, much less land a single hit. Disperse. Morgan's voice was soft. The surrounding space suddenly felt as though it had been packed with invisible weight, pinning every familiar in place before crushing them inward. There was no drawn-out struggle. No blood. Like wafers pressed flat beneath a millstone, the hundreds of lost belt kin and combat beasts Koyanskea had created in moments were reduced to particles of mana at a single word from Morgan. Koyanskea felt a flicker of surprise, though the result itself was not unexpected. No matter how great their numbers, familiars and combat beasts were still creations of a beast, lower even than Koyanskea herself. In terms of spiritual rank alone, the gulf between them and the unity god was immeasurable. What she had not anticipated was that they would fail to last even a single second. It stung more than she cared to admit. Her tail shifted, stretching and twisting into massive hands that extended without limit from her body. They closed in from every direction, sealing off every possible escape route, leaving no blind spot untouched. At last, Morgan moved. Light and swift as a hummingbird, elegant as a white crane. The radiant, immaculate unity god slipped through the forest of endless arms as though dancing between raindrops. Not even the hem of her garment was brushed. Show me your true strength. If this is all you possess, then the declaration you made cannot be fulfilled. Though I lead this battle, my husband is watching everything. You understand what that means. As she spoke, Morgan appeared before Koyanskea in an instant, her veiled gaze fixed upon her. Of course. The enormous hands that had failed to strike did not flail wildly, nor did they retreat in haste. Instead, they shifted, converging upon Morgan's position. Koyanskea could manipulate space as well, to a certain degree. Even if space had been eroded a second time from within, this was still the inner side of her reality marble. She was the ruler here. The spatial seal took effect. Morgan's movements slowed abruptly. She glanced at her constrained arms, faint surprise passing across her features. But this was only the prelude. Koyanskea did not expect to hold her for long. If she wanted to strike, it had to be now, while the opening lasted. The pressure intensified. Then flames erupted throughout the alien space, surging upward, twisting in the wind. They wrapped around Morgan, coiled tightly, and compressed into a blazing sphere like an artificial sun. It detonated. Not by Koyanskea's command. Morgan pierced it from within, as casually as bursting a bubble. The explosion reversed course, surging back and swallowing Koyanskea instead. Morgan's clothing remained untouched, not even singed. She knew. She had always known. But that the gap in strength was this vast. Koyanskea let out a quiet sigh within her heart. Chapter 918, Volume 11, Chapter 24, Settlement. Nikitik had withdrawn beyond the range of battle. At first, she had been dissatisfied. As a servant summoned into the world, yet unable to take part in the fight, she had even complained to Taigong Wang. But now, she no longer complained. You were right, Taigong Wang. Nikitika's expression turned grave. If a servant like me stepped in, I'd probably end up being a burden to them. No. To her, wouldn't I? She hesitated over how to address Morgan now. A single god, yet two beings in one. That's not quite so extreme, Nikitik Dano. You're being too hard on yourself. Taigong Wang's gray eyes remained fixed on the battlefield. It's simply that if you were involved, they likely wouldn't be able to maintain the Unity God form with such ease. After all, they would have to spare attention to protect an ally fighting alongside them. She really won't be killed? Nikitik asked, unable to hide her concern. Taigong Wang shook his head. That, I cannot say. Only Tenkei Dano knows what he truly intends. How this matter is ultimately decided is his right. As he spoke, he raised his hand and unfolded a barrier, blocking the debris and flames whipping through the violent winds. Only after ensuring their safety did he continue. For now, we should simply wait for the outcome of this judgment. While they calmly observed and discussed, Koyanskaya was already feeling the weight of exhaustion. She no longer had the spare focus to calculate how long the battle had lasted. Taking on her beast form allowed her to release a greater, more complete portion of her power. But in exchange, she lost the mobility of her lighter, more agile body. She could move, but any reckless repositioning would only push the already unfavorable battle into even worse territory. She was, in truth, still an unmetamorphosed beast. A juvenile, still in her growth phase. What appeared to be a relentless assault launched by Koyanskaya was, in reality, only possible because the Unity God had chosen not to counterattack, merely responding to her moves. Just as Shiomi had said, she was being given the chance to display her strength. Her fate would be decided in a manner befitting a beast, in accordance with the primal law of survival of the fittest. You seem to be running out of options. Are you truly unwilling to show your full strength? This time, Morgan descended to the ground. As if about to begin a dance, she lightly lifted the hem of her skirt and stepped aside, brushing away the flames licking at her feet. I have already done all I can. Koyanskaya did not sense ridicule. On the contrary, she understood that Morgan was asking in earnest. If she were defeated without using everything she had, she herself would never accept it. Then there was only one path left. Her mana reserves were still abundant. What she had exhausted were her methods. All that remained was to release the true name of her noble phantasm. Gather. Compress. She drew in every bit of mana she could command, condensing it into a single, decisive strike. If she could inflict even the slightest injury upon the Unity God before her, it would become a bargaining chip of immense value, a foundation upon which to negotiate for her ideal, for a living sphere, for a better future. Humans pray to gods. Beasts do the same. The manner and attitude differ, but the destination is the same. The sun is veiled. Thin garments reveal the sovereign. Here, I shall unveil the last of my true nature. Koyanskaya spoke quietly. 1 tail, an omen in the void. 5 tails, a comet dragging its light. 9 tails, the incarnation that pierces the earth. Not only her own mana, but all the mana within this reality marble, the non-primate living sphere, gathered at her command. All of it became a meteor falling from the cosmos, an absolute mass meant to crush the enemy formation. It was a reenactment of the disaster that struck Russia, the Tunguska explosion. In terms of single-strike scale, it rivaled the ultimate celestial magecraft Gersteria had demonstrated in the Atlantic Lost Belt. Could it succeed? Whether it could or not, it had to. Tunguska 9 drive, thunderous heavenly light, the calamitous star crashes down in waves of flame. A colossal meteor manifested in the sky and plummeted toward Morgan on the ground. At this distance, not only Morgan but Koyanskaya herself would be caught in the blast. It was not self-destruction. And yet, it was a noble phantasm unleashed without restraint, bordering on it. As the one unleashing it, the damage she would suffer was inevitably less than that borne by her target. So how would you respond? Earth Mother's Feast? Or the poem of creation and rebirth? Koyanskaya stared unblinkingly at the Unity God, Morgan. Morgan slowly released the weapon in her hand, half staff, half spear, and opened her arms. Though we bear the body of a god, we are not bound by a god's principle. The principle revealed here is the complete form of the Unity God, a miracle born of fairy and divinity. Time seemed to halt. Space seemed to congeal. In less than 0.001 seconds, phenomena shifted, expanded, and swallowed everything in their wake. When Shiomi sparred with Nikitik before, he had not gone all out. This was not properly a noble phantasm, nor was it magecraft. It was more accurate to call it the manifestation of authority. Through the sealed window by which chaos once peered into this universe, they had touched the mystery within the abyss. The primordial instant when heaven and earth first parted, when all things were yet indistinct, the forgotten mystery of the world. Chaotic will. Awaken chaos. Return to nothingness. An ultimate manipulation of phenomena that reversed every incoming attack and all damage in a single instant. As if nothing had ever happened, every threat was erased. Time, space, life itself rested within the grasp of the Unity God. The beast's secondary erosion of the reality marble. The meteor weighing nearly 100,000 tons descending from the heavens. All of it returned, in that moment, to primordial void. In the end, even the beast herself was swallowed by chaos, unable to maintain her form. When awareness returned, Koyanskaya lay battered and covered in wounds, slumped upon the fractured ground. Stripped of her beast form, she had reverted to her human shape. She could fight no longer. When the once brand new NFF building reappeared, it looked like a precarious ruin, barely standing after enduring countless battles. You could have killed me just now. You could have erased me at the source of my existence. And yet you didn't. Koyanskaya let out a long breath. How confident must you be to act so casually? Because I decided to make you yield of your own will, Morgan said as she walked forward, stopping before her. Since things have not yet reached the point of no return, there is no need to eradicate you entirely. Well. Koyanskaya put on an aggrieved expression. What else can I say? With power on that scale, even the alien god might not be able to take you down. Siding with the one more likely to win is simply the safest investment. Chapter 919, Volume 11, Chapter 25, The World Egg. Then should I take that as you admitting defeat, and choosing to lend your strength to Chaldea, to fight for the restoration of human order? Morgan drew out the meaning hidden inside Koyanskaya's complaint and put it to her plainly. Don't misunderstand. Koyanskaya lifted her head. This isn't lending strength to Chaldea, and it's not fighting to restore the bleached human order to the planet's surface. I simply lost to the Divine One, and I'm choosing to submit here and now. If you fail in the end, I'll go right back to doing what I was doing. In other words, her promise not to betray them only held as long as Shiomi remained with Chaldea. That is enough. Morgan flicked her hand lightly, and the battered, bloodied Koyanskaya was restored in an instant. Stand. Koyanskaya touched the rune collar that had appeared around her neck for a moment before fading away, then smiled with fox-like cunning. You really are thorough. Even after defeating me, even after I've surrendered, you still insist on putting a collar on my neck. At that moment, Morgan and Shiomi separated, and the Unity God form was released. A fierce beast, after all, Shiomi said with a narrow-eyed smile. Whether you're raising it or taming it, you don't do it without caution. Oh. Is that so? Koyanskaya sounded unconcerned. But the problem hasn't been solved. You should understand that even if proper human history is restored, my true body, this Tunguska sacred ground, will still exist, and it will still clash with proper human history. If that meant fighting Chaldea again, or fighting the Unity God again, Koyanskaya wanted no part of it. No one challenges an opponent they absolutely cannot defeat, not more than once. Her instincts as a beast had already told her as much. That is a serious issue, Shiomi said, watching their companions draw closer now that the battle was over. Then he raised his voice toward Taigong Wang. But before we talk solutions, there's something I want to confirm, Taigong Wang Dano. Go ahead, Taigong Wang replied. This outcome, it counts as acceptable, doesn't it? Taigong Wang did not answer at once. Instead, he smiled. Looks like I slacked off a little too much and let you notice. Shiomi shrugged. Besides dealing with Ivan the Terrible's reincarnation, you barely fought at all. Even if this non-primate living sphere has negative effects on human servants, it shouldn't leave you unable to fight. So there was only one answer left. Taigong Wang had waited here specifically to meet Shiomi, and had even told him more about the secrets of his origin. That alone made it clear he was not here as a servant of proper human history to simply subdue a beast. He was here as a messenger. And as something like an overseer. How to dispose of the beast was the matter Taigong Wang needed to observe, evaluate, and record, then bring back to report to the Primordial Lord and even Lady Nuwa. Unfortunately, I can't tell you whether you are qualified, Taigong Wang said, shaking his head. But I can tell you this with confidence. Your choice is exactly what Lady Nuwa would have hoped for. So letting me off wasn't just Shiomi's decision, it was Lady Nuwa's as well. Koyanskaya could not hide her surprise. Who can say? Taigong Wang's smile remained mild. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. The secrets of heaven. Shiomi pressed his lips together, but he did not complain. A beast was not the same as a grand servant. Either there was a single beast seat, or there were paired beasts sharing it. The fourth beast seat truly belonged only to foe. And yet a candidate like her had been able to manifest. Perhaps it was Lady Nuwa's mercy, granting Tunguska sacred ground a chance. Shiomi could only speculate. The difference was that, unlike him, Lady Nuwa did not involve herself in what came afterward. To put it more bluntly, it was the difference between letting something roam free and keeping it penned. Then let's return to the earlier issue, Shiomi said. The Koyanskaya standing before us isn't a complete individual. She's more like the core of the beast. If the reality marble were left untouched, subduing Koyanskaya would be meaningless. At best, it would only delay her execution. If that were the case, she would rather die now. This reality marble may be under my control. It may belong to me. But I cannot erase it, nor do I intend to, Koyanskaya admitted with a nod. Shiomi pressed his lips together briefly. As it happens, I know a little about reality marbles myself. I understand their principles. Under the guidance of my wife, a genius magus, I learned how to reverse the structure of one. Morgan nodded along beside him, her expression carrying a faint, unmistakable pride. Oh. Koyanskaya's interest was clearly piqued. You intend to use authority to reverse the entire reality marble, either with the user's cooperation or while they are unable to resist. Taigong Wang guessed. But even so, that would merely dismantle it. Not dismantle. Shiomi extended his hand toward Koyanskaya, palm open. Freeze the time of the entire reality marble. Compress it into an egg. In the name of a god, I pass judgment, this world egg that is your reality marble will be reduced and sealed within you, its core. Inside and outside becoming one. It sounds like something out of a fairy tale, Koyanskaya said quietly. And after that? What do you intend to do with me? This planet is too small to hold 2 living spheres, Shiomi replied. If you can accept it, then you may depart before humanity does and begin a journey into the sea of stars. This is not exile. It is a long voyage in search of new heavens and earth. Koyanskaya let out a soft sigh. She nodded, stepping closer to his outstretched hand. If the Divine One says so, then so be it. I'll take my living sphere and leave this planet. After all. Shiomi asked with a smile. Humanity still cannot leave the cradle called a planet, Koyanskaya said with a hint of pride. But I can. Doesn't that make me superior to them? If that is how you choose to see it, that is your freedom, Shiomi replied calmly. I am simply standing on humanity's side, doing what I can to resolve this matter peacefully. As his words fell, the reality marble, Tunguska sacred ground, began to dissolve into light. Or rather, it became light itself, overflowing and radiant, gathering inward toward Koyanskaya's chest, compressing into her core. One day, humanity will also set out for the outer universe, Shiomi said. When that time comes, I hope you'll treat us kindly. We'll see when we meet, Koyanskaya answered with a careless smile. Chapter 920, Volume 11, Chapter 26, Interception. The non-primate living sphere, Tunguska sacred ground, vanished. When the light faded, everyone found themselves standing upon the endless expanse of the bleached world. The surface stretched in all directions, broken only by faint, desolate hills on the distant horizon. How does it feel? Shiomi asked. A little heavy, Koyanskaya replied after testing herself, but well within tolerable limits. After answering him, she lifted her head and surveyed the bleached earth. No matter how many times I see it, it's still such a dreary landscape. When are you going to let me board your ship for a look? Hard to say. Chaldea's newly formed Team A, mainly composed of the former cryptors, is currently racing the alien god to cut down the fantasy tree in the Indian Lost Belt. According to information provided by Nameless, the alien god intends to reclaim the fantasy tree in the Chinese Lost Belt first. As he spoke, Shiomi turned to look at Taigong Wang and Nikatik. Although Tunguska sacred ground had disappeared, their mission complete, they did not withdraw immediately. There was likely still time for a proper farewell. Looks like it's almost time for us to leave, Nikatik said as she walked up to Koyanskaya. When are you going to say goodbye to me properly, Koyanskaya? Ah, well. Koyanskaya faltered, looking unexpectedly awkward, almost like a child caught off guard before a parent. There was clearly some history between her and Nikatik, but Shiomi did not press the matter. He had his own questions to settle. I may know my origin now. I may know my mission. Shiomi looked at Taigong Wang. But aside from Mooncell, Lady Nuwa hasn't arranged anything else to guide me. Rather than pushing you along a carefully laid path step by step, Taigong Wang interrupted gently, it is better to give you a nudge at the right moment. Most of the time, it is wiser to let you choose your own way. If saving humanity and restoring human history does not come from your own will, it will only invite greater disaster. For example, becoming a beast. Shiomi asked. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Taigong Wang nodded, then shook his head lightly. No. Tenkei Idano has already witnessed that possibility within a distorted singularity. That felt less like a possibility and more like losing control, Shiomi said, glancing at Morgan, who was speaking with her master and Artoria. What exactly is the connection between Morgan and me? Taigong Wang stroked his chin. That is, complicated. Not something easily explained. It would be better to ask Mooncell directly. That super spirit-ron computer that observes the planet should still retain the earliest records, even those overwritten through repeated cycles of history. But BB said Mooncell has access restrictions, Shiomi said. The current Tenkei Idano already possesses the qualifications to access Mooncell's core. All that remains is for Mooncell itself to open its gates and welcome you. And Mooncell guiding me, creating a suitable higher-order AI. Also Lady Nuwa's arrangement, Taigong Wang replied. However, I should remind you of one thing. While many divine beings support Lady Nuwa, there are also many who neither support nor oppose her. That makes more sense, Shiomi said calmly. If Lady Nuwa could secure unanimous backing from every deity the moment she decided something, that would be far stranger. What I mean is, Taigong Wang continued, in the final Lost Belt, you may encounter divine envoys sent to test you. When that time comes, simply display your will and your strength. Prove yourself. Divine envoys. Shiomi murmured, then gave a firm nod. And as for the earth-shrinking technique we discussed earlier. Just as Taigong Wang was about to conclude the topic and pass on the agreed method, the ground suddenly trembled. What was that? The others stiffened at once. Scáthach was the first to speak. Shiomi turned toward the south. The star eyes ignited within his gaze as he looked beyond the horizon. The storm wall of the Chinese Lost Belt is disappearing? It seems the alien god has moved a little too quickly. Taigong Wang opened his eyes, his expression turning grave. Everyone, time is short. Before I fade, I will use the shrinking earth technique to send you to the Chinese Lost Belt at once. At his call, the group swiftly gathered around him. According to our prior observations and the intelligence provided by Hinako Akuta, the Chinese Lost Belt is centered on Xianyang. Its name is the Eternal Empire, Qin. The Qin state that unified the realm after the Zhou. Taigong Wang murmured, then immediately began casting the shrinking earth technique. The world blurred. It felt as though they had taken flight, racing southward across the bleached planet. From Tunguska to Xianyang would take hours by plane. With Taigong Wang's art, it took only minutes to reach the outskirts of the Chinese Lost Belt. The storm wall was rapidly dissipating, its interior no longer visible. Upon the white, desolate surface of the planet stood several familiar figures. The alien god, Olga Marie. And the alien apostles at her side. They had just completed the retrieval of the fantasy tree from the Chinese Lost Belt and were now preparing to move southwest, toward the Indian Lost Belt. My wife. Knowing they could not allow the alien god to enter the Indian Lost Belt at this moment, Shiomi called out to Morgan. I am here. In answer, Morgan clasped Shiomi's hand. The instant Taigong Wang released the shrinking earth technique, the unified god surged forward, charging straight at the alien god. An unstoppable strike. The alien apostles sensed the incoming attack, yet none dared to intercept it. Only the alien god could withstand the unified god's blow. Ha! So you're still alive. The alien god sneered arrogantly. Was the explosion of the Olympus Crystal Mountain not enough to finish you? You ran with your tail tucked and still dare to spout nonsense. Morgan replied coldly. Do not think you will have another chance to flee. It seems you have mistaken one thing. You are the challengers. The alien god laughed, eyes brimming with killing intent. I've just reclaimed the power of a fantasy tree. Let's see how well you measure up. Gravity compressed. Then expanded. Then detonated in a thunderous blast. The alien god and the unified god were blasted apart, each skidding across the earth before coming to a halt. The alien apostles and Shiomi's companions quickly closed in from their respective sides. So, you've already switched sides, Koyanskaya. Kotomine Kirei mocked. Koyanskaya shrugged lightly. I merely changed business partners. There's no need to be so surprised, father. On the bleached earth, the two factions faced each other. The decisive battle against the alien god erupted in the next instant. Chapter 921, Volume 11, Epilogue, A Sudden Turn for the Worse. Epilogue, A Sudden Turn for the Worse. Indian Lost Belt. After several consecutive days of battle, Team A, following the main force aboard Storm Border, finally defeated the king of the Indian Lost Belt with the help of Karna, who had obtained the power of the three gods. The pitch-black final god born from witnessing the tragedy of the Kurukshetra war, who chose to devour all deities. Arjuna altar. At this very moment, Storm Border was carrying out the harvesting of the fantasy tree. Using technology provided by Morgan, they compressed the fantasy tree's vast mana and condensed it into a crystal in the shape of a holy grail. As a super mana crystal, it was an exceptionally efficient method. Good work. Sakura and Caren handed out nutritional drinks to the members of Team A, who had returned to the deck to rest while staying alert for any sudden developments. Thanks. Ophelia, standing closest, accepted hers first. The others followed. Peperoncino even joked about whether there were any snacks to go with the drinks. The answer was yes, but they would have to wait until the return trip. If something happened while they were halfway through eating, it would leave them scrambling. Today makes the 4th day. According to Arjuna's original setup, this lost belt resets and is reborn every 10 days. Peperoncino's smile faded as his tone grew serious. Even if I had stayed, I wouldn't have been able to sustain the Indian lost belt. Its destruction was inevitable. But thanks to the combined efforts of all the new Team A members, we were able to resolve this lost belt as quickly as possible. That's truly a good thing. Sakura smiled as she spoke. Kirsteria shook his head. As the defeated side, it's only natural that we bear the responsibility we owe. And besides, I've always wanted to take part in a journey like this with all of you, instead of only experiencing it in dreams. Is there nothing else to do? You can just keep watch here, right? I'm heading back inside to rest. Hinako Akuta looked thoroughly impatient, like someone eager to clock out the moment her shift ended. Since there was no need for everyone to remain on deck, Sakura immediately contacted the bridge to confirm the next arrangements. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Kirsteria, Peperoncino, and Ophelia would stay, along with the 3 Valkyries who had fought alongside them. The others would return to the ship to rest. Only Sakura, who had not expended any energy in battle, remained on deck to oversee the situation. By the way, about father's astrology, what exactly did he ask Mr. Kirsteria? Sakura asked. Kirsteria hesitated. Even if you are the teacher's daughter, this still touches on his private affairs. Those of us who know have agreed not to speak of it until he returns. You're awfully rigid, Kirsteria, Peperoncino teased. Shiomi-sensei never said we weren't allowed to tell anyone. Kirsteria pondered for a moment before answering. The teacher used astrology to decide whether to search for Koyanskaya first, or head to the Chinese lost belt and cut down the fantasy tree there before the alien god. Sakura frowned slightly. Dad isn't the type to hesitate between options. The fact that he specifically sought astrology's guidance, and ultimately chose to pursue the beast first. Then there's probably something even more important than the beast waiting for him, Peperoncino said. He may not be trying to cultivate an air of mystery, but he carries far too many secrets. Sakura suddenly recalled something from long ago, during the 6th singularity. No origin. No past. That was the kind of person her father was. As his daughter, Sakura chose to trust her family without reservation, to believe in that love without the slightest doubt. But perhaps Shiomi had never truly let go of that question from beginning to end. After all, the person involved always struggles more than a mere bystander. We should be able to rendezvous with them soon, Sakura said. The regular report from the Wandering Sea mentioned that on the surface of the bleached world, the anomaly field in the Tunguska region has already disappeared. That fast? Peperoncino exclaimed. They only set out a little earlier than we did, right? It's only natural, Kirsteria replied calmly. A human who has become a god is, in itself, the very definition of a miracle. Hearing them praise her father so highly, Sakura couldn't help but feel a warm swell of pride. And yet, at times, she also felt the distance between them had grown wider, as if she would never quite catch up to his stride. How enviable, Ophelia murmured. What does it feel like to be with your parents without it ever being painful? Ophelia. Sakura hesitated, but found she had no answer. The environment Magi grew up in was far harsher than that of ordinary people. Whether it was Kirsteria or Ophelia, their relationships with their families were both complicated in their own ways. Thankfully, the topic didn't continue. As they waited for the fantasy tree's removal to be completed, they began reviewing the earlier battle. Masha's shield is incredibly powerful, Ophelia said. The White Wall City she manifested was able to withstand even Arjuna's noble phantasm. If I support Mash together with Ritsuka next time, we might be able to extend the defense across the entire storm border. Good grief, are you trying to turn this ship into a mobile fortress? Peperoncino shot back theatrically. The battleship is already protected by Goddess Scotty's barrier, you know. It's a viable strategy, Kirsteria said evenly. Considering David's position and his servant, maintaining a strong defensive advantage is important. Faced with the inevitable clash against their last companion who had yet to rejoin them, Kirsteria found himself considering more careful approaches to the coming battle. He cared about every one of them. Whether as a master of Chaldea or as a cryptor, that much never changed. The fantasy tree removal is almost complete. We should prepare to return to the ship, Sakura reminded them. A return order soon came from Olga Marie on the bridge. Those who had remained on deck to guard against any sudden developments finally headed back into storm border. As the fantasy tree vanished, the massive warship initiated its imaginary dive, setting course for the bleached world's surface near the coordinates of the Chinese Lost Belt. They needed to confirm whether entry into the Chinese Lost Belt was still possible, or whether they should wait outside for it to collapse on its own. Given the strength of Shiomi's group, it was entirely possible that the interior of the Lost Belt had already become dangerously unstable. The imaginary dive would take several minutes. During that time, Olga Marie remained deep in thought. However, when Storm Border surfaced once more and returned to real space, the sensors captured a scene that left everyone in shock. Across the endless white expanse, Shiomi and his group were locked in battle with the alien god. Volume 11 serves as a transitional arc, and concludes here. Next, Volume 12. Chapter 922, Volume 12, Prologue I. Prologue I. The fight against the alien god was viciously hard. That was Morgan's most immediate, honest takeaway. With Scáthach and Artoria holding the alien apostles in check, and with Nikitik and Taigong Wang lending their support, defeating the alien god and removing a major threat ahead of schedule should have been well within reach. And yet, just by reclaiming the mana from one additional fantasy tree, Olga Marie had become markedly stronger than she'd been at Olympus. Worse, the alien god's power felt steadier than before. On this bleached world where day and night no longer existed, Morgan had long since lost track of how much time had passed. She could feel her magic circuits pushing toward overload, and she could also feel the strength sustaining her unity god form beginning to waver. Just maintaining the fusion had already gone beyond the time they'd planned for. Tough as nails. Doesn't look like some third-rate deity, Olga Marie rasped, eyes sharp and unblinking as she locked onto unity god Morgan. Neither of them looked good. The grime and damage of a prolonged battle clung to them, and it made the unity god's once sacred radiance look dull and weary. Olga Marie was in much the same state. Morgan didn't answer. She glanced toward Scáthach and Artoria. They had only just managed to pull some distance away from the alien apostles as well. There were 4 alien apostles. Morgan's side still had 5 fighters, but Taigong Wang and Nikitik were masterless servants. The clash had started too suddenly, and Shiomi hadn't had time to form a master-servant contract with either of them. Both servants were right on the verge of fading. It was only Taigong Wang's sorcery that was keeping the two of them anchored, buying them time to remain manifested. Koyanskaya, who had only just taken the compressed, sealed Tunguska sanctuary into herself, couldn't bring out her full strength either. A drawn-out battle was bad for both sides. But Morgan's side had the bigger problem. At some point earlier, she had stopped hearing Shiomi's voice. When two beings fused into one, maintaining that state meant their minds and souls were pressed together without any barrier, exposed completely to each other. This is really... Kirei Kodomine said, clutching his ruined arm, his expression grim. If this drags on, we'll probably take each other down with us. That's the idea, father, Olga Marie snapped, issuing an order without hesitation. If you're out of strength, then self-destruct. Detonate your spirit origin. In a situation like this, those idiots won't be able to dodge. Not yet. Kirei clearly had no intention of dying cheaply. Without changing his expression, he reached for an excuse to stall. At the very least, we need to put that unity god over there into a state where she can't move. You're really exhausting, Olga Marie muttered, extending her hand. A compressed, miniature black hole began to take shape in her palm. She was burning through her reserves. So was the enemy. If she could catch the timing, Olga Marie meant to use the black hole's gravitational field to pin unity god Morgan in place. Mental key pattern, activate. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted nearby. The alien apostles, Ashia Duman included, were blasted even farther back by the shockwave, widening the gap between both sides. Taigong Wang stood there with a fishing rod that was black from end to end, its surface leaking a dense, overwhelming aura of magical energy. Time's about up for forcing us to remain manifested, he said, face set as he stared toward Olga Marie's position. At the very least, before we fade, I'm going to push this back in our favor. 84 seals, all activated. Heavens, open wide, stars, fall. As the incantation left his lips, the black fishing rod shot out of Taigong Wang's hand. Morgan blinked, then realized the obvious. That rod was a noble phantasm. God-smiting whip. The noble phantasm soared so high it was almost impossible to make out, then abruptly swelled to dozens of times its size. Like a sky-piercing pillar, it crashed down toward Olga Marie's position. A noble phantasm made to strike gods in the most literal sense. Even if the one called the alien god might not even be a true deity, it was still power no one could afford to dismiss, even without any special advantage. Olga Marie understood that perfectly. She immediately changed her angle of interception, hurling the nearly fully compressed miniature black hole toward Taigong Wang's noble phantasm. The two forces collided between heaven and earth, triggering another massive explosion. Everyone was nearly thrown off their feet. Koyanskaya did her best to shield Nikitik behind her, bracing against the shockwaves while watching closely to see how the clash would end. When the smoke finally cleared, a trace of irritation flickered across the face of the alien god. It seemed she had not expected Taigong Wang's noble phantasm to deal her real damage. Whether that result was due to the toll of prolonged battle or the unique nature of Taigong Wang's noble phantasm, no one could say for sure. What a shame. If I'd had more time to prepare, it wouldn't have ended like this. Taigong Wang frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Even while on the verge of fading at any moment, he had used the last of his mana to unleash his noble phantasm. The price was immediate. The sorcery sustaining their presence collapsed. After being pushed back again and again, the time limit on Taigong Wang and Nikitika's manifestation had finally run out. Their spirit origins could no longer maintain their forms. The fading process began. With two nuisances gone, now's the time. The alien god swiftly regenerated her injuries and prepared to launch a surprise attack on the motionless unity god Morgan, intending to eliminate this inexplicable threat once and for all. No. You've already lost your chance. Taigong Wang brushed the dust from his clothes. Chaldea's companions have arrived. With those final words, Taigong Wang vanished completely. Nikitik used his last moment to pat Koyanskaya gently on the head, then disappeared with a smile. The storm border emerged from imaginary number space and appeared in the sky. Both sides noticed it at once. TCH. Olga Marie clicked her tongue in irritation. It would be wiser to withdraw for now. The power of the fantasy tree hasn't been fully digested yet, Ashiya Duman advised, directing his Shikigami to cast an illusionary spell. Taking the advice, the alien god retreated together with the apostles just before the storm border moved directly overhead. Morgan wanted to stop them, but in her current state, she couldn't act. My husband. I have to release the unity god form. My husband. Her hand pressed against her chest as she called out to Shiomi, but there was no response. With no other choice, she dissolved the fusion on her own. She staggered 2 steps before managing to steady herself. Then she saw Shiomi kneeling on the ground, his expression unfocused and dazed. She hurried forward to support him. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. My husband. Chapter 923, Volume 12, Prologue 2. It's hard to say. Tenkei is no longer human, so we can't judge him by human standards. From the examination results, though, everything appears completely normal. In the room, Romani shook his head as he reported the findings to Morgan after completing Shiomi's routine checkup. As expected. Morgan wasn't particularly surprised. Still, just because Shiomi had become a god didn't mean they could skip proper examinations when he collapsed. For now, the important thing is rest, Romani concluded. You said that the form called Unity God inherently carries a burden and risk. It's not something that can be maintained for long. This time, they had faced the alien god after she had reclaimed the mana of an entire fantasy tree. To secure their odds of victory, they had immediately entered the Unity God state. What they hadn't anticipated was how long the battle would drag on. Even by conservative estimates, the fight had lasted over 30 hours. There are risks, Morgan said calmly. But the returns are greater. By using that state to further refine an incomplete divinity and fight in a more perfected form, only then could they stand against the alien god. It's fine. We'll return to the Wandering Sea to recover first, then prepare to head for the final Lost Belt. Shiomi spoke softly to reassure Morgan, then turned to Romani. Thank you for making the trip to check on me. In that case, I won't disturb you further. Romani nodded, packed up his instruments, and left the room. Once he was gone, Morgan caught Shiomi's hand and looked at him intently. This time, when we dissolved the fusion, I felt no burden or danger at all. Would you care to explain that to your wife? Shiomi froze for a moment, guilt flickering across his face. It's nothing. We just went a little past the time limit. To be safe, I made a small adjustment. Morgan leaned in closer, eyes fixed on him. What adjustment? I left control of the battlefield to you, Shiomi admitted, rubbing his nose, his tone faintly uneasy. My soul focused on absorbing the strain and shielding yours. I figured that even if we couldn't win outright, we could at least eliminate an apostle and force the alien god to lose her support. Unfortunately, the growth in the alien god's power had exceeded their expectations. Every attempt Shiomi and Morgan made to strike at the apostles during brief openings was blocked by the alien god. On the contrary, she was able to assist her apostles, dragging the fight further into a stalemate. With the advantage gained from reclaiming the fantasy tree, the alien god forced the entire battlefield into an even deadlock. Neither side could claim the upper hand. That was extremely dangerous, Morgan said softly, lowering her gaze. If you hadn't done that, what would have happened? On one side, the soul, mind, and body of a fairy. On the other, the soul, mind, and body of a god. Shiomi withdrew his hand and held it up between them as if illustrating the point. When the two fuse together, which one do you think gets digested? The fairy, Morgan answered without hesitation. Even though her soul's rank had risen high enough, it still stood beneath Shiomi's. The unity god form was born from absolute, unreserved trust between them. But over long periods, maintaining the completely unguarded intimacy meant that the difference in their spiritual ranks would inevitably place Morgan in danger. If Shiomi had not remained vigilant the entire time, then after such a prolonged battle, even if they had defeated the alien god, Morgan herself would have been completely erased within the Unity God state. That's how it is. Shiomi shook his head. I didn't think it through this time. I almost dragged you into a point of no return. What point of no return? We avoided the worst outcome. That alone makes this a very good result. Morgan shook her head softly. It's just that you quietly shouldered all the consequences by yourself without saying a word. Compared to this level of pain, losing you would be the consequence I could never accept. Shiomi smiled gently. Morgan let out a helpless sigh. She took his hand again, lacing their fingers together, then leaned fully into his arms. Even with nothing more than physical contact, our magic circuits start moving on their own, letting mana circulate between our bodies. She gave a low laugh. It's a strange feeling. It really is, Shiomi replied quietly, holding her close. Unlike deliberate contact, this unconscious flow, what does it actually mean? When two become harmonized, they surpass a complete individual, Morgan said. Perhaps between us, we've achieved true, perfect harmony. Perfect harmony. Shiomi repeated, thoughtful. After a moment, Morgan continued, still, your depletion this time was severe. You won't return to full condition anytime soon. We should remain in the Wandering Sea to recuperate a while longer. I'd like that, Shiomi said, shaking his head slightly. But we failed to seriously wound the alien god, and we didn't eliminate more of the alien apostles. That means it won't be long before they move on the fantasy tree in the South American Lost Belt. Morgan agreed. And the final crypter's view of the current situation deserves careful consideration. Would he continue to carry out his role alone? Or prepare in secret, waiting for Chaldea's arrival while keeping watch against the alien god? Either possibility fit David's style. It was also Kirstaria's assessment. David was not the type to abandon his mission simply because their leader had fallen. If he plans to sit back and reap the rewards, he'll at least need to arrive first, Shiomi said. Once everyone's finished resting, we can prepare to depart. He cupped Morgan's face, then added with a hint of concern. Especially you. Make sure you get proper rest. What right do you have to tell me that? Morgan laughed lightly. You're the one who needs rest. Otherwise, when everyone else is fighting on the front lines, you'll be stuck holding the rear. And if you end up feeling frustrated about it, there's nothing I can do for you. That would be a serious issue, Shiomi admitted. Good. As long as you understand. Morgan lifted her hand and gently stroked his hair and ear. At that moment, the door to the room opened slowly. Olga Marie rushed in first, with Scáthach and the others following close behind. Teacher, are you all right? She hurried to the bedside, worry written plainly across her face as she looked Shiomi over carefully. When she had seen Shiomi cough up blood and collapse earlier, Olga Marie had nearly lost her composure. She had forced herself to finish her duties as director before hurrying over. I'm fine. I just need some rest. Shiomi reached out and lightly touched Marie's cheek. Sorry for making everyone worry about me again. No matter how many times this happens, I can't get used to it, Scáthach said with a sigh, shaking her head. The others nodded in agreement. Shiomi could only smile wryly and accept everyone's complaints about his recklessness this time. Chapter 924, Volume 12, Chapter 1, Routine Examination. All right. Let's begin the test. In the combat training room, Scáthach addressed Shiomi and Morgan. Shiomi nodded, raised his right hand, and pressed it firmly to Morgan's outstretched left. Light flared, and the two of them merged into the Unity God. Once the fusion was confirmed, Scáthach tightened her grip on her crimson spear and lunged in with explosive speed, driving the blade straight for Unity God Morgan's heart without the slightest hesitation. But when the tip reached a lethal distance, it stopped, unable to push any farther. There was no motion, no warning. Conceptual defense had already completed itself, intercepting the cursed crimson spear before it could land. Your defense is impeccable. If I were to release my noble phantasm, even the causality of a guaranteed kill would likely be distorted, Scáthach said with a nod. At the same time, Shiomi's four most prized spears manifested behind Morgan. They rotated in midair, then leveled their points at Scáthach. As if they possessed wills of their own, they shot toward her one after another. I'll stop them here. Scotty raised her staff behind them. Runes surfaced from the void, winding around the spears. One moment they moved with the same nimble precision as if Shiomi himself were wielding them. The next, they turned sluggish, full of openings that could be exploited. Even so. You can't suppress them completely? Scáthach asked Scotty. I'm doing everything I can. Scotty's expression tightened with strain. His entity rank is higher than mine now, and he's obtained the Unity God's special form. And on top of that, there was Morgan's mastery of magecraft reinforcing it all. With Morgan's finesse and Shiomi's raw power combined, no one in Chaldea could rival them in a magecraft battle. I've wanted to see what this form can really do. It was worth arranging this test, Scáthach said, lifting her chin as she studied Morgan's face. Even though Shiomi's body had vanished into the fusion, she could still see his will through those eyes. It was something Morgan did not possess in her usual state. With that thought, Scáthach couldn't resist teasing, "My beloved disciple, you look like a coward hiding behind the woman you love." "A verbal attack, is it?" Morgan smiled. "My husband says you can mock us all you like. We'll just finish the test." "Heh." Scáthach lifted a hand. Dozens of crimson spear phantoms appeared behind Morgan, aimed straight for her blind spots. Then the spears fell like rain. Explosions and smoke churned through the training room, enough to make the monitoring instruments shriek with alarms and warnings. With superhuman sight and perception, Scáthach watched Morgan evade the incoming spears with the smallest possible movements, knocking aside those she couldn't avoid with a casual lift of her hand. It was graceful to the point of being mesmerizing, like a dance performed on impulse. But the test wasn't over yet. Before the smoke could clear, with Scotty restraining the 4 spears, Scáthach rushed into the haze. Artoria, who had been waiting, struck from the opposite side, forming a pincer. Scáthach's heavy sweeping strike, together with the holy sword of the planet, was caught bare-handed by Unity God Morgan. She had seized the blade, the most vulnerable way to catch a weapon, yet not a drop of blood appeared. Instead, there was only a crushing restraint, so heavy neither weapon could be pulled free. "It's over." As Morgan spoke, a dark blue shadow spread outward from the floor, snaking up to coil around Scáthach and Artoria. With their movements locked down, Morgan finally freed her hands to wrest control of the 4 spears. Huh. Scotty suddenly realized that the 4 spears she had been wrestling with slipped free of her magecraft interference. They shot straight toward her and crossed midair, trapping her inside. Beep. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. The test is now concluded." Olga Marie's voice echoed through the broadcast system, announcing the end of the combat trial. The 3 who had been restrained regained their freedom. "So it's reached this level already." Scáthach clicked her tongue lightly, wearing a faintly exasperated look. If the alien god could fight you to a standstill for that long, then she truly isn't someone to underestimate. "She's already begun reinforcing her spirit origin," Shiomi replied after the fusion dissolved. "At this stage, she's absorbed 1 fantasy tree. The scale of her spirit origin is indeed greater than it was in Olympus." "So how does it feel?" Scotty asked with concern. "You stayed fused far beyond the expected time before. Any side effects?" Shiomi shook his head. "None. We can still merge normally. But the inherent risks haven't gone away. Using this form in battle from now on will still require extreme caution." "It's not just that," Morgan added. "I can feel that my control over mana has improved significantly. Before, this form wouldn't have had the spare capacity to wrest control of the 4 spears from Scotty. If that had been the case, Scotty could have turned the spears back on Unity God Morgan. The outcome of the test would have been far harder to predict. In the end, you just wanted to show off how much stronger you've become," Artoria said, rare teasing in her tone. "Everyone else has merged with Tenkei before, yet only you can truly become one with him." "Oh. But hasn't everyone merged with him before?" Morgan replied with an innocent expression. Shiomi quickly raised a hand and made an exaggerated chopping gesture in the air. "Let's end this topic right here." They began walking out as staff moved in to repair and clean the combat training room. "In the end, it comes down to compatibility," Scáthach analyzed. "The fairies of the garden were originally sent to the surface as the foundation for reforging the holy sword. In other words, raw material," Scotty said. "If not as a holy sword, then as a god. Tenkei is the ideal mold and furnace," Artoria offered. "That's why this form can be completed." Shiomi slumped his shoulders and complained, "The way you're all analyzing this so seriously, it's making me feel very guilty." He couldn't explain the principles himself. At that time, in that situation, it had simply happened because his heart willed it so. As if driven by instinct, without any extra thought. Even now, when he looked back on it, it felt like an indescribable miracle. Chatting and laughing, they stepped into the corridor, where Toko Aozaki was waiting for them. "Good work on the combat test. We gathered quite a bit of useful data. It'll help a lot in refining the automata later," Toko said with a smile. Shiomi tilted his head. "If it's useful, feel free to use it. By the way, where's Marie?" "The director was just called away by Shaun," Toko replied. "It's almost time, after all." "Time?" Scotty asked. "I was going to mention it later," Shiomi said with a shrug. "The lease contract provided by the Wandering Sea is about to expire." Chapter 925, Volume 12, Chapter 2, Intelligence on ORT. Originally, the section of the Wandering Sea's Great Hall used to establish New Chaldea had also been obtained by Shaun in exchange for an Atlas Institute contract. After Trismegistus II calculated that the Earth would be destroyed in 2018, Shaun sought help from her father, Zepia, only to be refused. Left with no alternative, she withdrew alone to the Wandering Sea, which would not be affected by the bleaching. At the time, Zepia merely sent a letter to Shiomi at Chaldea through Tuko Aozaki, repaying an old favor by informing him of the preparations Shaun was making in the Wandering Sea. However, the right to use the facility had never been indefinite. According to the contract between the Wandering Sea and the Atlas Institute, they were only permitted to remain for 1 year of hypothetical time. So once Storm Border returned to the Wandering Sea, Shaun immediately began arranging the relocation of New Chaldea's essential equipment. Everything was in a state of frantic activity. Only frontline combatants like Shiomi and the others were temporarily spared from the logistical chaos, free to focus on things like combat training. Chaldea now had ample personnel. Their help wasn't needed on the administrative side. Once we move Chaldea fully onto Storm Border and resolve the South American Lost Belt, the only things left will be heading to Antarctica, confronting the Chaldeas there, uncovering the true nature of the alien god, and understanding why Animosphere spent 1,000 years bringing this plan to completion. In the control room briefing, Olga Marie laid out her thoughts for Shiomi and the others. It wasn't that she alone would dictate their course. But if she could present a clear and comprehensive roadmap, Shiomi would be able to entrust matters to her with greater peace of mind. She understood that well. That was why she had taken care to sort through their objectives and present them clearly to the core members. That's for later, Morgan said calmly. Right now, the priority is the South American Lost Belt. Considering that even after reclaiming a fantasy tree they still couldn't decisively eliminate us, and if the information from Kirsteria and Koyanskaya aligns. The South American Lost Belt is where ORT lies dormant. A flicker of fear crossed Olga Marie's face. Her reaction was only natural. In the world of Magi, the legend of ORT was practically a ghost story told in hushed tones. Except it wasn't a legend. As one of the 12 lords, and the lord of the Department of Astromancy, Olga Marie had been exposed to that information since childhood. She knew it was real. A cosmic life form that descended upon the South American continent in ancient times. Anything that approached it would be killed in an instant. Not a single Magus had ever survived entering its domain. Afterward, whether out of the need to assess a threat that could not be ignored or simple academic curiosity, a Grand Magus in the 16th century made extensive preparations and entered South America with 6 brand-ranked Magi. It was an unprecedented expedition in the history of the Clock Tower. In the end, only 1 Magus returned. We cannot touch that being yet. Among the life forms of the present Earth, none can stand alongside it. Wait for the next era. After we are extinct, entrust hope to the life that will arise through new evolution. After leaving those words behind, the returning Magus transformed into crystal before the eyes of all present. That Magus was Astia, one of the 12 lords of the Clock Tower at the time. Following that incident, the director of the Clock Tower formally named the creature ORT. From that day on, a certain region of South America became a forbidden zone, a demonic territory where no human dared tread. But according to the former director of the Clock Tower, unless the planet itself calls for it, ORT will never awaken. It sleeps peacefully beneath South America. Do not provoke it. If it is stirred, the human sphere on this planet will vanish. Scáthach leaned back in her chair, looking at the archived data displayed on the monitor. Just from that description alone, it sounds even more troublesome than the alien god. Chaldea's records also contained information regarding ORT. Scáthach had already reviewed the relevant files. ORT is recognized by the modern magecraft world as the most resilient and incomprehensible life form confirmed to exist. It is said to possess an outer shell that is at once hard and soft, scorching and freezing. It generates energy through nuclear fusion within its body and crystallizes any substance it touches. It is categorized as a threat to humanity, something that humanity's technology before the year 3000 could not hope to analyze. And since the South American fantasy tree has already been devoured by ORT, then whatever the alien god intends to do there must amount to one thing, Shaun interjected. To consume ORT and fuse with it. If we assign a combat value of 1000 to the unity god form of Mr. Shiomi and Lady Morgan, then the alien god would be around the same level. But if she were to merge with ORT, that figure could easily rise to 10,000. 10,000. Morgan lifted a brow, though she did not appear particularly alarmed. That was assuming the fusion succeeded. Chaldea's task was to prevent that from happening in the first place and to completely defeat the alien god and her apostles. In any case, once Chaldea's relocation is complete and we withdraw from the Wandering Sea, we can prepare to head for the South American Lost Belt, Olga Marie said. The alien god suffered some damage earlier. She won't be able to act immediately. That buys us time. And during that time, Mr. Shiomi and Lady Morgan, please focus on resting. There's no need for you to worry about Chaldea's miscellaneous affairs. Shaun adjusted her glasses. Whether against the alien god or ORT, your strength is currently Chaldea's greatest trump card. As the topic turned to Shiomi and Morgan, everyone's gaze naturally shifted toward them. Unlike Morgan, who had been actively contributing to the discussion from the start, Shiomi had remained silent, sitting off to the side as if lost in thought. "10K. What are you thinking about?" Scotty nudged his shoulder. Shiomi lifted his head as if snapping out of a trance, offering an apologetic look. "I was just wondering, why did ORT come to this planet in the first place? The Magecraft world still hasn't solved the mystery surrounding ORT. Before ORT, and after ORT, there had never been another cosmic life form like it that came to Earth." His question left the clock tower trained magi present in thoughtful silence. "Your question makes sense, teacher," Olga Marie replied, shaking her head slightly. "But the clock tower truly has no speculation or hypothesis about that. Simply trying to understand what ORT is has already proven nearly impossible." "It's nothing," Shiomi said with a faint smile. "Just something that caught my attention." Chapter 926, Volume 12, Chapter 3, Selfish Desire. Come to think of it, Kirsteria and the others have basically proven their innocence, haven't they? In her room, Olga Marie sat tucked into the bend of Shiomi's legs, peeling an orange as she asked for his opinion. "That's something you should decide as director." Shiomi shook his head. "I didn't go with them to the Indian Lost Belt, and I didn't see their fight for myself. Judging them purely from the post-battle records wouldn't be fair." Olga Marie hummed as she thought it over. "Then I think we can have Grandmaster and the others lift the restrictions. No matter what, they've already fought as Chaldea's combat personnel, standing against the Lost Belts and the alien god." Shiomi nodded. "That's enough. In the end, them becoming cryptors is also Animosphere's responsibility," Olga Marie said quietly. "I wonder if Father had some deeper intent when he brought them into Chaldea and placed them in Team A with Kirsteria. At the very least, the choices weren't random," Shiomi said. "Even the weakest one, Scáthach, is still an excellent Magus. His strengths and flaws are both very clear, and he has plenty of room to grow. And the rest were even stranger, each in their own way. Kirsteria went without saying. Marisbury's prize student, a genius capable of changing the clock tower's future landscape. Hinako Akuta was a non-human spirit to begin with, and Marisbury knew that. Peperoncino, who used a name that was not his true name, was a Japanese magus who had practiced a supernatural art called Tengudu and lived for over 1,000 years. Ophelia came from a prestigious magus family dedicated to exploring, and attempting to prove, the existence of the sixth element, demon. And then there was David. A survivor of the angelic artifact. That fact alone spoke volumes about how abnormal he was. Then as the last Team A member, why did Father bring you in, teacher? Olga Marie lifted a segment of orange to Shiomi's lips. Could it be? Your father took part in the 5th Holy Grail War, Shiomi said. We fought. But in the end, I gave up the Holy Grail so we wouldn't destroy each other. Huh. Olga Marie was hearing this for the first time. The details are a bit complicated. Shiomi spoke evenly. In short, Sakura participated in the Holy Grail War in 2004. Unfortunately, her servant was killed at the very end, and your father captured her. And the reason he captured her was to use her as a bargaining chip, so he could withdraw from the Holy Grail War with her. So there was that kind of connection. A sudden wave of guilt welled up inside Olga Marie, even though none of it was her responsibility. Even so, father still recruited you into Chaldea. Why? I wasn't brought into Chaldea because your father recruited me, Shiomi said. I came because the Clock Tower's Democratic faction recommended me. You remember, don't you? It was a joint recommendation from Lord Valuelita and Lord Trambilio. Their real aim was for me to observe Chaldea from the inside and confirm whether it would end up strengthening the aristocratic faction's influence. But Olga Marie turned slightly, resting her cheek against Shiomi's chest. Even if you and father were enemies, you still took care of me without holding anything back. And you never mentioned any of this to me. It's just. Don't think too hard about it. Shiomi stopped turning the page of his book and lifted a hand to stroke her cheek. I helped you because I wanted to help you. Whatever issues I had with Marisbury had nothing to do with you. Besides, he'd already taken his own life by then. I know that's how you see it, teacher, but I still feel awful about it. Olga Marie knew she was being a little unreasonable, but she couldn't help saying it, craving a bit more reassurance. Shiomi thought for a moment, then leaned down with a mischievous smile and whispered into her ear. Then how about this? The truth is, I'm only being so nice to you to get back at Marisbury. I'll make you fall in love with me, and then. Olga Marie shivered, letting out a soft, embarrassing sound. She knew he was joking, but the way he framed it, turning reality into something forbidden and contradictory, made her feel like she'd become the doomed heroine of a tragedy in an instant. Ah, teacher, why do you have to be my teacher? Like Romeo and Juliet, it sent a faint thrill through her body. Satisfied? Shiomi said. If you are, then let it go. Whatever Marisberry did, whatever he planned, none of that is your responsibility. If anything, it's entirely possible you were just another one of his pieces. Olga Marie went along with it, doing her best to suppress the sudden restlessness rising in her heart and steering the conversation back on track as calmly as she could. Anyway, what exactly was father trying to accomplish by gathering all those people together? I don't know, Shiomi replied. But if we work backward from the final outcome, maybe each lost belt was matched to a specific member of Team A. At his reminder, Olga Marie recalled something. There had indeed been varying degrees of connection between each lost belt and its originally assigned master from Team A. Scáthach, who specialized in beast magecraft, had been assigned to Russia, where humans became the beast-like Yaga. Ophelia, born into a renowned Scandinavian Magus family, had overseen the Scandinavian lost belt. Hinako Akuta was, in truth, the historical consort Yu, reunited with Xiang Yu within her lost belt. Peperoncino's Tengudu bore deep ties to India's concept of reincarnation. Kirshteria's celestial magecraft required the environment of the Atlantic lost belt to fully manifest. Daybit, survivor of the angelic artifact incident, had been assigned a lost belt that just so happened to house ORT from beyond the stars. Even Shiomi, who had originally been fated to become a cryptor yet escaped that destiny, was no exception. His connection to Morgan ran so deep that she had once traveled from the future to the past to meet him. If he had not escaped after that explosion, he would have inevitably become the cryptor responsible for the British lost belt. In a sense, he had still become a kind of cryptor in the end. Just one who was not bound by the alien god. Everyone has some degree of connection to the lost belt they were tied to, Shiomi continued. It's hard not to suspect that Marisberry drew the target first and then fired the arrow. Using Chaldeas, he might have arranged the lost belts with specific people in mind. Olga Marie shifted slightly in his arms, her voice taking on a faintly different tone. Marie. Shiomi noticed the change. She sat up, looped her arms around his neck, and pressed a kiss to his lips, carrying the faint sweetness of orange. A moment later, the book slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. Chapter 927, Volume 12, Chapter 4, Self-Interest. Later, Olga Marie stepped out of the bathroom and began dressing again. She had just put her clothes back on, buttons still undone, when she noticed the book that had fallen to the floor earlier. What's this? She murmured, picking it up and flipping it open. It was Chaldea's archived material, containing investigations that, while technically public within the clock tower, were rarely discussed openly. The page left marked was the section on ORT. Were you just looking at ORT's records, teacher? Olga Marie paused. The clock tower's documentation is extremely limited. I've read it too. Aside from what we already discussed in the meeting, there isn't any other useful information. From inside the bathroom, Shiomi leaned out, his hair still dripping. I just felt like there might be something we overlooked, so I wanted to go through it again. We're talking about that kind of opponent. I don't know how far a divine body can really go against it. I guess I can't help feeling uneasy. I'm sorry. Olga Marie closed the book and lowered her gaze. You're worrying about something this important, and I was distracted by my own selfish desires. There's nothing to apologize for. Shiomi stepped out, a towel wrapped around his waist. Seeing Marie take the initiative like that actually made me happy. Teacher. Before she could finish protesting, he caught her by the arm and kissed her. Their lips met, teeth brushing lightly. It was brief, but it left behind a warmth that felt both lingering and complete, a quiet happiness settling between them. If she were to lose her standing as an Animosphere Magus, perhaps staying by his side wouldn't be so bad. The thought slipped into her mind as they parted. Afterward, Shiomi sat on the edge of the bed and began dressing. Olga Marie took a seat in a nearby chair. Worried that tidying herself up too quickly might stir things up again, she left her clothes slightly undone for the moment. If she had to take them off again, it would only be troublesome. Still, there were serious matters to discuss. So, about ORT. Did you find anything new? She asked. Nothing concrete. Shiomi shook his head. In proper human history, ORT descended upon South America before the Common Era. But in the South American Lost Belt, its arrival predates that by far. According to the intelligence Kirsteria had provided, the ORT in the Lost Belt appeared to have arrived 66 million years ago. That was a difference of tens of millions of years. Do you think the ORT in the South American Lost Belt might be different from the one in proper human history? Like some kind of subspecies? Olga Marie asked. Possibly, Shiomi replied. But even if it is, I doubt the difference is substantial. More likely it's just the result of differences in time, place, and historical development. Since Kirsteria hadn't been confident of absolute victory, he hadn't demanded complete intelligence on the South American Lost Belt. Instead, he had used Koyanske's services to conduct a limited investigation there, confirming that it was indeed the final stronghold of that lost belt. He had felt regret over that afterward, unable to provide more detailed information. Even he hadn't expected such a swift and decisive defeat, one so clean that he had no choice but to accept it. "It's okay, teacher. It'll be fine." Olga Marie dragged her chair closer, stopping right in front of Shiomi. She took his large hands in hers and gently traced the lines across his palms. "Up until now, you've created one miracle after another. And now you've ascended to the seat of a god. So, I believe in you, Marie." Shiomi gave a small nod. Then she shook her head, looking slightly flustered. "No, that's not right. We're supposed to be using all of Chaldea's strength to break through this final obstacle, but I made it sound like it's all your responsibility." "It is my responsibility, and it's ours," Shiomi replied. "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It wasn't someone else who became a god. It was me. So naturally, there are things I have to shoulder. There's no contradiction in that, teacher." Olga Marie looked at him with something close to awe. There were no grand speeches, no dramatic flourishes in his words. And yet they carried a steady, reassuring strength. At least, to her. Just then, the room's communication system chimed. Someone was requesting entry. Olga Marie quickly stood up and connected the call. Toko Aozaki appeared on the screen. "Sorry to intrude, Director. Is Tenkei with you?" "I didn't see him with the others," Toko asked. "Ah, yes, he's here. I'll open the door right away." Olga Marie fumbled slightly, a strange sense of being caught in the act creeping over her. But thinking about it calmly, there was nothing to hide. Their relationship was what it was. Everyone knew, and simply chose not to say it outright. The moment Toko stepped into the room, her nose twitched subtly as she caught the lingering scent in the air. "You too, just finished?" she asked, lifting her tablet to half cover her face as she looked at them with playful amusement. Shiomi's hair was still damp. Olga Marie's hair hadn't been tied up yet, and her clothes were slightly rumpled. Clearly, they had just showered and changed. "Miss Toko." Olga Marie flushed bright red, flustered. Even without any real guilt, she felt restless under the teasing. "More or less," Shiomi said, scratching his head. "You didn't come here just to comment on that, did you? If you're interested, we could handle that too while we're at it." Toko handed him the tablet. "I'd like to borrow your power for a bit. The automata's autonomous combat functions still aren't refined enough." "You're not planning to turn your dolls into divine constructs, are you?" Shiomi asked. "Like Enkidu?" Olga Marie's eyes widened. "It won't go that far," Shiomi said thoughtfully. "But it would be close to creating life. If mishandled, that could cause endless trouble." "I know you're against creating life," Toko replied. "That's why I'm only aiming to enhance their combat capability as much as possible. We can't let Lost Belt forces exploit any gaps while everyone's out fighting." She tapped the screen lightly. Koyanskaya mentioned that the South American side has military strength on par with the Atlantic Lost Belt, and they're equipped with NFF weaponry. Given the losses last time, you're aiming for a more precise approach?" Shiomi asked as he looked over the proposal. "Exactly. Even a small improvement helps." Toko nodded. "Right now, Chaldea's main combat strength still lies with our frontline servants. The dolls will focus primarily on logistics. Cleaning, maintenance, ship operations. They would mainly handle support, assisting the Nemo units aboard the Storm Border. In cases of manpower shortages, they could also serve as a defensive force against sudden Lost Belt incursions. With more people on board now, everyone can manage their daily lives, sure. But having dolls to handle support work would make things a lot easier," Olga Marie said, finding it reasonable. "Then let's go take a look," Shiomi said as he stood up. He reached out a hand toward Marie, and the two of them prepared to head to Toko's workshop together. Chapter 928, Volume 12, Chapter 5, Doll. The problem Toko Aozaki was facing was simple: the doll's autonomous behavior wasn't good enough. If she only needed combat dolls, Toko could handle that on her own. She had used dolls as weapons before, even to launch attacks on other magi. And even against enemies a doll could never defeat, it could still serve as a nuisance and buy time. But what she needed now was an autonomous service doll. "Looks fine to me, though. The mana furnace that powers it, and the artificial magic circuits, they're both extremely well made." Shiomi inspected the prototype Toko had laid out in her workshop again and again. Toko adjusted her glasses. "The problem is the autonomy. Do you remember El Meloy II's princess?" Olga Marie, who had been examining the doll's internal structure alongside Shiomi, looked up. "You mean Miss Reynos, Miss Toko?" "Right." Toko took a sip of coffee. She has that mystic code called Volumen Hydrargyrum, doesn't she? The mystic code Tuko was referring to was a special familiar. Following El Meloy-2's advice, Rhaenys had endowed it with artificial intelligence and then refined it into its current form. It was an example of Rhaenys's talent for delicate control, making practical use of and improving a former lord's legacy. Later, thanks to Flat, El Meloy-2's disciple, and his reckless magecraft hacking, the Volumen Hydrargyrum maid had picked up far more wisdom than it ever needed. But at its core, it was a form born from Rhaenys granting it personality, and it required Rhaenys's mana to keep it running. Tuko's dolls were the opposite. They had no intelligence, but they also did not require her mana to maintain their activity, relying instead on something akin to an artificial mana furnace to operate for a set period. So you want to push the doll to Trimo's level? Shiomi asked, meaning an artificial intellect equivalent to it. I tried, Tuko said, thinking it over, but it wasn't ideal. Rhaenys's mystic code only reached that point because of El Meloy-2's disciple and his absurd, sky-high imagination. When it came to that kind of wild inspiration, even Tuko couldn't quite match Flat's talent for making things work. Can we see how it performs? Olga Marie asked. Tuko considered it, then nodded. Sure. Step back. Shiomi and Olga Marie moved away from the doll and stood beside Tuko. Tuko snapped her fingers, and the prep doll came to life. Its limbs moved smoothly and freely. If you ignored the obvious mechanical construction, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was comparable to a human. Incredible. Olga Marie murmured, covering her mouth. The fame of the grand puppeteer was well known. As the lord of the Department of Astromancy, Olga Marie had seen Tuko at major clock tower events such as Grand Deliberations. Still, watching a doll start up from this close was a rare thrill. For a Magus, it was valuable experience. If it's meant to serve, what can it do? Shiomi, already used to the spectacle, went straight to the point. Tuko said, make coffee. 1 cup with a sugar cube, and 1 with granulated sugar and milk. Half the usual sugar. After it pours the tea, it's supposed to sort the trash in this room. The doll walked naturally over to the tea set and began brewing. That part went fine. The steps were clear, and it finished quickly. But when it came time to clean up the trash, it started heading straight for Shiomi and Olga Marie. Apparently, it had decided that any guest who didn't belong in the workshop counted as trash that needed to be disposed of. While Shiomi shielded Marie and kept the doll from causing trouble, Tuko stopped it. That's the problem. See? Tuko said with a helpless but amused smile, explaining to the slightly disheveled Shiomi. Understood. The personality imprint originates from you as the creator, so it's inevitably influenced by the part of your subconscious that thinks like a Magus. Shiomi pointed out the issue while helping Olga Marie smooth her hair back into place. Tuko rarely looked embarrassed, but this time she did. You know what I'm like. When it comes to imprinting intellect, I tend to be overly meticulous. After years of doing things this way, it's not easy to change. So that's why Tuko wanted the teacher's help. Olga Marie looked at Shiomi. The teacher may excel at crafting familiars, but when it comes to dolls. Don't forget, Tuko corrected seriously, he's no longer just a Magus. He's a god now. For a deity, granting intellect to something like a clay or wooden doll should be entirely possible. Especially when it involved authority over life itself. Creating brand new life with independent will from scratch was well within Shiomi's capabilities. He simply chose not to do such things, preferring instead to participate in the more traditional method of creating life with the opposite sex. It's possible, Shiomi admitted, but I've never tried it before. I can't guarantee the results. He motioned for Tuko and Olga Marie to step back. Each holding a cup of coffee, the two of them retreated to the doorway of the workshop. Shiomi reached out and placed his hand on the doll's head. Mana flowed from him, wrapping around the doll before gradually seeping into its interior. When he removed his hand and stepped back 2 paces, the doll began to move. Simulated personality generation complete. Self-awareness established. Behavioral logic constructed. Individual designation, Aozaki Unit 1. The doll spoke in a flat yet smooth voice, mechanical but not stiff. Please issue instructions. Why is the designation formatted like that? Tuko muttered, clearly displeased. Shiomi raised a hand. Maybe it figured that since it's Tuko's creation and I had a hand in it, that name made sense. That does sound like you. Tuko looked exasperated. But it feels different from before, doesn't it? Olga Marie quickly intervened, shifting the focus back to the doll. Mind if I try giving it an order? Tuko asked. You should be able to, Shiomi replied. I basically operated on instinct. I can't promise the quality. Olga Marie shook her head. It's Tuko's craftsmanship combined with the teacher's power, no, divine authority. If it still fails after that. She looked at the doll, which stood quietly in standby mode, and after thinking for a moment, came up with an instruction. Then, tidy up the room. This place is, rather free-spirited. She phrased it as tactfully as possible when describing Toko's workshop. The doll suddenly raised its head. Its eyes lit up red. Understood. Commencing cleaning operations. Please evacuate the area. At once, its mana output surged. Both arms began spinning rapidly. Wait. Toko froze. This feels wrong. Don't tell me. Shiomi's pupils shrank. In one swift motion, he shoved both of them out the door. The door slammed shut. From inside came a series of violent crashing sounds, followed by an explosion powerful enough to shake the entire storm border. Chapter 929, Volume 12, Chapter 6, Complete Shambles. When the door finally swung open again, thick smoke poured out. Toko and Olga Marie, who had been trying to peek inside, were immediately choked back, nearly spilling the tea in their hands as they hurried into the hallway. A moment later, Shiomi stepped out, dust clinging to his clothes, casually waving a hand to disperse the lingering smoke around him. Looks like I'm not cut out for this kind of technical work. That wasn't a service doll at all. More like an extermination model, Shiomi muttered with a slight frown. If you dropped it into a human settlement, it could probably wipe out thousands in a short time. Toko fell silent. She knew exactly what her dolls were capable of. Single-target combat and assassination were never an issue. Mass deployment with swarm tactics was also feasible. But for a single unit to possess destructive capability on the scale of an anti-army noble phantasm, that was a little too much. Teacher, are you all right? Olga Marie asked quickly. I'm fine. But that doll's a lost cause. Shiomi flicked his wrist. The instability was too severe. I crushed it before it could escalate further. That's not a service doll. That's a murder weapon, Toko muttered, pressing a hand to her forehead. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Scotty appeared at the end of the hallway, with Ophelia and Koyanskaya in tow. It looked like they had been having tea together nearby. Hearing the explosion and realizing how close they were, Scotty had immediately brought them over. What happened? That tremor was serious. Did an alien apostle attack? Scotty asked. Although the Wandering Sea's coordinates had not yet been locked onto by the alien god and numerous countermeasures were in place, if an attack did occur, all non-combat personnel would have to evacuate immediately. No, just an experimental mishap. Shiomi gave Scotty an awkward smile. Scotty stepped closer and glanced into the smoke-filled room. Your mana reaction was intense. Was it truly such a powerful opponent? Not exactly an opponent. I just attached his authority to my doll, Toko said, pushing up her glasses. The simulated personality that formed wasn't suitable for service. It turned into a killing construct instead. She took a calm sip of her coffee as if nothing had happened. Her workshop was practically destroyed, and most of her daily equipment was probably in pieces. Repairs could wait. If there wasn't enough time, she would deal with it after the South American Lost Belt operation. For now, finishing this last cup of coffee mattered more. A doll. Scotty looked genuinely surprised. After Toko explained the situation in the hallway, Scotty couldn't help but laugh softly. In that case, why not consult Scotty-sama directly? Ophelia suggested. Koyanskaya wore a teasing smile as she looked at Shiomi. To think that a great god can't even manage something like this. As expected, delicate craftsmanship like doll-making is better suited to goddess Scotty. That's not quite accurate, Scotty replied, a hint of pride in her voice as she looked at Shiomi. I only replicate Odin's techniques to mass-produce Valkyries. Their finished quality cannot compare to the 3 original prototypes. Right. Then I'll leave the technical discussion to you and Toko, Shiomi said, gently steering Olga Marie toward Ophelia. Marie, go rest with them for now. I'll help clean up here. Then I'll stay and assist, Scotty said, lifting a hand. Since there's no enemy, the rest of you may return. Are you sure? Skipping the meeting just to deal with this mess with us? Shiomi asked. As he spoke, he raised a hand toward the smoke lingering inside the room and released a small mana field. The smoke was drawn inward, compressed into the center of the field. Gradually, the room became visible again, light returning where moments before there had been nothing but haze. It really is a total disaster. Scotty looked at Toko with faint sympathy. Toko nodded repeatedly. It is. A complete disaster. Seriously, Shiomi muttered, glancing around. After all that, it's barely any different than before. Toko's workshop might be the messiest Magus workshop I've ever seen. I just arrange things however's convenient, Toko replied. Anyone capable of breaking into my workshop isn't someone I can stop anyway. And the ones I can stop wouldn't barge in to begin with. Scotty carefully restored the shattered teacups with magecraft. There's a saying, what this house needs is a woman. In Toko's case, it becomes, what this house needs is a man like Tenkei. More like it just needs Tenkei, Toko said with a shrug. I can't stay in one place, and I'm not the type to drag someone around the world with me. Shiomi understood that perfectly. He smiled faintly. That's why I won't ask you to wait until human order is restored and move in with us. I'll just keep a room for you. No matter the year, the month, the time, or the place, you can always come back. Come back. Toko paused as she sorted through documents, checking for losses. His words made her unexpectedly sentimental. I don't even feel like going back to Misaki anymore. I already decided to make the world my home. And yet, someone's telling me to come back. Whether you admit it or not, my existence has disrupted your life. Just like I've disrupted others' lives, Shiomi said, helping Scotty retrieve a small object lodged in a crack before steadying her as she stood. There are quite a few people who've lost their original paths because of me. Scotty blinked, then shook her head. It's not that I have nowhere to go. Wherever you go, I'll follow. What a contrast, Toko teased lightly. She meant herself and Scotty. One of them could only remain by Shiomi's side under extreme circumstances like these. The other would follow him forever, because that was her only home. Yeah. Shiomi gave a helpless smile. This is still too messy. Instead of cleaning it by hand, let's just use magecraft. Toko, who had been mostly standing around, immediately brightened. Now that's what magecraft is for. So that's why you weren't helping, Scotty said, suddenly enlightened. I just remembered what she's like, Shiomi replied with a small laugh. We haven't spent enough time together lately. I almost forgot her temperament. Restoring broken objects with magecraft was a Magus's basic skill. But returning a room that had been reduced to chaos back to its exact pre-destruction state required reversing phenomena itself. That was magecraft on the level of the Age of Gods. The primordial runes were one such method capable of achieving it. All right, then. Scotty took Shiomi's hands. The two stood face to face, preparing to activate the magecraft together. At that moment, Toko stepped closer, intending to join in the casting. Be careful. Keep your magic circuits under control. Don't let them spiral out of control along with the spell. Follow the flow of my mana. Center the circulation around me, Shiomi said, his voice gradually lowering. As their mana intertwined, their magic circuits nearly brushed against each other. Direct interference with magic circuits really does feel delicate, Toko remarked casually. Did Morgan always find this sort of thing natural? Her offhand comment nearly caused Shiomi's large-scale magecraft to go off track, threatening to trigger yet another irreversible secondary explosion. Chapter 930, Volume 12, Chapter 7, Beyond All Comprehension, 1. You really caused quite a commotion. The moment Shiomi returned to his room, his master greeted him with an amused smile. The incident in Toko Aozaki's workshop had already spread through the entire storm border and the Wandering Sea. Scotty and the others had simply been closest, arriving first to confirm it wasn't an external attack, which allowed the alarm to be lifted. You start laughing at me the second I walk in. Could you be any harsher, master? Shiomi tossed his dust-stained clothes into the laundry basket. Morgan shook her head. With a tremor of that magnitude, if it truly had been an attack, I would have had to reunite with my husband immediately. If something serious had happened, would you two really be sitting here playing chess? Shiomi shot back. At the moment, Morgan had nothing urgent to deal with, so she was in Shiomi's room playing chess with Scáthach while waiting for him to return. Fair point, Scáthach said, sliding a piece forward. Your move. So you went with that, Morgan glanced at Shiomi. What does my husband think I should do next? Shiomi pulled over a chair and sat down, blinking. It's your match. Don't ask me. Afraid that if you help me, your master will lose? Morgan asked with a smile. Hard to say, Shiomi snorted. My chess is awful. You'd be better off asking me to advise master and drag her down with me. Scáthach kicked him under the table. I'm still sitting here. If you're going to conspire, do it under the covers. All right, all right. You two play. I'll just watch. Shiomi leaned his arms on the table, while under it his foot tangled with his master's, brushing and nudging lazily. It's rare you both feel like this sort of refined pastime. A little relaxation isn't bad. The one who truly needs to relax is my husband. Morgan kept her eyes on the board. Ever since that meeting, you've been running to the archives every day. You even asked Shaun for Atlas Institute materials. When you're preparing for war, you prepare thoroughly, Shiomi replied. My wife, don't forget. There were several times you almost lost Camelot to me along with everything else. He was referring to the endless wars during the Queen's era. Camelot had fallen more than once, not because Morgan didn't resist, but precisely because she did. She simply failed to outmaneuver Shiomi and suffered defeat. That wasn't a matter of insufficient preparation. Morgan chuckled lightly, her hand slipping beneath the table to rest against Shiomi's thigh. My husband was simply too cunning. Those fairies had neither brains nor memory. Scáthach smiled faintly. In the end, it was still a defeat. That was true in past wars, and it's true now as we advance into the Lost Belts. Even with reliable allies, we must account for the gap in strength between ourselves and our enemies. After all, Chaldea's combat power was concentrated in just a handful of people like Shiomi. Especially Shiomi. Now he stood far ahead of the rest. Even Morgan becoming the dominant will within the Unity God form could only be considered a benefit of standing at his side. Master has a point. Shiomi looked down at the board, then suddenly picked up the king and queen. That's what Morgan and I are now. Morgan's eyes curved into a smile, her silver lashes catching the light like crescent moons. But in terms of actual combat strength, I'm the king, and my husband is the queen. Close enough as an analogy. Shiomi let his hand slip, and the pieces dropped back onto the board. But the real issue is that we can't afford any losses. His fingers tightened without him noticing. Scáthach reached over and covered his hand. That way of thinking isn't wrong, but if you push yourself too hard because of it, you'll end up getting the opposite of what you want. Sorry. I'm getting tense again. Shiomi shook his head. It's kind of ridiculous. I'm this strong now, and there's still no such thing as a perfect, foolproof plan. There will be a way. Morgan understood the knot in Shiomi's chest better than anyone. The shadow left by the Rain clan's destruction weighed on him far more heavily than it did on her. When you have power but not enough, the result is always the same. After the war is over, only you are still standing on the battlefield. Because the Rain clan hadn't been close to him, he could accept that ending. But he was terrified of seeing that ending repeat itself with New Chaldea. After all, the old Chaldea's hundreds of staff had been reduced to what they were now, barely more than a dozen. It wasn't about how deep the bonds were. They had fought together this far, and those people had supported the frontliners in countless ways. That alone made them comrades worth trusting and worth protecting. You've been digging through ORT files these past few days. Found anything new? Scáthach shifted the topic as if it were nothing. Compared to endlessly trying to soothe him, talking about something concrete was more useful. Nothing. Shiomi answered without hesitation. It's the same things over and over. Ever since that investigation in the 16th century ended in heavy losses, the clock tower hasn't organized anything like it again. They can only study the environment from outside the Forbidden Zone. He continued, and I've read all of that already. The Atlas Institute's information is basically the same. Morgan fell into thought, but she couldn't pull out any new angle either. By the way, Scáthach said, bringing up the part that bothered her, didn't the clock tower headmaster say ORT would never wake up unless it answered the planet's call? Don't you find that phrasing hard to ignore? The planet's call? Shiomi sighed. Of course I do. If you look at it that way, it suggests ORT, even as an overwhelmingly powerful being that descended from the outer universe, is tied to the planet itself, or rather, the planet's suppression force. Unlike the suppression force of primates, the planet's suppression force comes from the planet's own unconscious survival instinct, concerned only with the planet continuing to exist. That was why the planet's suppression force did nothing in the face of both the incineration of humanity and the bleaching of humanity. The reason was simple. For the planet, it doesn't matter how the fabric draped over its surface changes. Whether it was the demon King Goetia or the unknown alien god, either plan might have led the planet toward a more prosperous future. In that case, the planet had no need to interfere. It could simply wait and see the outcome. So, like it was called here by the planet. Morgan said. Shiomi tilted his head. Hard to say, but it might be. Maybe, to the planet, humans, no, primates have become a kind of threat without even realizing it. Something that needs to be removed. But that doesn't add up, Scáthach pointed out. Don't forget foe. That thing has the qualifications to become a primate killer. It's only because it doesn't want that it stayed at its current level. That's true, Shiomi admitted. A primate killer meant absolute authority to slaughter primates. That was a power the planet had granted to the fourth beast, a privilege in all but name. If humanity were really meant to be purged, then the primate killer should be the one to move first. Chapter 931, Volume 12, Chapter 8, Beyond All Comprehension, 2. No matter how many times I think about it, something about this still feels wrong. Shiomi slumped over the desk, clutching his head. What troubled him wasn't the existence of the ORT subspecies in the South American Lost Belt, but the fact that ORT itself existed in proper human history South America. As the saying goes, within 7 steps of a venomous snake, there must be an antidote. It might be a stretch, but Shiomi believed the key to conquering the South American Lost Belt and defeating the ORT subspecies had to lie somewhere within the Lost Belt itself. What concerned him more now was the unknown threat, possibly summoned by the planet, its purpose unclear, slumbering somewhere upon the world. It was almost certainly aimed at humanity, yet it showed no sign of acting immediately. If mishandled, it could become something even more terrifying than Harvest Star. In the end, why did the planet want to eradicate humanity? What exactly had humans done wrong in the future? Why not take this opportunity to ask Foe again? Morgan said with a faint smile, trying to reassure him. My husband can understand those monosyllabic words now. He must know what to do. I already asked. Shiomi rested his chin against the tabletop, staring at the chess pieces that had been captured and set aside. But Foe isn't very clear about it either. He only said it has something to do with what happens after the planet's end. That's a bit too far off, Scáthach started to joke, then suddenly paused. The planet's end. Is there a problem with that? Morgan asked. No. It's just. I have a vague feeling. Scáthach fell into thought. The planet does possess a survival instinct, and from it came something called the planetary suppression force. But the planet's unconsciousness is far more composed than that of humans. When natural death arrives, it would accept it. Morgan raised an eyebrow. You really know things like that? I didn't become the ruler of the land of shadows for nothing, Scáthach replied. For humans, and for all other life that exists on this planet, the concept of death is entirely different from what it means to the planet itself. I remember Master mentioning something like that before, Shiomi said as it came back to him. The land of shadows focused primarily on combat in its teachings. Even when it came to knowledge, it was usually centered on how to fight. As for deeper secrets and lore, Scáthach had always brushed over them lightly. Back then, even she had believed those matters would never concern Shiomi, so there was no need to explain them in detail. If you remember, that makes this easier, Scáthach said with a slight smile, her eyes still on the chessboard. Let's assume this. If you were ordinary humans, and you knew you were about to die of old age, what would you think? Accept it, I guess, Shiomi answered calmly. Morgan nodded, much the same. Then suppose that after you die, a parasite living inside your body, something that couldn't harm you while you were alive, would continue to survive even after your death. No matter how your corpse decayed, it would go on existing. What would you think then? Scáthach pressed further. Shiomi shrugged. That's only natural, isn't it? Isn't that how human death works? Fairies turn into dust and mud after death, so it's hard to imagine. But if that's simply the law of nature, there's nothing to worry about. You'd already be dead. Morgan spoke just as matter-of-factly. Their answers didn't surprise Scáthach. Or rather, that was how most humans would think. Of course, there were exceptions. Some people couldn't accept such a possibility. Those who chose cremation or other means to erase their remains would fall into that category. But when it comes to a planet, that's different, Scáthach said. A planet's death means it no longer possesses the conditions necessary for humans or any other life to exist. But what if, at that point, the primates living on it could continue to exist even after the planet itself has died? Is that even possible? Shiomi asked. Perhaps, Morgan replied, not entirely certain. If it's humanity, they might actually pull it off. After all, the bleached world could be seen as a kind of suspended death for the planet. Even so, survivors like Chaldea still remained upon it. When a planet reaches its end, its suppression force disappears. Entities like the primate killers would vanish as well, Scáthach continued. And at that point, if life still continues to exist on the planet even after its death, then the planet sending a request out to the cosmos before dying would make sense. Artoria stepped into the room as she finished the thought. So in Earth's case, other planets also possess a similar survival instinct, almost like siblings to humans. Shiomi quickly grasped what Artoria was suggesting. It's simply a hypothesis that fits the current situation, Artoria said. Finding no empty chair, she sat down directly on Shiomi's lap. Perhaps that's why ORT came. Shiomi then voiced the final doubt that lingered in his mind. But the planet isn't anywhere near its end right now, is it? I wouldn't know. Artoria wrapped her arms around Shiomi's neck and nuzzled against him affectionately. So in the end, we still haven't solved anything. Morgan gave Artoria a light push. Move aside. You're blocking my view. Left with no choice, Shiomi turned his chair slightly and scooted back a few centimeters, trying to keep all three of them within his line of sight. Still, that was a very valuable hypothesis. It'll help with what I need to do next, Shiomi said with a smile. He leaned forward and placed a light kiss on the exposed skin at the neckline of Artoria's casual clothes in thanks. So, what you ought to do next? Scáthach murmured thoughtfully. Just don't let responsibility tie you down too tightly. Otherwise, you'll end up like the king of knights in your arms, walking yourself into a dead end. Tenkei's insight surpasses mine. He wouldn't have taken as long as I did to understand it. Artoria shook her head. It's not that dramatic, Shiomi said, shaking his head as well. Then he reminded Scáthach and Morgan, you two were helping me think this through. Shouldn't you get back to your game? Whose turn was it? Morgan suddenly realized she couldn't remember. Scáthach paused, thinking it over. It was probably my turn. I'd been mulling it over for quite a while, but once I got distracted, I completely forgot what move I was planning to make. Master, you're not about to ask me for advice, are you? Shiomi pulled a pitiful face. I'll definitely lose. Winning and losing don't matter. It's just something to pass the time, Scáthach said casually, lightly tapping Shiomi's calf with her foot. Since everyone's here, why not let me see my beloved disciple's wisdom? Master, please don't. Shiomi deliberately tightened his hold around Artoria. Why not let His Majesty the King of Knights play instead? She's surely better at this than I am. Tenkei. Artoria looked at him in surprise at how smoothly he'd shifted the burden. Morgan calmly straightened her sleeve. What's wrong? Afraid of losing to me? No, to your own sister. Not necessarily. The provocation worked. Artoria rose from Shiomi's lap and switched seats with Scáthach. Good luck. With that, it became Scáthach's turn to pull Shiomi close and relax against him. Chapter 932, Volume 12, Chapter 9, Farewell to the Wandering Sea. Have you packed everything you need? Shiomi pushed open Tuko's door and saw her placing a few changes of clothes into a suitcase. I didn't have many personal belongings to begin with. Most of this was bought after coming to Chaldea. Tuko snapped the suitcase shut. Besides, the ship already has rooms. The ones here at the Wandering Sea feel more like a guest house. Fair enough. Shiomi agreed. Storm Border's interior was vast and complex, fully equipped to serve as an ark for the end of the world. Moving into the section the Wandering Sea lent to Chaldea had only been for convenience, to make commuting between work and rest easier. Now, that convenience was no longer necessary. Using Atlas Institute technology, Shaun had recreated Trismegistus II within the Wandering Sea, restoring the facilities required for Chaldea's operations. Those facilities had already been successfully transferred onto Storm Border. It was time for Chaldea to part ways with the Wandering Sea for good. Once we leave, there's no turning back, Shiomi said. Are you ready? That's what I should be asking you. Tuko dragged her suitcase over and stopped in front of him. I've already decided. Whether it ends in victory or destruction, I'll walk this path with you until the outcome comes. Good. Shiomi nodded once. He had already known her answer. There was no need to say more. Let's go. Wouldn't want to get left behind. Tuko caught his arm and nudged him along toward where Storm Border was docked. How's the puppet work coming along? Shiomi asked. Very smoothly. Tuko smiled. Being able to receive the Valkyrie techniques shared by the goddess Skadi, even if it's a completely different concept for my puppets, it's given me things I could never have obtained in a lifetime otherwise. So even a puppet master who's reached the pinnacle can still go further? Shiomi asked. Hard to say. Tuko shook her head. It's technology that goes beyond the human domain. If I'm not careful, it could become something that interferes with humanity's continuation. Shiomi understood immediately. So you'll study it, but not use it. More like, I won't make it public. Tuko shook her head again. It had nothing to do with sealing designation. Keeping those new techniques for her own use was more than enough. Recreating the Valkyrie creation techniques of Norse mythology in puppet form was not something a mere sealing designation could deal with. The clock tower would be thrown into chaos. Human history, where mystery was already fading, would experience another disturbance. Worst case, she might even end up becoming enemies with Ayoko again, for reasons that had nothing to do with personal grudges. Just imagining it was exhausting. Tuko preferred a free and easy life now, not one where trouble kept knocking at her door. As long as you're satisfied with it, that's fine. Shiomi's attitude remained the same as always. That reassured Tuko. Chatting as they walked, they reached Storm Border. The Nemo sailors were moving the last of the supplies aboard. Tuko carried her suitcase onto the ship first, while Shiomi remained below, keeping watch. You should board as well, Shiomi-san, Shaun reminded him. Since the descent of the alien god, Storm Border has only performed one imaginary number dive in and out of the Wandering Sea. Her meaning was clear. The Wandering Sea's coordinates, hidden under its inherited defenses, had not been exposed. Even if there's only a 0.01% chance, we still have to stay alert, Shiomi said. I'm the only one who can defend against the alien god. Well then, we're counting on you. Shaun replied lightly. Shiomi nodded. Issuing the 8th contract to assist Chaldea and save the world. Whether it's the clock tower or this world itself, they owe you. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Shaun waved it off. I just think it would be a shame for this world to disappear like this. Father doesn't particularly care, though. Alchemists are Magus at heart, after all. Shiomi rested his hands on his hips. I don't have that kind of Magus mindset. I can't understand your father's way of thinking. There's no need to understand. Shaun said calmly. My course of action is what deviates from the Atlas Institute's usual style. I see. Shiomi glanced at the Nemo sailors. Anything left to move? Combat supplies, Shaun replied. Considering the intensity of the battles ahead, even with Storm Border's own defenses and the goddess Scotty's barrier, we can't guarantee it won't take damage. Got it. So those supplies were meant for repairs and maintenance, to keep humanity's final arc in perfect condition. What about the Wandering Sea? Any reaction from their side? Shiomi asked. None. Since the deadline is approaching, they only asked whether I wanted to revise the contract and extend the term. Shaun shrugged. This is an Atlas Institute contract. If we extend it, settling it later might not be so easy. Unlike the Clock Tower, neither the Wandering Sea nor the Atlas Institute tends to openly involve themselves with the broader Magus world. Shiomi wasn't surprised. I've heard the Wandering Sea gets along better with the Atlas Institute than with the Clock Tower. Is that true? True or not? It's just two organizations with similarly gloomy styles finding each other tolerable. Shaun spread her hands. Gloomy, huh? Shiomi recalled his single meeting with Sepia. It did fit. Oh, the relocation's done. I'll head back to the ship. What about you, Shiomi-san? A Nemo sailor signaled that the final shipment had been completed. I'll stay until the end, Shiomi said. It would be bad if something went wrong during Storm Border's activation. Even if I miss it, I can catch up using independent manifestation. Understanding his reasoning, Shaun boarded first. Of course, Shiomi was being cautious. But after failing to gain the upper hand in their last clash, the alien god would find it far more convenient to wait in the South American Lost Belt than to attempt an attack now, when Chaldea's coordinates remained uncertain. He looked around the now quiet hall of the Wandering Sea, at the buildings reminiscent of the First Industrial Revolution. Whether the leading figures of the Wandering Sea or the alchemists of the Atlas Institute, the destruction and rebirth of the world were no more than passing events to them. Even if human history had ended in 2017, the history before it would not disappear. The Wandering Sea, existing independent of time itself, truly had little reason to care. Behind him, the warship's startup sequence neared completion. Shiomi finally turned and stepped into the ship. Chapter 933, Volume 12, Chapter 10, Assault on the South American Lost Belt. We're about to pass through Central America. No enemy interference detected from Mexico all the way to Guatemala. After crossing the White Sea landmass, we'll reach the storm wall. Estimated time to engagement, 20 minutes. On the bridge, Nemo, who was at the helm of Storm Border, delivered the navigation report. Good. Maintain our current course, Olga Marie said, then opened a line to Da Vinci's workshop. How's the conceptualized Holy Sword armament coming along? She meant the special weapon developed earlier, built on the Holy Sword provided by King Arthur and installed on Storm Border. A main cannon that loaded the orthodoxy of proper human history, human order itself, as its ammunition. Its name was Hume Barrel Ray-Proof. We've run hundreds of millions of simulations through Trismegistus 2. The success rate is confirmed at 99.99%. Including the transformation procedure, it's ready for combat. Both Da Vinci's, big and small, eagerly launched into their explanation of the Holy Sword armament, looking thoroughly pleased with themselves. Excellent. We'll remain ready to activate the Holy Sword armament at any moment. Launch control will be entrusted to the goddess Scotty, who operates the ley lines blocking armament. Olga Marie nodded, approving the arrangement. At that, Shiomi spoke up. The Holy Sword of the planet was originally a divine construct that gathered the hopes of the entire planet to destroy the Harvest Star, the White Giant. Put simply, it's being used as Artoria's noble phantasm, but its power has been restricted. Fully releasing the Holy Sword of the planet meant taking on a threat to human order and the planet itself. Master, what are you getting at? Olga Marie hesitated, then asked carefully. The Holy Sword armament was made for ORT. I know I don't need to keep repeating it, but I don't think it'll be of any use against other enemies. David and his servant, for example. Or the alien god. Olga Marie looked mildly startled, then nodded as she understood. The alien god that had appeared in her likeness and called itself you Olga Marie was a part of the celestial sphere that safeguards human order, Chaldea's. Whether it was a terminal, a medium, or some other component didn't really change the conclusion. The alien god, tied to alien Chaldeas, was something that belonged to proper human history, perhaps even an existence born to protect human order. Which meant the Holy Sword armament's special effectiveness against threats to humanity or threats to human order would not apply. Even if they activated it, it would not deliver the results they needed. I keep thinking about it, Olga Marie said. Who do you think we'll run into first? David's group? The alien god? Or Ort? We'll know when we get there, Shiomi answered lightly, doing his best not to add to her burden. Olga Marie's warmth, so close beside him, brought back Taigong Wang's parting words. Not every god across the myths approved of what Niwa had done. Where there were supporters, there were also opponents. And there were those in between, neither supporting nor opposing, choosing to watch and wait. For those gods in the middle, whether Tenkei Shiomi truly possessed the qualifications they recognized was itself something to be weighed. In the South American Lost Belt, the final Lost Belt, what awaited Chaldea might be David's group, the alien god, and Ort. But what awaited Shiomi included other existences as well. Something that had come to test him, or perhaps to pass judgment on him. Teacher. Teacher. Olga Marie's voice pulled Shiomi back to reality. He realized he'd fallen into a long stretch of thought. With others on the bridge constantly exchanging information and discussing the situation, his silence hadn't caused much disruption. What is it? Shiomi asked, glancing at the monitors. Have we reached the storm wall? As he spoke, the bridge monitors abruptly went dark, or rather, they could no longer observe the outside world. They were forced to rely on radar and analysis alone. Storm Border activated its dimensional drilling function and entered the storm wall. The entire ship shook violently. Shiomi stayed in his seat, waiting for the passage through the storm wall to end. A head-on breakthrough like this was a first for him. The shaking was intense enough to make his stomach turn. Even so, everyone endured it, strapped into their seats. After several minutes, the vibrations gradually eased, and Storm Border's interior finally steadied again. At that moment, a Nemo sailor brought the monitors back online, showing the external visuals the ship had captured. When everyone on the bridge saw what lay outside, they froze. Wasteland. Shiomi blurted. South America should have been the Amazon rainforest, the so-called lungs of the earth, yet there wasn't the faintest trace of jungle anywhere in sight. Instead, volcano after volcano erupted across a dried, cracked land. Lava streamed along the fissures, crawling over the ground. Dark clouds smothered the sky. Thunder roared and lightning tore through it. It looked like the chaos of a world being born, like a hellscape from the planet's earliest days. Wait, surface scan results are coming in, Olga Marie said, immediately projecting the data onto the bridge's main display. What appeared before them was a continent that seemed to be almost entirely a single, continuous landmass. Shiomi stared, then recognition clicked. Pangaea, he asked. That's most likely it, Romani said. I compared it to Chaldea's geography records. The Lost Belt's landforms most closely match the hypothetical map of Pangaea. The age when Earth's crust was far more active than it is now, when all land was one whole during the Mesozoic. A span roughly from 252 million years ago to 66 million years ago, measured against proper human history's year 2017. The Mesozoic era, made up of the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous. We got played. Shiomi bit at his finger. The South American Lost Belt picked a prehistoric age like this. Right then, Storm Border's alarm screamed. Something was closing in at terrifying speed. Looks like there's no time to think about why things are like this, Morgan said, gripping Shiomi's hand. That presence, it's the alien god. Everyone else, get ready to support. Shiomi snapped, having felt the rapidly approaching magical energy as well. Morgan and I are going to the deck to intercept. Chapter 934, Volume 12, Chapter 11, Sudden Raid. After entering the South American Lost Belt, the surface was swallowed by brutal thunderstorms and a landscape littered with lava-spewing volcanoes. The mana flow in the atmosphere was a complete mess. By the time Storm Border detected Olga Marie's approach, she was already within roughly 10 kilometers, and that gap was shrinking fast. She wasn't flying. She was manipulating particles to push her own movement faster than time itself, a kind of time-limited action that looked almost like spatial transference. She repeated it over and over, and by the time Shiomi and Morgan reached the deck, Olga Marie was already within striking range. A gravitational sphere formed in front of Storm Border and expanded at an alarming speed. It was obvious what she was trying to do, catch them off guard and crush Chaldea's headquarters in a single blow. It was vicious and decisive, and Shiomi wasn't surprised. The reason she hadn't attacked at the Wandering Sea was probably simple. She never managed to find it, just as he'd suspected. She had only assumed the Wandering Sea's coordinates existed somewhere in the year 2017. Dissolve. Shiomi raised his hand and touched the gravitational sphere as if it were right within reach. By reversing its flow and interfering with its rotation, he disrupted its formation. The sphere, which had been expanding and trying to latch onto the ship, bending Storm Border and snapping it in two, vanished under Shiomi's counter. Storm Border, briefly hampered by the gravity anomaly, quickly adjusted its posture and stabilized back into cruise. And then, the one whose surprise attack had failed appeared before them, lowering herself onto the deck with deliberate slowness. "You're awfully diligent, alien god, dot." In the gale that whipped at his clothes, Shiomi bared a mocking grin. "That's my line." Olga Marie looked at him coldly. "You barely survived, and you're already rushing to the final lost belt. Are you really here just to stop me from taking what's waiting for me?" Morgan brushed her disheveled hair back behind her ear. "You were the one who retreated in a hurry back then, yet you're talking like you won." "Umph. If this ship hadn't barged into the battlefield, you'd have been dead with nowhere to even bury you." Olga Marie shot them an irritated look. There was no doubt she still believed she could kill them. "Really?" Shiomi held her gaze, ready to move the moment she did. "This time, Storm Border is with us. Try not to get overwhelmed." "Overwhelmed? Ha ha ha." Olga Marie laughed openly. "By that shabby vehicle and the rabble riding it. Let me tell you, I'm in a very good mood right now. Want to know why?" "Let's hear it," Morgan said. Olga Marie smiled with open contempt. "You humans call yourselves the pinnacle. That 7 riders of decisive magecraft thing, right? The ones you call grand servants. I just gathered them up and dealt with all of them." "Oh." Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Heroic spirit summoning by the primate suppression force selected the very peaks of human history to confront overwhelming threats known as the evils of humanity, granting them vessels called Grand Spirit Origins so they could manifest and hunt those threats down. Even a single grand servant was nothing to scoff at. Solomon, the first king of the mountain, even Orion, who manifested for special circumstances, all proved that. And yet Olga Marie was claiming she had wiped out all 7 grand servants who came to subdue her. Doesn't sound like a lie. Morgan's fairy eyes flickered. It was rare to hear uncertainty from her. "Even your eyes can't tell?" Shiomi asked, genuinely surprised. "My husband should understand," Morgan said quietly. "The enemy in front of us is something without precedent in the history of Earth, or even human history." Shiomi fell silent. They had already accepted that between them, and treated it as a premise they had to account for. "What's wrong?" Olga Marie asked smugly. "Just hearing that much, and you're too scared to move. For someone who's escaped me again and again, that's pathetic. I'd be disappointed." "No." Shiomi pressed a hand to his face, steadying himself as the initial shock faded. He stared at the enemy who looked exactly like Marie and yet was completely different. "I was just putting a few things together. Whether you're telling the truth or lying, we have no reason to back down here." "Ha. So you still have some spine." Olga Marie watched him. "Your journey ends here. Don't think you've managed to escape up to now because you were clever. I simply had more important things to do." As she spoke, she rose into the air again and extended her hand toward Shiomi and Morgan. Golden lightning bloomed from her palm, countless serpents of light surging straight at them. A violent explosion tore across Storm Border's deck. With Scotty's barrier protecting them, the blast left scorched marks but no real damage. Olga Marie watched the rolling smoke and waited in silence for their response. In truth, she had been thinking along similar lines to Shiomi. The Unity God. A new god formed by the fusion of a divine body and a fairy, a concept entirely different from the alien god. Something equally unprecedented in Earth and human history. But there was no one to talk to, no way to turn that unease into words. Olga Marie simply judged the Unity God to be a threat that had to be erased. Even if, in her eyes, it wasn't worth worrying about, it still had to go. Whoosh. A cold, piercing sound split the air as several black shapes cut through the smoke and shot straight toward Olga Marie. Realizing these weren't thrown weapons or ranged attacks, but semi-autonomous strikes that could keep tracking their target, Olga Marie shifted her gaze and finally saw what was coming at her. She slipped past one attack, then caught one of the weapons mid-flight. A cursed crimson spear, and the holy lance, and the spear of God. She scanned the crimson spear in her hand, then the other 3 spears circling nearby. She didn't know why, but she recognized what these noble phantasms were. Even if she couldn't speak their true names. The crimson spear thrashed in her grip, roaring as it tried to break free and attack again. Olga Marie had no interest in holding it, but she was even less pleased that a mere noble phantasm would dare resist her. By a Kuya ice flower. Morgan's clear voice cut through the howling wind and reached Olga Marie's ears. A rain of deep blue frost light swept in like a storm. Chapter 935, Volume 12, Chapter 12, Fierce Battle. Each arrow was formed from mana-condensed ice. The moment it hit, it shattered, blooming into high-grade freezing magecraft that locked the target down. It was an attack that fused archery and magecraft. Shiomi had once used it to break the Fang clan's Rhynek and force his submission. With a single arrow. But now, even a rain-dense barrage poured onto Olga Marie without leaving so much as a scratch. It only managed to freeze parts of her body. As expected, it's not enough. The alien god is even stronger than before, Morgan said under her breath. She must have completely absorbed the fantasy tree from the Chinese lost belt, Shiomi judged. Last time we caught her off guard. She hadn't finished digesting the tree she'd taken. Then this will be worse than last time. Should we call Scáthach and Artoria to back us up? Morgan asked. Not a good idea. Shiomi shook his head. It would only make things more dangerous. We'd end up unable to fight properly. Morgan let out a quiet laugh. Never thought the day would come when even they'd be in the way. If she hadn't been able to become the Unity God together with her husband, she probably would have been the same kind of obstacle right now. First, we pushed the alien god off the deck. Shiomi cut off the topic and spoke firmly. I'll cycle the mana and authority. You just strike. Don't worry about what's behind you. Morgan drew her magic spear, now transformed into a longbow, to its full draw. A shot rivaling a limited-release holy lance erupted once more. This time, it wasn't simply repeating Shiomi's signature technique. It was the technique fused with her tower magecraft. Olga Marie had only just broken free of the ice when she took the blow head-on, and she was forced off the deck, drifting upward into the sky. Pulled away from storm border, Olga Marie seethed. The priest had been right. In raw power, she wouldn't lose to the Unity God. But her opponent's combat experience was too deep, their methods too varied. Even if they couldn't land decisive damage, they could still keep her from turning it into a one-sided slaughter. It's only distance. Olga Marie lacked the ability to fly. The way she moved through the air was continuous, gapless teleportation. From one point in the sky to the next. Even gravity could be sidestepped with a cheat like that. Anti-gravity flight demanded far more delicate control, and she hadn't had the time to study it. Olga Marie resumed her relentless teleportation straight towards storm border. If she couldn't use the ship as a foothold, she'd be forced into a ground fight. And she hated this dead land, covered in lava. So, you can't actually fight at all. Morgan's voice sounded right by her ear. A clear, deep blue mirror made of water snapped into existence in front of Olga Marie right after she completed another teleport. The Unity God Morgan emerged from the water mirror as she spoke, and her magic spear came down like a sledgehammer, smashing into Olga Marie. Ugh! It worked. Olga Marie was sent flying by the impact, pain flashing through her, and she glared at Morgan with fury. Just as I thought. You're so strong you only know how to crush things with brute force. You have no technique, and you don't even know how to fight an opponent whose power is close to your own. Morgan lifted her magic spear and commanded the 4 spear-type noble phantasms to pursue Olga Marie. In contrast, after only a few exchanges, Morgan and Shiomi had already grasped the nature of Olga Marie's conceptual defenses and found attacks that could take effect. They worked, but there was no blood. Not even a wound remained. Sharpen your senses. Watch her movements. Predict the coordinates where the alien god will appear next, Shiomi instructed calmly. With me here, your water mirror won't be slower than her. Of course. Morgan smiled, leaned back, and sank into the water mirror behind her. The counterattack came immediately. After dispersing the force of Morgan's blow, Olga Marie began teleporting at a terrifying frequency. Against the Unity God, who moved through water mirrors, she was forced into a battle of teleportation. Predict the next point. Arrive faster. Strike before the other could fully appear. Thunder rolled without end, lightning repeatedly tearing open the heavy clouds overhead. Within that chaos, explosions on the scale of anti-fortress noble phantasms bloomed again and again, shockwaves from the Unity God Morgan and Olga Marie trading blows. At this speed, even if we wanted to help, we couldn't, Scáthach muttered. She and Artoria stood near the passage leading to the deck, watching the battle unfold. The fight had already grown beyond what they could handle. Just as only the Unity God could truly stand as the alien god's enemy, the Unity God was also Chaldea's trump card, the only existence with a real chance of winning. No. There has to be something we can do, Artoria insisted. Once Tenkei and Morgan reduce the alien god's mobility to a level we can keep up with, then we... A transmission from the bridge cut her off mid-sentence. Wait, what? You're saying you've detected an anomaly on the surface? Scáthach pressed a hand to the communicator in her ear, making sure she hadn't misheard. Artoria was already sprinting onto the deck to look directly at the ground below. Large-scale crust collapses were spreading. Beneath the crumbling earth, a massive hollow was visible. Its straight-line span was impossible to estimate, stretching for who knew how many kilometers. A huge underground hollow. Don't tell me the real core of the South American Lost Belt is underground. Scáthach said, stunned. The surface was too hostile to live on, so the civilization of this lost belt had moved below. The next moment, an ultra-high temperature heat source surged up from the underground hollow, rising from directly beneath storm border. A blinding pillar of light nearly struck the ship. The sheer mana pressure forced Scáthach and Artoria back, avoiding close contact with that concentrated, high-density heat. The pillar shot up through the hollow, piercing the clouds higher than storm border itself, its radiance flooding all of South America. "It's like looking at the sun," Scáthach murmured. The light was so harsh she could barely keep her eyes open. She raised a hand to shield them, then formed a rune-based spell to cut off the glare and confirmed what she was seeing. "Was that the alien god's attack?" Artoria asked. "No." Scáthach listened to the bridge's analysis and relayed it. "That thing's human order foundation value is negative. It belongs to the Lost Belt." At last, just as the clash between the Unity God and the Alien God reached a boiling point, the Lost Belt itself responded. Chapter 936, Volume 12, Chapter 13, Fall. Internal pressure, 200 billion. Temperature, 16 million degrees. Density, 160 times that of water. No matter how you look at it, that's the sun. Shaun, who was handling the analysis, rattled off the jaw-dropping results. Even without that last line, Scáthach and Artoria would have thought the same. The pillar of light in front of them looked exactly like the sun. Just standing on the deck, they could feel a scorching heat thick enough to make breathing difficult. If a human Magus were standing here, even a moment's slow reaction could be enough to make them pass out from the temperature alone. Everyone else, stay in the hangar. Do not deploy. This is beyond anything you can support from outside, Scáthach decided. Director Marie, have Storm Border change course immediately and prepare to pull away from this area. Are we leaving Teacher behind? Olga Marie asked at once, her voice tight with worry. Not leaving him behind. If we stay here, we'll only become dead weight. Scáthach finished and glanced at the barrier wrapping the ship. Storm Border was still holding steady. The safer move was to create distance and fall back to a safe zone. After that, all they could do was trust Shiomi and Morgan's judgment. Of course, that assumed they still had enough room to spare, even while fighting the alien god, to keep track of everything happening around them. After another collision, Morgan and Olga Marie separated in midair. What? That light, in that underground world, there's nothing like that anywhere. The fight being interrupted already had Olga Marie irritated, but what happened next shocked even her. The pillar of light suddenly swelled, then rapidly compressed and took shape, becoming a giant of light that burned like a living flame. The giant raised its right hand high, aiming at the position of the Unity God Morgan and the Alien God, as well as Storm Border nearby in the same airspace. Is it aiming at us, or at Storm Border? Morgan couldn't tell at a glance. The only thing she was sure of was that whichever it was targeting, that strike would hit everything in the area, including the Alien God. Looks like the Lost Belt isn't exactly on the same side as the Alien God either, Shiomi replied. Forget the Alien God for now. Get ready to deal with this. He didn't get to finish. The burning giant suddenly swung its arm downward, its hand shaped like a blade, cutting precisely toward their airspace. It was fast, but not impossible to evade. The problem was that if the Unity God dodged, the hand blade would hit Storm Border. Even a graze would be enough to leave fatal damage, putting everyone on board at risk. It was a frighteningly accurate strike. Morgan crossed her arms and opened her mana completely. Using her authority, she built a conceptual defense and took the blow in Storm Border's place. For the moment, she held it. Do you feel that? Shiomi cried out, stunned. It's burning, but what's coming through isn't light or fire. It's a mixture of plants and minerals. Is this really something that exists on Earth? Save it for later. We have to block it, Morgan answered in her mind. She fixed her gaze on the hand blade, now close enough to feel, as it slowly pushed through the conceptual defense. Her fairy eyes were wide, blazing with dazzling light. For an instant, they overlapped with Shiomi's star pupil function. A fairy born from the inner sea of the planet could naturally adapt to the power of the planet's mystic eyes. Morgan expanded the reach of her authority as the Unity God, forcing out more output. Even so, cold sweat ran down her face from the strain. They were holding nothing back, pouring everything they had into it, and they were still only barely matching a single strike from their opponent. That thing is my prey. This is none of your business, Lost Belt. Olga Marie snarled and joined in, pushing back against the hand blade that had begun to overwhelm the Unity God's conceptual defense. I didn't ask you for help, Morgan said. What do you live by? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Shut up. Olga Marie snapped back. Once I deal with this thing, I'll wipe you two out next. With the Unity God and the Alien God working together, the giant strike failed to fully land and instead began to break down, its force dispersing. Storm Border seized that razor-thin opening, drove its engines, and descended toward the hollow that had opened when the ground collapsed. Pulled by gravity, the ship didn't need to force its descent. That was to avoid failing to slow enough and slamming into the ground, turning it into a disastrous crash landing. With the alien god now involved, Morgan finally had enough breathing room to check behind her. When she saw what Storm Border had chosen, both she and Shiomi felt a flicker of relief. Then Shiomi shouted, "No." As if dissatisfied that the hand blade hadn't crushed its targets, the giant slowly raised its left hand, curling it into a fist. "This thing has another hand," Morgan said with a bitter smile. A punch like a meteor impact crashed through the conceptual defense and struck both the Unity God and the alien god at once, the sheer force blasting them down. Olga Marie's continuous midair teleportation and the Unity God's flight both failed in the same instant, rendered useless by that single blow from the giant of light whose true nature they still couldn't grasp. The two of them fell toward the great hollow underground. Their uncontrolled descent crossed Storm Border's emergency descent path like intersecting lines, then veered away in completely opposite directions. It would just take some time to regroup. That was Morgan's assessment. But Shiomi felt something even worse. After plunging into the collapsing underground hollow, they didn't meet bottomless darkness. Instead, after only a few seconds of falling, they suddenly found themselves in the sky. A gale screamed past. Thin clouds slipped by at their sides. Wind. An ominous wind scraped past his ears. Before he could even make out what the land below looked like, a sandstorm began swallowing the sky, gradually blotting out everything. He didn't know what had happened here, but he knew the real problem was still ahead. The Unity God state was nearing its time limit. If they forced it any longer, it would repeat what happened last time. At the very least, I have to get my wife. Morgan heard the thought, but before she could react, the fusion came undone. In the next moment, it was simply the two of them, hand in hand, falling into the thickening sandstorm. "My husband, what are you doing? Go back to the ship first. We'll meet up later." As he spoke, Shiomi shoved Morgan into the water mirror behind her. Chapter 937, Volume 12, Chapter 14, Delirium. The paralysis caused by the unknown giant of light finally wore off completely just before he hit the ground. Shiomi regained control of his posture and adjusted his descent, landing on the earth under his own power. Yellow sand filled the air, cutting visibility to less than 10 meters. This was supposed to be a rainforest so dense it left you speechless, yet it was being swallowed by a sandstorm that had no business existing here. This wasn't some natural anomaly of the Lost Belt. It was someone's trick. A god's trick, at that. The alien god had also come down into the forest. Their landing points weren't far apart. Shiomi pressed a hand to his chest and, through the damage compensation ritual, sensed Morgan's presence. Once he confirmed she was safe, he finally let himself breathe. He had known the moment they touched down things would get even more dangerous, so he'd made the call without hesitation. Before the Unity God state broke apart, he used its authority to invoke a water mirror and send Morgan back to Storm Border. In that state, returning together simply wasn't possible. If he got greedy and tried to take them both back, the enemies watching from the shadows would seize the opening and strike sooner. It was obvious that regardless of whether the mysterious giant's attack had been planned, Shiomi was the one it had to hit. Was this what Taigong Wang had meant? Or was it that the hidden side, along with the Lost Belt's carefully prepared strategy, had even made use of the alien god, despite them not being on the same side? Either way, not getting caught in a bad opening was a good thing. Securing Morgan's safety first and preserving their remaining strength mattered more than anything. The sandstorm sweeping through the forest was deeply unnatural. It rewrote the rules of mana circulation in the air, cutting off his ability to communicate with Morgan through their usual mental link. Shiomi was about to start moving and get out of the area when he suddenly stopped. "Are you planning to continue the fight from earlier?" he said to the figure emerging from the sandstorm. "Do you even have to ask?" Olga Marie stared at him. "Hurry up and take that fused form again. Fighting just you isn't satisfying." Shiomi laughed. "I'm a real god right now. That still isn't enough. I don't see that fairy anywhere." Olga Marie smiled. "Looks like it's just you. I'm not thrilled about it, but I'll have to deal with you in 2 steps. It was the same smile as Olga Marie on the ship, and yet it felt completely different. More vicious. Colder. No matter who she faced, she carried the arrogance of an absolute superior, and the indifference of someone crushing ants underfoot. It was coming. The alien god struck first. Shiomi called forth Gungnir and clashed with Olga Marie. She was barehanded, yet she didn't give ground against Odin's spear. Charging in before they even understood what was happening made Shiomi want to sigh, but he knew there was no talking her down. Their fight kicked up a second whirlwind within the sandstorm tearing through the rainforest. Thick trunks, tangled vines, lush shrubs, all of it was easily cut apart and shredded in the exchange. The forest rang again and again with the crash of falling trees. The cramped woodland that should have limited movement was gradually smashed open into a wide, empty battlefield. Shiomi glanced at his torn combat suit, then at the alien god. She showed signs of fighting, but not a single drop of blood. The blow from the mysterious giant had been taken by the Unity God first, after all. The alien god, who intervened, clearly hadn't paid much of a price. The sheer scale of what she was still putting out made that obvious. He wouldn't be taken down easily, but if this dragged on, he would eventually lose the battle of attrition. And at some point, the sandstorm that blotted out the sky began to take on the color of blood. No, it's mist. Shiomi muttered. Red mist. He remembered Kirsteria mentioning it. David's servant was an omnipotent god from Aztec myth. Tezcatlipoca, the powerful deity also known as the Smoking Mirror. The possessed divine spirit that had appeared in Uruk earlier was the Smoking Mirror's divinity. This wasn't Shiomi shooting first and then painting a target. If someone could twist physical laws and create something like this, there was only one answer. The Smoking Mirror. The alien god could probably do it too, but she clearly wasn't the type to bother with this kind of setup. That's enough hiding. Shiomi suddenly raised his voice. Are you going to show yourself, or are you waiting for us to tear each other up so you can step in and wipe up what's left? Olga Marie froze for a moment. Then, from deep within the sandstorm, a blonde man in modern clothes walked out. No, nothing like that. The man wore brown-tinted sunglasses, his tone calm in a way that was hard to put into words. This is a warrior's duel to the death. I've only made sure no one can come here and interfere. Still, you're right. Once a victor is decided, let the winning warrior come and challenge me. I see. Shiomi took a defensive stance. Sorry, but I've got more important business. Even if I win, there's nothing to gain from wasting time here. A flicker of displeasure surfaced on the man's face. What, running already? You became a god, you killed the warrior who took down Lost Belt Zeus, and in the end you're still just a coward. Say what you want. The battlefield changes by the second, and the troublesome enemies don't stop coming. Shiomi tightened his grip on Gungnir. The art of war says, make yourself impossible to defeat first, then wait for the enemy to become defeatable. I won't be staying to indulge you. This was already Tezcatlipoca's domain, and his noble phantasm was likely in effect. Simply running wouldn't work. He had to break the isolation first. Shiomi's response made Tezcatlipoca's expression shift again, surprise flashing before he split into a wild grin. Not bad. If you're going to use authority, then I'll play along. Tezcatlipoca lifted a hand as his body dissolved into the sandstorm. We're both gods. No need to hold back. A massive spider with a skull-like mask burst from the ground. The crimson mist was venting from its back. Heart of the mountain, Smoking Mirror. The one who possesses both heaven and earth. The first son, dying here. A low, sacred voice rolled through the storm. The red mist thickened, closing in around Shiomi and trapping him. He tried to counter, aiming to turn the tables and tear apart Tezcatlipoca's dominion over the area. At the same time. I told you, this one is my prey. Olga Marie roared, and her mana surged sharply. But Shiomi could feel it. There were others waiting nearby, and the moment Tezcatlipoca activated his noble phantasm, they rushed in. The battlefield instantly became chaos. Different attacks struck Shiomi in succession. And in that confusion, he saw Morgan coming straight at him. It wasn't an illusion. How, your proper human history? Shiomi froze for half a second in sheer disbelief. Then, as the truth hit him, he moved at once and struck back. Earth Mother's Feast, Namu Duranki, Chapter 938, Volume 12, Chapter 15, The Search. Even though the fight was confined to a single area, the tremors rolled through heaven and earth, and the entire underground world felt the sheer force behind them. Birds in the forest scattered in fright, bursting into flight in every direction. Morgan stopped and looked up through a gap in the trees. That tremor, it's my husband using Earth Mother's Feast, after it affected the whole area. After a brief read of the mana, she made her call. The projected impact point is close. He's fighting there. We need to move. She turned to Scáthach and Artoria. During the fall into the underground world, Shiomi sensed the danger closing in and shoved her into the water mirror, sending her back to storm border ahead of him. They had still been forced into an emergency landing, but fortunately, the Unity God form of Shiomi and Morgan drew the attention of the alien god and that mysterious giant of light. Storm border itself took no damage. The crew, however, were thoroughly rattled by the landing and left reeling. Once Morgan was forcibly returned to the ship, she immediately explained the situation. Everyone who could deploy formed several search teams at once, splitting up and sweeping different directions toward where Shiomi might have come down. With the alien god still out there, Shiomi couldn't just stay put. He would fight while withdrawing and find a way to regroup with them. Looks like it's still going, Scáthach said, resting a hand on Morgan's shoulder. My disciple has already completed his divinity. Even without merging with you, he has strength beyond what I can match. Morgan frowned and looked back. He's your disciple too. Are you saying you're not worried? No. Scáthach's tone stayed even. Artoria stepped in. Scáthach means you should steady yourself. Don't let the situation drag you around and throw off your judgment. You look calm, but we can tell how anxious you are. Morgan had no answer. Because Artoria had hit the mark. Or rather, everyone felt more or less the same right now. If they didn't have to remain with the ship to handle logistics and protect Storm Border, Scotty, Tuko, and Olga Marie would have joined the search teams as well. You're right, Morgan said at last. Either way, we pull ourselves together and rendezvous with my husband. She took a deep breath and forced the restlessness in her chest down a notch. The air in the rainforest was hot, damp, and suffocating. Without magecraft to support them, the oppressive humidity alone would grind down most people's will. And this wasn't just an untouched primeval jungle, either. Strange enemies roamed these woods. Like just now. They'd only stopped to talk because they had just dealt with a group of humanoid raiders wearing jaguar masks and carrying automatic rifles. No warning, no words, no hesitation. The instant they saw Morgan's group, they opened fire. The result was exactly what you'd expect. Once they showed hostility, the squad of 12 or 20 was wiped out in short order. I wanted to interrogate one of them, see if we could get any information. Scáthach drew the tip of the crimson spear from a jaguar-masked raider and clicked her tongue in frustration. Something's wrong. Artoria shook her head. Even soldiers who make a living by killing usually break once their comrades fall. They run, or they surrender. But these men, it's like they only know how to fight. Even with no chance of survival, they still kept pulling the trigger. Morgan knit her brows. Most likely rules imposed by the Lost Belt King who governs this place, or by the deity that rules this region. That sort of thing does happen, Scáthach said. American myth is unfamiliar to me, but the gods here, they all carry a very distinct, foreign kind of presence. Her words brought Quetzalcoatl to mind, the one who had appeared in Uruk. She really had been exactly that kind of god, bold and passionate, in love with battle and uncompromising in what she loved and hated. Yes. Artoria nodded, then urged, we're short on time. Let's move. The three of them set off again. But this rainforest was utterly untamed. The only paths were faint trails worn by animals. Pushing through it was no easy task for the three of them. They had considered flying, but only Morgan could sustain long-distance flight. That would leave Scáthach and Artoria behind. For a search and reconnaissance mission, that wasn't a reliable option. As they advanced, Morgan glanced back toward Storm Border. Through gaps in the forest canopy, she could see the Valkyries and Melusine circling high above. That aside, Scáthach said, looking toward the distant sky, so this really is a ring-shaped underground world. The entire subterranean realm was built like a vast cylinder. Even a conservative estimate put its diameter at over 100,000 kilometers. Without that kind of scale, the sky suspended at the center couldn't exist. It was like a colony satellite from science fiction, except this one lay buried beneath the earth. And there's no visible opening, Artoria added. The passage we used to enter seems to have been sealed. If we're leaving, we do it after we reunite with my husband, Morgan said flatly. Any luck contacting Tenkei? Artoria asked. Morgan shook her head. The mana link is still there, but it's heavily disrupted. I can sense my husband's presence and direction, but direct telepathic contact isn't possible. Then we'll just have to move faster. Artoria nodded seriously. If that tremor really was Tenkei's doing, then his fight with the alien god has reached a stalemate. Stop. Scáthach, walking in front, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Morgan and Artoria halted immediately. From deep within the forest came the restless scraping of branches and leaves, an unsettling rustle. Then the growl of beasts, and what clearly sounded like the clash of battle. Someone's fighting up ahead, Scáthach said. At least several kilometers out. Morgan suddenly pressed a hand to her forehead. That feeling. What is it, Morgan? No, it's nothing. Probably just interference with my senses causing a false reading. She shook her head. Either way, let's go see who's fighting. They picked up the pace at once, cutting through vines and brush, no longer bothering with subtlety as they carved a direct path toward the battlefield. When they reached the outskirts of the combat zone, the sight before them made all three of them stop short. Chapter 939, Volume 12, Chapter 16, Juvenilization. What shocked them was who was fighting. On one side were several dinosaurs. Ancient creatures long extinct in proper human history. Once the rulers of the planet for hundreds of millions of years, they had vanished entirely 65 million years ago. And yet here they were before Morgan and the others, though something about them was wrong. They exuded a faint, corpse-like aura. They moved like walking dead. Almost like dead apostles. Most likely aberrations born from the Lost Belt's unusual environment. But the real issue was their opponent. A boy who, though clearly struggling, held his own against dead apostle dinosaurs several times his size. No. Calling him a boy was generous. He looked 4 or 5 years old at most, yet he fought with startling skill. And perhaps it wasn't so surprising that he was this good. Wait. Primordial runes. Scáthach froze. Morgan covered her mouth. How is that possible? Before she could finish, a large-scale rune magecraft detonated. The dead apostle dinosaurs collapsed one after another, their movement ceasing as they became nothing more than lifeless carcasses. The child lowered his hands and panted lightly. His oversized clothes dragged at his limbs, but he had still managed to take down the monsters. He tugged at his sleeves, rolling them up to reveal small, childish arms, then stepped on the hems of his trousers to free himself and stood up properly. Before he could even inspect the dinosaur corpses, he spotted Morgan and the others. His expression immediately turned awkward. Ah, well. His voice was childish, but the tone was unmistakably familiar. Your body may have shrunk, but the color of your soul hasn't changed. Morgan stepped forward, crouched, and picked him up in one smooth motion. Explain. The child in her arms was none other than Tenkei Shiomi. Before I explain, I should apologize. Shiomi scratched his cheek, looking uneasy. I broke my promise again. You probably won't believe me anymore. That's true. If it's a vow to live and die together, I can only believe that live together part now. Morgan looked at him, a faint, pleased smile curving her lips. Whenever disaster strikes, my husband pushes me to safety and faces danger alone. That bad habit of yours won't change. From a practical standpoint, it really is the safer option, Shiomi sighed helplessly. Just looking at me like this should tell you how troublesome things got. Morgan's response was casual. Shiomi found that strange and looked up, only to see that the one holding him in her arms was desperately suppressing a smile. He was happy to see her again, of course. All things considered, they were both safe. He had escaped danger and reunited with them while searching for Storm Border. That alone was fortunate. But Morgan's joy seemed to come from somewhere else entirely. Normally, I'd make you sit properly and give a thorough explanation of your behavior. Morgan tightened her hold and rubbed her cheek against his mud-streaked face. But right now, I can't help myself. My husband is just too adorable like this. So I'll accept your apology. By the end, her voice had grown light and airy, completely different from the tension and anxiety she had shown earlier. Seeing her like this, Shiomi let out a quiet breath and allowed himself to be held and fussed over. But I'm covered in dirt, he protested weakly. You'll get your clothes dirty too. It's fine. It's not poisonous, just mud. Morgan's eyes shone with undisguised delight. Children are supposed to be a little messy. I only shrank physically. My mind and soul haven't changed, Shiomi said with a strained laugh. It's fine, it's fine. Morgan herself couldn't quite explain what she was feeling. She had never seen Shiomi as a child. They had never truly had children together. There had never been a way for her to glimpse what he might have looked like at that age. When Nuwa created him, she must have chosen the form of a 19 or 20-year-old. After thousands of years, that appearance had never changed. Like the fairies of the paradise, he possessed a near-immortal lifespan. And yet now, in the midst of disaster, she found herself quietly delighted to see this fleeting version of him that had never existed. Just as he had once cherished her when she was 15, she now understood how he must have felt then. Ah, but first we should head back. Morgan's tone was so light it didn't match the urgency of their situation. Before she could finish, someone tapped her shoulder. She turned to see Scáthach clearing her throat pointedly, hand extended. Monopolizing him like that is a bit much. Scáthach narrowed her eyes. You've held him long enough. Now it's my turn. Morgan had nearly forgotten she was out here with Scáthach and Artoria, searching for Shiomi. Quite right. Artoria nodded solemnly. Even if he is your husband, keeping him to yourself is greedy. She reached out naturally to take Shiomi from Morgan's arms. Morgan almost handed him over out of reflex. Then she snapped back to herself and pulled him close again, hugging him tightly. No. I've only had a few minutes. Let me hold him a bit longer. What if he changes back soon? That's exactly why I should hold him first, Scáthach said. Of all my disciples, my beloved disciple surprises me the most. I need to properly dote on him in this state. Tenkei just went through a major battle. He needs rest. Artoria spoke seriously. I should take care of him. And just like that, the three of them began a thoroughly undignified tug-of-war over Shiomi. This was something he had never experienced before. He felt tired just looking at them. My husband is not a child. His mind hasn't changed. He doesn't need you doting on him, Morgan protested. Tenkei once said nothing heals the heart like a soft embrace. In that regard, I excel. Artoria declared with complete seriousness, spouting nonsense. Scáthach clicked her tongue. My beloved disciple has always appreciated the feel of my silk. Letting him rest in my arms is the wisest course. He just used rune magecraft. That means he needs my care. Each of them grew more unreasonable than the last. But the message was the same. They wanted to hold him. The ability to easily scoop him up and knead him in their arms was simply too tempting. They had long since forgotten about maintaining composure in public. So, Morgan said at last, turning her gaze down to him, who do you want to hold you, my husband? It was a lethal question. Anyone is fine. Anyone is fine. Shiomi averted his eyes guiltily, unable to give a clear answer. Chapter 940, Volume 12, Chapter 17, The Authority That Was Stolen. In the end, the three of them argued their way to a compromise. They would take turns holding the larval Shiomi, switching every 10 minutes, and then head back to Storm Border. When Morgan contacted the ship, she didn't explain Shiomi's condition right away. Some things were better understood when everyone saw them in person. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that bringing Shiomi back to Storm Border like this would cause a fresh wave of chaos. At least it wouldn't be bad chaos. And compared to the chaos she could already foresee, the reason Shiomi had ended up like this was far more urgent. So, Morgan asked while she adjusted the clothes that were so big they barely hung on him, why did my husband end up like this? Was he cursed by a god of the Lost Belt? They had found a relatively quiet spot to rest since they didn't have anything in his size, and were trying their best to fix his clothes into something wearable. No. If anything. Scáthach spoke before Shiomi could answer, voicing her guess. It looks more like a loss of power. From what they'd just seen in his fight with the dead apostle dinosaurs, Shiomi's strength had dropped to about where it had been back when he was still a Magus. For a child that age, it was still terrifying. But weakened was weakened. And for what lay ahead in this lost belt, that was not an encouraging development. Master's right, Shiomi said. During my fight with the alien god, I got surrounded. The encirclement was awkward and poorly coordinated, but their original plan was clear. They meant to capture and seal me alive, and cut Chaldea's fighting strength. Surrounded. Artoria's face tightened. Was it that unknown giant of light? No. It was Tezcatlipoca. Shiomi shook his head and continued. While the Unity God and the Alien God were falling into this underground world, he had already activated his noble phantasm. After that, Shiomi sent Morgan back to the ship, faced the Alien God alone, and prepared to break away. Tezcatlipoca. I remember the Jaguar warrior servant in the Uruk singularity. Wasn't that someone possessed by the divinity of that South American god? Artoria said, recalling it. Shiomi pressed his lips together. It's better not to project your image of Jaguar warrior onto Tezcatlipoca. That one's behavior and temperament are completely different. This time, he likely descended in a way much closer to the real thing. So my disciple was surrounded by enemies gathered around Tezcatlipoca, and had his power stolen. Scáthach asked, concern plain as she toyed with Shiomi's hands. Lead isn't quite right. It was more like their interests happened to line up, so they ended up together. Shiomi shook his head. I don't know the details. That was just how it felt in the moment. Morgan half knelt in front of Shiomi, who was currently being held in Scáthach's arms, and looked him straight in the eyes. Even if your power was taken, why would you turn into such a small child? It was my authority, Shiomi said. The authority I had as a god was taken. But I didn't lose my divinity. To keep me stable, my body reverted on its own, to maintain an overall steady state. So you couldn't maintain your original form, and this is the result, Artoria said, understanding. Then before we properly explore this lost belt, we need to find a way to take back the authority Tenkei lost. Shiomi nodded. That's what I'm thinking too. But I'll say this up front. My authority wasn't taken by just one person. It was split into three, and taken by different enemies. Split into three. Morgan's surprise quickly turned into realization. No wonder I felt your presence scattering. I thought. You thought I'd been torn apart, but couldn't die. Shiomi knew exactly what she'd been afraid of. He stretched out his small hands and cupped Morgan's cheeks. Feeling the childish warmth of those fingers, Morgan nodded. If it's only authority, that's a relief, at least. Still, splitting it into three means it wasn't just about taking away your combat strength, Scáthach said. They may have wanted to use your power for something. Given what I am, Tezcatlipoca may be one of the gods who knows my origins, Shiomi said with a nod. Morgan can sense those scattered pieces that carry Tenkei's aura. Can you sense them too? Artoria asked. More or less. Shiomi focused again, testing it. The split authority wants to return to the main body, and it wants even more to become whole again. But it's in different hands now, which makes this a real headache. Specifically? Morgan asked. Compassion, balance, and severity, Shiomi said evenly. My authority has been divided into those 3 parts. They describe the nature of each piece, not my own mind or spirit, so you don't need to worry about that. Scáthach pulled him tightly against her chest with a helpless sigh. How are you still this calm? One mistake and you could die and disperse. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. I didn't think things through, Shiomi said, leaning obediently into Scáthach's soft embrace as he apologized to all 3. Once they finished getting his clothes into some semblance of order, they prepared to move again and head back to Storm Border. The outfit was too rough and makeshift anyway. Before they returned, they'd need to ask Habitrot to make him something proper. Then who took your authority, besides Tezcatlipoca? Artoria asked. Shiomi shook his head again. No one. Tezcatlipoca was the only one who didn't take it. He looked like he was enjoying the whole thing. He deliberately caused trouble during my counterattacks, but still left me enough room to escape. If he's basically a chief god, he wouldn't need to steal authority in the first place, Scáthach said. And absorbing something from another mythology recklessly might even be harmful. That's probably true. Shiomi nodded. Though I don't know whether my authority and divinity are poison to the gods of other mythologies, something they can't consume. Cradled in Scáthach's arms as they started moving, Shiomi continued. Still, among the 3 who took my authority, besides the alien god, and someone I didn't recognize, there was also an unexpected presence. Someone I recognized the moment I saw them. He struggled for the right words, then could only describe it that way. Who? Morgan asked casually. Someone we know. Shiomi's expression turned complicated. It was Morgan. Chapter 941, Volume 12, Chapter 18, Morgan of Proper Human History. His answer left the 3 of them silent for a moment. Could it be someone disguising themselves as Morgan, deliberately appearing like this to drive a wedge between you 2? Artoria said anxiously. After all. Hard to say. Maybe the one standing in front of us right now is the fake. Scáthach joked calmly. My husband would never fail to recognize an imposter pretending to be me, Morgan said dismissively. Otherwise, he would have said, someone disguising themselves as Morgan, not simply Morgan. Then, Artoria began to press further, but suddenly stopped, freezing where she stood. Morgan and Scáthach also paused a moment later, both arriving at the same answer. Shiomi then showed a troubled smile. Looks like you finally noticed. The one who took part of my authority is Morgan from Proper Human History, the elder sister of the King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon. Why would she appear at a time like this? Artoria felt both confused and troubled. That, I don't know. Shiomi shook his head. But at the very least, she must have had her own objective. After finding some way to manifest in this world, she deliberately came here to interfere. For example, because Artoria is helping Chaldea, she deliberately chose to stand against us. Morgan asked. Hey. Shiomi couldn't help but complain. Scáthach burst out laughing. Perhaps she learned that herself in the Lost Belt not only helped Chaldea, but also gets along quite well with His Majesty the King of Knights. Even sharing a man, and felt uncomfortable about it. There is no sharing, Morgan said with a faintly smug expression. I simply know with certainty that, no matter what happens, my husband will eventually return to me. That is his destiny. That isn't the important part right now, Artoria said urgently. But Scáthach suddenly shoved Shiomi into her arms. Holding the larval Shiomi, the King of Knights immediately calmed down. Regardless, this interference definitely wasn't done without purpose, Shiomi said. If the authority that was taken isn't reclaimed in the end, it will be devoured and digested by the one who stole it. In that case, my husband would become a weakened god stripped of his authority, Morgan said thoughtfully. And at the same time, a new god would appear within this lost belt. If Morgan of Proper Human History obtained my husband's authority, she might truly become the Black Madonna. And that wouldn't be the end of it. Possessing only 1/3 of the authority isn't the final goal. After digesting that portion, Morgan of Proper Human History may eventually find a way to seize the remaining parts as well. To claim all the authority and become a god herself. And in the end, if she could also devour Shiomi, the original source. But what meaning would there be for my sister to become a god? Artoria said, unable to understand. Britain has already fallen. Even if it started over again, it would only create a new lost belt or singularity. Wasn't your sister the true king of Britain? Morgan said. Unlike you, the king of men, she inherited the mystery of Britain. I once visited the village that intended to revive you in the modern era. I only dealt with a small matter there at the time, but even now I still don't understand what, myself from proper human history, intended to accomplish by resurrecting you. Gray's matter. Artoria shook her head. I already removed the factor linking her to me, freeing that girl from the fate of becoming my vessel. Scáthach suddenly spoke. Perhaps that's exactly where the problem lies. Morgan of the Lost Belt. Considering the existence on the proper human history side, from now on, when discussing matters related to that side, call me by my former name for the time being, Morgan reminded. Otherwise it will get confusing. Then, Scáthach said, accepting it easily. Because you and Artoria interfered, Morgan's original plan to resurrect King Arthur collapsed. That's why she now has to intervene personally. But what exactly? Artoria still looked puzzled. Don't forget, Shiomi added, even though you've regained your human heart, you are still the divine spirit Artoria, the holy lance goddess, Rangaminiad. Looking at it now, the plan in Blackmoor village to revive King Arthur wasn't simply about bringing you back. Otherwise Morgan would not have left behind the imitation holy lance, instead of the holy sword. Artoria immediately understood. Her sister had deliberately used the Atlas Institute's contract to obtain one of the 7 great weapons, Logos React. Most likely, the plan was to simulate the holy lance and use it to erode the resurrected King Arthur, transforming him into a divine spirit. But the incineration of humanity changed everything, bringing over an Artoria from a history where she had not died. She indeed became the holy lance goddess. Yet she had no intention of restoring Britain's mystery. Instead, she devoted herself to preserving humanity and ensuring it would be passed down to the future. And now, a new variable had appeared. Shiomi. Morgan most likely came here personally for this authority and divinity. If she succeeded, all the better. If she failed, she would lose nothing. Since the divine spirit Artoria could not fulfill Morgan's plan, then in the end, it would be better for her to do it herself. Honestly, the idea of a divine spirit Morgan really isn't something to laugh about. Shiomi muttered. Morgan. Tilted her head slightly, watching Shiomi with a gentle smile. My husband isn't really in a position to say that. Compared to something like divine spirit Morgan, don't you think Unity God Morgan sounds even less amusing? After all, if she wished, she could take Shiomi's divinity and authority far more easily than the Morgan of proper human history. The whole process would require almost no effort at all. Ah. Shiomi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Smile grew even brighter. In any case, unexpected developments just keep piling up. I never imagined that one day I'd end up fighting my own counterpart from a parallel world. Don't say it like that, Artoria corrected softly, a hint of apology in her voice. You're not alone. Tenkei has always been by your side. And besides, you have all of us as well. That's not the issue. Flicked her hair with slight irritation. The fact that my husband's authority was stolen is already unforgivable. But the one who came to take it being Morgan makes it even more unacceptable. So you can lose to anyone except yourself, Scáthach said, easily reading thoughts. Nodded. That's why, if possible, once we find Morgan of proper human history, I want to defeat her myself and take back what belongs to me. Don't force yourself too much. When necessary, rely on us as well. That's the difference between you and her. Shiomi reached out and took the hand Morgan offered him. You were never alone. I know. I've known that ever since I was 15. A radiant smile bloomed across Esk's face, bright and vivid like flowers in full summer bloom. Chapter 942, Volume 12, Chapter 19, Is Shrinking a Good Thing or a Bad Thing? 1. After finding him, Esk and the others did not rush back to the storm border. On one hand, the storm border had decided to make the best of the emergency landing and use the crash site as a base for exploring this underground world. Until they had a clearer understanding of the surroundings, the ship would not be departing anytime soon. On the other hand, the ship's security forces were still sufficient, and at this moment other teams were already out exploring as well. There was no need to hurry. Returning at a normal pace was enough. Of course, the most important reason was that they wanted to spend a little more time alone with Shiomi before returning to the ship. After all, judging by their own reactions, once Scotty and the others saw him, things would probably turn chaotic in an entirely different way. So these are the jaguar-faced bandits you fought earlier. While walking back, Shiomi spotted the corpses scattered among the trees and asked. There were many of them, but overall they weren't much of a threat, Esk said. However, their fighting style was unusually fierce. Even after their throats were pierced or their heads cut off, they would still instinctively pull the trigger and keep firing until their bodies could no longer move. Probably a blessing from Tezcatlipoca, Shiomi said after thinking for a moment. In Aztec mythology, that god presides over things like warfare. And when Tezcatlipoca briefly appeared during that siege earlier, his words and behavior clearly showed he had a taste for that sort of thing. Sounds a bit like a certain battle maniac, Esk said with a pointed glance. Ah. I remember when I first met Master, she also called me a warrior, Shiomi said with an awkward laugh. But there is a slight difference between a warrior and a fighter. Well said. Your reward is sleeping in my arms tonight. Scáthach smiled as she pinched Shiomi's small cheek and kissed him. Esk narrowed her eyes slightly. Don't start deciding tonight's arrangements on your own. With my husband in his current state, how could someone like you, who can barely manage daily life and only knows how to fight, possibly take proper care of him? But, it's not like I'm completely incapable of taking care of myself, Shiomi muttered with a helpless grin. In any case, while Tenkei is not weak right now, his situation is still quite difficult, Artoria said seriously as she looked at him. Please leave all daily matters to us for the time being. Once you have recovered all of your authority, then you can think about the rest, all right? You all. Shiomi looked at Scáthach's profile. You're just curious about taking care of me because I've turned into a kid, aren't you? Before, I never really noticed, but now that I'm smaller, Master, my wife, and even Artoria all look huge. Isn't it nice to change perspectives once in a while? Scáthach said. In the past, we were the ones lying on top of you. Now you can lie on top of us whenever you want. Shiomi's face went completely blank. Let me say this first. My body really did shrink completely. It can't stand up anymore. Or rather, the standing up function is gone. At least until I recover a teenage body. My husband doesn't need to worry about that. Esk leaned closer to Shiomi, a strange glimmer in her eyes. With a little help from magecraft, my husband can be just as heroic as before. Shiomi's expression immediately changed. Hey, there's really no need to go that far, right? Calm down. Even if my mind hasn't regressed, what you're suggesting would still be a crime. A crime. Scáthach said. What is a god over 6,000 years old doing talking about something that has nothing to do with him? Artoria's face turned slightly red, apparently imagining what Shiomi might look like struggling in her arms. Why yes. Tenkei really isn't suited to saying things like that. Shiomi was left speechless. In the end, he could only put on an overly mature pose, leaning against his master's chest while pretending to sulk. But the moment didn't last long. Soon it was Artoria's turn to carry him, and Shiomi couldn't keep that posture for even half a minute. Let's talk about something serious. Shiomi hurriedly changed the subject. Besides you who came out to search for me, there are other teams too, right? With her hands behind her back, Esk lightly cleared away obstacles along the path. 2 additional teams were sent out. Aside from the new Team A, there's another investigation group made up of Sakura, Caren, Grey, Baobin Sith, and Barghest. This underground world is as hot and humid as a tropical rainforest. Won't they get heatstroke? Shiomi asked, unable to hide his concern. Do you really think that? Esk glanced back at him. Shiomi paused, then shook his head. Scáthach kicked aside a fallen tree blocking the path. My beloved disciple knows perfectly well that they aren't that fragile. Knowing that is one thing. Worrying is another. Shiomi spread his hands. For example, Esk is already extremely strong now. There are very few people who could actually hurt her. But even so, I still can't help wanting to protect her and keep her away from unknown dangers. Just like this time, when he sent Morgan back to the ship ahead of them. Logically, he knew that if the two of them had stayed together, things might not necessarily have turned out worse. But emotionally, his body had moved before his mind, instinctively choosing what felt like the safer option. Is my husband trying to quietly justify breaking his promise like this? Esk turned back with a bright smile as she looked at Shiomi. Unfortunately, that won't work. No. I was just giving an example, Shiomi said frankly. So how much farther is it? I want to get back to the ship, take a bath, and change clothes. Esk looked at him with an expression that was both helpless and affectionate. You really are like a child. We're already here. She pushed aside the wide leaves of a banana thicket ahead. Through the gaps in the dense foliage, the enormous silhouette of the storm border appeared. No, this has nothing to do with being a child, Shiomi said, shaking his head. It's just that there hasn't been a proper river the entire way. Otherwise I would have jumped in and washed up already. Scáthach spoke up at that moment. So when we get back to the ship, who does my beloved disciple want to accompany you in the bath? Shiomi froze again. With my husband in this state, it would be quite dangerous if he accidentally drowned in the bathtub, Esk said thoughtfully. So someone has to stay with you. Shiomi let out a troubled sound. Choosing one person to carry him earlier had already felt like a life-or-death dilemma. Now having to choose two people to bathe with him felt almost as difficult as reclaiming his stolen authority. This shouldn't require that much thought, should it? Esk turned around and walked right up to him, practically pressing him for an answer. Shiomi scratched his cheek awkwardly. Actually, I can bathe by myself, really? Absolutely not. His attempt to dodge the question was instantly rejected by all three of them. Chapter 943, Volume 12, Chapter 20, Is Shrinking a Good Thing or a Bad Thing? 2. As expected, when Shiomi returned to the storm border and rejoined the companions who were camped outside the landing site and setting up their positions, everyone crowded over in shock. Who's this kid? Da Vinci asked, deliberately playing dumb. Da Vinci-chan pushed up his glasses. He looks a lot like Mr. Shiomi. Is he some illegitimate child he has out there? Illegitimate, my ass. Shiomi snapped, uncharacteristically rough. If we rule that out, then the only explanation left is that he turned into a child for some unknown reason, or because of a curse. Romani stroked his chin and studied him with the intensity of someone examining a rare creature. Shiomi nodded. I'll explain the details later. For now, can I go back to my room, take a shower, and get some clothes a kid can actually wear? Among the villagers we brought back from the Scandinavian Lost Belt, there are children about your size, Da Vinci said. We can grab you a few changes of clothes from their spares. Combat gear is another matter, though. We'll have to ask Habitrop to rush a custom job. That works for now. Shiomi nodded. This is a pretty serious problem. If I can't reclaim my authority in time, the fights ahead are going to be extremely rough. Even though he tried to say it as calmly as possible, Romani and the others kept circling him, staring from every angle like he was some kind of exhibit. That continued until the director and Scotty got the message, bolted out of the cabin, and squeezed in to shove everyone aside. It should have been a happy moment, yet Shiomi suddenly felt a deep, helpless despair. Teacher, it's really you, right? You still recognize me. You can understand what I'm saying. Olga Marie waved her hand in front of Shiomi's face, using an overly stiff, textbook sort of tone people reserve for talking to little kids. It was like the Shiomi she knew had been a baby in swaddling clothes, and she was only asking out of politeness. I got smaller, not stupider. Shiomi forced out a dry laugh. Do you want me to perform some loon magecraft and prove that even like this, I'm not any worse than the most outstanding magus? But being in a smaller body is inconvenient, isn't it? Tuko said. Want me to make you a new doll body and transfer you over right now? Let's not. Scáthach waved it off. Our dear disciple is a work of Nuwa. Even if you've learned Odin's technique for making Valkyries, you're still not there yet. Tuko laughed. What a pity. I wanted to try. Hey. Shiomi wanted to complain, but he honestly didn't know where to start. Everyone was happy, and just as curious. He could already feel Scotty poking his cheek, and she'd been doing it for a while now. What is it now? Shiomi asked, suddenly self-conscious. Nothing. Scotty reached out and gently pinched his cheek. I just didn't expect you to end up like this. It's far too adorable. Romani folded his arms. Seriously. Compared to how you were before, you could do anything like this and people would forgive you. Why not keep this look even after you get your authority back? Great idea. In that case, I'll eat all your strawberry cake later. As he climbed into Scotty's arms, Shiomi threatened Romani. Oh, and I'll swap the sugar in your tea for salt. He feels even more vicious than before. Is it just me? Romani muttered, shoulders drooping. Scotty carefully felt his weight in her arms, then chuckled. Because you just treated him like a child, so now he's showing you some child-level nastiness in return. Exactly. I really don't want Romani to look at me like I'm a kid either, but Romani always thinks I'm a kid, Da Vinci-chan said. Romani looked genuinely troubled. But you are a child, aren't you? Do your best, Romani. Learning how to get along with kids is important, Da Vinci said, clearly enjoying his suffering. Before long, Romani was bickering with the two Da Vincis yet again, which finally gave Shiomi and the others a chance to slip away. Can I hold teacher for a while now? Olga Marie asked from the corridor outside the cabin. Just a moment, Scotty replied. Let me hold him a little longer. Walking a step behind them, Tuko watched Shiomi thoughtfully. When they first met, they had all been around the same age. If they had truly met like this when they were children, perhaps. Thinking about him. Shiomi suddenly asked. Was it that obvious? Tuko said, a little embarrassed. We all thought about it earlier, shrugged. So I figured you were probably thinking about something similar. Tuko looked surprised. Even Scáthach thought about it. What I thought was this, Scáthach said while considering it. If he had come to the land of shadows at such a young age and I had taken him in, wouldn't I have been able to be both his master and his mother? How greedy, Artoria commented. This woman has always been greedy like that, Esk said with a playful glance toward her. If my beloved disciple hadn't been burdened with all those responsibilities, he probably would never have left the land of shadows. Scáthach pretended to look troubled. That might not necessarily be the case. I might still send him out myself to experience the world. Then, when his life finally ended, his soul would return to the land of shadows. What a devil, Tuko said in admiration. While a weak beloved disciple would certainly be delicious, becoming stronger and more powerful is what truly benefits him, Scáthach replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Weak. Tuko paused. Artoria thought about it. Tenkei. Thinking back carefully, ever since the day they first met, she had never seen him show weakness. Even after the battle at the Temple of Time, when he remained weakened for an entire year, he had never once shown a vulnerable expression. What kind of unhealthy fantasies are you people having? Shiomi poked his head out from Scotty's shoulder. It's not that I don't want to be weak. It's just that there's no need to be. For me, even if the road isn't completely smooth, there's always a solution somewhere. In the end, I always find the answer I want. As he said that, he glanced toward the open door of his room. I have thought about relying on you all more. But when the love you give me goes far beyond anything I could have imagined, that love in turn makes me stronger. Shiomi tapped his chest. No matter what happens, it won't bend. Morgan, the last one to enter the room, quietly locked the door behind her. Well then, let's see just how strong my husband's heart really is. Huh. Shiomi suddenly realized what that meant. They were all going to bathe together next. Chapter 944, Volume 12, Chapter 21, Overwhelming Crush. Once, Shiomi had described Artoria's body as soft as a pool of warm water. Even though he was a little taller than her, when they held each other, it felt like his own body was sinking into hers. Now, that impression was even stronger. He felt like he had ascended into a soft, fluffy paradise. He lifted his head slightly, gazing past the steep peaks at Artoria's flushed face as she breathed softly. In the end, they had done it. Finding it both funny and embarrassing, Shiomi lay back down, burying his face in Artoria's chest. He breathed in the faint, milky scent of her skin. Then he felt her hand gently stroking his hair. So it seems that even with a smaller body, some functions don't get lost after all. Esk sat on the edge of the bed, holding a glass of water, and playfully patted Shiomi's small rear. I was thinking of using magecraft to help my husband, but it seems that wasn't necessary. Even though his body shrank, this particular function still works. Looks like my beloved disciple really is better suited to be a god of love and intimacy. Scáthach lay on her side, twirling a strand of her hair and tickling Shiomi's ear with it. Stop that. Shiomi propped himself up, his hands on Artoria's firm stomach. I'm exhausted. If you two want another round, you'll have to do the work yourselves this time. Artoria slowly sat up, propping a pillow behind her back. Well, Tenkei did work very hard, after all. You call that working hard? Shiomi couldn't help but shake his head. It had started as just a bath, but somewhere along the way, things had taken a turn. First, his body started reacting in ways that didn't seem right for his current form, and then it all spiraled into chaos. Even now, Olga Marie was still spaced out, looking completely drained. Seeing her like that made Shiomi feel a twinge of worry. Let's get to the point, Tuko said, casually tidying Olga Marie's hair. Tenkei took a fair amount of magical energy from us. The director fainted because she lost too much of hers. I knew it. Shiomi covered his face. His lower back felt weak, and even just sitting up was tiring. Yet, the flow of magical energy through his circuits was stronger than before he'd entered the room. Don't worry about it. Usually, we're the ones taking energy from my husband. Now that it's our turn to give back, we shouldn't be stingy. Esk hugged him from behind as he sat on Artoria's lap. In your current incomplete state, your body unconsciously seeks out the missing magical energy. No, I'm more worried about what comes next, Shiomi said. If this condition gets worse, something like what happened today might. Will it really get worse? Esk's fingers traced idle patterns on Shiomi's small chest. From what I can see, as long as my husband is careful, it won't cause us any harm. Shiomi closed his eyes and examined his own condition. It was clear Esk wasn't just trying to comfort him. In this room, no one could match a fairy's insight. Whether there's a problem or not, let's put that aside for now. Shiomi set aside his worries and leaned his head back against Esk's chest. You all seem more excited than usual today. Does me turning into a kid really make you that happy? Esk rubbed her chin against Shiomi's hair, half burying her face in the strands to breathe in his scent. What else? My husband, in a form no one's ever seen, at a stage of life he never even experienced before, appears before us now. It's a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise, huh? Shiomi gave a helpless smile. If they'd made me grow up from infancy, they might have placed me with some Magus family or an ordinary household. Before he could finish, Toko pointed at herself suggestively. No chance. Unless Muncel's calculations decided that growing up in Misaki City would be better. Morgan noticed Toko's reaction and casually teased her. Shiomi laughed dryly. I know all about Toko's childhood exploits. Like that time she ignored the law of equivalent exchange just to eat some pizza she saw on TV and used up a ton of chickens, ducks, and cows to make it. Only your sister could put up with that. Most kids would have run away screaming. No, I meant, if I'd been studying magecraft from childhood and had Tenkei by my side. Toko adjusted her glasses. Maybe I wouldn't have lost my chance to inherit magic so easily. So the result wouldn't be, maybe I wouldn't have cared so much about losing it. Shiomi was almost speechless. Or were you hoping I'd secretly help you take out your little sister? I didn't say that. Toko's expression was perfectly calm, as if Shiomi's speculation had nothing to do with her. Well, if that happened, you wouldn't have come to the land of shadows, Scáthach said. Thinking about it makes me feel lonely. Ugh, this is too much trouble. Might as well take my master's old suggestion and have Toko apprentice with me too. Shiomi couldn't stand these hypotheticals. If the premise wasn't set properly, he might lose his chance to meet any of them. For Shiomi, that was unacceptable. I don't have a destiny as wild as yours. Sensing his thoughts, Toko broke into a smile at his words. She reached for the cigarette case on the nightstand, ready to light one, but hesitated when she saw Shiomi's current state. Go ahead and smoke. You always want one after we're done, Shiomi waved her off. I was just thinking, maybe it's bad for you, Toko said. After all, you're a little kid now. Shiomi's eye twitched. So why didn't you treat me like a little kid earlier? Good point. Toko looked thoughtful. Even though you're a kid, you're so full of manliness. I have to say, it's really captivating. It really does feel different from usual, Scotty added. Watching Tenkei try so hard to make us happy and actually succeeding, it gives me a strange feeling. Almost like a motherly feeling. Oh. The mother of the Scandinavian lost belt thinks that way. Scáthach said. My beloved disciple always says you're gentler than me. I wish you'd share some of that motherly instinct with me. No, Master is better off just the way she is, Shiomi quickly interjected. Just the thought of Master being all motherly terrifies me. This bold declaration drew laughter from everyone except Scáthach, who stared at Shiomi like he was prey. My beloved disciple has quite the nerve. And Master. Shiomi felt a chill run down his spine. Then he was pulled away from Morgan's embrace. Seeing the look on his master's face, like she was about to enjoy a feast, Shiomi knew a new battle was about to begin. And once his master made a move, the others wouldn't be far behind. Of course, the result was still enjoyable. He had to admit that much. Chapter 945, Volume 12, Chapter 22, Weariness. By the time the team that had gone out to investigate returned, evening had already fallen. For the first time, Shiomi experienced what it felt like to be thoroughly ravaged. Though in a rather pleasant way. Letting go of everything and allowing them to take the lead felt surprisingly fresh. Mother and Grandmaster both look exhausted. Did you run into a powerful enemy while searching for father? Sakura held Shiomi in her arms as she asked seriously. They were currently in the activity room of the storm border. Morgan and the others all looked completely drained. Some were sprawled across the sofa, others slumped over the edge of the table, looking like office workers who had been forced into overtime for an entire month. Sakura and the others, who had just returned to the ship, reacted with the expected shock. Shiomi was already used to this kind of reaction. Once things were explained, it usually settled down. Sakura insisted on holding him, and Shiomi had no good way to refuse, so he simply let it happen. Well. Shiomi wasn't quite sure how to explain. We ran into a powerful enemy in the forest. Even after fighting with everything we had, we couldn't win. We barely managed to escape. Toko lounged sideways on the sofa, lazily giving Sakura and the others the explanation. Caren nodded. There really was a huge tremor in the underground world. But it was too far away for us to investigate. At first we thought it was just an earthquake. That was caused by me. Shiomi carefully shifted the topic. I was worried it might collapse the entire underground world and bury everyone here, but the situation was urgent. There wasn't time to worry about that. Earth Mother's feast. Baobin Sith looked thoughtful. To force father to fight like that and still take away such an important authority. The fact that father came back safely is already a blessing. But losing power turns him into a child. Father really is mysterious. Sakura looked at Shiomi from behind, her heart beating a little faster. She had been about this age when she became Shiomi's daughter. In the years after that, whenever Shiomi took her and Caren out to play, he often carried them just like this. But it's only his body that got smaller. His face looks cute, but his expression and eyes are exactly the same. Caren poked Shiomi's cheek. Should I feel relieved, or even more uneasy? More importantly, shouldn't you all go get some rest first? Shiomi said. The temperature here is extremely hot. Even with Mystic Code protection, it's hard not to get tired. He meant it purely out of concern for Sakura and the others. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect. Oh no. Do I smell sweaty? Sakura's face flushed red as she hurriedly pushed Shiomi into Karen's arms. It really doesn't feel right for Dad to sit in my lap like that. No, I didn't smell any sweat. Shiomi quickly added. Don't worry so much. It's just that after sweating your body feels sticky and uncomfortable. Take a bath and change clothes first, then we can talk about what you found during today's exploration. At that moment, Gray spoke up. Speaking of discoveries, we found a cave in that horn-shaped rock mountain you can see from the storm border. Right. Someone actually lives there. Bayaban Sith showed a playful smile. After talking with him, he said he's not very willing to leave his secluded home. But if anything comes up, we can go visit again. Just a typical hermit, right? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Why are you making that face, Bayaban Sith? Caren had the same expression. Dad, don't be too surprised when you hear this. The humans in this lost belt are actually dinosaur people. Shiomi reacted immediately, piecing together a guess from the clues he had seen earlier. Or maybe jaguar warriors. His answer startled them again. Dad, can you see the future now? Sakura covered her mouth. At that moment, Scáthach, who had been leaning over the table playing with chess pieces, turned her head. When he reunited with his beloved disciple, he happened to run into a dinosaur that had become a dead apostle. Thinking about it afterward, it was probably an intelligent species that had been turned into one. I see. Caren looked surprised. But the dinosaur person we met wasn't a dead apostle. He seemed to live alone in that cave and has been continuously observing the starry sky. Sounds a bit similar to Chaldea in some ways, Shiomi said. Though it's probably just observation for the sake of observation. Did you learn anything else? The humans living in this lost belt are beings who call themselves Dainos, Sakura said, recalling the information they had gathered during the exchange. The Dainos named Tepu already learned from someone that this place is a lost belt, and he also knows about the existence of panhuman history. Is that so? Shiomi looked surprised. But Tepu didn't tell us who that person was. Caren shook her head. However, he said he doesn't plan to treat us as enemies. At most, he sees us as guests. From his perspective, we aren't invaders or conquerors threatening this world. Instead, we're friends from another world who came here to accomplish what we must do. Shiomi fell into thought. For someone living in a lost belt, that reaction is almost too rational. It's true we're not invaders or conquerors, but we will still end up destroying this lost belt. Even so, he doesn't mind. That's because the Dainos aren't interested in that matter, Bayaban Sith continued. According to him, panhuman history might be different, but the underground world of the Dainos is destined to be destroyed anyway. It was an incredibly open-minded attitude. Even just hearing Sakura and the others recount it, Shiomi could sense that the Dainos named Tepu possessed wisdom no less profound than that of humans. I see. In that case, I really would like to meet him and have a conversation. Shiomi nodded. If we could gain his support, it would also help us better understand what's going on here. After all, the authority that had been taken from him was scattered across different regions. If they were going to travel through those unknown areas, having a guide who understood the situation would make things much easier. In that case, we should include contacting the Dainos as part of the process of searching for the enemy who stole your authority, right? Caren understood Shiomi's intention. But since Dad has already returned, we'll stay on the ship. Later I'll mark the route on the storm border scan results. Then I'll go along to prevent any misunderstandings. Bayaban Sith volunteered to act as the guide. At that moment, Shiomi did a quick flip, jumping down from Karen's lap and landing on the floor. Before that, you should all go take a bath and relax. Later we'll have dinner together, and please don't start clapping like you're watching a relative's kid perform a talent show, alright? They held back their laughter and nodded in response to Shiomi. Chapter 946, Volume 12, Chapter 23, Awaiting Orders. The members of Team A who returned later brought back even more detailed intelligence. They had taken different routes and eventually reached the outskirts of the storm border's landing zone. Beyond that point, the path was cut off by a vast stretch of water. On top of that, the magnetic field in the area was in complete disarray, making it extremely difficult to cross using magecraft alone. Not just that, Ritsuka said, holding a water jug as she explained the situation to Shiomi in the lounge. Once we got close to that area, even though everything around us looked calm, we couldn't transmit the skin data from the site back to Storm Border in real time. Something about the environment there interferes with it. The others who had returned with her had already finished dinner and were resting here while exchanging information. The data had been sent to Romani, and Storm Border was currently analyzing it at full speed. After all, if this underground world truly had magnetic interference that prevented high-altitude navigation, then the ship itself would have trouble moving forward. So what else did you see at the site? Shiomi asked. Visually, the waterway stretches for more than 10 kilometers, Kirei said. Along the banks, you can see that this entire section of the ring-shaped underground world forms one continuous band of water. Scáthach spoke up with a serious expression. And it's not just a wide, flat lake or river in front of us. The center of the waterway is filled with countless waterfalls of different sizes. It looks like all that water eventually flows deeper into the underground world. Even he found it difficult to describe the strange sensation. After all, the underground world itself was shaped like a cylinder. Simply put, the water across that entire belt seemed to be flowing outward toward the outer side of the cylinder, or perhaps sinking downward into the depths as part of an underground water cycle. Honestly, the terrain isn't the real issue, Peperoncino said, looking thoroughly satisfied after the trip. If Storm Border could just fly over it, there'd be nothing to worry about. Although they had run into combat during the exploration, the members of the new Team A had worked together seamlessly, so it hadn't been particularly difficult. Because of that, everyone, including Hinako Akuta, had enjoyed themselves quite a bit. Peperoncino himself had spent most of the time chatting with the girls about girl talk, especially gossip about Shiomi's love life. The group adventure they had never managed to have before had finally become reality here, and Peperoncino felt quite fulfilled. Now the only thing left was to see when David would finally appear and meet everyone face to face. So what's the main issue? Shiomi asked. Tomorrow they plan to meet the Danos named Tepi to obtain more information about this underground world and hopefully secure his assistance. Before that, it was important to understand as much as possible about the surrounding area. It's a barrier, Ophelia said, sounding slightly tense. Its structure is extremely complex, but its main purpose is to stop anyone from crossing that stretch of water. Kirei added. We tried analyzing it. The barrier itself is incredibly refined and complicated. Only a magus of the highest caliber could create something like that. At this point, he looked at Shiomi with some caution before continuing. From my perspective, even the version of me who stood in Olympus might not be able to weave a barrier this intricate, with such complex functions and perfect stability. You mean? Shiomi already had a guess about what he was going to say. In my opinion, only a magus of your wife's caliber could accomplish something like that, Kirei said solemnly. Shiomi raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? It wasn't that he didn't care. Rather, considering this and everything he had gone through before, the answer was already obvious. As the very first obstacle Chaldea would face while exploring this underground world, the identity of the one waiting there was practically self-evident. Besides, the authority that had been taken from him, along with his own senses, both pointed in that direction. Shiomi-kun doesn't seem bothered at all, Peperoncino joked. I care, Shiomi said, scratching his head. But since I already know the answer, there's not much to say. He didn't mind the teasing. Instead, he grinned and raised a hand. Anyone who wants to know the answer, raise your hand. I'll tell you right now. Everyone raised their hands. Hinako Akuta didn't raise hers, but her gaze still settled on Shiomi. The name is Morgan, Shiomi said. But to be clear, I'm not talking about my wife who's currently on the ship. I mean the sorceress from proper human history who once plotted to overthrow the Round Table and brought down King Arthur's rule. His answer surprised the others somewhat, though at the same time it made sense. And it also explained why, when they returned, the director had informed them to temporarily refer to Morgan as Esk. They had assumed it was just some kind of couple's inside joke they were being asked to play along with. Turns out the reason was far more serious. As for why the sorceress from proper human history has appeared in this lost belt, that's still unclear, Shiomi added, leaning back in his chair. But she was among the groups that attacked me and took 1/3 of my authority. Right now she's entrenched in the ring-shaped waters of the underground world. If our opponent is that sorceress, the battle will probably be extremely difficult, Kirei said. We'll do everything we can to support the operation. Shiomi raised a hand to stop him. No. This time, you won't need to work that hard. Oh. Peperoncino's expression instantly became animated. If we don't need to get involved, does that mean even Mr. Shiomi can't step in? He switched back to a more formal way of addressing him. Unfortunately, this opponent is rather special, Shiomi said, spreading his hands. My wife intends to handle it personally. She wants to settle things one-on-one with the sorceress from proper human history. It sounded like a reckless plan, yet no one could really argue with it. If you put yourself in that position, if a version of yourself from another world suddenly appeared and stole something precious from someone important to you, you would probably want to step forward and resolve it yourself as well. Even so, we still need to consider the other forces in this lost belt, Kirsteria said after a moment of thought. Including the possibility of interference from David's side. Compared to when I previously investigated this place as the cryptor captain, the situation in this lost belt has changed quite a bit. Then that's our job, right? Scáthach said. While they're fighting, we keep watch on the surroundings and make sure no third or even fourth party shows up and disrupts the balance of the battlefield. Peperoncino added another reminder. And we still have to protect Storm Border. If a large number of enemies appear, we'll probably have to summon servants to fight. In short, while we're trying to approach the ring-shaped waters, you'll be responsible for protecting the ship, Shiomi said with an easy smile. Don't worry. Our main fighting force is already here. It shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 947, Volume 12, Chapter 24, Awakening. Tenkei Shiomi suddenly woke from his dream. It was already daytime the following day. Even in the subterranean world of the South American Lost Belt, there were normal cycles of sunrise and sunset, saving everyone the trouble of carefully planning their daily routines. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in Scotty's arms. The first thing he saw was purple lingerie and a soft, full, pale chest. A warm, gentle scent lingered around him. Almost instinctively, he pressed his face closer, enjoying the reassuring warmth that surrounded him. Very good, Scotty chuckled softly, patting his shoulder with her free hand. You didn't seem to sleep very peacefully just now. Did you exhaust yourself last night? No, I slept fine. Shiomi rested a hand on Scotty's waist. I just had another dream. A dream? Did you foresee something again? She asked with interest. No. This time I just dreamed about my mother, Shiomi explained. Scotty immediately understood and did not ask further. After all, everyone already knew that his spirit was connected to Tiamat's. Meeting her in dreams was nothing unusual. Could it be that because Tenkei's body has grown smaller, your mind has also become a little like that of a child, yearning for a mother's embrace? Scotty hugged him gently with affectionate warmth. I am the last goddess of the Norse world, the mother of all things in the north. If you don't mind, I could hold you the way a mother would, in place of goddess Tiamat. Better just hold me properly as your bridegroom, Shiomi said with a laugh, amused by her thoughtfulness. Then he shifted slightly out of Scotty's arms, resting his head on the pillow so they could look at each other. Tenkei is unexpectedly particular about certain things, Scotty said, holding his hand. So, would you mind telling me what you dreamed about? It was pretty strange. Shiomi rubbed his forehead. Mother looked unusually disheveled, like she'd just fought someone. When I asked what happened, she said something like, I got into a fight with a bad god over custody rights. And then he woke up. Even though it had happened only moments earlier, the dream was already fading into something vague and indistinct, almost like an ordinary dream rather than the clear sensation of meeting within the spiritual world. That really is a strange dream, Scotty said, clearly surprised as well, sharing the same impression as Shiomi. Perhaps it really is a side effect of your body shrinking. After losing your authority, even with a divine core, you are essentially back to something close to a human state. Maybe that's it, Shiomi said. Only then did he notice that no one else was in the room. Scotty followed his gaze. Everyone else has already washed up, eaten breakfast, and started preparing to depart. You were still sleeping, so I stayed behind to keep you company. You could have just left me, Shiomi said with a helpless smile. Even though I don't actually need to eat, the rule in the Shiomi household is that if you can have breakfast, you should. It's nice when the whole family sits at the table together. But you weren't there, Scotty said softly, gazing at him. You are the only one I rely on here. If we're being precise, even your wife cannot compare to me in that regard. Shiomi thought about it and realized Scotty had a point. After all, besides him, Esk had close friends like Habitrot and also Babe and Sith, the daughter connected to her by blood. But Scotty only had him. Whether it was the Valkyries or the surviving villagers, none of them stood as equals to Scotty. They were responsibilities she carried on her shoulders, important lives she needed to protect. You're making it sound so serious, Shiomi said, reaching out to smooth the strands of hair falling over her chest. We're going out to meet Tepu today. Want to come along? It's pretty hot outside, not the kind of weather you like. But you don't have to stay here on Storm Border either, right? Scotty answered without hesitation. If there is no battle, then I don't need to remain here maintaining the barrier. As for the heat, there are ways to deal with it. Then it's settled. Shiomi patted her shoulder. Come on, get up and change clothes. How about that purple long dress? It's loose, so it'll feel cooler. Scotty walked to the wardrobe. You just want to see me wear it, don't you? Yes. I do. Shiomi watched her. Ever since I left the rear operations to you, we rarely get to go out together anymore. I wouldn't call it leaving things to me, Scotty replied calmly. Since you fight as a united god, someone has to hold the rear at storm border, control the leyline sealing armaments, and maintain the barrier. When it comes to meticulous work, she smiled with quiet confidence. I'm even better at it than your master. Ha ha ha. Shiomi burst out laughing. You're not wrong. My master may be a master of magecraft, but she still prefers grabbing a spear and fighting up close. The sound of clashing weapons suits her much better as music. First thing in the morning and you're already slandering your master with Scotty. Scáthach appeared in the doorway carrying breakfast. And here I was trying to save time by bringing you to your meal. Good morning, master, Shiomi greeted cheerfully. I wasn't slandering you. Saying that master leans more toward being a warrior than a magus isn't exactly talking behind your back, right? Scáthach snorted and placed the tray on the table. Still as slick-tongued as ever. Only then did Shiomi notice the neatly folded set of clothes in her other hand. She had been holding the tray with just one arm. New clothes. For me? Shiomi asked. That's right. Habitrot stayed up all night rushing them out. She's asleep in the workshop now. Without waiting for a response, Scáthach pulled off the fitted t-shirt Shiomi was wearing and began changing his clothes. Left with no choice, Shiomi obediently let his master handle him like a child while constantly complaining. Master, go easy on me. If I really were a kid, those moves would kill me, ow. That hurts. His pained cries echoed in between. I'm already being as gentle as I can. Scáthach muttered, sounding slightly embarrassed. You're surprisingly capable of raising two children like that, Scotty commented after watching for a while, once Shiomi was finally dressed. Shiomi adjusted his collar and hem while shaking his head. It was pretty rough at the beginning. I went to childcare classes and looked up a ton of information. Thankfully the foundation master gave me was solid, so I learned quickly. What does that have to do with how I taught you? Scáthach said skeptically. Of course it does. If you couldn't learn, you got beaten. That's how education works in the land of shadows, Shiomi replied calmly. The next moment, for the first time ever, Shiomi received Scáthach's punishment of grinding both fists against his temples. He grimaced in pain. Scotty tried to intervene, but Scáthach was completely unmoved and made sure Shiomi properly received another lesson. Chapter 948, Volume 12, Chapter 25, Mictlan and Tepu, 1. From where Storm Border had made its forced landing to the secluded home of the Dainos Tepu, it was a little over 10 kilometers on foot. Fortunately, Sakura and the others had already explored the area earlier and roughly mapped out a usable route. Shiomi and the rest only needed to follow that path to reach their destination more quickly. To avoid misunderstandings, Bayaban Sith came along as well, climbing the horn-shaped rocky mountain with them. Knowing that Chaldea would return, Tepu did not hide this time. Instead, he simply waited inside the cave where he lived. When he heard Bayaban Sith greeting him, he stepped out to welcome them and invited everyone inside. It's still quite astonishing, Shiomi said. Our vocal cords and even the wavelengths of our voices should be completely different, yet we can talk to each other normally. That's already beyond something that could be explained by the level of civilization the Dainos possess. As I explained before, this is Maya's cognitive correction applied to the world, Tepu said in an orderly manner. Previously, when a new culture came to our world, it came in the form of beings called cryptors. Maya analyzed the language he used and the framework of his cognition, then tuned things so we could communicate on the same level of meaning. The cryptor he referred to was most likely Daebit Sem Void. Maya? Scotty asked, puzzled. But what the others were more concerned about was the existence called Maya itself. Maya are not human, Tepu said, though even he seemed to struggle a little to explain it. They are life, but, how should I put it, they are the goodwill of your world. The emotion that allows the world to function more smoothly. It was like trying to explain why humans needed to breathe. Because the world requires it. Because it is necessary for survival. Something that simply exists as a matter of course. Is it the primate suppression force of this lost belt? Esk asked. Not a suppression force, Tepu replied. But it is indeed the foundation of this subterranean world, Mictlan. The origin of everything here, and the principle that guides it. Shiomi nodded. Then it's basically the god of this place. God. Tepu looked slightly surprised at Shiomi's choice of words. To be precise, it's something that originally existed and gradually became a deity through natural transformation, Shiomi said. Proper human history does not have something called Maya, but it does have something very similar. What do you mean, my disciple? Scáthach asked. Did you forget, master? Some of the gods of South America, Shiomi replied. After obtaining a divine nature, I also gained the perspective that comes with being a god. Because of that, I learned quite a few of the inside stories about gods. That includes the truth behind some South American deities. His words immediately drew everyone's interest. Tepu was equally intrigued. Could you explain that part in more detail? It's actually not that complicated, Shiomi said calmly. Many South American gods are somewhat similar to the Greek gods. They are extraterrestrial lifeforms that came from space. However, they are not machine gods. Instead, they are a collective that parasitizes plants and fungi, expanding a survival network. They are generally called divine filament. Of course, they themselves do not possess the ability to think, he continued. But by parasitizing other lifeforms, they can carry out intelligent activity. When did they arrive on this planet? Bayaban Sith asked curiously. This was knowledge her father had never told her before. In proper human history, they most likely arrived along with the meteorite that fell on the Yucatan Peninsula 66 million years ago, Shiomi said. After that, they mainly parasitized plants and gradually spread across Central and South America. When they parasitized humans, they were worshipped and enshrined as beings called gods. At that point, he smiled slightly. The Aztec gods we once encountered, the pantheon to which Quetzalcoatl belongs, were formed through that kind of tradition. That was also why Quetzalcoatl had strongly opposed Tiamat back then. This planet had finally given birth to life capable of expressing individuality, yet it would be forced to abandon that individuality and return to the collective. Thinking about it now, that might have been the consensus the Aztec gods formed after watching humanity's ancestors from ancient times, seeing them evolve and multiply until they became the planet's primates. Their attitudes toward humanity might differ among the Aztec gods, but the fundamental logic behind them was almost the same. So you believe Maya is this lost belt itself, this subterranean world of Mictlan, where the Aztec gods who never became true deities due to the absence of humanity exist in a special form? Tepu said, adjusting his glasses. There is some logic to that. Still, I cannot confirm or deny it, so allow me to reserve judgment. It's not just that, Shiomi continued. Before we entered the underground world, we confirmed that the continents in this lost belt form a single unified landmass. He operated one of Chaldea's instruments, projecting 2 maps into the air. One showed the 7 continents of proper human history. The other showed the supercontinent of the Lost Belt. Considering Maya's nature, it's possible that because the dinosaurs in this world never went extinct 65 million years ago, Maya chose the Deinos instead of mammals, Shiomi said, pointing at the maps. That's why you became the humans and the primates of this world. And the reason the continents of this Lost Belt never split apart or drifted is likely also Maya's influence. It probably prevented continental drift from occurring in the first place. Just from the information Mr. Tepu provided, you were able to infer the fundamental nature of this world's formation, Esk said with clear pride. As expected of my husband. Scotty puffed out her cheeks. I'm a goddess too. So why don't I have this kind of perspective? Why can't I see the truths behind other mythologies? Well. Shiomi hesitated, unable to answer immediately. It probably had something to do with his own origins. But Scotty did not press the matter further. Instead, she simply hugged Shiomi from behind like a doll. Still, these are mostly details from the past, Shiomi said. Whether they fully match the true history of this lost belt is hard to say. The reason we came here today is actually to ask Mr. Tepu about this world called Mictlan. We want to gather as much useful information as possible to prepare for future exploration. Tepu nodded. Though he was a dinosaur, the expression he showed was clearly thoughtful. Mictlan is a Deinos world divided into 9 layers. However, the name Mictlan itself was only given recently. Recently. That caught everyone off guard. Yes, Tepu said. It was a term promoted by the leader of the Osilame, Iskali. Unfortunately, it was not a word that originated from the Deinos themselves. Chapter 949, Volume 12, Chapter 26, Mictlan and Tepu, 2. Upon hearing the word Osilame, Shiomi's first thought was of the Jaguar warriors who had once fought alongside Chaldea in the Uruk singularity. In the Nahuatl language of Central and South America, the word meant Jaguar warrior. They were also the leopard-headed warriors known from Aztec mythology and the Aztec Empire. Legend said they were avatars of the war god Tezcatlipoca, fearsome spirits that dwelled in the deep jungle. Osilame. Shiomi pulled up another set of records. Displayed before Tepu was the dossier on the Jaguar masked bandits who had previously clashed with Shiomi's group and 2 other exploration teams deep in the forest. Yes, that's them. Tepu immediately understood Shiomi's intention and answered at once. Those warriors are the Osilame. It seems you've already run into them. He paused to organize his thoughts before continuing. They're a race that appeared alongside the Cryptor. They're highly skilled in combat and began hunting us humans. Recently, they seem to have built a massive city on the 5th layer. Their leader, Iskali, appears intent on wiping us out entirely. Many Deinos have died at the hands of the Osilame. Some were captured and died from their injuries. Others were poisoned, losing their intellect and becoming savage. In any case, wild Dainos like me have become quite rare. Humph. Shiomi let out an irritated murmur. Why would the Osilame carry out this kind of slaughter? Is it a territorial conflict? It's less about territory and more about gathering resources. Profit, in other words. Tepu shook his head. They strip our flesh, process our bones, and circulate our hearts as treasures in trade. The Maya do not approve of such acts, but the Osilame hide it from them and conduct their dealings cleverly. Both a violent organization and a trade network. That was the Osilame. Sounds a lot like North American pioneers. Shiomi clicked his tongue. Taking things this far is truly unbearable. Mr. Tepu, I promise you this. No matter what fate ultimately awaits Mictlan, I'll make the Osilame pay for what they've done. Especially their captain, Iskali. Hearing that vow, Tepu showed a somewhat helpless smile. No, no. While the Osilame have pushed us toward a survival crisis, even if we were to go extinct because of it, there would be no need for hatred. You don't care about your own death or the extinction of your species? Esk asked, clearly shocked. After all, even if the Dainos disappear, the world itself would remain unchanged, Tepu replied calmly. Of course, if our disappearance meant the world would collapse, then that would be a different matter. It was as if he regarded himself simply as part of nature. Life and death were merely part of nature's cycle. The Dainos' way of living, completely integrated with nature, embodied a philosophy humans could hardly match. This has nothing to do with hatred or personal grudges, Shiomi said, shaking his head. Just as the Dainos have their own values, we have ours. That's all. Hee, people from proper human history really are fascinating, Tepu said with a laugh. Whether it was those children yesterday or you all today, there's a strange atmosphere about you that simply doesn't exist in Mictlan. Meeting like this must also be a kind of fate. I actually wanted to say this yesterday, but it's not too late now. Tepu tidied up a few things inside the cave and put on some simple clothing. Even if a Dainos walked around completely naked, it wouldn't seem strange to them. It was like how humans viewed cats, dogs, or even large wild animals. After all, they were a species fundamentally different from the humans of proper human history. Human values simply didn't apply. I'd like to treasure the bond we formed. If you don't mind, allow me to guide you on your journey through Mictlan, Tepu said eagerly. Shiomi and the others were somewhat surprised by Tepu's friendliness. But this was more than a gesture they could simply accept politely. Having a sage so familiar with Mictlan act as their guide would make Chaldea's exploration far easier. Of course. But we also have another task during this trip. We need to find supplies that can serve as food, and approach the ring-shaped body of water that surrounds this underground world. Tepu immediately understood. You must be referring to the first netherworld, Tlatlaqui. Recently it's become difficult to pass through. It seems someone has taken control of the area. You can approach it to collect water, but crossing it is no longer possible. Normally, it's a place people could pass through freely. When exactly did it become like that? Esk asked. Probably around the same time the Osilame started becoming active, Tepu thought for a moment before replying. Also, if you need food, I remember there being a large cornfield along the road from here to the first netherworld. It might be useful to you. Although the Dainos had already evolved into humans who could survive with nothing more than sunlight and water, Mictlan still contained many naturally growing edible plants. Tepu would occasionally gather and eat such plants as a form of leisure. Most of the time, however, he simply lived alone here, devoting himself to stargazing. So under Tepu's guidance, Shiomi's group traveled several kilometers from the cave to a cornfield that lay very close to the first netherworld. The corn grew exceptionally well. Each stalk stood nearly 2 meters tall. The entire field looked as though it had grown naturally, yet it rivaled the quality of carefully cultivated farmland. After reporting the discovery to Storm Border, Shiomi's group set up camp there and prepared to receive Storm Border once its preparations were complete. Here. After making some quick preparations and lighting a campfire, Shiomi walked over with a roasted ear of corn and handed it to Scotty, who was cooling off by the nearby river. She had just finished setting up defensive barriers to guard against outside threats, especially the Osilame, and was resting by the riverbank. I only stepped away for a little while, but you still couldn't help worrying, Scotty said as she held the steaming roasted corn. Its rich aroma drifted into her nose, instantly stirring her appetite. Shiomi shrugged. So, how does exploring out here compare to staying behind on Storm Border? The latter is certainly easier, Scotty replied, shaking her head slightly. But the former is enjoyable too, since you're here. You carried me on your back the entire way, Shiomi laughed. Even when it wasn't necessary, you all insisted on giving me a ride. I almost feel guilty about it. Scotty's eyes curved into a cheerful smile. Oh. With the condition you're in right now, a little special treatment is only natural. Once you've recovered, you can repay us double. So it wasn't charity after all, Shiomi said with a helpless shrug. As the two of them laughed, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from downstream along the river. Shiomi was the first to look over. In the darkness, he saw Esk's figure slowly approaching. Something felt strange. He had just come from the camp. Esk should have been upstream. Chapter 950, Volume 12, Chapter 27, A Greeting from the Bewitching Consort, 1. The confusion lasted only a heartbeat before Shiomi understood what was wrong. Scotty still hadn't even processed it when Shiomi sprang to his feet as if he'd been burned, locking his full attention on Morgan as she approached at an unhurried pace. Stop. Shiomi's voice had a childish pitch now, but the chill in it was anything but childish. This Morgan didn't stop. She kept coming, her steps light and slow, like someone taking a leisurely post-dinner walk, closing the distance little by little. Remembering what Shiomi had said earlier, Scotty finally realized what was happening. She summoned her wand out of thin air, aimed it at Morgan, and, without a moment to spare, traced a rune through the air. The magical power of the primordial runes detonated instantly, and a biting gust swept the riverbank. It was grand magecraft, the kind that proved its scale through the smallest of motions. Even a top-tier servant would have to brace against it with real intent. Dust and smoke billowed up from the blast, swallowing Morgan's figure. Then the moon slipped free of the clouds, casting pale light across the land, and what it revealed made Scotty's breath catch. In pure magecraft skill, Scotty wasn't that far behind Morgan. With her divine status as the goddess of ice and snow, a duel under equal conditions would be a true 50-50. Of course, that assumed a spar without malice. A fight to the death was another matter. Even so, this was wrong. Morgan hadn't shown any clear sign of defending herself. Scotty's magecraft had gone off perfectly, yet it hadn't struck Morgan at all. As the dust dispersed, Morgan casually flicked at her skirt as if brushing away lint, then continued walking toward them. Stop, Shiomi snapped again. If you keep coming, that means you've accepted what comes next. His voice dropped even colder than before, the killing intent sharpening. It wasn't a tone he would ever use with his wife. Morgan finally paused. An empty shell of a god with no authority left, and you still dare to talk big. And where do you think my authority went? Shiomi lifted a hand slightly, ready to fire off magecraft at any moment. Wasn't that all thanks to you? Is that so? Morgan's lips curved into a faint smile. She extended a hand toward him. Then consider this my apology. I won't attack. Come here yourself. Scotty jolted and turned to Shiomi. He narrowed his eyes. So you came here to take me? Why? You don't need to know. Morgan's smile carried a trace of contempt, with a teasing edge. Come along quietly, and I can guarantee the woman beside you won't be harmed. What a mouth on you, Shiomi said, eyes blazing. You're nothing but a servant. A filthy witch without even a grand servant spirit origin, and you think you can threaten me. With that, he raised his hand, and grand magecraft shaped itself in an instant through runes. Thalassic calamity. The river surged, waves exploding upward before hardening into a massive iceberg that shattered with a thunderous crack. Countless razor-sharp icicles fell like a torrential downpour. As the spell continued, the icicles gradually thickened into ice spears. After a violent, disorienting tremor, the entire riverbank was coated in frost. Even most of the channel froze over, and the remaining flow turned viciously fast. Scotty's gaze had already shifted to the river. Even Shiomi's grand magecraft posed a real threat. Morgan deflected and evaded, then slipped onto the river itself. She stood on the surface as if it were solid ground, steady and unmoved. There. Scotty lightly tapped the ground with her toe. A chain of ice spikes erupted and shot forward, racing toward where Morgan stood. Just that. Morgan sneered, lifting her hand again. Scotty's ice spikes were stopped cold and forced aside, spreading out to either flank. Beneath Morgan's feet, the current turned unstable. A huge vortex began to form around her, the water rising as it widened, and several waterspouts spiraled up nearby. It was clearly about to become a full-scale magecraft battle. Shiomi still didn't know why Morgan from proper human history had come here, or why she wanted to take him alive, but that wasn't the point right now. He'd once thought that sharing the same face might make him hesitate, if he ever found himself forced to fight Morgan from proper human history. But in reality, making that decision wasn't as hard as he'd expected. Fine, Shiomi said, drawing his mana back into line. Then I'll be your opponent. Let's see what Morgan from proper human history can really do. He snapped his magical energy into motion. A gale roared over the river, ready to turn into countless invisible blades that would tear through Morgan's grand magecraft. But it didn't happen. His body wouldn't move. Stay put. I'll deal with you in a moment. Morgan licked her lips, looking at him like a predator eyeing prey. Shiomi felt his limbs and throat tighten, as if an unseen hand had clamped down on them. Spatial immobilization. Morgan was still far out on the river, yet she only had to extend a hand toward him to suppress him completely. Worse, it felt less like ordinary magecraft and more like the use of authority. Scotty moved to break the binding, but the waterspout slammed down like countless drills, forcing her into the air. She shot upward over the riverbank to evade the onslaught. Scotty wasn't the type to seek out battle, and she had little real experience in evenly matched fights. Still, at Chaldea, she'd often sparred with Shiomi and the others in simulations. Even if she stayed stationed on Storm Border, if the front line ever collapsed, she would need to take the field herself and meet the enemy with her signature rune magic. In the blink of an eye, the once quiet riverside became a battlefield where magi fought for their lives. Scotty understood the situation now, and she held nothing back. The problem was Morgan had no intention of letting her off either. The two of them moved like mobile artillery, racing across the river and hammering each other with magecraft and raw mana. In barely a minute or two, the area was already being torn apart. Something was wrong. Unable to move, Shiomi thought at a frantic pace, trying to read Morgan from proper human history's tactics and find a way to tip Scotty toward victory. Then, catching a faint sense of something off, Shiomi snapped his gaze sideways. Another Morgan was walking out from a rift in the riverbank iceberg. Wherever she stepped, the ice dissolved and sublimated at once, and not even the hem of her skirt was damp. A clone. A clone that didn't feel any weaker than the original. Morgan from proper human history could do that, too. Scotty had been fooled. So had he. Blinded by what's right in front of you, and you forget where the real thing is. Morgan chuckled, amused. She reached for Shiomi's face, fingers poised to press down. Your valuable material. I'll make use of you, bit by bit, until there's nothing left to waste. Cold sweat broke out on Shiomi's skin. And in the instant before that hand could touch him, another hand seized Morgan's wrist. Chapter 951, Volume 12, Chapter 28, A Greeting from the Bewitching Consort, 2. Although I've heard plenty about you from His Majesty the King of Knights, casually laying hands on someone else's husband is hardly a good habit, proper human history. Esk slowly lifted her head and turned an irritated gaze on Morgan of proper human history. Morgan stared back in silence at Esk, this lost belt, herself. A faint, ghostly blue light began to rise from Morgan's body. Esk, no. Shiomi forced the warning out through the grip on his throat. The instant the words left him, another explosion tore through the riverbank. The iceberg that had spread over the river shattered into fragments, and the chunks that crashed into the water threw up spray several meters high. Hearing the disturbance, Scotty instinctively glanced over in alarm, and that split second of distraction was enough. She was struck by the magecraft of Morgan's clone and knocked back onto the shore. It hadn't hit anything vital. Scotty steadied herself, heeled as she moved, and pushed herself up, staring toward where the blast had gone off. Cough, cough. She blew herself up. No, wait. Did she detonate a second clone? Esk coughed a few times as she waved away the dust. She thought the main body had come to see Shiomi, but it had been another clone as well. The clone that had been fighting Scotty landed on the river's surface, its shape swaying slightly with the waves. After dispersing the smoke along the bank and helping Shiomi up from where he'd been kneeling, Esk looked back toward Morgan standing on the water. So that one isn't the main body either, Esk murmured, thinking. Shiomi shook his head. Looks like both of them are clones, but their strength is almost on par with the original, your specialty. That one is Morgan too. It's not strange that she can do the same thing with magecraft, Esk said, watching her quietly. Not sending the true body. That caution is almost worthy of praise. It seems this lost belt isn't some peaceful dead end after all. Morgan's voice was calm as she looked at Esk. To come out unscathed even after I had a clone detonated on you, you've got some skill. Esk stepped forward and put herself between Morgan and Shiomi. Coming here and trying to take him by force, what exactly do you intend to do with my husband? Even if he's a powerless shell, he's still the proper body of a god. Naturally, that has its uses. Morgan's gaze stayed flat. It's a shame your reaction was so quick. A rare opportunity, wasted. Hearing that, Shiomi immediately realized that the wide waters around the first netherworld were under surveillance as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known he was here. With monitoring spread across the area, plus the first netherworld's abnormal magnetic field and the instability of magical power, it wouldn't be hard for its ruler to hide what needed hiding. Especially when that ruler was Morgan of proper human history, someone equally adept at magecraft. I can't agree with that, Esk said evenly. What you want to do is none of my concern. But you chose to lay hands on my husband. You should understand just how heavy that sin is. Heh. Morgan gave a soft laugh, dismissive, as if Esk's words weren't worth taking seriously. I'd love to fight you here, but this isn't my true form. Winning like this wouldn't mean much. Esk had been ready to keep fighting, but that abrupt declaration of withdrawal made her wary. Planning to run? Esk said. but a clone doesn't really run. I can simply dismiss it. Run. Morgan looked at her. Don't forget, if you want to go deeper into Mictlan, the first netherworld is an obstacle you can't avoid. And now, that place is my territory. Shiomi couldn't help laughing. Calling a strip of water your territory? Even for a lake fairy, for the great fairy queen, mother of so many knights of the Round Table, that's a pretty shabby claim, isn't it? If you want to win with words, then keep talking, Morgan said, eyes on Shiomi. Once you've dealt with the lost belt, I'll take you for myself. Easy to say, Scáthach said, supporting Scotty as she came over to join them. You're talking like you've already won. First, I will take that man. Then I will reclaim the remaining 2/3 of the authority that was split away, Morgan declared, her tone unhurried. The one who will reshape this world will be neither the alien gods nor Chaldea. It will be me. Shiomi's brow tightened. Last time it was Britannia. This time you want to restore the planet's mystery and turn it into a pure fairy domain, top to bottom. It's a pity King Arthur isn't here, Morgan said, but it doesn't matter anymore. Even if she became the Holy Lance goddess, she wouldn't accomplish anything in the end. She snapped her fingers in the night. Some things simply don't work unless you do them yourself. With that, her figure seemed to blend into the darkness and vanish from the river's surface. The solid ice formed during the Magecraft battle, no longer sustained by magical power, began to melt away at speed. In moments, the river was flowing as it had before, with only lingering traces to prove that this place had briefly become a battlefield. What is this supposed to be, a declaration of war? Scáthach couldn't help shaking her head, though her tone was grave. Esk crouched down and straightened Shiomi's clothes, then replied. Announcing her location so openly, even though we already knew it, shows how confident she is. It looks like she's already achieved some preliminary control over my husband's authority. Whether it's because we have to break through the first netherworld, or because we need to take that authority back, we're going to have to fight Morgan of proper human history, Shiomi said. In other words, we have to defeat her and clear this obstacle. The fact that she came specifically to take my husband suggests the process of controlling that authority isn't going smoothly, Esk said, the anger still lingering in her eyes. That's why she needs my husband as material. Shiomi knew Esk wasn't furious only because Morgan wanted to use him. It was also because of how she intended to use him. It was like watching the Beast God's priestess all over again. Cruelty taken to an inhuman extreme. So you're still set on what you said before, fighting her alone? Shiomi asked, cupping Esk's face in both hands. Of course, Esk said. It's my duty as your wife, and it's what I want to do. If it were someone else, I could let it go. But it's Morgan of proper human history, an existence equal to me, and yet completely different. But you're not her, Shiomi tried to argue. You don't have to carry the weight of what she's done. Esk pressed a finger to his lips, cutting off the rest of his sensible words before he could say them. If I can't handle it, then you and everyone else can step in, Esk said with a small, bashful smile. But if it comes to that, I don't think I'll be able to stand on my own anymore. He could lose to anyone. Just not to herself. I understand, Shiomi said. We'll do it your way. Tell me what you need, and I'll do everything I can to make it happen. He rested a hand on Esk's shoulder, answering her resolve with the same seriousness. Chapter 952, Volume 12, Chapter 29, Accepting the Challenge. After Morgan of proper human history withdrew, the group rested at their camp beside the cornfield until late into the night. Then the storm boarder flew in and joined them. Romani, Da Vinci, and Shaun found Tepu quite fascinating, and soon struck up a friendly exchange filled with curiosity and academic enthusiasm. At the same time, the storm boarder crew began harvesting corn, making it one of their main sources of fresh food during their stay in this lost belt. They also used the cornfield area as the foundation for a temporary headquarters to launch their assault on the first netherworld, the waters of Tlatloqui. After all, although Chaldea could not directly cross the boundary of the first netherworld and descend deeper into Mictlan, the alien god, and the final cryptor, Daebit, could appear at any time during this period. As usual, most of Chaldea's personnel remained at the main base. Only a few individuals, including Esk and Shiomi, followed the river upstream toward the first netherworld, the waters of Tlatloqui. Since Morgan had said she would be waiting for Chaldea there, they did not intend to keep proper human history's Morgan waiting for long. They still needed to reclaim an important authority. For them, that was the most urgent matter. It's definitely a vast stretch of water. You can't see the end of it, Scáthach said, raising her head to look toward the upper side of Mictlan's ring-shaped land. But it doesn't look like a normal river or a lake. If one flew along the surface, it would take at least 2 hours to reach the point directly above. Not only that, but when walking along the surface, every area along the inner side of the ring had identical gravitational perception. This was the second phenomenon discovered yesterday by Team A during their survey expeditions in both directions. Just like on any landmass on Earth, there was no sense of falling. The preliminary conclusion was that when this underground world was formed, an existence known as Maya had determined the physical laws of this world. That's not the point, Esk said as she looked out across the waters of the first netherworld. This so-called first netherworld has already been completely turned into a magical workshop. Indeed. Shiomi crouched by the shoreline, observing the water's surface. It doesn't seem to reject anyone entering. But whether you can come back out safely afterward is another matter. It's practically an invisible fortress, Scotty commented. Its strength rivals the barrier I used to maintain the Norse world and resist Surtur's flames. Scáthach thought for a moment. The enemy holds the terrain advantage. Rushing in would be unwise. Who said anything about rushing in? Esk replied. She took out a sword. Artoria's holy sword of the planet. After the Storm Border's holy sword concept armament was completed, the holy sword now served mainly as the core that enhanced the weapon's power during activation. It did not matter even if it was taken away from the Storm Border. After all, the conceptual armament created by fully analyzing the holy sword, Hume Barrel Ray Proof, had reached a level of completion even higher than Shaun had expected. Setting aside specifications, its completion was on par with the Shadow of the Holy Lance, ad. I see. Shiomi and the others, including his master, immediately understood. It may look like the entire first netherworld has been turned into a workshop, making its location uncertain. But precisely because its coverage is so vast, the workshop exists like an island in the wandering sea. It can be said to exist everywhere within this first netherworld. Esk's fairy eyes glowed with a deep blue light as she already saw through the defensive structure that supported the first netherworld's inherited barrier. And the holy sword of the planet, the noble phantasm wielded by King Arthur, the mortal enemy of Morgan from proper human history, was the perfect tool to shatter that inherited defense, forcing the opponent to reveal their coordinates and fixing their position. She had no time to enter and wander through a pointless labyrinth. There was no reason to waste time. The longer things dragged on, the greater the chance of something going wrong. If the alien god appeared at any moment, it would bring nothing but trouble for Chaldea. Then, Shiomi stood behind Esk, while Scáthach and Scotty took positions on either side of her. The three of them simultaneously activated Rune Magecraft, amplifying Esk's magical energy. This allowed her to reduce the original cost while pushing the borrowed Noble Phantasm to 200% output. She had already used this holy sword more than once. As a fairy who once bore the mission of forging the holy sword, her affinity with it was nearly on par with its current wielder. Looks like they noticed. Esk showed a faint smile. The inherited defenses of the first netherworld suddenly began to strengthen. It was an obvious response to sensing the holy sword's mana. But it was already too late. Altering a formation of this scale required time, even for the most exceptional Magus. Even the few seconds that would seem impossibly fast to an ordinary Magus were, to someone of the same level, a fatal opening. Breath of the stars, gather here. Strip away the false trappings and reveal the true form of the first netherworld to me. Esk raised the holy sword high. The golden mana coiling around the blade surged upward as if it would pierce the sky. Excalibur. The massive golden blade of mana fell forward, crashing down upon the waters of the first netherworld and cleaving through waterfalls and raging currents. Like the legendary moment when Moses parted the sea, the waters split open, exposing the damp, soft earth beneath. Enormous waves surged upward on both sides, rising more than 10 meters high, before rushing back toward the waterless center. Vast amounts of river water evaporated under the holy sword's power, and dense mist quickly filled the entire first netherworld. A few seconds later, a soft drizzle began to fall. The water that had been swept into the sky returned to the waters of Tlatloqui in the form of artificial rain. Holding an empty umbrella formed from a projection of mana, Esk stepped onto the still restless surface and walked into the first netherworld. So it's Arthur's holy sword. Your relationship must be quite extraordinary. Morgan looked at Esk. She was already soaked through. Water dripped from her hair, running down her body in thin streams. Just protecting herself from being caught up in the destruction of her own formation had clearly taken considerable effort. It's nothing special. After all, we're practically family now. Esk stopped walking and looked across the deeply split waterfall channel toward Morgan on the opposite side. As his wife, borrowing a noble phantasm from my husband's knight isn't anything improper. Family. Morgan stood up. To tolerate Arthur sharing his possessions. You're even more dull than I imagined. My husband isn't some object. Esk tilted her head slightly, smiling at her. You treat men like tools and only know how to seize power and status. Of course you wouldn't understand. She continued, her voice calm. I'm curious. From proper human history, did you ever truly love anyone? That kind of weakness is unnecessary for the true king who inherits Britannia. Morgan dismissed the idea with complete disdain. The true king of Britannia, huh? Esk stretched a hand beyond the edge of her umbrella, letting the rain fall into her palm. You used to be such a good big sister. But now you only call Artoria, Arthur. You really do talk too much. Chapter 953, Volume 12, Chapter 30, Lifting as though it were light. As Morgan's voice carried a trace of irritation, an enormous surge of water rose from the seemingly bottomless chasm beneath the waterfall. The tide gathered in midair like a living creature, ready to crash down on Esk at any moment. But that was only a distraction. If someone focused only on the attack in front of them, they would overlook the abnormal movement in the waters behind them within the mana-filled first netherworld. The currents twisted, churned, and reshaped themselves, eventually forming a colossal elemental creature reminiscent of the flame giant Berserker. Having been caught off guard by Esk's opening strike and repeatedly provoked by her words, Morgan's emotions stirred first, and she was the one who launched the attack. Esk rose lightly onto her toes, moving across the water as though she were dancing, gracefully avoiding attacks that seemed wide-ranging and impossible to escape. Amid the heavy blows were smaller strikes as nimble as hummingbirds. Water shifted endlessly in form. Blades, spears, clubs, even venomous needles. They chased after Esk's steps like a rising tide, surrounding her from all sides, yet none of them could catch her. "Let's see how long you can keep dodging," Morgan said coldly. "This is the price of using a noble phantasm that isn't yours." Morgan stepped forward along a staircase formed from rising fountains, walking over the massive hollow where the waterfall plunged and gradually approaching Esk. "Is that how it looks to you?" Esk stopped moving. Because she had been surrounded. If one only defended and never attacked, this was the inevitable result. Although she had intended to test her current state, she had ultimately given up control of the battlefield. Still not planning to fight back. That's rather overconfident. Morgan fixed her gaze on Esk. She did not believe she had truly cornered her opponent. If anything, it might be a deliberate opening. Esk looked at her with a relaxed smile. "So far it's all been large-scale magecraft. Isn't that a little too light? Are you trying to conserve the power needed to defeat me, saving the rest to digest your authority and seize the others? As for authority, it's not like I can't use it." Morgan raised her hand. "For example, interfering with the water inside your body." "Oh." Esk glanced at her right hand that was holding the umbrella. It began to rise against her will, forcing her to respond in order to counter it. "For instance." Morgan pressed a hand against her chest, detonating it from the inside. "Oh. Oh." Esk sounded even more surprised. Her tone was almost like that of a young girl discovering something fascinating, which made Morgan feel extremely irritated. Just how naive was this woman? Or were beings like fairies all the same, whether from proper human history or a lost belt, whether from the surface world or the inner sea of the planet? But Morgan quickly realized that reaction was not naivety. It was confidence. The blood she had tried to detonate did not explode. There was indeed a tangible sense of interference affecting Esk's blood and even her magic circuits, yet it felt as though Morgan had only barely touched them before the target slipped away. The hand that had been forced out of control slowly returned to its original position, as if it had already shaken off Morgan's influence. Using authority that doesn't belong to oneself, assuming a higher spiritual rank, and then exerting direct interference on fairies who originally share the same rank, ultimately neutralizing or even erasing the target. Esk analyzed it casually as if speaking to herself. Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, the opponents I've faced recently haven't had such low spiritual ranks. There was simply no chance to use a method like that. As she said this, she raised her head and looked at Morgan with a hint of regret. Too bad. I am indeed a fairy, but my spiritual rank isn't as low as you think. Then let me see what you're really capable of. Morgan's voice filled with rising anger, and the surrounding mana began to grow violently unstable. Every word Esk spoke struck Morgan's nerves with perfect precision. The anger she had been holding back was gradually slipping out of control. That was exactly Esk's strategy. Keeping an eye on the changes in the surrounding mana, Esk focused her attention on Morgan. Being angry is good. After all, I'm even angrier than you right now. Under different circumstances, we could have sat down and talked about our love for our respective Britons. But since you chose this path, there's only one outcome left. We stand as enemies. The air grew thick and heavy. The magnetic field of the first netherworld shifted according to Morgan's will, turning intangible space into something tangible. The unstable mana slowly gathered toward Esk, closing in from all directions. The intention was obvious. Trap her inside and tear her apart piece by piece. Crack. A sharp breaking sound echoed. But it wasn't Esk's body or bones breaking. It was the projected umbrella in her hand. She calmly loosened her grip, letting the fragments fall. Before they could touch the water's surface, they dissolved back into mana and returned to the greater source. The world itself seemed to change color. The phenomena of the first netherworld were being reshaped into weapons meant specifically to target Esk. Once completed, it would become her natural enemy. Just like the Magus of flowers stepping into a prison tower. Escape would be impossible. Locking that man called Merlin away felt just like this. Morgan looked at Esk, her smile twisting into something feral. You're even harder to deal with than that man. So let this Tlatloqui become your prison tower. Garden of the Innocent. For a paradise fairy without sin, it was a fitting method. With the severity aspect of Shiomi's authority mixed into it, the scale of the Garden of the Innocent, created by using the surrounding environment, reached an unprecedented size. Morgan had no intention of merely trapping Esk here. Imprisonment was only the first step. Watching as Esk's figure was gradually swallowed by the towering waves of Tlatloqui, Morgan was about to mock her arrogance for refusing to attack and focusing only on defense. But the Garden of the Innocent, just one step away from sealing shut, suddenly exploded from within. The nearly completed structure was torn apart. A massive vortex spiraled out of control, forcing Morgan to raise her defenses within the surging waves just to maintain her footing. It's a little different from my own garden, but in terms of the underlying structure of the spell, it ultimately arrives at the same destination. Esk closed her eyes. Vast amounts of mana poured outward around her. Magecraft battles have long since lost any novelty. Then, her counterattack spell formed instantly and shot toward Morgan. Its scale wasn't large. Something Morgan could easily intercept. Morgan judged that their magecraft abilities were roughly equal. As long as she used the advantage of the battlefield and dragged this into a war of attrition. Just as that thought crossed her mind, a silver flash cut through the mist and rushed straight toward her throat. Morgan barely managed to block it with a hastily raised barrier, her eyes widening in shock. That was the most direct difference between the proper human history version and the Lost Belt version of the same existence. A spear. With just that single strike, Morgan realized how refined Esk's spear technique was. As she watched the barrier nearly split apart, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Chapter 954, Volume 12, Chapter 31, Stubborn and Unyielding. Not only that, Morgan recognized the spear's true name. The second seat of the Knights of the Round Table, Percival's other holy lance, Longinus. The instant Morgan realized the noble phantasm's true name, the silver holy lance in Esk's hand split her magecraft barrier cleanly in two. Morgan barely caught the blow with her staff. She let out a muffled grunt as the impact sent her flying toward the broad open waters. Only by forcibly constricting space with mana did she manage to steady herself and regain her stance. You even have that spear? Just what are you? Morgan's expression darkened as she sensed another gap in her intelligence. It was not that the cryptor assigned to the South American Lost Belt, or that priest with the fixed, fake smile, had deliberately withheld information. Rather, they themselves had never been able to grasp the full picture of Esk. In Chaldea's battles, it had always been that man, the one whose authority had been stolen, charging at the very front. Naturally, he was the one whose information leaked the most. And in turn, that became cover for everyone else. Don't misunderstand, Esk said, lifting the spear and settling into a practiced stance. This isn't the holy lance held by the Knights of the Round Table. This is a ritual implement that drifted with me from the inner sea of the planet to Britannia. It is the chosen spear. I see. Morgan rose and wiped the water from her face. The environment of Tlatloqui shifted again with her will, trying to hinder Esk's movements. Esk held the chosen spear across her body, watched the moment the undercurrent surged, then stepped across the treacherous waters of the netherworld and launched a high-speed assault straight at Morgan. They were both top-tier magus. If either tried to close in using mirror magecraft, the other would sense it first. The moment Morgan felt a watercolored mirror surface forming behind her, she read its nature from the direction of the mana flow. She spun around and shattered it before the spell could complete, refusing to let the mirror fusion take shape. Just as expected. Esk saw the outcome as she sprinted forward and made her judgment without a word. So then. Mirrors appeared one after another, forcing Morgan to dismantle each one in rapid succession. Real or fake, she could not allow a single mirror to finish forming. That was the nastiest part of this magecraft. Within the range of one's vision, it could create an exit first, and only afterward set the entrance. A truly troublesome tactic. Morgan wanted to return the favor and use it for a counterattack, but Esk's mobility was absurd. Morgan's eyes could barely keep up with her footwork. Quit admiring your reflection. At last, as Morgan dispelled the mirror fusion on her left, a silver spear blade stabbed out from behind it. Esk had not passed through the mirror. She had simply closed the distance at that exact moment. Even the chaotic environment failed to slow her down. With no time to deal with the remaining mirrors, Morgan tapped the water with her toes and retreated at full speed. But Esk stayed on her like a shadow, preventing Morgan from bringing her counters to full power. A magus who prefers close combat, Morgan snapped as Esk caught up again. She shaped a weapon from mana and blocked the holy lance's downward cut. Just as nasty as that certain incubus. Come on. This spear technique was personally taught to me by my husband, Esk said, unbothered. And you? With the first netherworld's terrain and stolen authority to lean on, is an ambush the only way you can gain an advantage. Sustaining her defense with the staff in her right hand, Morgan freed her left and swiftly wove another spell to strike Esk from behind. The one who ambushed with the holy sword really has the nerve to say that. Esk flashed a smug smile. This is payback for your ambush last night. Heh. Morgan scoffed. The pincer attack was already in place. Now all she had to do was reverse the flow and turn it into a killing blow. She raised her hand, about to clench her fist and redirect the mana into an attack. Two sharp crimson flashes cut past her, grazing her body and opening wounds along her arm and waist. Fresh blood welled up and spilled down. Morgan jerked her head around in shock and saw two crimson spears spinning to a stop before turning their tips back toward her, locking onto her position again. Only then did Morgan remember. That man whose authority had been taken by three different sides was skilled with crimson spears, a disciple of Scáthach, queen of the land of shadows. Those two crimson spears were the mark of Scáthach's discipleship. Noble phantasms that carried curses. Even without releasing their true names, the moment they left a wound, the curse would spread from the injury and prevent it from healing. Breaking the curse was not difficult. You haven't been using your own fighting style this whole time, have you? Morgan asked. No. This is my fighting style as well, Esk replied. The spear belongs to my husband, and as his wife, it also belongs to me. As they say, marital property. As she spoke, Esk pressed forward again, refusing to give Morgan the time to prepare large-scale magecraft. Morgan could only respond with short, quick spells to fend her off. You stole my husband's authority and occupied the netherworld of this lost belt. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Esk finally asked. You know perfectly well. Morgan raised her hand and struck, forcing Esk back for a moment. Panting heavily, she shouted, I will create my own Britannia on this bleached planet. I will turn this planet into a fairy land overflowing with mystery. A fairy land? How shallow. Esk frowned deeply, her voice sharp with reproach. Do you really believe that simply replacing humans with fairies as your subjects will let you rest easy? She raised her hand. The crimson spears aimed toward Morgan suddenly split apart. Hundreds, then thousands of crimson spears shimmered overhead with ominous red light, like a sky filled with stars of death. Whether in proper human history or in a lost belt, fairies can never serve as subjects. Even if you refuse to govern them, they will happily drag your ideal kingdom toward meaningless destruction. Her words cut like a blade. At the same time, the cursed crimson spears rained down like a storm. Morgan raised a barrier to withstand the assault, but the dense barrage of impacts could not be fully dispersed. Already outside the range of the attack, Esk watched with a frown as the falling crimson spears saturated the area before erupting into a new chain of explosions. It was an attack pattern approaching that of barbed spear that pierces with death and soars, without even needing to release its true name. Sounds like you speak from experience, Morgan said, leaning on her staff. Her body was drenched in blood. She bared her teeth in a grin, her eyes filled with obsessive madness. But that has nothing to do with me. Once I decide something, it cannot be changed. You still don't understand. You have no chance of winning. Even after witnessing it firsthand, Esk was still surprised by the depth of obsession within the Morgan of proper human history. If it hadn't been for him, she might have walked the same path. No chance of winning. Morgan laughed coldly. You gain a slight advantage and already call it victory. Kneeling on the surface of the lake, Morgan extended both hands. The authority of severity temporarily manifested in a state between substance and illusion, appearing within her arms. Esk immediately sensed something was wrong. She reached out, trying to resonate with that fragment of authority and pull it back. Authority fusion. With a frenzied roar, Morgan swallowed the authority she had not yet fully mastered and forcibly fused it with her own body. Chapter 955, Volume 12, Chapter 32, retrieved, but not completely. What happens when someone forcibly fuses divine authority? Esk could not say for certain. But in general, it depended on the divinity of the authority's original owner. The authority Shiomi possessed was extremely close to that of a chief god. Even if he offered no resistance and allowed Esk to seize and devour it, she still would not be able to easily control it while avoiding every possible side effect, or even a rampage. The unified divine form was Shiomi's solution. But swallowing authority like this without preparation, forcing a fusion simply to obtain the power of a divine spirit. There was only one possible outcome. Esk withdrew the crimson spears and used the chosen spear to brace herself against the violent storm of rampaging mana. It reminded her of the anomaly she had encountered at that tiny singularity in the past. But the sensation was completely different. Rampage. Such deep obsession. Esk sighed softly. But if it's gone this far, hasn't the purpose already been reversed? Morgan, who had forcibly fused with the authority, became its core. The waters of the first netherworld gathered around her, spontaneously constructing a special divine body, transforming her into an utterly merciless god. True to its name, severity was the harshest aspect within Tenkei Shiomi, a one-sided manifestation of his authority. Within the scope of its gaze, it held the power of life and death over all living things, imposing trials that none could surpass. For some reason, it reminded Esk of the expression Shiomi once wore when slaughtering fairies in the fairy kingdom. There was no trace left of the will of Morgan from proper human history. The moment she forced the fusion, her consciousness had been drowned by the authority itself. Only the lingering obsession remained, guiding the still-forming divine body. Esk, who had originally intended to thoroughly defeat the Morgan of proper human history before reclaiming the authority, let out a quiet sigh. She released the chosen spear, allowing it to float beside her, then calmly raised her hand and untied the ribbon that bound her hair. Her silver hair fell like a waterfall. With a few swift movements, she gathered it again and tied it tightly into a more practical style. Eyes closed, Esk carefully observed the rampaging divine body. The first netherworld had already fallen into extreme chaos. If the situation here was not resolved quickly, the entire Tlatlaqui could collapse. The waters would surge back, unleashing a flood that would drown all of Mictlan. If that flood could somehow eliminate the still dormant ORT, it would be fortunate. But realistically, a mere flood would likely have little effect. Which meant there was only one option. The master of Tlatlaqui had to be dealt with here. Morgan of proper human history, the one occupying the first netherworld. Time was running out. The disturbance here would inevitably attract the attention of other enemies, including the alien god. Compared to unleashing a large-scale noble phantasm, a precise strike would be more appropriate. Fortunately, before coming here, she had listened to his advice and brought that spear as well. Otherwise, going back and forth would have wasted precious time. Now the first netherworld was filled with dense mist. The shoreline and the water were completely obscured. She could not even determine her exact position. I originally had no intention of killing you, Esk said quietly. But now that things have come to this, even if you are the other me of proper human history, there is no other choice. With her hair now tied, Esk summoned Ferdinand and gripped it in her hand. Mana surged as the very heavens and earth seemed to overturn. Holding the spear tightly with both hands, she began to recite words that sounded like a prayer. I declare, in the name of my husband's divinity, awaken the sleeping power of the divine spear. It is redemption for the forsaken, reward for the forsaken. Like a meteor that tears across the heavens, proclaim the destined death of all things. Overwhelming mana surged to its absolute peak. Rising into the sky, Esk opened her fairy eyes, which shone with radiant magical light. Her lips moved slightly as she spoke the spear's true name. Ragnarok Gungnir. For a moment, time seemed to stop. A golden meteor streaked across the sky of the first netherworld, piercing the divine body that was still forming and passing straight through Morgan at its core. The massive arm of the divine body, stretching dozens of meters long, froze just before it could complete the encirclement. Then time resumed. The towering water god, as immense as the flame giant Surtur, collapsed in an instant. A torrential rain began to fall. Morgan lay on the surface of the water, blood spreading beneath her and staining the water red. She stared blankly at the sky, as if unable to understand what had just happened. People cannot live only by severity. And gods cannot exist with only severity either. Esk stood beside her and looked down. That applies whether it's toward others, or toward yourself. That sounds like the words of someone with experience as a god. Morgan murmured. Then she shook her head slightly. No. You always were. Only halfway, Esk replied calmly. I only became a unified god by borrowing the affection of my husband. My husband's affection. Morgan slowly closed her eyes. What a distant phrase. The authority that had been forcibly devoured and fused began to emerge as Morgan's spirit origin dissipated. There was no longer any need to separate it manually. Esk reached out to guide it, intending to bring it back to shore and return it to Shiomi. With this, that makes 1/3 recovered. She looked at the water, now stained only with blood, and was about to sigh in relief and turn back. But suddenly the authority in her hand became unstable. Before she could understand what was happening, the authority flowed directly into her body on its own. Her breathing halted for a moment. Esk thought it was her turn to rampage. But that did not happen. When she came back to her senses, she had already taken on the form of the Unity God. The power was incomplete, but the form itself was unmistakable. The form lasted only a few seconds before it faded away on its own, before Esk could even finish being surprised. Yet she could clearly feel it. If she wished to activate it again right now, it would not be difficult. The problem was that the authority had somehow attached itself to her and become her possession. And she had no way to separate it on her own. The compatibility was absurdly high. It was a gap that the Morgan of proper human history had never realized, even at the moment of her death. In the end, carrying the confusion with her, Esk returned to the shore somewhat dejected and reunited with Shiomi and Scotty. Scáthach was nowhere to be seen. I sensed the authority rampaging earlier. Luckily you handled it properly. Are you all right? Shiomi asked with concern. Are you injured anywhere? After all, Esk had temporarily disabled the damage compensation ritual earlier out of concern that it might affect him. I'm fine. Esk shook her head. Then why do you look so down? Did you lose? Scotty asked, now worried as well. Esk pressed a hand against her chest. I won. And I recovered the authority too. The problem is that it somehow fused with me. I see. Shiomi let out a relieved smile. In that case, just hold on to it for now. Once we've recovered all of them, you can return everything to me then. Hearing that, Esk relaxed considerably, reassured that the authority had not completely transferred to her. Though she still could not be certain whether the instability of the authority had been caused solely by herself. By the way, where's Scáthach? She asked. There was a bit of trouble on the storm border side. She went back first to help, Shiomi explained. We stayed here so we could meet you and return together. Chapter 956, Volume 12, Chapter 33, Sudden Assault. When Shiomi and the others returned to the storm border's holding area, a torrential downpour was hammering the ground. Scars of battle were everywhere. More importantly, the storm border was currently facing off against a group of enemies. A female servant wielding a long, thin whip was breathing hard. Behind her stood a man in a jaguar mask, leading a pack of jaguar-masked bandits. And at the very back of their formation was a blond man in modern clothes with brown-tinted sunglasses, watching the fight with clear interest as if he were enjoying a show. Shiomi recognized him at once. Tezcatlipoca. He had actually come looking for them himself. Finally back. No, I suppose you were pretty quick, Scáthach said. We could feel the tremors from the first netherworld over here. I thought we were about to get hit by a flood. Nemo had even been ready to launch the warship into the air. If the flood were big enough to drown all of Mictlan, the storm border could still switch to submersible mode. But that would make fighting the still unknown ORT far more inconvenient. Even if it meant they could wipe out the enemies in front of them, it was hardly good news. She tried to forcibly fuse my husband's authority, then use a rampage to defeat me, Esk sighed. Luckily, we were prepared. Ragnarok Gungnir did what it was supposed to. I see. Scáthach nodded, understanding immediately. And what about here? What happened? Scotty asked, gripping her wand and moving toward the storm border while shielding the battle-worn Esk behind her. Cradling Shiomi, Esk freed one hand and patted Scotty on the shoulder. It's fine. I can still fight. My husband can too. No, Shiomi said, reaching out to catch the rein in his palm. This rein is wrong. Just touching it limits our movements. More precisely, it's a selection, Scotty said, glancing toward the storm border. Servants with insufficient spiritual rank, and humans, will end up unable to move at all. Hinako Akuta and the fairy knights were guarding the warship to prevent any jaguar-masked bandits who slipped through from hitting their rear. Everyone else was waiting inside. On the other hand, Scáthach, Artoria, and even Koyanskaya as a beast candidate could still fight relatively freely. That was why the situation had settled into a stalemate. Looks like 3 more divine pillars have arrived to support you, the female servant leading the enemy said, her gaze shifting to Shiomi and the others. Esk felt a flicker of surprise. Shiomi and Scotty being counted as gods was one thing, but why was she included too? Was it the authority she carried, giving this unknown goddess the wrong impression? State your name, goddess, Shiomi said. Or do you intend to hide your true name as a servant? Silence, the men in the black jaguar mask barked, furious. Do not lump our noble gods together with those vulgar servants. Tezcatlipoca, however, did not care in the slightest. If anything, he laughed as though he found it amusing. Calm down, Iskali. Don't let appearances fool you. That man might be getting held in a woman's arms right now, but he's a genuine god. Tlaloc, the female divine spirit servant said, giving her name. The rain god Tlaloc. Tlaloc. Shiomi could not hide his surprise. Tlaloc, the rain god of Aztec mythology, one of the pillars of the creation myths. No wonder Scáthach and the others had been held in place. Setting aside Tezcatlipoca, who clearly did not look like he had any intention of seriously fighting, the jaguar-masked bandits and that black-masked man alone should not have been able to tie them down this much, even with this strange rain. But with Tlaloc involved, it all made sense. Tlaloc was the rain god in Aztec myth, said to have ruled the third world in creation, and in legend that world was destroyed by a rain of fire. No matter how one looked at it, he was a god whose strength could not be underestimated. A high-ranking divine spirit manifesting as a servant was already an absurdly overpowered kind of summoning, and on top of that, he had created terrain advantage that prevented Scáthach's god-slaying power from being used effectively. Seeing the three of you here, along with that disturbance in the first netherworld, it looks like that which was taken care of by you. A trace of bloodthirsty excitement appeared in Tezcatlipoca's smile. I can feel it. 1/3 of the separated authority has returned here. That's thanks to you, Smoking Mirror, Shiomi said. And now you're taking advantage of my absence to target our headquarters. The god of war really does live up to his reputation. Of course. Tezcatlipoca curled his lips slightly. In this world, there are only warriors, and useless people who can't become warriors. Personally, I don't care much about Nua's plan. Whether you save humanity or save the universe, do whatever you want. But only if the chosen one actually has the qualifications. What? Shiomi frowned. Tezcatlipoca's wording sounded strange. Nothing much. Just a trial. Tezcatlipoca grinned with clear amusement. Even after having his authority taken, he managed to escape alive. And in just 2 days, he's already recovered 1/3 of it. Brother Sama, what should we do next? Tlaloc asked. She had already noticed Tezcatlipoca's unusual attitude and understood that acting rashly would be unwise. The gentle blessings of rain are enough, Tezcatlipoca said, his tone rising with excitement. Now comes war, Huitzilopochtli. You know what to do. Understood. Tlaloc's expression grew serious. Then we'll use the spirit origin as your opponent. You all seem quite skilled in battle. As she spoke, her spirit origin changed. Not only her class shifted, but even her divinity changed with it. A war god. Shiomi was surprised again. She's not just a rain god. She also carries the divinity of another god. A composite divinity. Alter ego. Esk said in confusion. Chaldea's observations had identified her class as pretender, the same as Oberon. Was that just a disguise? That doesn't matter, Shiomi said, raising his voice. Master, have everyone fall back. Leave this to us. Then he held Esk's face in both hands. Before she could react, he kissed her. Doing something like that in front of everyone still felt a little awkward. Especially when the gazes from Scáthach and the others suddenly turned rather complicated. Flirting on a sacred battlefield. Tlaloc snapped, clearly angered. She swung the long whip in her hand as mana surged around her. Lament of Koilzakwi. A massive undead entity manifested within the rain that was slowly beginning to subside. It moved together with Huitzilopochtli as they launched their attack toward the two of them. Chapter 957, Volume 12, Chapter 34, After the Rain. Tlaloc's divinity shifted, and along with it her true name changed as well, transforming into the tribal god appointed by the Aztecs. Huitzilopochtli, also known as the Left Hummingbird, the incarnation of the war god and the sun god. Because her authority opposed that of the rain god, the troublesome downpour gradually began to fade. However, the output of her spirit origin and the scale of her mana rose sharply. The transformation completed in an instant, and she launched an attack straight at Shiomi and Esk. The attack was enormous in scale. Scotty, who was approaching Scáthach's side, immediately deployed a defensive spell. But the distance was too great for her barrier to cover Shiomi in time. A blinding white light burst across the battlefield. When Scotty's eyes finally adjusted to the brightness and she saw what had happened, she smiled in relief and continued forward, joining Scáthach and the others while preparing to deal with Tezcatlipoca, who had yet to act. What an impatient war god. Losing your temper before even understanding the situation. The Unity god Morgan extended one hand and blocked Huitzilopochtli's attack, firmly grabbing the whip that had lashed down in front of her. What? Huitzilopochtli stared in shock. Oh ho. So that's the rumored Unity god. Tezcatlipoca smiled with clear interest. A god laying bare all their authority and divinity, merging completely with a suitable vessel. Not merely a possession, but something that surpasses even the original divinity itself. While Tezcatlipoca casually commented on the Unity god form, Huitzilopochtli struggled to pull back her captured weapon but failed to regain control. Instead, she raised her left hand, shaping it like a blade, and slashed toward Morgan. Then she suddenly felt her balance vanish. Her feet lifted off the ground. Morgan had taken advantage of Huitzilopochtli's attempt to reclaim her weapon, using that moment to swing both her and the whip together into the air. As Morgan released her grip, the war goddess quickly adjusted her posture midair, preparing to counterattack. But suddenly her body moved on its own. An invisible force seized her like a meteor hammer, dragging her body into rapid spirals through the air. Ugh! This was more than simple loss of control. The crushing force from the high-speed rotation far exceeded what such velocity should normally produce, compressing Huitzilopochtli's body from all directions. Just as she poured all her mana into resisting and enduring the pressure, it suddenly vanished. She barely had time to feel puzzled before the next impact descended from above. The noble phantasm, roadless Camelot, activated without releasing its true name, struck Huitzilopochtli directly. The goddess crashed straight into his Kali and the leopard-masked bandit army he commanded. The explosion completely flattened the area, leaving nothing behind. When the smoke finally cleared, Tezcatlipoca had somehow lit a cigarette. He calmly took a drag. Behind him lay the direction of the cornfield. It was the only place untouched by the explosion. Tezcatlipoca had personally blocked the blast from reaching it. Corn is the divine food brought by Quetzalcoatl. Even if enemies wish to take it, I would not object. But destroying it carelessly is unforgivable. There will not be a next time. Tezcatlipoca spoke with a stern expression as he issued the warning. Even with far more pressing matters before him, the chief god seemed more concerned about the fate of the cornfield. Huitzilopochtli had been severely wounded by that attack. Even with her powerful regenerative abilities, recovery would still take time. The leopard-masked bandits had been completely wiped out. Only his Kali remained, dragging his broken body across the ground, the mask on his face already shattered. What a cold-hearted chief god. You don't care at all about the casualties among your own allies. Morgan remained floating in the air. The battlefield had already been cleared. She looked ready to begin a second round against this chief god. Battle and bloodshed. Whether victory or defeat, none of it matters. That is simply the way of warriors, Tezcatlipoca replied indifferently. My dear sister and his Kali alike stepped onto the battlefield fully aware of what awaited them. They would never beg for my pity over mere injuries. So who's next? Morgan asked calmly. You. Or shall we wait for your sister to recover so the two of you can fight together? Tezcatlipoca simply smiled without concern. No. That's enough for today. I've already seen what I came to see. It's a pity we couldn't take this ship, but that's fine. There will always be another chance. You think I'll just let you leave like that? Morgan replied. Without the strange rain interfering anymore, Scáthach and the others reacted instantly, moving in from different directions to surround Tezcatlipoca's group. Daybit's location was still unknown, but if they eliminated his servant first, the final cryptor would lose his greatest support. We will leave, Tezcatlipoca said calmly. After all, this is war. Obsessing over gains and losses in a single moment or place shows poor strategic thinking. Rather than fighting here, I've prepared a much better battlefield for you. With only 1/3 of your authority recovered, you already possess this level of power. That only makes the fully completed Unity God even more interesting. As he spoke, he took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled a massive cloud of smoke. A sudden sandstorm rose up, blocking Scáthach and the others even though they were already close. The swirling dust obscured Tezcatlipoca and his companions completely. Fight as much as you like. Complete your trial, equilibrium, and mercy. Recover all of your authority. Just make sure you don't disappoint me. With those final words, Tezcatlipoca disappeared from the battlefield, taking his injured companion, or rather subordinate, with him. The corpses of the leopard-masked bandits gradually dissolved into mana and returned to Mictlan. Only the blood soaking into the soil remained, proving the battle that had just occurred was real. Morgan released the fusion and once again held Shiomi in her arms. Her expression looked unusually serious, as though she had encountered a difficult problem. Even if the enemy got away, there's no need to look that depressed, Scáthach said, putting away her spear as she looked back at Morgan. Tezcatlipoca is a divine spirit servant with a grand spirit origin. Someone like that isn't easy to keep here. No, it has nothing to do with that. Morgan shook her head. We only recovered 1/3 of the authority. I'm not surprised that I can merge with my husband. But why do I feel the power of the Unity God growing stronger? Didn't that rain god Tlaloc mention it earlier? 3 divine pillars, Shiomi said as he gently stroked her hair near the temple. Even though it wasn't intentional, fusing with my authority has already started affecting you. Koyanskaya watched with obvious amusement. Now this is getting interesting. What the one from proper human history failed to do, the Lost Belt version accomplished effortlessly. Why not just swallow the god completely while you're at it? You talk too much. Morgan shot Koyanskaya an annoyed glare. Chapter 958, Volume 12, Chapter 35, Playing by the Water, 1. With the defeat of the mistress of the first netherworld, Tlatlauqui, the fairy queen from proper human history, this layer of the underworld lost its original role as a barrier and became nothing more than a vast expanse of water. However, Morgan and the others believed it was still necessary to conduct a deeper investigation of Tlatlauqui. They wanted to examine the remnants of the destroyed large-scale magical workshop and search for anything that might still be useful. Because of that, they split up with Storm Border. The day after the battle with Tezcatlipoca's group, Storm Border, guided by Tepu, passed through the first netherworld and headed toward the 3rd layer of Mictlan. Morgan and the others stayed behind to slowly investigate the first netherworld on their own. At least, that was the reasoning. So, you deliberately separated from everyone, even leaving behind the person responsible for operating the ley line sealing armament. Storm Border is relying only on the fairy knights and the beast candidate for security. Isn't that a bit thin? Shiomi complained. It's fine, teacher. Olga Marie buried her face in Shiomi's hair, greedily breathing in his scent while giving a vague explanation. Lady Morgan has already replaced the setup with a mirror merge spell system, and Bayaban Sith can also operate the ley line sealing armament on a small scale. Exactly. Scáthach stood calmly by the bank of a sandbar in the middle of the river and addressed Shiomi with an easy smile. And didn't we say before splitting up? Avoid combat whenever possible and focus on investigation and exploration. After all, in the third layer of Mictlan there's a Dainos city called Chichen Itza. Chaldea's side had Tepu accompanying them. The Dainos, despite being dinosaur-like beings, were not aggressive by nature. So they could likely enter the city smoothly, gather information, and take the chance to rest. Ever since arriving in the Lost Belt, Chaldea had been constantly fighting or preparing for battle. Everyone's nerves had been stretched tight the entire time. In other words, it was finally time to relax a little. But still, leaving everyone behind under the excuse of investigating traces of a natural magical workshop while we stay here in Tlatlaqui feels a bit excessive, doesn't it? Shiomi scratched his cheek uneasily. And we're even playing in the water. Just as he said, the only ones who had stayed behind were those closely connected to him. After Storm Border headed for the third layer, the women remaining here gradually changed into swimsuits. The first netherworld wasn't simply one giant river. It was dotted with many bottomless waterfalls. Still, there were plenty of broad, deep stretches of water, and the water itself was remarkably clean. Mictlan's climate was humid and sweltering, so playing in the water like this was actually perfect. Even without an ocean, a stretch of water so wide it disappeared into the horizon worked well enough as a substitute. At the moment, Shiomi was sitting on a beach towel by the shore, being held in Olga Marie's arms. Then at least give me a pair of swim trunks, Shiomi complained. After the women changed into their swimsuits, Shiomi had been stripped completely and tossed into the water. Everyone helped wash him until he was thoroughly clean. Now Olga Marie was hugging him while sniffing his scent, and one of her hands was restlessly wandering over his sensitive area. You say that, but your body is being very honest, Morgan said from the water, casually adjusting the swimsuit that had ridden up against her hips. The weather isn't even hot, and my husband doesn't need clothes anyway. Besides, you wouldn't have time to put them on. Shiomi's body was completely relaxed as he leaned back against Olga Marie, quietly enjoying the attention from her hands. Her technique was still a little clumsy, but at least she wasn't hurting him. That's not what I meant. I haven't even properly admired your swimsuits yet, Shiomi replied calmly. After all, he wasn't some child experiencing these things for the first time. His body might have reverted to a younger form, but that hadn't dulled his senses. Hee hee. And how exactly were you planning to admire them? Scotty asked. She had grown tired from playing in the water and returned to shore, half lying down beside Olga Marie. The two of them pressed in from both sides, trapping Shiomi between their soft bodies like a sweet and fragrant snare. There was no escaping it. And honestly, he had no desire to escape. Especially once Scotty joined Olga Marie's teasing as well. So, when did you all prepare those swimsuits? Shiomi asked after calming his breathing slightly, one eye still half closed. Just within the past few days, Tuko replied. Once we confirmed the environment here is mostly tropical rainforest, we thought it would be nice to find a clean river and have some fun in the water. But don't worry, Habitrot only thinks we're preparing ahead of time. She meant preparing for the time after the crisis completely passed, when everyone could go to the seaside together for a vacation. Just like the trip in the summer of 2012, before Shiomi took up his post at Chaldea. This feels like we're deceiving an innocent fairy, Shiomi said. Then he raised his voice and asked Morgan, are you sure it's really fine to trick your best friend into making clothes for us like this? Morgan thought about it for a moment. I wouldn't say that counts. We simply didn't explain the purpose. We only said we needed swimsuits. Besides, Scáthach helped with the design sketches. Oh. So everyone's swimsuits are based on Master's taste? Shiomi asked. Not entirely. At least Morgan chose hers herself, Scáthach said, pointing toward Artoria. For example, the King of Knights can't swim, so she had to wear something more like a formal dress. Shiomi turned his head toward Artoria, who was sitting beneath a parasol. You can't swim. Well, since I can walk on water, and when I was king there was never any need to learn. Artoria looked a little embarrassed. Morgan, meanwhile, showed a smug smile. I couldn't swim in the past either. But because of a certain incident, my husband spent quite some time personally teaching me how to swim. You mean the time you almost drowned because of your future self? Scáthach said. I'm honestly surprised you still dared to recreate that situation after returning. It couldn't be helped. After all, my husband pulling me out of that freezing lake was the beginning of everything for me. Morgan flicked her hair lightly. If I had disrupted the established record of events and altered the later course of history, the consequences would have been far too great. I doubt it would go that far, Shiomi said. Perhaps. Morgan thought for a moment. Even without that first rescue, I probably would have fallen in love with you at first sight soon enough. Scáthach crossed her arms and laughed. You really are easy to win over. And what about you? Morgan shot back with a smile. If my husband hadn't spoken first, were you planning to just keep waiting like that? You certainly know how to strike where it hurts, Scáthach said with a wry smile. My dear disciple, would you really have left without confessing before graduating? Scáthach had been cornered. She turned to ask Shiomi, only to find him sitting there with his eyes closed, wearing a blissful expression as if he had already ascended to paradise. Chapter 959, Volume 12, Chapter 36, Waterside Vacation, 2. Shiomi had actually accumulated quite a bit of experience when it came to dealing with his master. Scáthach was not the petty type, but as a woman she still appreciated his consideration. After all, it was her beloved disciple, the one who had wandered into the land of shadows by chance, who had opened her heart. For example, he must never casually bring up her age. For example, he should often express pride in his master. And for example, at important moments, he should listen carefully when his master spoke. This time, however, Shiomi had been overwhelmed by the joint ambush from Scotty and Olga Marie, drowned in pleasure, and failed to hear Scáthach's final question. As a result, he received his master's punishment. Of course, what began as punishment soon turned into complete chaos. Shiomi felt like a tireless beast, charging wildly through endless softness and warmth. The rising and falling sounds of their soft breath surrounded him, until eventually his mind went completely blank. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying on Morgan's lap. Her pale skin was tinged with a soft flush. Her beautiful swimsuit had already been tossed aside, and she now sat there completely naked. The others were not much different. Everyone looked exhausted, just like him. My husband worked hard, Morgan teased with a soft laugh. I'm fine. I paid a bit more attention this time and didn't draw any mana from you, Shiomi said, holding her hand. Otherwise, at the pace we had just now, something really could have gone wrong. So my husband did not lose all reason after all, Morgan said with a small shake of her head. Since we have already had our fun, let me ask you something. What do you plan to do with the authority you left with me? Right now would be the perfect time to take it back. I already told you. Leave it with you for now. He raised his hand slightly and pressed his palm against the center of Morgan's chest. See. Retrieving the authority like this would place a burden on your body. The best method is to transfer it while we are in the Unity God form. That may be true, Morgan said thoughtfully. But if the authority were recovered all at once, would the burden not be even greater? No. The authority residing within you also affects your spiritual foundation, Shiomi explained. Do you remember the earlier battle? You felt that your power had grown stronger. Yes. Morgan nodded. But what exactly caused that? We only have 1/3 of the authority, yet the Unity God's strength already rivals the state when it was complete. That is because the Unity God itself works by gaining greater power through sacrifice, Shiomi said plainly. At this moment Scotty sat up. Like how the great god Odin sacrificed himself to obtain the primordial runes that symbolize wisdom. You could understand it that way, Shiomi replied calmly. Authority and divinity are the very foundation of a god. Surrendering those things in exchange for greater strength means the cost and the reward are naturally proportional. That was why the Unity God could stand on equal footing with the alien god. The act itself carries risks, Morgan said, having grasped the principle. Even a wife you trust completely is still someone separate from yourself. Handing over everything you have carries the possibility of losing it all. But she would never betray him. The risk existed only in theory. But this time it is different, Shiomi continued. My authority was forcibly stripped away and divided into 3 parts. And because of my wife's perfect compatibility, she became the focal point for the authority's return. Scotty suddenly understood. In other words, to some extent this counts as Tenkei completely abandoning his original authority. A sacrifice with such a high cost would naturally produce a greater return. I see. Morgan nodded in agreement. Whether or not it had been voluntary, Shiomi's lack of urgency in reclaiming the authority gave this outcome enough justification. That was why, after becoming the Unity God again, she could display power far beyond the original complete state even with only 1/3 of the authority. This is also my own selfishness, Shiomi said. You have seen the power of the alien god. Even in our original state we were evenly matched. If losing my authority can give us a greater chance of victory, then even giving you my divinity would be something I would accept willingly. Morgan could not help laughing. Let us not go that far. Simply holding your authority already lets me feel how tempting that power is. If even your divinity became mine, I might truly turn into a fairy god who looks down on all living beings. Would she? Shiomi asked Scotty. In my view, Morgan is not obsessed with power, Scotty said, shaking her head. Just like you. You are strong because you are naturally capable of such strength, not because you twisted yourself in pursuit of power and seized things that do not belong to you. One could even say that for both Shiomi and Morgan, power was something they could choose to abandon. To protect the things that matter more than power. See. Even the Lady Goddess says so. Shiomi rolled over and slipped into Scotty's arms, wrapping his arms around her soft waist. Sigh. I still can't quite get used to this. I hope I can return to my original form soon. With Shiomi ending the topic, Morgan stopped dwelling on it as well. The answer was already clear. Since the authority being in her possession was currently more advantageous, it was better to maintain the status quo. Wasn't my husband enjoying himself quite a bit just now? Morgan said while stroking Shiomi's back. Taking advantage of that small body to roll around on top of us and all that. A pool of wine and a forest of flesh, Scotty murmured. Yes, I'm the modern King Joe then. So which one of you is my Daji? Shiomi buried his face in Scotty's chest. That single sentence made the others, who had been lying nearby resting while listening to the three of them discuss serious matters, suddenly sit up. Now that is quite an interesting topic, Scáthach said thoughtfully. Ah. Shiomi immediately realized he had said something he should not have. You really are easy to scare. Morgan laughed happily as she stroked Shiomi's back. Still, it's quite incredible. That body looks so slim and delicate, yet you have endless stamina. Shiomi let out a relieved breath, then said proudly. Never underestimate human desire. We certainly don't underestimate it. That's exactly why we have to keep a close eye on you, Tuko said with a playful smile as she grabbed Shiomi. If you still had the energy to start some fleeting romance here in this lost belt, when ORT could awaken at any moment. Well, that just proves my beloved disciple's charm, Scáthach said with a shrug, already used to it. But we still need to keep an eye on him. At the very least, we should make sure he's too exhausted to go after other women. At least right now I really don't have any strength left, Shiomi said as he collapsed into Tuko's arms. Anyway, we're supposed to head to Chichen Itza tomorrow to meet up with everyone. Let's just enjoy this rare vacation properly and stop worrying about unnecessary things, okay? The moment he said that, Shiomi regretted it. For the first time in a long while, he experienced what it meant to lose track of day and night entirely. Chapter 960, Volume 12, Chapter 37, Investigation Along the Way. After spending a full day and night relaxing on the small island in the middle of the river in the first netherworld, Shiomi and the others finally set off again. They left the first netherworld and headed deeper into Mictlan, planning to rendezvous with Stormborder at the Dano city of Chichen Itza on the fourth layer. Originally, the investigation into the remnants of the magical workshop had only been an excuse on the surface. Morgan and the others had not expected to actually discover anything meaningful. Of course, that was only their initial assumption. As expected, the she from proper human history intended to turn Tlatlaqui into a massive workshop and use it to interfere with the ley lines across all of Mictlan, Morgan said after analyzing the remaining traces. Since she could not fully adapt to my husband's authority, she could only make partial use of it. That is why she planned to capture him alive and use him as a catalyst to convert that authority. In the end, she probably intended to use this workshop to obtain all the authority, completely convert it, and then, with a near-divine body, pursue actions similar to the alien god, Tuko added as she examined the surroundings and voiced her own hypothesis. For example, merging with ORT and claiming that power which surpassed the scale of the planet itself, then using it to transform the planet's surface into a fairy realm. It was a grand plan. Unfortunately, it failed right at the first step, Scáthach said with a shrug. Maybe she was deceived. Shiomi suggested. Artoria shook her head. No, my sister is not the type who would be easily deceived. Perhaps she simply thought the plan was worth attempting even if the chances of success were low. After all, as a servant, even failure would not cost her much. Judging from the obsession she revealed during battle, that must be it, Morgan said while pressing her fingers to her temple. Even when I told her that building a kingdom for fairies alone could never last, she still insisted on pursuing it. Obsession can be terrifying, Shiomi said. Artoria should understand that well, and Scotty too. Being able to let go is a good thing, Scotty replied casually, tightening her arms around Shiomi. Is there anything else we need to investigate? If not, we can leave now, right? There was not much else left here anyway. After spending a carefree day and night here, she had already discovered quite a few new ways to have fun. Once they returned to the ship, perhaps she could try some of them alone with Shiomi next time. It would surely have its own special flavor. Yes, it's about time we left, Shiomi said, pointing toward the far side of the first netherworld. After all, ORT is still sleeping somewhere here. We have no idea when it might awaken. We should hurry and locate it. Under normal circumstances, ORT would be sleeping in the deepest part of Mictlan, Scáthach said. No matter what, the fantasy tree here has already been devoured by ORT. The two have fused together and become the foundation sustaining this lost belt. What a headache, Shiomi muttered. If they managed to eliminate ORT, the lost belt would collapse quickly afterward. Storm Border would most likely need to prepare for imaginary number submarine navigation during the process. And by now it was almost certain that even if all 7 lost belts were resolved, the Earth would not recover from its bleached state. While thinking about these various issues, Shiomi and the others left the first nether world and officially entered the 3rd layer of Mictlan. On the way, Shiomi contacted Storm Border and confirmed that they had already landed near Chichen Itza under Teppu's guidance. At the moment, Team A was exploring the interior of Chichen Itza with Teppu acting as their guide. The details would be discussed after Shiomi and the others arrived. After confirming everyone's status, Shiomi felt relieved and continued toward Chichen Itza following the coordinates provided by Storm Border. Speaking of which, Olga Marie asked while holding Shiomi in her arms, Teacher's authority was split into 3 parts and taken away. Severity was taken by the Morgan of proper human history. So what about mercy and equilibrium? She already knew that the alien god had taken 1/3, but the whereabouts of the last third remained unknown. At first Olga Marie thought Tezcatlipoca's group might have taken it. But judging from the battle 2 days ago, that did not seem to be the case. Otherwise, after Shiomi fused with Morgan, he would not have focused entirely on fighting Huitzilopochtli. Oh, right. I never actually said. Shiomi remembered. Back then, the appearance of the Morgan from proper human history had drawn everyone's attention so completely that they forgot to ask about it afterward. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know who took the final third either. All I know is that Tezcatlipoca called that guy Kumasats. Kumasats? Scotty asked curiously. The bat god from Mayan mythology. The name itself means death bat, Morgan explained. Just based on that alone, it wouldn't be strange for him to be associated with Tezcatlipoca. After all, Aztec and Mayan mythology are closely connected. Both Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl were worshipped by people in both traditions. It is somewhat similar to the relationship between Greek and Roman mythology, though not exactly the same. Maybe. We'll need to keep investigating to know the details, Shiomi said. But there's one thing I must point out. From that bat-like man, I sense the presence of a beast. Beast. His words shocked Olga Marie and the others. The fact that the alien god already possessed a beast spirit origin was troublesome enough. Now that another beast might be involved, the situation had only become more complicated. A beast within the Lost Belt. Artoria said thoughtfully. In any case, we should report this information to Storm Border at Chichen Itza and have them stay on alert. Already sent, Shiomi replied simply. And with the ship's current combat power, even if the alien god attacks, they should be able to hold out until we arrive. That was also one of the reasons they could act separately like this. As they continued moving deeper into the 3rd layer, the group discussed how to deal with the possible beast, Kumasats. This region was not very different from the 1st layer, still dominated by vast stretches of tropical rainforest. Along the way they could see traces left behind by the leopard-faced bandits, but they did not actually encounter any. Instead, they ran into several more Danos that had turned into dead apostles. Dealing with them was easy, but it made the cause of the Danos' transformation even more concerning. According to Teppu, the likely explanation was that the Danos had degenerated due to their long lifespans. However, after examining several corpses of the transformed Danos, they arrived at a different conclusion. After analyzing the bodies, it looks less like degeneration causing a loss of intelligence and reversion, Tuko said, shaking the blood from her hand, and more like something external caused it. Chapter 961, Volume 12, Chapter 38, Death and Bats. As Tuko flicked her hand, the others instinctively stepped back to avoid getting Danos blood on their clothes. I'm telling you, Tuko. Shiomi said helplessly. You're way too careless. What if there's some kind of curse inside a dead Apostle Danos corpse? But if I don't put my hand inside, how am I supposed to analyze what's going on internally? Tuko replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Besides, even though they're dinosaurs, the Danos possess intelligence comparable to humans. Their brains are truly remarkable. In short, judging from the brain alone, even though they had already lost their intelligence after becoming like this, it was still clear that before their transformation the Danos possessed cognitive functions no less developed than humans of proper human history. So when you say external factors, you mean someone deliberately turned them into this? Morgan continued the earlier topic. Yes. The principle is similar to how dead apostles are created in proper human history. It's not a natural occurrence. It requires a higher form of life capable of doing it, Tuko said as she stood up. In other words, someone in this lost belt has been hunting Dainos. After these dinosaur humans were drained of blood, they were transformed into dead apostles. Blood-sucking. Scotty murmured thoughtfully. Hinako Akuta. When it came to blood-sucking, Hinako was technically also a blood-consuming being that had obtained a physical body. However, although she could drink blood, she was not a vampire and did not suffer from any uncontrollable bloodlust. In that regard, she was somewhat similar to Baoban Sith. So it was more appropriate to treat her as a fairy-like existence. Speaking of which, according to proper human history, the god Kamisatsu also drinks blood, Shiomi said with his arms crossed. The problem is, even if a god drinks blood, that shouldn't create dead apostles. Unless the Kamisatsu of this lost belt is somehow different. Either way, be careful. If we encounter an enemy that drinks blood, we should be extra cautious, Tuko said. As soon as she said that, everyone's eyes shifted toward her. Tuko, Shiomi said slowly. Why are you looking at me like that? Tuko asked. Your hand. Morgan said, pressing a hand to her forehead. Tuko lowered her head and raised her hand. The blood staining her hand was emitting a curse, slowly eroding her body. It seemed the sensation in her hand had been numbed, preventing her from noticing it earlier. Sigh, just stay still, Scotty said as she patted Tuko on the shoulder and extended her hand. Tuko obediently held out her hand while Scotty and Morgan cast purification magecraft from both sides, dispelling the curse attached to the blood. They then summoned water and washed her hands clean. Who would have thought even the blood could contaminate the body? That's definitely something to watch out for, Tuko said while examining her restored hand. Still, it's a useful experience. Just be more careful next time. What if you turned into a dead apostle? What would we even do? Shiomi scratched his head. Kill you first and then resurrect you. Tuko's eyes lit up with interest. Tenkei should have that kind of power. Now that you mention it, I kind of want to experience it. Tuko treated life and death with such indifference that the idea of experiencing death itself sounded appealing to her. I swear. Shiomi sighed, feeling a headache coming on. But that was simply Tuko's personality. He had no intention of forcing her to change. Just as he was about to remind everyone to continue toward Chichen Itza, a piercing chill suddenly swept through the air. Interesting. Truly interesting. I sensed something unusual, but I never expected this authority could actually bring the dead back to life. Now I want it even more. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A deep, slightly hoarse voice echoed from above. Scáthach immediately pulled Olga Marie behind her as the group quickly formed a defensive formation. Above. Scáthach said as she looked up through the clearing between the trees. The enemy was there. Something was hidden directly beneath the sun, making its shadow difficult to distinguish. Then a black figure wrapped in the scent of death dove downward and landed directly in front of them. The ground trembled from the impact, and startled birds erupted from the depths of the forest. Kamisatsu, Shiomi said, recognizing him. He wore exaggerated Mayan-style clothing. His dark skin was covered in ancient tattoo patterns, and a manic grin stretched across his face as he looked at them. Or rather, he was staring at Shiomi, who stood at the center of their formation. Welcome, monkeys. You fools who dare challenge the journey into the underworld. Receive it. Bear witness. In this dull Mictlan, the blood of sacrifices bearing the name of a new god shall be offered. Morgan raised a hand, ready to unleash magecraft at any moment. The authority is reacting, just like it did back at Tlatlauqui. That which was split apart longs to return to the whole. Back then I planned to seize the opportunity and take it, but I never expected it would devour me instead. Kamisatsu's smile disappeared, replaced by a cold, indifferent expression. However, I've changed my mind. Rather than taking it here, I'll wait until you retrieve the remaining portion, and then I'll claim everything at once. The last one who said something like that already disappeared in the first netherworld. Scáthach pointed her spear at Kamisatsu. That which was only dragged in to make up the numbers. You simply moved a little faster, Chaldea. Faced with Kamisatsu's ambiguous words, Shiomi had no time to confirm Morgan's thoughts. He pressed forward immediately. From the way you act, you don't seem to be working with Tezcatlipoca. So why are you my enemy? Why did you take my authority? A living god is already an extraordinary existence. Let alone the last god. Kamisatsu looked down at Shiomi with arrogant disdain. I will take your authority for myself, drink every drop of your blood, and replace you as the final god upon the throne of proper human history. Shiomi frowned deeply. Another one who wants to become a god. Do you really think the seat of a god is something you can just climb onto? Whether I'm qualified or not, we'll find out soon enough. Kamisatsu rose into the air. Today I only came to greet you, hollow god of Chaldea. The one who took your final authority is waiting beyond the next netherworld line. If you want it back, you'd better hurry. But if you plan to waste time here, then I won't hold back. The meaning was clear. If Shiomi deliberately delayed reclaiming the final authority, Kamasatsu would make his move. I can already feel the direction without you telling me, Shiomi replied calmly. Whether I'm truly a hollow shell or not, we'll find out soon enough. Interesting. You're far more entertaining than that stingy Tezcatlipoca. Kamasatsu grinned. I'll be watching with great interest. Ha 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 ha. With that, the man burst into loud laughter before disappearing in a flash of black light. Only the lingering aura of death he brought with him remained, refusing to fade from the air. Chapter 962, Volume 12, Chapter 39, The City of the Dinos, Chichen Itza, 1. Chichen Itza, located in the central region of the third layer of Mictlan, is a city built by the dinosaur humans known as Danos. Compared to Uruk City from the seventh singularity, its overall scale is much smaller. The city carries a strong Central and South American atmosphere. Around 2,400 Danos live here. Originally, the Danos were scattered across Mictlan. But as Osilame intensified its slaughter of the dinosaur humans, they gradually gathered in this city for the sake of survival and safety. Even so, the Danos of Mictlan are already approaching extinction. Because Osilame deliberately prioritizes hunting and killing female individuals, the Danos race has been unable to produce a new generation. Even if Chaldea had never arrived in this lost belt, the destruction of the Danos would have been inevitable. Even so, despite the crisis they're facing, the Danos of Chichen Itza seem to be living quite peacefully. Kirsteria observed the streets as he spoke his thoughts aloud. The mental structure of the Danos is fundamentally different from ours, Scáthach said. Then he muttered under his breath. Still, why did we have to come out here too? If they want to go shopping, that's their business. Why do we also have to? Well, there's a lot to carry. Even I, the doctor, got dragged out, Romani said. The three of them chatting were each carrying a pile of things in their arms, all taken from the streets of Chichen Itza. This city had no concept of currency like human societies did. The resources available here far exceeded the needs of the Danos themselves, so goods were simply laid out on stalls for anyone passing by to take freely. However, considering Osilame's appearance, they had followed Tepu's suggestion and used magecraft to disguise themselves. To the Danos, they appeared as Danos who had recently arrived in Chichen Itza from other areas. At the moment, Ophelia, Mash, Ritsuka, and Sakura were walking ahead, while the male members of Team A followed behind with Romani, carrying the items. Scáthach's complaint stemmed precisely from that. Then why does that guy Peperoncino get to walk up front? Scáthach asked. Well, he's better than us at blending into conversations among women, Kirsteria replied calmly. Scáthach, if you're tired, I recommend reinforcing your limbs with mana. I'm already doing that. Scáthach grumbled. But his skill in that area wasn't as refined as Kirsteria's. Even with mana reinforcement, he still felt exhausted. By comparison, Kirsteria looked far more relaxed. Such was the ability of the clock tower's rising star. Meanwhile, Romani, despite having no magic circuits, looked just as relaxed, demonstrating his impressive physical stamina. Hand me that red melon over there. It's great for hydration and tastes pretty good too. Do you have mint that repels bats? Ah, perfect. I'll take two. At that moment, a familiar voice was asking the Danos running a stall for items. You really do pick out the rare stuff, kid. Something like oxidized membrane, this is the first time I've even taken it out, the stall-keeping Danos said in surprise. I think it was something the previous shopkeeper Danos stocked. What exactly is it used for? It can be used as a substitute for a spacesuit. Though it still needs some improvements. Hearing that exchange, Kirsteria and the others slowed down and looked toward the stall around the corner. The one speaking with the Danos was none other than David. Just like them, he had also used disguise magecraft specifically designed for Danos. In other words, the spell only worked on Danos. Any other species could still see the caster's true appearance. Well, if it isn't David. Peperoncino, who had been chatting happily with the girls, also noticed him. He stopped and greeted David in surprise. So it's you all. You've already broken through the first underworld and made it here. David said. Tezcatlipoca lost that fight and retreated back to Mexico City with his Kali and Tlaloc. I figured you'd be arriving around now. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was the expression of someone relieved to see his companions and friends safe. You're missing one command spell, Kirsteria noted calmly, showing no sign of caution. The others who weren't original members of Team A simply watched Daybit. Something happened, Daybit replied briefly. Then he added, I don't see that man. Father is currently acting alone because of something else, Sakura answered honestly. Why are you here? Just preparing for a trip. Don't worry about it, Daybit said calmly. The goods in Chichen Itza are high quality. The markets in Mexico may look lively, but they've only existed for less than a year. When it comes to reliability, long-established places are better. Kirsteria nodded in understanding. So you're planning to move ahead of us, go deeper into Mictlan, and reach the 9th layer first. Even though you already failed, accepted their conditions, and returned to their side, David said. I haven't. I will reduce Chaldea to nothingness. You mean Chaldeas, right? Romani said. We've also realized that's the true cause behind everything. Is there really no possibility of cooperation? David fell silent for a moment. On a personal level, cooperation would be possible. But you've met my contractor. Tezcatlipoca is troublesome. Troublesome? Sakura asked. The trial to strip him of his authority was arranged by Tezcatlipoca, David explained. After all, Shiomi-sensei is the kind of human Kirsteria hoped for. A human born for this planet. A form of humanity that should never have existed. A path of evolution humanity abandoned in ancient times. An old god testing the god of a new era. Quite a romantic story, Kirsteria said with understanding. We have no intention of fighting you on Deinos territory. Though capturing you here would certainly be a meaningful outcome. Heh. David let out a rare laugh. Then enjoy your sightseeing. The next time we meet will probably be on the battlefield. Don't hold back, just like when we used to play chess. Kirsteria smiled confidently. To be honest, the chances of victory I see this time are even greater than when I served as the captain of the Cryptors. Then how about we make a little bet on who will win? Peperoncino asked with a gentle smile. That answer will only be known at the end. I'll take my leave now, everyone. With that, David gathered the items he had chosen and left the street, heading off in another direction. Chapter 963, Volume 12, Chapter 40, The Dinosaur King. Meanwhile, in the forest just a few kilometers outside Chichen Itza. After their encounter with Kamisats, the group continued on, moving in fits and starts. They investigated Mictlan's environment as they went, and dealt with the Osilames prowling the rainforest. By dusk, the silhouette of Chichen Itza finally came into view. So. Want to take a break? Shiomi held Olga Marie's hand on one side and Tuko's on the other, like a little kid being led around. Hauling a child weighing 20 to 30 kilos through a rainforest with difficult terrain and no proper paths was exhausting to begin with. That was true even for Morgan and the others, and it was even harder on Olga Marie and Tuko. In the end, their compromise was simple: when there was no danger, he walked on his own. It wasn't like he couldn't walk at all. With Mana supporting him, his pace wasn't any slower than theirs. I'm fine. I can hold out until we rendezvous with Storm Border, Olga Marie said, shaking her head. Her legs, reinforced with mana, were starting to ache, but it was still within tolerable limits. Still, let's sit for a bit, rest our feet, and get some water in us, Morgan said. Keeping Magecraft up to block the heat and humidity is harder on human Maguses. I'd love to have a smoke here, Tuko said, patting the cigarette pack in her pocket. But if I mess up and set the forest on fire, we're all going to regret it. I'll pass. Shiomi picked out a fallen log, then pulled some vines from nearby to spread over it. If you want one, just light it. If anything catches, we can put it out, he said with a grin, trying to coax Tuko. Tuko fished out the nearly empty pack. Speaking of which, Mictlan's in South America too. Wonder if there's tobacco around here. If there is, it's probably cigars, Scáthach started, just as she was about to sit, when gunfire cracked through the forest in Chichen Itza's direction. That was unmistakably Osilame nearby. With no choice, they shelved the idea of resting and hurried toward the shots to see what was going on. It wasn't far. But by the time Shiomi and the others arrived, the Osilame squad was already dropping one after another. The leopard-faced bandits had all been shot in the chest. They toppled to the ground in turn, already dead. As the last of them fell, Shiomi saw the one they'd been surrounding. A boy, slightly taller than Shiomi's current body, holding a handgun that looked oddly familiar. If you've got your finger on the trigger, you should be landing clean kills, the boy said, staring down at the bodies with open contempt. And you call yourselves Jaguar warriors? With this level of skill, you think you're going to wipe out the Deinos? Don't make me laugh. What kind of training is this? What are the Cryptors even doing, Still grumbling to himself, the boy finally noticed Shiomi's group. Who are you? Enemies of these Osilame. Shiomi hadn't even finished speaking before the boy raised his hand and fired. The bullet was stopped mid-flight by Artoria, caught by an invisible blade. Insolent. Attacking without a word, what exactly are you trying to do, she demanded, clearly irritated. Why aren't you wearing masks? And what are those clothes, the boy snapped back. Hiding your faces is supposed to be your rule, isn't it? Don't go wandering around like that. If the Deinos see you, they'll. His tone was impatient, but there was also the reluctant edge of someone trying to warn them anyway. Halfway through, he realized something was off. No, that presence. The boy's gaze sharpened as he sensed who they were. That much divinity. If you're not cryptors, then you're the Chaldea people from the rumors. Morgan put a hand on her hip, studying him with her fairy eyes. You know we exist, and yet you don't sound like you're with the cryptors. So who are you? Humph. The boy let out a small laugh. I'm the dinosaur king who governs Chichen Itza. Of course, that's just the role they shoved onto me. As for my true name, you can call me Tezcatlipoca. Tezcatlipoca. Scáthach's grip tightened on her spear. Shiomi lifted a hand, signaling everyone to stay calm. In Aztec mythology, Tezcatlipoca isn't a single god's name. They say there are 4 aspects: black, blue, white, and red. If the one we met before was the black main aspect, then what are you? Sharp, the dinosaur king said, smiling. Young god, but you've got a good head on your shoulders. Better than some birdman I could name. He chuckled, sounding genuinely amused. Since you've already met that one, this is easy. I'm the blue Tezcatlipoca. Then blue Tezcatlipoca, or dinosaur king, Shiomi said, why are you out here alone? Don't tell me the king of Chichen Itza is doing an incognito inspection and casually cleaning up Osilame on the side. The dinosaur king put his gun away, unimpressed. I was bored in Chichen Itza, so I came out for a walk. Turns out I found something interesting. Not a bad haul. You said earlier that humans like us would get mistaken for Osilame and killed by the Danos, Olga Marie said, unable to hide her worry. Then what about everyone from Chaldea? The dinosaur king blinked, then seemed to remember something. Now that you mention it, a few days ago a huge boulder did come flying down and crash near Chichen Itza. I didn't send the Danos to check it out, and I never got any reports of a fight. So I'm guessing someone on Chaldea's side understood the situation. Either they didn't show themselves recklessly, or they disguised themselves. His answer was vague, but it matched what Shiomi's group had already suspected. In any case, the dinosaur king clearly had no intention of lingering. He turned as if to leave. Wait. Where are you going? Shiomi pressed. A stupid question. Back to Chichen Itza, the dinosaur king said without looking back. If you want to see me, come there. And listen carefully, don't waste time. Mictlan doesn't have much time left. The Danos and the Osilame both only care about winning for their own side. With that, he slipped into the forest as if he knew the paths by heart, and disappeared. If they wanted to chase him, they could have caught up. The king of Chichen Itza. Morgan murmured, thoughtful. What do you think, my husband? Shiomi shrugged. I don't know why Tezcatlipoca is manifesting in 2 aspects at once. But since Blue invited us, we'll go take a look. If it's a trap, we'll take him down too. That's a pretty unstable plan, Tuko said, lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag. Then, as if on cue, everyone laughed. Chapter 964, Volume 12, Chapter 41, Meeting the Dinosaur King. After encountering the blue Tezcatlipoca in the rainforest, who called himself the Dinosaur King, Shiomi and his group did not linger any longer. By the time night fell, they had reached the storm border, which had landed near Chichen Itza, and reunited with the others. The following day, after disguising themselves with magecraft, Shiomi set out with Morgan and Scáthach accompanying him. Passing through the streets where the Danos lived, they headed toward the altar where the Dinosaur King resided. As they approached, Shiomi imagined that the emerald-colored, mineral-like structures extending toward the sky atop the altar were actually made of resin. The cosmic tree that pierced through Mictlan reached its apex at this very altar in Chichen Itza. The emerald resin formations resembled enormous claws rising from the city toward the sky, shaped as though they were meant to receive something. It was a peculiar structure, clearly designed with a specific purpose in mind. According to Tepu, this was the sun altar that the Danos had naturally established after founding Chichen Itza. Whether in proper human history or in a lost belt, the higher a place stood, the closer it was to the sky, and therefore the closer to the gods. Height symbolized authority. However, the reason Chichen Itza had become the sacred domain of the Danos in Mictlan was a natural phenomenon unique to this land, the solar sojourn. As the name implied, the solar sojourn concerned the beginning and end of the sun's journey. In proper human history, the sun exists in outer space, and the earth revolves around it. But the underground world of Mictlan had no cosmos. The sun existed within Mictlan itself. After integrating the information of proper human history with the data gathered in Mictlan, Tepu reached a conclusion nearly identical to that of Chaldea. The sun of Mictlan was an artificially created miniature sun, just large enough to sustain this subterranean world composed of 9 layers spanning several hundred kilometers. Within Mictlan, the sun began its movement from the 3rd layer where Chichen Itza stood. It would travel down to the deepest 9th layer, then return again. The altar at the center of Chichen Itza was the sun's home. It received the returning sun, revitalized it, and then sent it out again for a new cycle of movement. Those resin claws functioned like the stand that holds a crystal orb or pearl, designed to support the artificial sun. Even so, Scáthach said, Miquelin's gravity comes from outside the strata. How an artificial sun manages to float is still full of unanswered questions. It's actually quite simple, Morgan said with a smile. The laws governing Miquelin didn't develop along the same path as Maya civilization did in proper human history. Even though this is an underground world, its physical laws can't be considered entirely equivalent to those of proper human history. And besides, there's also the faith surrounding Kukulkan, the sun's teachings. Shiomi jumped onto a massive step taller than himself, then turned back to face the two. So this lost belt has its own god. Or maybe that artificial sun is actually the incarnation of the lost belt's god. That's exactly what I meant, Morgan replied with a nod. She and Scáthach almost simultaneously took Shiomi's outstretched hand, using it as a pivot to lightly leap up to the next step. Either way, Scáthach continued, as the dinosaur king who rules Chichen Itza and governs the Dainos, the blue Tezcatlipoca should be able to answer these questions. According to the intelligence gathered by the companions who arrived here earlier, the dinosaur king ordered the Great Plains bordering the second netherworld to be sealed off, forbidding anyone from approaching. While the stated reason is to prevent Ocelotl from entering the third layer where Chichen Itza lies and threatening the people living here, if the black Tezcatlipoca on David's side truly wanted to act, he could still reach the second layer without confronting Chichen Itza directly and launch a long-distance raid on Chaldea's storm border. That's exactly what we need to clarify. Shiomi turned his gaze toward the top of the altar, now only a few steps away. The three of them climbed onto the summit. There were no Dainos here. Only a single young man stood beneath the golden solar calendar stone, his back facing Shiomi and the others. It seemed he had been waiting there in advance. As we said yesterday, we have come to pay you a visit, Dinosaur King of Chichen Itza, Blue Tezcatlipoca. Given that his attitude differed from that of the Black Tezcatlipoca, Shiomi maintained the proper level of respect. Since the divine authority had split into two opposing factions, there had to be internal circumstances separating the two Tezcatlipocas. Rather than rushing into hostility, it was better to first determine who was friend and who was enemy, and find a safer and more reliable way to resolve this lost belt. You're right on time. About what I expected. The Dinosaur King turned around. In any case, I already sent away all the priests of Chichen Itza. Those guys are pretty diligent though. Even if I tell them to take a break, they'll be back before long. That works perfectly for us as well, Morgan said, standing beside Shiomi while quietly observing the surroundings of the altar from the corner of her eye. There were no other magical energy reactions. The altar itself contained magical power, but its nature was extremely pure. Even standing within it, their own magical signatures felt like impurities by comparison. This was the manifestation of the greater source. Well then, let me introduce myself again. The Dinosaur King smiled calmly. I'm meeting you today not only as the Dinosaur King, but also as the king of this lost belt. So go ahead. Tell me your purpose. Why have you come to this lost belt, and what do you intend to do here? To remove the fantasy tree, locate ORT's traces, and eliminate the alien god before it merges with the sleeping ORT. By cutting down the fantasy tree, we can prevent ORT from awakening and stop the destruction of the entire planet outside the lost belt. Shiomi answered honestly. In front of a god, lying was rarely meaningful. Especially in a situation where both sides had chosen to speak openly. Unless one had come to declare war. I see. The Dinosaur King showed a hint of surprise, but quickly understood. That makes sense. After entering this lost belt, your authority was taken from you and divided among 3 different factions with opposing positions. Recovering my husband's authority is also something that must be done, Morgan explained. It simply happens to coincide with our original objective, so we didn't bring it up separately. Unless it matters to you, Dinosaur King. It's not particularly important, the Dinosaur King replied. But since the trial was arranged by the black side, I was curious whether the person involved intended to give up on it. Other than the bewitching consort we've already defeated, the remaining holders of my authority are the alien god and a man who calls himself Kamasats, Shiomi said. I wonder if the Dinosaur King knows anything about this Kamasats. Of course, I'm aware he isn't the Kamasats from the Aztec myths of proper human history. Chapter 965, Volume 12, Chapter 42, Conditions. Shiomi's words left the Dinosaur King deep in thought. Kamasats, huh? I'm not exactly close with that guy, but I've run into him before while protecting Chichen Itza, the Dinosaur King said. I can share what I know, but there's a condition. Condition? Scáthach lifted an eyebrow. You heard it on the way here. Chichen Itza has sealed off the route across the Great Plains that leads deeper down. The Dinosaur King guided them toward the side of the altar that faced Miquelin's lower layers. From the edge, with their heightened eyesight, Shiomi and the others caught a glimpse of part of the second netherworld, Ista'akwi. There was no vegetation at all. The second netherworld was nothing but dark, black stone and exposed mineral seams, a completely different sight from the first netherworld, Tlatlaqui. It looked far closer to what you would call the underworld, even hell itself. More than that, even from here they could see how unstable the second netherworld had become. The second netherworld is collapsing. Morgan pressed her fingers to her temple. At the boundary where the second netherworld met the Great Plains, enormous chunks of rock were constantly breaking loose and tumbling down onto the plains below. Wooden barriers the Danos had thrown together could slow the spread of the rubble, but anyone could tell it wouldn't stop it. If the second netherworld collapsed completely, the rock would spill outward. It wouldn't cause a flood like the first netherworld, but a disaster made purely of stone could still bury the third layer where Chichen Itza stood, and even the fifth. Compared to a deluge, it was the sort of disaster Chaldea could ignore and simply wait out. But for Chichen Itza, it was an overwhelming catastrophe they couldn't afford to overlook. No wonder the dinosaur king had spoken the way he did in the forest yesterday. Wait. Scáthach recalled something. Kamisatz deliberately told us that alien god is in the second netherworld. Is this the alien god's doing? No idea, the dinosaur king said. The Danos are strong in a fight, sure, but that's for dealing with disasters head-on or battling Ocelotl. In a situation this rotten, they're useless. Shiomi folded his arms. So you want us to investigate the second netherworld, figure out what the alien god is doing down there, and if possible stop the second netherworld from collapsing. That's what you mean. Exactly. That's the condition, the dinosaur king said. With the answer confirmed, Shiomi fell silent in thought. In terms of the end result, it matches our objectives, Morgan said. If this ongoing disaster is connected to the alien god, then no matter what its goal is, we have to get close and take equilibrium back from it. My wife's right, Shiomi said with a nod. The situation itself is a headache, but your condition isn't unreasonable. We'll agree. In return, you must tell us what you know about Kamisatz, and where we can find him. The dinosaur king looked satisfied. Good. That's a solid response. I'll be watching to see how you perform. As he spoke, he turned and walked deeper into the altar alone. Scáthach called after him from where she stood. Then, Blue Tezcatlipoca. Are you truly the king of this lost belt? The question drew a pause from the dinosaur king, as if he were choosing his words. Strictly speaking, no, he said, standing before the golden solar calendar stone and studying its patterns. I'm only the proxy for the king of the lost belt. Proxy. Shiomi blinked, caught off guard. If you don't want to be killed, then rule Chichen Itza in my place. The dinosaur king's tone carried a weary edge. That's the threat I got a year ago. I didn't have anything better to do, so I accepted. Not because he was afraid of dying, but because he was bored enough to take the job anyway. Blue Tezcatlipoca was probably another divinity that had manifested around the same time as David's servant. Still, the scale of his spirit origin clearly wasn't on the same level as the Black Tezcatlipoca's grand specifications. He was only comparable to an exceptionally strong, conventional top-tier servant. So you took over as the king of the Lost Belt just to kill time, Shiomi said, thinking it over. Then where's the real king of the Lost Belt? Who knows? The dinosaur king snorted. That guy's head is basically empty. Heaven knows what layer he's messing around on now. It was obvious he had no intention of sharing more about the king of the Lost Belt. Shiomi's group, and even Chaldea itself, simply didn't have the standing for that yet. That was his attitude. They could always force the issue, but that would mean becoming enemies, turning the Danos and Chichen Itza, who could have been allies, into outright hostile forces. Anyway, hurry back and get ready. There aren't many Danos to begin with, and there are even fewer fighters who can actually work the front lines. The dinosaur king waved them off. The second netherworld is a complete land of death now. The only ones who can walk there are gods, or warriors who refuse to break. Warriors. Shiomi murmured, thoughtful. Their mannerisms didn't always match, but that preference for warriors was something the two Tezcatlipocas strangely had in common. I'll tell the fighters on the plains to take note. From now on, until Chaldea shows hostile intent, Chichen Itza won't treat you as enemies. And you can drop the clumsy disguise magecraft too. No need to keep it up. The dinosaur king was clearly shooing them out now. Move. The collapse has already been going on for 3 or 4 days. At this pace, in another 3 or 4 days at most, Chichen Itza will be buried under Ista'akwi's rubble. Stop it before that happens. Then, using the excuse that the Danos priests would be returning soon, the dinosaur king sent them away from Chichen Itza's great altar. Back down from the altar, once they returned to Chichen Itza's streets, one question kept circling in Shiomi's mind. Why would the alien god destroy the second netherworld? With its power, wouldn't it be more dangerous for us if it simply defeated the other two holders and gathered all the authorities together? After he put it into words, Scáthach could only spread her hands. I can't answer that, my beloved disciple. Morgan, however, raised a hand and pressed it to her chest. It's hard to say what kind of influence this authority has on different beings, but for the past 2 days, every time I fall asleep, I end up dreaming of my husband's memories. She sounded like she'd spoken on impulse, and as soon as it left her mouth, she seemed to feel it was too emotional to be useful. Forget it, Shiomi said. Neither my husband nor Scáthach needs to worry about that. Just focus on preparing for the second netherworld. But Shiomi didn't dismiss Morgan's words. Somehow, he felt like she'd accidentally brushed up against a real clue. Chapter 966, Volume 12, Chapter 43, The Second Underworld. Once they learned the location of the alien god, Shiomi and the others quickly formulated a plan. The day after meeting the Dinosaur King, they headed for the Great Plains near the second netherworld, approaching Scáthach, the obsidian mountain range that formed its boundary. Across the plains, Deinos fighters could be seen running back and forth, rotating shifts as they took over the task of maintaining the defensive line. Judging from their size, these Deinos fighters looked very close to the Tyrannosaurus rex reconstructed through modern scientific research. But that was secondary. After passing through the Deinos camp in an all-terrain vehicle and drawing closer to the obsidian mountains of the second netherworld, Shiomi began to grasp just how serious the situation was. The second netherworld was already in constant tremors, with massive obsidian boulders continually breaking loose and rolling down toward both sides of the netherworld boundary. At the same time, the closer they got to Scáthach, the more violent the wind became. It was a gale strong enough to lift a person straight off the ground, exceeding 50 meters per second. If the wind was already this fierce just by approaching, then inside the second netherworld the storm would undoubtedly be even more extreme. Worse still, the wind carried with it clear distortions in gravity. By the time they reached the border between Scáthach and the plains, Shiomi felt the head-on hurricane nearly choking off his breathing. He raised a hand to shield his face. Scáthach's magnetic field is chaotic as well. And with winds this strong, if the storm border tried to force its way through, it would probably crash straight into those spike-filled obsidian mountains, Shiomi said. Morgan looked toward the obsidian range where no clear climbing path could be seen, observing the environment through her fairy eyes. And it's more than that. This abnormal magnetic field is different from the one in Tlatlauqui. This one is completely uncontrolled. So it's not necessarily something that alien god is deliberately causing, but rather the environment itself. Scáthach said. Scotty looked visibly uncomfortable in the wind. With one eye closed, she pressed a hand down on her hair as the gale whipped it around. We need to find a path into the mountains first. If the alien god is here, the alien apostles are probably here too. Before she could finish, Scáthach grabbed her shoulder and pulled her backward. At that moment, Artoria stepped forward, raising the holy lance and releasing invisible air. The enormous obsidian boulder that had just fallen from above, nearly half the size of the storm border, was shattered instantly and scattered through the gale. The fragments were razor-sharp, like countless daggers. Carried by the wind, even a brief touch would leave terrifying wounds. So that's how those injured Deinos ended up like that, Morgan said. She had already raised a protective barrier and watched as the shards slammed against it. On their way here, they had seen the Deinos constructing massive wooden fences across the plains, more than 10 meters high and interlocked like jagged teeth. These fences effectively prevented the shattered obsidian from spreading deeper into the plains. However, they also suffered tremendous damage and had to be repaired constantly. The injured Deinos fighters were the result of this relentless bombardment. Even after they had just destroyed the falling rock, more massive obsidian chunks crashed to the ground nearby, sending tremors rippling through the grassy plains. It's like meteorites falling, Scáthach said with a sigh. Morgan frowned slightly. At this rate, there might not even be a place to stand. Fighting up there will be extremely troublesome. She wasn't asking Shiomi. She was asking Scáthach and the others. Morgan could merge with Shiomi and become the Unity God, allowing them to fly freely through these magic-filled storm winds. But Scáthach and the others didn't have that advantage. Even the runes of navigation can't help much, Scáthach said, attempting to use primordial runes to suppress the gale. The results were minimal. With an abnormal phenomenon on this scale, unless the source was dealt with, any magecraft, ritual, or mystery would be little more than a temporary patch. Then Master, you all wait here, Shiomi said, taking Morgan's hand. Once the wind weakens, follow us immediately. Morgan and I will go ahead and find the source. He suspected that the cause was most likely the alien god. The abnormal magnetic field felt extremely similar to the alien god's manipulation of gravitational fields. We have no other choice, Artoria said, glancing back at the barriers the Deinos had built. We'll observe the situation here and help the Deinos of Chichen Itza deal with the obsidian. At that moment, Scotty deployed a new barrier, replacing Morgan's previous one to defend against the falling rocks. After exchanging glances with them, Shiomi merged with Morgan, becoming the Unity God. Ignoring the abnormal gravity and violent winds of the second netherworld, they moved deeper beyond the netherworld boundary. Just looking at it gives you chills, Shiomi said. If someone tried walking through here, the obsidian sharpened by the wind would slice away flesh and clothing until nothing but bones remained. In the Aztec mythology of proper human history, the third layer of Mictlan, Itztapetl, feels exactly like this, Morgan said, looking down at the obsidian blades trembling in the wind. It's a trial for the dead, meant to strip away every adornment they carried in life, leaving only their bones. Too bad we're not the dead, Shiomi said quietly. We're gods. Morgan seemed slightly surprised by that statement. My husband rarely calls himself a god. If we act like half-hearted gods, we won't save anyone, Shiomi said softly. Responsibility has to be carried. Expectations have to be answered. We have to protect everyone together. Morgan didn't elaborate. She simply responded with a solemn sound. As they went deeper into the second netherworld, the wind grew even faster and the gravity even more unstable. Their Unity God form relied entirely on divine authority, along with the strength that had grown from hardship, just to maintain stable flight. I can't see anything, Morgan said. But I can feel mana, and my husband's authority. Same here, Shiomi confirmed. Both the source of the second netherworld's disturbance and the location of the authority pointed to the highest peak of Iztaqui's obsidian mountains. After confirming their destination, Morgan changed course and steadily ascended toward the summit. But the closer they came, the more distorted the gravity felt. Immense mana churned chaotically, as though it existed purely for destruction. The source is here. Getting any closer directly wouldn't be safe, Morgan said, raising her hand. Shiomi agreed. Then let's begin. Morgan generated a gravitational field opposite to the second netherworld's magnetic field, locked onto the highest peak of the obsidian mountains of Iztaqui, and fired it. Chapter 967, Volume 12, Chapter 44, Chaotic Thoughts. The attack was similar in nature to the gravitational field that Alien God used in combat, though its scale and power were slightly different. After their first clash, Morgan had already analyzed most of its underlying principles. However, because the Unity God form had still been incomplete, she had been unable to use it properly. But after the recent upheaval, with authority being lost and transferred, Morgan had gradually begun to gain control over the phenomenon. So this was the opening strike she chose. Beyond its tactical purpose, it also carried a trace of personal emotion, a response to the alien god's repeated provocations against them. The mountain peak collapsed with a thunderous crash. Obsidian peeled away in all directions, and amid the ring of jagged black stone stood the alien god, Olga Marie, alone at the center. The attack had struck the mountain itself, but the gravitational field surrounding the alien god neutralized the force, preventing it from reaching her directly. Only now seeming to notice the arrival of the Unity God Morgan, Olga Marie showed a puzzled expression. Stand up, alien god, Morgan said. We've come to reclaim the authority you stole. Authority. Olga Marie looked confused. Morgan had assumed the authority had been taken by someone else and that the alien god was merely guarding the place. Yet from what she could sense, the authority was indeed still inside Olga Marie. Don't tell me you've already forgotten stealing something that belongs to someone else. Seeing the usually arrogant, alien god suddenly look so lost stirred a nameless irritation in Morgan. She no longer bothered to keep her distance and descended directly near her. The jagged formation surrounding the alien god, like a fence of spikes, crumbled into dust as Morgan landed. An ice-blue longsword formed in Morgan's hand. She pointed it straight at Olga Marie. The blade hovered only inches from her throat. Stole, whose authority? Olga Marie murmured in confusion. Then suddenly she clutched her head and screamed in agony. Ugh, ah. Aya. What is this? The surrounding gravitational field spiraled out of control again. The razor-sharp obsidian shattered instantly. If Morgan had not been in the Unity God state, she would not have escaped unscathed. After weathering another surge of chaotic gravity, Morgan frowned. I see. The anomaly in the second netherworld is the result of the alien god's power running out of control. Could it be that she has already devoured my husband's authority? That doesn't seem likely, Shiomi said. If it had been devoured, I would feel it. Just like I can feel my wife's authority now. The alien god is acting strangely. Olga Marie writhed in pain for quite some time before finally letting her arms fall weakly and collapsing to her knees. She raised her head blankly and looked at the Unity God Morgan before her. Who are you? You've even forgotten your own enemy? Morgan said, unable to believe it. But her eyes told her that Olga Marie was not lying. Shiomi reached the same conclusion. This is strange. Let's separate for now, Shiomi said. If she loses control again, I'll forcibly merge with you, Morgan replied, knowing Shiomi wanted to confirm the situation personally. She offered it as a precaution. Very well. I'll leave everything to my wife. With that, Shiomi and Morgan released the fusion. Olga Marie noticed that two people were suddenly standing before her. She lifted her head and stared at them. Her gaze first fell on Morgan, then slowly shifted to Shiomi, who was currently in a childlike form. You are. It was as if electricity had shot through her brain. Olga Marie grabbed her head and let out a piercing scream. The surrounding gravity became unstable again. Morgan placed a hand on Shiomi's shoulder, ready to merge again to deal with the coming rampage. But Shiomi raised a hand to stop her. Wait a moment. No. 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 No 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 no. Olga Marie hugged herself tightly, muttering over and over as if trying to hypnotize herself. She clutched her face. Her eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets, her pupils trembling violently. Inside them flickered a kind of terror Shiomi had never seen before. For the first time, he saw fear on the face of the alien god. Then, as the pain seemed to ease slightly, Olga Marie lifted her head and looked at Shiomi. Countless unfamiliar memories flooded into her mind, violently stimulating her consciousness. After all, you're even younger than Caren. If you were my child, you'd definitely be the youngest in the family. Everyone would spoil you. If you ever have time, you can come eat with us. It'll be fine. Teacher will protect you. You won't die. I won't die. Everyone will survive. Who exactly are you? Olga Marie stared at Shiomi in confusion. Ugh. Ayaha. The surge of magical power this time was even more violent. Olga Marie was surrounded by an overwhelming mass of magic that threatened to burst outward at any moment. If it truly lost control, it would cause a massive explosion in the second netherworld, sending obsidian debris flows rushing across both sides of the netherworld. But in the end, the magical power did not explode. Instead, it slowly withdrew back into her body. Even so, Olga Marie still looked terribly pained. Hey, what exactly is going? Shiomi found the situation far too abnormal. Out of habit, he extended his hand, trying to ask what was happening. Don't come any closer. Olga Marie suddenly shouted. A massive shockwave burst outward, so powerful that even Shiomi could not withstand it. Morgan reacted instantly. The moment the force reached Shiomi, she merged with him again, forming the Unity God and avoiding the sudden impact. The alien god panted heavily as she struggled to her feet. So we're going to fight after all? Morgan frowned. She had clearly noticed something wrong with Olga Marie. If she were simply an enemy, it would have been easy. But wearing the girl's face while showing such obvious pain made even Morgan hesitate for a moment. Olga Marie gritted her teeth, brows deeply furrowed, staring at the Unity God Morgan as if searching her for the shadow of someone else. Morgan understood. Those eyes were looking at Shiomi. The one who had merged with her, yet remained unseen. They remained locked in that standoff for quite some time. Then suddenly, Olga Marie turned around and leapt off the mountain peak, heading deeper into Mictlan. Stop. Morgan was about to chase after her when an attack flew straight toward the mountain. It wasn't aimed at her. It struck the mountain itself, purely to delay her pursuit. That brief moment of hesitation was enough. The alien god had already vanished from sight. She got away, Shiomi said with a quiet sigh. But the way she fled, and that reaction earlier, just what exactly was going on? Morgan fell into thought, but no answer came to her. Chapter 968, Volume 12, Chapter 45, The Weakness of the Alien God. Shiomi had expected, at the very least, a brutal fight. The plan had been to battle Olga Marie, use the Unity God's power to stabilize the second netherworld's environment, and buy time for Master and the others to catch up. That way, they could join the fight against the alien god, or at least help clear out any troublesome alien apostles. Instead, there wasn't even a proper battle. Olga Marie fled in a panic. At least, that was how it looked to Shiomi and Morgan. A panicked retreat like that, it's pretty strange, Scáthach said on the ride back to Chichen Itza, after hearing their account. Didn't we talk about this before? Artoria said, recalling what they'd learned earlier. The alien god, calling itself Olga Marie, likely incarnated by using the director's old remains left behind at Antarctic Chaldea, and manifested in that form. Could that be related? Scotty leaned on the vehicle's railing, staring out over the endless grasslands. It would be stranger if it weren't related. Marie was born from her Magus family for a specific purpose. Her original body may have been altered with magecraft long before she was even born, all to make it suitable for whatever they intended to use it for. But if it's that simple, why hasn't the alien god reacted like this until now? Shiomi asked. It's not the first time she's seen me or fought me. It's not even the first time she's met all of us, and yet now she suddenly fell into that kind of mental breakdown. Authority, Morgan said quietly, picking up the thread. Ever since my husband's authority came to me, I keep seeing fragments of his memories without meaning to. Happy ones, sad ones, troubled ones, helpless ones, all of it. Scáthach's expression turned thoughtful. Unlike Morgan from proper human history, the alien god has a spiritual core that doesn't lose out to the unity god. That would make devouring authority far easier. So if the alien god had already begun to devour, or even digest, the authority, it would inevitably react with the power she already possessed. And that authority, stripped from Shiomi's body, or more accurately from his very soul, would inevitably be mixed with countless memories tied to its original owner. I remember Tuko said something like this, Shiomi said, thinking back to an earlier conversation. Human memories exist in the body, the soul, and the mind at the same time. Because a person is born as all three in one, you don't notice the distinction. But whether a body that has lost both soul and mind still retains any memories is often impossible to prove. He continued, recalling more of it. If you place a brand new personality into a body that's lost its soul and mind, whatever memories remain in that flesh can surge up into the new personality's mind instead. But no one knows what form that takes, because there aren't real samples to study. Memories and emotions moved with the soul and mind. What lingered in the body would slowly fade away, until the body itself was gone. Morgan followed that line of reasoning further. But Marie's original body was cryogenically preserved, so it could be used later for things like transferring magic crests. Alien Chaldeas took advantage of that, fabricated a mind and soul inside an empty shell, and made it act as the alien god. Come to think of it, when the alien god first descended, she said some odd things, Scotty added. Words like operation and generation. That does sound mechanical, Artoria said. Enkidu, who appeared at the last moment in Uruk, had a similar way of speaking. Though Enkidu's words had been far more coherent and rational, not like a machine that needed to constantly calibrate its own logic. But if that personality was created specifically so that alien god could function, Morgan said, raising a finger, then it would have to have flaws. For example, it might have been designed to block out the influence of the body's memories, so it couldn't see what was stored there. Scáthach gave a light clap. Then it fits. Those physical memories wouldn't normally interfere, but once it came into contact with my beloved disciple's authority, matching fragments resonated with each other and disrupted her rational mind. At that, everyone turned to look at Shiomi, their eyes carrying varying degrees of teasing. He could only spread his hands. Love really wasn't an easy thing. Sometimes love gave you unimaginable strength. Other times, love became the most terrifying curse in the world. Either way, its weight was never something you could dismiss. In other words, the alien god had been influenced by the memories in that body. Those scattered fragments were awakened, and the feelings that surged up from them, like a tide, feelings of first love and adoration, kept crashing against the alien god again and again. And that caused a failure she'd never experienced before, a being overflowing with vivid emotions, yet still operating like a machine, carrying out the task of reclaiming the fantasy trees and ruling the planet and humanity. All in all, it's a good thing, Scáthach said, sounding optimistic. I'd like to say it's a shame you didn't chase her down, but at a moment like this it's better not to get dragged into a prolonged fight. You don't want to fall into a trap. Speaking of which, Artoria said, that glowing giant that appeared when we entered the Lost Belt and fought that alien god, hasn't shown up again either. That brought a wave of unease over everyone. Once they factored that unknown enemy into the equation, even Shiomi couldn't help but wonder what Chaldea's next battle would look like. But they didn't have time to stay downcast. As they passed a Danos camp on the plains, they suddenly heard panicked shouting. Kamasats! Kamasats! The bats are here. The shadow of death is here. The sun's still up, but they came before night. Run! Run! They'll drain your blood. They'll turn you into walking corpses. A flood of magical reactions rose from the direction of the forest sea. Shiomi stood up inside the vehicle and looked toward the approaching threat. He didn't sense any sign of Kamasats. Instead, he felt a large number of presences roughly on the same level as the Danos, steeped in the stench of death. Looks like the Danos are in trouble, Scáthach said, jumping off with her spear in hand. Let's do the dinosaur king another favor. It'll help us later. I'll help too, Artoria said, swinging down after her. You two rest. They're just Danos who've turned into ghouls. We can handle this. Chapter 969, Volume 12, Chapter 46, The Next Target. Appearing on the plains were Danos that had been turned into ghouls and dead apostles, attacking the enemies outside the city walls. Having lost all intellect, they were like monsters driven only by killing and feeding, indiscriminately assaulting every Danos they encountered. Fortunately, Scáthach and Artoria reacted quickly and moved to intercept first, preventing any casualties among the Danos. After the battle, the corpses of those Dainos, now stripped of all combat capability, quickly turned to dust and scattered across the plains in the wind. When the Dinosaur King learned about the incident, he was very satisfied with Chaldea's performance and arranged for a large amount of supplies to be sent to them. However, because of the attacks triggered by Kamisatsu, the Dainos were unwilling to leave Chichen Itza, so Chaldea had to enter the city themselves to collect the supplies. Kamisatsu is the only life form in Mictlan that surpasses the Dainos. To these dinosaur humans, he is the embodiment of terror. The Dinosaur King said this during his second meeting with Shiomi and the others. Although the battle in the second netherworld ended without a decisive result, the retreat of the alien god restored stability to the previously unstable Iztakui. The continuous tremors shaking the mountains finally stopped. Chichen Itza no longer had to worry, at least for now, about the second netherworld collapsing and burying both the third and fifth layers of Mictlan. Having met the conditions and earned a bit of goodwill along the way, the Dinosaur King was in an excellent mood, so he brought up the matter of Kamisatsu. How much do you know about Kamisatsu? Shiomi asked directly, without any unnecessary preamble. After all, the Dinosaur King had only ruled for a year, and he was not a native servant of the Lost Belt. There was no guarantee he knew much. Listen carefully, Chaldea. The Dinosaur King shot Shiomi a slightly annoyed glance. Tezcatlipoca is an omniscient and omnipotent god. Though not truly almighty, since even he cannot control what does not exist. For me, Kamisatsu is a life form that already exists in Mictlan. Naturally, I have ways of knowing his general situation. Yes, yes. Shiomi shrugged, acknowledging that his tone had been a bit off. Deep within the tree sea to the northwest lies the ruins of a city. In that ominous place, you'll find Kamisatsu's whereabouts, the Dinosaur King said. That man is most likely in those ruins, a place called Caren. The ruins of Caren? Morgan showed clear interest. Caren is a ruined city that existed long before Chichen Itza was built. Calling it the ruins of a kingdom wouldn't be far off either. In any case, it's been at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of years since then. Millions of years. Shiomi fell silent for a moment. In proper human history, the earliest human civilizations discovered so far could only be traced back around 10,000 years. Earlier ages belonged to the domain of gods and phantasmal species. As the age of gods gradually gave way to the age of men, most remnants of that era disappeared. What little remained was largely preserved by Magus organizations and groups across the world, used as pathways to explore ancient mystery. Even so, the history that could actually be calculated only spanned tens of thousands of years. The gods themselves only gradually took on the forms later humanity would praise and began interacting with humans after mankind began to flourish and multiply. Before that, they existed more like special phenomena of nature. In any case, the Dinosaur King continued, when the Dainos built Chichen Itza, they investigated the ruins of the city called Caren. This city was constructed by referencing Caren's layout and architectural methods. So what exactly was Caren? Shiomi asked. Was it an old Dainos city that was abandoned due to political change or natural disasters, and then the population moved here to build a new one? No idea. Like I said, I only know the general outline. The Dinosaur King smiled indifferently. Kamisatsu has existed since ancient times, and so has Caren. As for how they disappeared, that has nothing to do with me. Nor do I need to know. No. It's not that you don't know. It's that the Dainos don't know. So as their king, you don't need to know either. Morgan pointed out the flaw in the Dinosaur King's statement. The Dinosaur King let out a mocking snort. So what? Even the priests here only sing about what happened after Chichen Itza was established. At that point, he seemed to remember something and added. But don't you have a Dainos traveling with you? That fellow named Tepu. The one who abandoned his duties as a priest and went to live in seclusion on the first layer. Maybe he's heard something before. Ask him, and you might find something new. We'll do that, Shiomi replied without hesitation. But right now, the most important thing is investigating the ruins of Caren and retrieving the authority. To be honest, Shiomi was starting to feel like his authority was becoming a bit too popular. Tezcatlipoca wanted Shiomi to retrieve all of it before fighting him. Kamisatsu, on the other hand, wanted Shiomi to retrieve the second portion first, then fight him and have it all taken away. Fine. Go clean up the ruins of Caren. At the very least, it'll stop any more gullified Dainos from coming out to harass Chichen Itza. That saves me some trouble, the Dinosaur King said. Morgan crossed her arms. You're still the blue Tezcatlipoca. You can't handle something like that yourself. Good question. I can't, the Dinosaur King answered bluntly. My duty is simply to maintain the survival of Chichen Itza and the Dainos. Anything beyond that has nothing to do with me. You admitted that surprisingly quickly. Shiomi almost stumbled when he heard that. By now he was certain. It wasn't that the Dinosaur King couldn't do it. He simply refused to. The blue Tezcatlipoca and the black Tezcatlipoca manifesting at the same time meant there had to be some kind of connection or contrast between the two. What had the blue side done? What had the black side done? Eventually, their actions would intersect at some point in time, either as enemies or as allies. No matter what happened, one thing was clear: the Dinosaur King and Chaldea were not enemies. Oh, right. A reminder. The Dinosaur King added, now that the second netherworld has calmed down, traveling from the third layer to the fifth layer is no longer difficult. The black side is in Mexico, on the fifth layer. You're saying black Tezcatlipoca will attack again? Shiomi asked. No. I'm referring to the Osilime and their leader. Standing atop the platform, the Dinosaur King looked down at Shiomi. The Osilime and the Dainos are engaged in a struggle for survival. In the end, only one side will remain alive. In other words, since we're allied with the Dainos, we'll become enemies of the Osilime. Morgan nodded in understanding. Shiomi turned around, preparing to leave. Then let's see which side moves faster. Chapter 970, Volume 12, Chapter 47, A Night of Stargazing. Ah. The alien god reacted to what happened with you, sensei. That night, after the meeting where they discussed going to the ruins of Khan the next day to investigate Kamisatsu, Shiomi accompanied Olga Marie up to the roof of Tepu's house to look at the stars. When she brought up what had happened during the day, she couldn't hide her surprise. Yeah. At least from what I saw in the moment, that's what it looked like, Shiomi answered honestly. Olga Marie found it strange, like she'd caught hold of something, yet couldn't put it into words. She let out a silent sigh, hugged Shiomi, who still hadn't recovered his original size, and stared up at the night sky over Chichen Itza. Mictlan was nothing more than a cylindrical underground world, with an artificial sun traveling back and forth between the first and ninth layers. And yet, for some reason, the sky at night still held specks of light that looked like stars. What do you think it means, sensei? Olga Marie asked. If I said I think that reaction might be the key to solving the alien god problem, would that bother you? Shiomi asked. Not at all. Olga Marie shook her head frankly. If anything, I've been worried. If even you and Ms. Morgan can't defeat the alien god together, then we might not have any chance at all. Don't say that, Shiomi said softly. Even if we weren't here, you still can't give up, unless you've truly lost the will to fight. That's a different matter. Shiomi wasn't the type to force someone with no desire to fight into a battle they had little chance of winning. Even so, humanity's survival now rested on Chaldea's shoulders. MHM. Olga Marie nodded obediently, then returned to the earlier point. So you think we found a breakthrough because the alien god is moving around using my original body? That's the only way I can interpret it, Shiomi said, thinking it over. Even if you don't need to care about that body anymore, Marie, it's still a part of you. When the time comes, you might need to take back whatever is still left in that vessel. Olga Marie blinked. You mean the Animosphere magic crest? Or? It's hard to put into words. You could call it information carved into the body itself. Shiomi shook his head. Given the alien god's current state, we might be able to create an opening for you to try making contact with the star god. Would that actually do anything? Olga Marie asked, confused. I can't say for sure. But you, as the original you, a spirit and soul, coming into contact with the container you were forced to abandon. Shiomi paused. It should create resonance. Resonance. Olga Marie's eyes widened as she understood. If it's possible, I want to try. Don't rush, Shiomi reassured her. I can't guarantee it's completely safe. I'm not going to let you take that kind of risk. The alien god could erase you without a trace with a single flick of a finger. Hearing the depth of concern in his voice, and how clearly he didn't want to lose her, Olga Marie felt her chest fill with warmth. She hugged him tighter and answered firmly. I'll follow your lead, sensei. Everything. Seriously, haven't you been a little too compliant lately? Shiomi laughed. Don't just let other people decide everything for you. You have the right to choose for yourself, not hand that right over to me or anyone else. I am doing my job as director properly, Olga Marie puffed out her cheeks. It's just, you've been my biggest support through all of this. That's why I want to listen to you. Fair enough. Shiomi understood. He was the one who had pulled her out of the abyss, and the one who had saved her life. No matter what, Tenkei Shiomi's importance to Olga Marie was already beyond words. Especially now, when they'd crossed the most important line. Okay, enough. You know I've got a plan. I just need to know what I should do when the time comes. Olga Marie rubbed her cheek against his hair, clinging to him as she spoke in a coaxing tone. So for now, stay with me and look at the stars, okay? Stars, huh? We're underground. Are those really stars in the usual sense? Or are they symbols the Maya placed in the sky of this underworld? Shiomi couldn't help grumbling. Olga Marie raised her head and quietly felt it out for a moment. They're probably real, I think. Even just staring at them like this, I can feel the mana hidden in that starry sky. Then it has to be a Maya mystery, Shiomi said. Kirsteria said it's hard to build magecraft here, because the constellations are completely different from proper human history. Even if he could use magecraft, if it can't reach the same output as it did in the Atlantic Lost Belt, then whether it's fighting Tezcatlipoca or fighting ORT, his power would still be a drop in the bucket, wouldn't it? Olga Marie said. That's the theory, at least. Mictlan is a lot like the Britannia Lost Belt. There's no proper human history here in the true sense. Shiomi looked up again. But, this place still doesn't deny the existence of servants and heroic spirits. Tepu said the Dano slept for a very long time. Olga Marie recalled what they'd talked about over dinner. The ruins of Khan you're going to investigate tomorrow, those appeared here before the Danos woke again and started moving around Mictlan. You mean? Mictlan might have had humans once. Shiomi sounded faintly surprised. It's not impossible. But if that's the case, why don't we see any humans now? With Olga Marie's speculation as a starting point, Shiomi followed the line of thought. If it was true, then Kamisatsu, who was occupying the ruins of Khan and using them as a base, might know far more about Khan. But Kamisatsu was an enemy. He wasn't going to just hand over the truth. You're really thinking about it, Olga Marie said, a little embarrassed. I didn't mean anything serious. I was just chatting and letting my mind wander. It's fine. Shiomi shook his head. Thinking broadly like this is good. It helps with our work in Mictlan. But I'd rather be with you. Olga Marie's cheeks flushed. She leaned in from behind Shiomi's shoulder, aiming to kiss him from the side. He didn't refuse, and just as he lowered his head to respond, hurried footsteps echoed up from below. Dad. Are you on the roof? Karen's voice called. At that question, Olga Marie immediately let go of Shiomi and sat up straight, trying to look perfectly proper. By the time Karen climbed the stairs, all she saw was the two of them sitting there, enjoying the cool night air. Chapter 971, Volume 12, Chapter 48, The Ruins of Khan. Even though Karen unknowingly got in the way at the last moment, it didn't end up affecting their departure the next day. Before they set out, Shiomi spent some proper one-on-one time with Olga Marie in his room. Only then did he head out with Morgan and the others toward the ruins of Khan. I don't have any issue with my husband looking after Marie, Morgan said in a quiet, pointed tone, but you're acting like you're sneaking around. Is that really a good idea right before an expedition? I can't exactly explore you all before we explore the ruins of Khan, can I? Shiomi said, still savoring the lingering warmth from earlier as he tossed Morgan a teasing remark. Morgan lifted a finger and flicked Shiomi, who was sprawled in her arms. We're practically there already, and now you say that. You're obviously just trying to dodge your obligations. It's fine. Once we're back, I'll have my beloved disciple pay it back double, Scáthach said with a laugh. Ugh. Shiomi couldn't help sucking in a breath. Every time you say double, master, it's terrifying. It always feels like I'm going to get ground into dust. Scáthach's expression immediately soured. Do you think your master is heavy? No, of course not. Shiomi hurriedly denied it. It's just, given my current larval state, it's an instinctive fear, that's all. Compared to pinning Tenkei underneath me, having Tenkei on top of me feels better, Scotty muttered under her breath, a faint blush rising at her cheeks. Artoria nodded vigorously in agreement. Maybe today isn't a good day to go out, Morgan said, putting on a dissatisfied face. Perhaps we should rest for a day or two before coming to investigate. Kamisatsu is only threatening the Danos, and it's just indirectly affecting Storm Border's stability anyway. All right, don't be mad, Shiomi said quickly. Morgan wasn't actually upset. She was simply more serious than the others. Now that the authority had effectively become marital shared property, she couldn't help paying closer attention to it. The closer they got to Khan, the more clearly she could feel the presence of one of the authorities that had been taken from Shiomi. More importantly, the tree sea that had been bright and sunlit gradually turned bleak as they approached the ruins of Khan. Even daylight couldn't properly reach the depths of the forest anymore. The others kept tossing around suggestive banter with Shiomi, and Morgan listened as if she were getting an exclusive broadcast. Then, after pushing through the tree sea where there was barely anything you could call a road, they finally reached the ruins of Khan. This really is desolate. No, grim is a better word, Scáthach said, sounding impressed despite herself. Even my land of shadows has more life than this place. That's because you're there, master, Shiomi said as if it were obvious. Scáthach's expression softened at that, and she couldn't help smiling. What she'd almost said was that it was because Shiomi had left a garden there, the only living thing in an otherwise dead land of shadows. Enough with the small talk, the flirting, and the dirty jokes, Morgan said, her face hardening. Taking the initiative, she merged with Shiomi and became the Unity God, stepping to the front. Kamasatsu is nearby, he's coming. Amid the clamor of beating wings and a stream of manic laughter, Kamasatsu burst through the forest that ringed the ruins of Caren and charged straight at them. Ha 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 ha. How heartless. Truly heartless. The weak huddle together, raise high walls, and bask in a moment of prosperity. That is what you call a kingdom. And yet no matter how they scheme and struggle, the weak remain weak. All of it is futile. Now only these heaps of white bones remain, bearing witness to those forgotten, illusory dreams. So laugh as loudly as you like. Look down on them with cold contempt. Go on, say it. The tears of the weak taste no different from blue blood. Spouting that incomprehensible rant, Kamasatsu descended into the ruins of Caren and stared down at them from above. You made it here quickly. And yet you still haven't reclaimed the authority stolen by that so-called alien god. Kamasatsu bared his teeth at the Unity God. Don't disappoint me too much, Hollow God. To talk like that when you're facing us, if anyone's going to be disappointed, it's me, Morgan replied. She raised her hand and gripped the magic spear she was most accustomed to using. Bathed in the Unity God's power, the spear shed its black coloring and became something pure, woven from blue and white. Calling it a brand new holy lance wouldn't have been an exaggeration. Humph, your prey got away, so you'll settle for the next best thing and take back the portion in my hand. Kamasatsu said. Clever, sure. But some things don't get easier just because they're convenient. We've dealt with beast plenty of times, Morgan said, staring him down. You won't be much of an exception. Ha 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 ha. Kamasatsu's laughter swelled. Delightful, delightful. It was worth agreeing to Smoking Mirror's bargain, using the authority of yours that I hadn't yet taken as collateral, to change the netherworld boundary of Mictlan. If I kill you here, seize the authority, and drink your blood dry, then even something like the alien god will be nothing to fear. As Kamasatsu laughed wildly, he let a certain truth slip. The ambush on Shiomi had been Tezcatlipoca's plan. The original attacker should have been only Kamasatsu and Morgan of proper human history. The alien god had been an unforeseen variable. After witnessing the struggle, it had simply jumped in and taken 1/3 of Shiomi's authority for itself. From the way you're talking, you don't sound very confident about the alien god, Morgan said with a mocking smile. That's nonsense. It's just a monster that can't even be used as food. Its blood isn't worth drinking, Kamasatsu snapped, curling his lip. It's the same kind of proper human history thing as you lot. And what about you, then? Unknown beast, Scáthach asked coolly. From your tone, it sounds like you know Caren well. That's not something you're qualified to know, or need to know. Kamasatsu rejected her question without hesitation. Die here and become my sustenance, the foundation I'll use to seize proper human history and replace you as the planet's god. Now then, let me give you a proper welcome. Undying warriors of Caren, now is the time to increase our kin. At that very instant, the ruins of Caren began to shake with an ominous restlessness. In the blink of an eye, countless skeletal soldiers crawled out from beneath the soil and broken stone, gripping weapons that were rotten with age and yet still wickedly sharp. They formed a ring around the group. These weren't ordinary skeletons. Each one gave off a massive surge of mana, with a magical response close to that of an average servant. They were far stronger than the corpses of the Land of Shadows. Human bones. Scáthach's brow furrowed as she swept her gaze over the undead soldiers. So this really is a ruin left behind by Mictlan's humans. Then. She slammed her crimson spear into the ground. Let me show you what the Land of Shadows truly is. Chapter 972, Volume 12, Chapter 49, Fierce Battle. The power bound to my name. Answer my call and open the gate. Come forth, my city. City of Shadows. As Scáthach's crimson spear touched the stone of the ruined ground, a deep surge of mana spread outward. The skeletal soldiers clad in armor, their bones etched with multicolored magical patterns, were swept by the wave of power, their movements briefly freezing. The corners of Kamasatsu's ever-downturned mouth curled even further. Dark clouds suddenly blanketed the sky. Within the dense cloud cover, a massive stone gate revealed itself, heavy and ancient, slowly creaking open. The gate to the Land of Shadows had opened. Any being designated as its target would be pulled inside at that very moment. Especially creatures such as undead and skeletal monsters. The skeletal warriors Kamasatsu had awakened from the ruins of Caren had unfortunately run into the Queen of the Land of the Dead. Their compatibility with her could not have been worse. Wandering souls with nowhere to go, I shall take you in. Gate of Sky. The gate opened fully, its immense force pulling the skeletal soldiers upward from the ground. Yet the smooth extraction Scáthach had expected proved extremely difficult, as though some overwhelming force were resisting her attempt to guide these remains onward. There was only one answer. Stop playing clever tricks. This is my territory. Foreign ruler of the underworld, don't overstep your bounds. Kamasatsu was interfering with the effect of Scáthach as noble phantasm. Then I'll simply add a little more. Scotty shouted back. Gate of Sky. The same noble phantasm's true name, yet its effect was different. Scáthach as noble phantasm leaned toward offense, interference, and slaughter, while Scotty's version focused on support and protection. All allies within its range received the blessing of the goddess of ice and snow. The ice that had remained frozen in her heart for thousands of years had now melted completely into soft, flowing water. With her heart filled with love, the goddess unleashed a power far beyond what she herself had imagined. Petty tricks. Kamasatsu counted something beneath his breath and aimed toward them. From deep within the forest came the screeching and frantic flapping of countless bats. From the shadows, he summoned a swarm of blood-sucking bats. Blood was an important medium for mana. To drain blood was to steal magical power. The bats shot forward like blades of darkness. Oh storm, sweep everything away. Invisible air. They had not yet opened enough distance. If the noble phantasm were released here, it would place defensive pressure on allies other than the Unity God and prevent the Holy Lance from demonstrating its true power. Using invisible air was the best way to disperse everything. Those within the eye of the storm were unaffected. Everything outside it, however, would be swept away by the force of the barrier. More and more skeletal warriors could no longer remain on the ground. Drawn upward by Scáthach as noble phantasm, they were pulled toward the far side of the land of shadows. Since the bleaching of human order, Scáthach had never returned there. She did not even know whether the land of shadows still existed. But the fact that her noble phantasm could still be used was enough. I'll admit you have some skill. But it's still not enough. Undying warriors of Khan, let me grant you the power of life. The authority currently wielded by Kamasatsu, Shiomi's gift mercy, was now unleashing its power. The remains of the Khan warriors, each already comparable to a servant spirit origin, were strengthened by this authority. Strange-colored flesh even began growing over their bones. Not just bones, you're trying to give them flesh as well. Turn them into ghouls, no, wait, are you trying to resurrect them? Scáthach was utterly confused. These remains had been dead for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. Their souls and minds had long since vanished. Even if flesh were recreated on their bones through authority, they would only become living puppets without free will. Such a thing had no real meaning. Leaving aside whether reviving the dead was even right, the authority Tenkei Shiomi wielded under the divine name Tiham did indeed possess the potential to alter the boundary between life and death. The master who governed the land of the dead had a disciple who granted life. Scáthach often found the contrast strangely dramatic, though she understood the weight behind it. Just as she was marveling at this, another force slammed into Kamasatsu, interrupting his attempt to grant flesh to the remains. You really do whatever you please, Kamasatsu. Are other people's things really that convenient to use? Morgan extended her hand, clearly displeased. A powerful pull emanated from her palm, targeting the authority Kamasatsu had failed to fully absorb but was still borrowing. Trying to take it back. It won't be that easy. Kamasatsu's bat wings beat violently. The claws at the tips of his wings, like a second pair of hands, lunged forward in a tearing strike. A crimson light shot toward Morgan. But it failed to hit. The attack was deflected by the conceptual defenses surrounding her body, its trajectory forcibly altered. After pulling back to create distance, Kamasatsu no longer had the spare attention to deal with the Khan warriors' remains. Although more and more skeletal corpses continued to awaken, without his guidance they were nothing more than a large number of enemies. They posed no real threat to the three fighting them. More importantly, the Unity God before him. We've only been apart a few days, yet your power has grown this much. To wield 1/3 of the authority to such a level, it only makes me want the rest even more. I'll be taking it. Kamasatsu wrapped his wings around his body as immense mana rapidly accumulated before bursting outward. A surging torrent of deep blue netherfire roared toward Morgan, spreading wide enough to engulf the three who had formed a defensive formation against the endless skeletal soldiers. Stand down. Unity God Morgan lowered her altitude and positioned herself between Kamasatsu and the three behind her. At her cold command, the blazing netherfire, hot enough to melt steel, split apart at the point where Morgan stood, spreading outward to both sides. The fan-shaped area behind her, untouched by the flames, was exactly where the trio stood. Seeing this, Kamasatsu did not stop the flames. Instead, he manipulated their shape, surrounding the group completely. The netherfire twisted into a massive vortex, compressing inward. Just as Kamasatsu prepared to detonate it, the vortex of netherfire was suddenly sliced open from within. Deprived of its sustaining force, it quickly dispersed among the ruins of Khan. TSK. Even Tezcatlipoca treats that netherfire with caution, yet you scattered it just like that. Kamasatsu looked deeply displeased. If that's all the power you have, return my husband's authority at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Morgan gripped the holy lance, its silver and azure light intertwined, and issued her final warning. Chapter 973, Volume 12, Chapter 50, Reclaiming Mercy. Merciless. You call this merciless? Ha 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 ha. Don't make me laugh. There has never been any such thing as mercy on a battlefield. There is only the life of the victor and the death of the defeated. As he spoke, Kamisatsu raised a massive scythe. He looked more and more like a grim reaper harvesting lives. Someone capable of controlling the underworld lines of Mictlan was clearly no heroic spirit of proper human history. So he's most likely some kind of death god of Mictlan, Shiomi remarked calmly. Death gods, underworld gods, we've seen far too many of them already. Morgan tightened his grip on the holy lance as 4 spears, including Gungnir, appeared behind him. There's only one thing to do. Defeat Kamisatsu and take back the authority. That man failed to fully devour the authority. I don't know why, but even without truly consuming it, he can still wield it to this extent. Be careful. Shiomi's warning was soft but serious. My husband, just watch. If anything goes wrong, then you may step in. After calmly arranging a fallback, Morgan faced the scythe that came down first with overwhelming force and ordered the crimson spears to cross, blocking the blow. Longinus and Gungnir shot in from both sides, aiming straight for Kamisatsu's vital points. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Kamisatsu spun the scythe in an impenetrable defense. The 4 spears attacked again and again, only to be beaten back each time in a spray of sparks. There. Morgan caught the opening in Kamisatsu's swing and rushed in. Damn it. Damn it. Unable to dodge in time, Kamisatsu had the muscles along one side of his abdomen sliced open by Morgan's spear. Dark red blood sprayed out, and when it hit the ground, it hissed with heat. His blood was actually as hot as magma. What scorching blood! Not at all like the cold image people usually have of a Grim Reaper. Morgan glanced at the blood on the spear, then flicked it off lightly. That line seemed to hit a nerve. The battle escalated at once. A silver shadow and a crimson shadow streaked through the sky above Caren, colliding one moment and parting the next. The 4 spears were like 4 meteors, continuously slamming into the crimson figure. The ruins of Caren were already desolate, yet the clash left even more scars across them, as though the place were being driven further into ruin. And that was only the aftermath of the battle. The skeletal soldiers Scáthach and the others had yet to finish off were also being swept away by the constant shockwaves produced by the fight. Bones were blasted apart in every direction. Even when they tried to reform, the next wave would hit and scatter them even more thoroughly. What's going on? What in the world is going on? Kamisatsu demands to know what's going on. What's going on? We may not know exactly what you are, but that authority belongs to us. The more you use my husband's authority, the more you place yourself at a disadvantage. Morgan braced the holy lance with both hands. The conceptual defenses spreading out from him stopped the massive scythe from advancing any farther. In that deadlock, he revealed a truth Kamisatsu had never expected. Ever since the battle with the demonic consort of proper human history, Shiomi had already been certain of it. Morgan was becoming someone more suitable than anyone else to receive his authority. If the original owner had no intention of reclaiming it himself, then the authority would shift toward the most suitable bearer. Even now, when that 1/3 of the authority was still in Kamisatsu's hands. Authorities were drawn to one another. Their very nature longed to return to a complete whole. As long as Kamisatsu continued wielding gift mercy, that resonance would create unimaginable interference whenever he tried to use its power. It's only authority over life. Digesting it would be easy. Better yet, I can do it right now. I'll burn through your authority and bring the warriors of Caren back to life. Lives that are already gone cannot come back. Their souls, their minds, everything they were has already faded away. All that remains here are empty shells. Why are you so obsessed with them? That is none of your concern. Blasting the unity god away, Kamisatsu immediately shifted his stance and tried to use the authority as a one-time expendable resource, giving flesh to both the fallen skeletal warriors and those still standing. The 4 spears came at him from 4 directions. Kamisatsu knocked them all aside, but in doing so, he exposed an opening right in front of him. Then give it back to me. I have no desire to let my power be used for something with motives I cannot even understand. The unity god abruptly released the fused form, and Shiomi rushed in alone. At that moment, his small size became an advantage. Unfamiliar with his attack range, Kamisatsu's strike missed. When Kamisatsu tried to press the attack again, his limbs and wings were bound by Morgan's chains. Shiomi reached out and touched the manifested authority. It began to peel away from Kamisatsu, severing his control over it. A few seconds would be enough to take it back. But those few seconds were already long enough for Kamisatsu to break free by force and counterattack Shiomi. That would have been true if only Shiomi and Morgan had been here. Clang. Scáthach and Artoria intercepted Kamasat's second strike. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. As Shiomi pulled the authority free, Kamasat's let out a furious roar. At the instant the authority was extracted, he finally tore free of his restraints and swung the scythe at the three of them. But the blow missed. A water mirror covered the three of them and shifted their positions. What followed was a rain of attacks from four noble phantasms, split into hundreds and thousands of spear-like forms, crashing down like a raging storm and kicking up another explosion of wind. When the assault finally ended, Kamasat's was only lightly wounded. He bore no serious injuries. TSK. So it really does belong to its original owner. As expected, what isn't mine won't stay with me. Now the man had gone cold again, his voice carrying lofty killing intent. I'll be returning to the fourth underworld to recover. The wounds and curses you left on me can probably only be healed by the Fountain of Night. You say that as calmly as if you weren't fleeing in defeat. That really is a talent all its own. Shiomi did not absorb the authority back into himself, instead simply maintaining possession of it as it was. Until the reclaimed authority was properly settled into place, the process of becoming the Unity God would be slowed. Master and the others had no way to keep Kamasat's here. On top of that, the skeletal soldiers were still moving, blocking the path of pursuit. Congratulations. You've recovered 2/3 of the authority. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll bring your full power. I'll be waiting to welcome you in Ayaki, god of proper human history, and his servants. With that, Kamasat's vanished in an instant. His presence rapidly faded until it could no longer be sensed at all. The skeletal warriors in the ruins of Khan gradually came to a stop. Their mana signatures disappeared one after another, and they collapsed once more, sinking back into the earth. That makes 2/3 recovered. Shiomi turned around and beckoned to Morgan. Chapter 974, Volume 12, Chapter 51, Return. Seeing Shiomi beckon to her, Morgan more or less understood what he intended. Since 1/3 was already with her, then after recovering the new 1/3 of the authority, the most effective course was naturally to hand that over to her as well and keep the authority gathered in one place. But if my beloved disciple and Morgan each held 1/3, what would happen then? Scáthach watched from the side, her tone carrying a faint trace of envy. Shiomi thought for a moment. It would probably increase each person's combat strength before transforming into the Unity God, but it would also lower the Unity God's expected combat strength. Scáthach fell into thought. So what your master means is, there wouldn't be any new power or form. Scotty added at that point. For example, what if one of us received the authority instead? There was no hidden agenda in her words. Scotty simply spoke her mind frankly. She was discussing it with Shiomi in complete sincerity. What? Do you want to know what it feels like to become one with my husband too? Morgan stopped halfway over, planting herself between Shiomi and the other three as she looked Scotty over with a smiling expression. Scotty froze for a moment, and a faint blush appeared on her face. It has nothing to do with that. I was just thinking of the saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. That may be true, but there's also the saying that it's best to put all your eggs in one basket and keep a close eye on that basket. Shiomi held the authority, which had taken on an irregular shape. Or master, or whoever wants to, can come try it and find out. The moment he said that, Scáthach had already stepped over the broken bricks of the Khan ruins and come to stand before him. Then let's try it, she said, crouching down and kneeling on one knee in front of Shiomi. This feels a bit like that graduation ritual back then, he said, holding back a laugh as he brought the authority toward Scáthach's chest. Following Shiomi's will, the authority moved toward Scáthach's body, slowly sinking into her. Scáthach's face tightened in discomfort. You don't have to force yourself, master. Shiomi sounded worried. Scáthach gave him a smile. My beloved disciple carries quite a lot of weight. I'm not sure I can handle it. Aren't you worried that saying something like that will profane a sacred authority? Morgan said, sounding a little speechless. Artoria gave the sort of awkward smile that said she understood perfectly. Scáthach probably just wants to lighten the mood, so let's let it slide. They kept chatting like that, but none of them took their eyes off Scáthach and Shiomi. At the instant the authority, guided by Shiomi's will, had almost fully merged into Scáthach's body, a tremendous repulsive force burst out and sent her flying backward. Fortunately, Artoria reacted quickly enough to catch her. What a violent power. Scáthach pressed a hand to her chest, still shaken. If I tried to force it to stay just now, my whole chest probably would have exploded. She would not have died, but recovering would have been a real ordeal. Still, with her beloved disciple here, that was hardly an unsolvable problem. What truly left her uneasy was the fact that this authority itself was fundamentally incompatible with her existence. She could receive its blessings, but she could not become its owner. It was very much like her beloved disciple's own personality. He rarely got angry, yet he fiercely upheld free will and refused to be controlled by any god or king. Then in that case, the fact that I can contain my husband's authority really does make me an anomaly. Morgan brushed at the hair by her temple. For a moment, I truly don't know whether to call it fate or destiny. You already know perfectly well, Shiomi said with a helpless smile, signaling for Morgan to lean down. Once the authority approached Morgan's body, it naturally began to transfer into her. An enormous surge of magical power swirled around Shiomi and Morgan, whipping up a gale so intense it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Even Scáthach and the others had to raise their hands to shield themselves from the dazzling light. By the time the light and gale subsided, the three of them were so stunned by what they saw that they were speechless for a while. Even though Shiomi had not taken the authority back into himself, he had finally shed his child form and returned to the ageless body of a young man. The problem was that his clothes, shoes, and socks had not adapted to the change and had been torn to pieces, scattered all over the ground. Standing naked in the middle of the ruins, Shiomi stared thoughtfully at Khan's remains. As expected of my husband. Rather than worrying about the fact that he's completely naked, he seems more concerned with these ruins, where people may once have lived. Morgan calmly straightened her hair. Still, seeing my husband back to normal does put me somewhat at ease. As she spoke, she lightly patted Shiomi on the shoulder. These ruins just feel a little sad to me. Shiomi laughed awkwardly and scratched his head as he turned around. I'll project some clothes for now and make do. At that point, Artoria took off her cloak and draped it over Shiomi's well-built shoulders. Use my cloak for now, Tenkei. But if all of my beloved disciple's authority is with Morgan, why did he return to his original state like this? Scáthach asked. It no longer really matters who's holding it. As long as it's with me, my husband will be affected in turn. Morgan brushed her fingers over the magic crests on her lower abdomen. Their wavelengths had long since become so perfectly synchronized that they were practically one person, so Morgan was not surprised by the result. Still, that's a little disappointing, Scáthach said. Disappointing? Shiomi frowned. Scotty nodded. It's only been a few days, and you've already gone back to your original form. I thought I'd get to dote on your smaller self a little longer. To be honest, changing my body shape with magecraft isn't difficult at all. Shiomi pressed his lips together, doing his best to hold back his urge to complain. If you like, I can show you in private next time. But this form is more convenient. Convenient for what? Morgan asked. Shiomi finally could not hold it in anymore and started grumbling in a rapid stream. For everything, obviously. Compared to being held in your arms, I much prefer holding all of you in mine. That's the kind of overbearing, high-end mighty man I am, all right. His words sounded fierce, but his tone was more like someone venting his grievances. That only made them laugh. Morgan could only wrap her arms around Shiomi and lean into his chest. All right, all right. Stop sulking over there. We should think about how to get back first. After all, with even his clothes gone now, it really was inconvenient for Shiomi to return like this. The only option is to have you help me pick up a change of clothes somewhere along the way. Pulling the cloak around himself, Shiomi looked around the Khan ruins. And even though Kamisatsu escaped, the ruins are still here, along with all these countless remains. We need to investigate what's going on in this place. You really are serious to the core. We just finished a battle, the enemy's gone, and now you should be relaxing a little, shouldn't you? Scáthach said, running a hand over Shiomi's bare thigh. A shiver ran down Shiomi's spine. At least consider the setting, Master. Chapter 975, Volume 12, Chapter 52, Memorial Rite. What Shiomi meant by considering the setting was simple: this was a ruin, and beneath it lay countless dead of unknown origin. In other words, Khan was not merely the ruins of a city. It was also the gravestone of a lost belt human civilization that had once existed and was ultimately destroyed. Fortunately, Scáthach had only been teasing Shiomi. She had no real intention of doing anything indecent here. During the fight with Kamisatsu just now, the number of skeletal warriors crawling out of the ruins must have been in the tens of thousands, Morgan said from where she sat atop a ruined wall with only half of it left. While fighting in the form of the Unity God, her senses had been honed to the utmost extreme. With the fairy eyes further enhanced by the power of the star's eye, they had surpassed their original limits and could take in all the mystery on the battlefield. Most of the time, she still had to block out everything except the immediate target in front of her, but that did not mean she could not see it. A single glance had been enough for her to grasp the rough state of the place. Tens of thousands. Scáthach let out a sigh. If it really was that many, then I'd have to maintain the gate at full power just to suppress those remains, each one comparable to a servant, and drag them into the land of shadows for burial. They were only skeleton soldiers, yet the magical energy coming off their bones was shockingly high, far beyond what ordinary humans should leave behind after death. And that was only the number Kamisatsu called out at once. Shiomi leaped onto a stone pillar that had not yet fallen and looked out over the ruins of Caren, which were nearly blending into the surrounding sea of trees. This city was probably even larger than Chichen Itza. At the very least, it could have supported a population of over 100,000. 100,000. Scáthach looked slightly startled. Miklin's environment was extremely primordial, comparable to the era of the seventh singularity. In such an age, a city like Uruk with tens of thousands of inhabitants was already the largest and most prosperous city-state in Mesopotamia. Compared to that, Caren, which may have held at least 100,000 people in such a natural environment. It looks like Miklin, no, Caren's productive capacity had developed to an unprecedented level, Artoria said, offering her thoughts. It may even have rivaled the era of proper human history before the bleaching. But if the people of Caren had such a magnificent civilization, why did they perish? Scotty asked. So far, all we've seen are the dinosaur humans who call themselves Dainos, and the Osilame that only took root in this lost belt a year ago. Shiomi thought for a moment, then said a single word. Ort. Even though it was only his guess, it still shocked the others. Ort. The ultimate objective of New Chaldea's campaign in the South American Lost Belt. The obstacle that had to be overcome in order to excise this Lost Belt. Wait, Artoria said hurriedly. According to Kirsteria Wodime, ORT should still be dormant. Up to now, we haven't found any signs of ORT being active, much less confirmed where it is. This is only a hypothesis, but let me challenge that a little, Shiomi said as he jumped down and walked over to Artoria, answering in a gentle voice. Kirsteria did not hide anything and shared as much information as he knew. But he wasn't the person directly in charge of this lost belt, so his information was bound to be incomplete. As he spoke, he turned to look over the ruins of Caren. For example, he didn't know where the ruins of Caren came from. We only learned the details from the Dainos and the Dinosaur King. So, can we assume one very extreme possibility? What possibility? Morgan asked with interest. That at some point in the distant past, ORT once woke up, destroyed the flourishing human civilization that existed then, and afterward fell asleep again, Shiomi said. It woke up, then went back to sleep. Scáthach did not sound convinced. We still do not know exactly what ORT is, but if it did awaken, then why would it go back to sleep? That part makes no sense either. That's why I said it's only a baseless assumption. Shiomi scratched his head helplessly. Still, Kamisatsu, who carries the presence of a beast spirit origin, deliberately occupies this place. He may know something. At that, Scotty said, come to think of it, wasn't Kamisatsu also trying to use your authority earlier to revive the dead warriors of Caren? That's another point worth paying attention to, Shiomi said. What exactly Kamisatsu wants to accomplish by stealing my authority is something I'm very concerned about as well. If this place had no connection to him, then there would have been no reason for Kamisatsu to spend such precious stolen authority as a disposable resource just to resurrect a group of humans who had died so long ago. They were either comrades from the past, or enemies from the past. There had to be some connection. Otherwise, it made no sense. Let me ask one question, then. If we recover all of the authority, would my husband be able to bring these dead back to life? Morgan asked. No, Shiomi said, shaking his head. Even if I did it myself, all I could do would be return them to the state they were in just after dying. Their souls, their minds, everything that made them who they were has already dispersed and returned to Miklin's Maya. Unless I gave them entirely new souls. Artoria's expression grew heavy. But if that happened, wouldn't that mean they had become someone else? They wouldn't be the same people anymore. That's right. Shiomi looked out over the desolate ruins. They walked through the rubble, trying to find patterns or writing. But everything was too ancient. Time had worn it all away until not a trace remained. Just how many years had passed, with no human hand intervening, for nature to erode the marks of a civilization until almost nothing was left. Still, there may be something we can do. Shiomi bent down and picked up a piece of brick. We can take this back and have Storm Border's instruments analyze it. Run carbon-14 dating on it. So sometimes we do have to rely on science after all. Scáthach smiled. Too bad neither version of Tezcatlipoca is willing to explain the specifics. We'll have to figure it out ourselves at Chaldea. Right. Shiomi turned to Morgan. My wife, I have a favor to ask. Go on, then. No need to be so formal. Morgan's eyes were smiling. I want you to offer a memorial for this fallen country in my place. Shiomi held the fragment of brick in his hand. Let's treat it as the price for taking remnants from these ruins. Morgan looked mildly surprised, then smiled in understanding. In that case, it can't be helped. I'll mourn the dead here in my husband's name. After all, in your current state, you're not exactly dressed for solemn ceremony. After that, Morgan, together with Scáthach and the others, performed rites for the ruins of Caren in Shiomi's stead. And throughout the ruins, countless flowers slowly bloomed from the cracks in the stones, spreading across what had once been a city, quietly speaking of forgotten things in the wind. Chapter 976, Volume 12, Chapter 53, Mexico City, 1. When Kamisatsu retreated, he said he was withdrawing to the fourth underworld. But the one who had stirred up chaos before, the alien god, had only caused trouble in the second underworld. That meant there was also a third underworld. Given the current situation, Shiomi concluded that if they wanted to find ORT, the only option was to keep going deeper into Mictlan. Once they had fully explored the entire 9-layered underground world, they were bound to find some trace of the sleeping ORT. But that created another problem. In the middle of Mictlan as a whole, in the 5th layer, there was an obstacle they could not avoid. Mexico City. It was the city established in this lost belt a year ago by the Cryptor David and Black Tezcatlipoca, the city of the Osilame, and also the source of the hunts and massacres carried out against the Danos. As the second underworld gradually returned to stability, the Osilame became active again. They could now cross the no longer chaotic second underworld without difficulty, reach Chichen Itza on the 3rd layer, and attack the Danos there. So if Shiomi wanted to remove the obstacle in front of him, he had no choice but to ignore the request Tezcatlipoca had left behind before retreating. Recover all of the authority. Taigong Wang had said before that there were gods who did not agree with what Lady Nuwa had arranged. Tezcatlipoca was surely one of them. Originally, Shiomi had intended to recover all of the authority first and only then fight Tezcatlipoca again, but things could no longer go that way. If they wanted to pursue the alien god, they had to go deeper into Mictlan. If Storm Border moved openly, it would inevitably be noticed. But if Shiomi and the others moved on their own, they would be separated from the main group and their strength would be split apart. On top of that, there was still the giant of light of unknown origin somewhere in this underground world. Whether it was a defensive mechanism of the Maya that automatically responded to foreign enemies, or some kind of divine being, was still entirely unknown. And so, on the 8th day after entering the South American Lost Belt, Shiomi and Morgan, accompanied by Scáthach and Artoria, infiltrated Mexico City. Using disguise magecraft to interfere with the Osilamea's perception, they made those leopard-faced raiders unable to distinguish them from their own kind, so no one grew suspicious. They had originally assumed that a city inhabited by the warlike Osilame would be a place where the whole population lived as soldiers. But now that they saw it in person, it did not seem to be quite like that. The streets were orderly. The canals running through the city were well maintained. And at the city center stood a ritual tower. This city, full of traces of a civilization just emerging into being, immediately called Uruk from the 7th singularity to mind, yet it was also completely different. At the root of it was the fact that Uruk belonged to Sumerian civilization, while this city bore the unmistakable marks of Aztec civilization. You'd never guess this was a city built only a year ago, Morgan said, running her fingers along the stone wall of a riverside road. It should be a city of roughly the same nature as Camelot. When she said that, she looked toward Artoria and added another line. Whether you're Camelot or mine. To put it simply, this is not a city that human hands could have built. It's a city completed through divine authority or large-scale magecraft, Artoria said thoughtfully. According to the information Koyanskaya let slip, the city alone houses close to 100,000 Osilame warriors. Besides that, there were women and children who were not warriors, living in villages built in the sea of trees outside Osilame territory, supporting the prosperity of Mexico City. The city itself is filled entirely with warriors. Scáthach looked toward the tallest divine tower in Mexico City. It seems this city has only one function. It exists solely for the worship of Tezcatlipoca. So any Osilame allowed to live in the city or do business here must be warriors acknowledged by that god. And that's not all. Since this is a city created by Tezcatlipoca, Mexico City would never follow the teachings of the sun, Kukulkan, the way Chichen Itza does. Instead, it worships the black sun, Tezcatlipoca the smoking mirror. Morgan folded her arms. With their extraordinary reproductive capacity, the Osilame multiplied to this scale in just 1 year, and unlike the Danos, they possess a disposition for conflict. So in the end, war, Artoria said. Since Tezcatlipoca is the god of war, perhaps the only thing that truly matters to him is war itself. At that, Scáthach showed a dangerous smile. If the god of war wants war, then let's give him one. It just won't be on quite the scale he's hoping for. More importantly, what is Tenkei doing? Artoria did not object to what Scáthach said. They had all infiltrated Mexico City. What they were supposed to do here hardly needed to be said. My husband has probably taken a liking to the goods here and is trying to buy a few things from the merchants to give to us. Morgan kept her arms folded. They were speaking in the Riverside Commercial District. The original plan had been to rest a little before heading to the temple in Mexico City, but somewhere along the way Shiomi had wandered off to browse the stalls, looking more like a tourist out shopping than someone infiltrating enemy territory. Because of the language barrier, Shiomi had subtly used suggestion during his attempt to communicate, making the Osilame believe he was the priest David. Then he casually traded some supplies taken from Chichen Itza for ornaments of far greater value. In essence, he was running a scam. And he was doing it right in the heart of enemy territory. As he counted the Aztec-style headdresses adorned with different gemstones, Shiomi could only think over which designs would suit Morgan and the others, and which one he should keep for himself, since none of them matched. The others had already noticed that he had finished buying things, and were waiting for him to come back, each of them carrying a faint hint of expectation. But in the span of those few steps, a strange voice suddenly caught his attention. Ah. That jade headdress I specifically came here looking for, and now. A woman in fitted combat wear, wearing a jaguar mask and with long hair as green as a gemstone, was staring at the things in Shiomi's hands, her voice full of shock and regret. Shiomi paused and looked at her. Her appearance was very much like an Osilame's, yet the presence she carried was clearly not that of an Osilame. Like them, she was an outsider who had entered Mexico City in disguise. If anything, she looked more like one of the Osilame who lived in the villages outside the city. Oh my, I'm terribly sorry. Did I startle you? The green-haired woman walked over. As she drew nearer, Shiomi almost reacted as though facing an enemy. Only because he sensed no hostility from her did he hold himself back. She was not an Osilame, not human, and not a god either. Chapter 977, Volume 12, Chapter 54, Mexico City, 2. She was not a god, and yet she carried an invisible pressure on par with one. The woman herself had no intention of showing any intimidation. It was simply something a being of divine rank naturally conveyed to other forms of life. She had hidden it well enough that no Osilame noticed, but it could not escape Shiomi's divine eyes. No, not really. Just a little, instinctive reaction. Shiomi quickly recovered his composure. You're not one of Mexico City's Osilame, are you? That's right. I'm not in a warrior role. I'm not very good at fighting. Cultivation and growing things are what I'm best at, the woman introduced herself. Shiomi had his doubts for an instant, but quickly became certain she was not lying. For a being of this level, even without any combat training, instinct alone would probably be enough for her to stand above all life in Mictlan. As a life form, she existed on an entirely different plane, so human standards simply did not apply. I see. Shiomi nodded in understanding. He glanced at Morgan and the others, who were starting to come over, and signaled with his eyes for them not to worry, that he could handle it. Then he continued, you said just now that you came all the way to Mexico City specifically to look for a jade headdress. As he spoke, he lifted the jade ornament from among the accessories in his arms. Yes, exactly. The woman looked openly envious. But you got to it first. It may have been a bit of a scam, but that's a skill in itself. The fact that he couldn't resist your gaze just means he wasn't good enough. Clearly, she had seen through the trick Shiomi had used in his purchase. The fact that she could see through his suggestion at a glance was further proof that she was at least in existence on the same level as him. In that case, I'll give it to you as hush money. Shiomi held it between his fingers and slowly offered it to her. If you expose my little trick here, the nearby Osilame will notice, and our operation will be compromised. And that would mean losing the chance to catch Tezcatlipoca and the others off guard. When it came to war, taking the initiative mattered. As for whether Tezcatlipoca had already anticipated this, that was a separate issue. After all, Mexico City had shown no reaction at all up to this point. Oh. Hush money. The woman smiled brightly. I'm happy to get something for free, of course, but why? Even putting my own preferences aside, this is still valuable. It's nothing much. Jade doesn't really suit them, so I was thinking of keeping it for myself. Shiomi said, but if someone else wants it more, I don't mind giving it away. So in your eyes, this jade headdress suits me better, the woman asked in surprise. In that case, I'll gladly accept it. Getting a gift from a foreign god is a first for me. Once she accepted the ornament, Shiomi raised an eyebrow slightly. Looks like you've already figured out who I am. You're the so-called god of Chaldea, aren't you? You haven't fully returned yet, but you're already stronger than you were before. The woman's smile took on a slightly sly edge. In any case, you're here to make trouble for the god of Mexico City, so I'll just quietly cheer you on from a distance. That's more than I deserve. Shiomi shook his head. Still, since I've gotten such a nice gift for free, I ought to offer a little something in return. As she spoke, the woman reached into her hair, which looked like a curtain woven from crystal, and casually pulled out a single strand. In her hand, it transformed into a crystal skull the same color as her hair. A crystal skull. Shiomi looked genuinely surprised. It's actually something made from my hair. To the Osilame here, and to the Danos of Chichen Itza, it's something extremely precious. The woman stuck out her tongue playfully. This isn't the sort of thing you can just pick up anywhere. If it's that valuable, why give it to me? It's worth more than the jade headdress, isn't it? Shiomi did not reach out to take it, asking that instead. It's a token of friendship, and also, an apology, I suppose. An apology for mistaking you for enemies. The woman explained with a slightly apologetic smile, then placed the crystal skull on top of the other ornaments Shiomi was carrying. Then she took the jade headdress and swiftly left. Like a gust of wind, she vanished from the riverside market in the blink of an eye, leaving behind no trace of her presence. So you kept us from coming over just so you could flirt with some mysterious woman. Morgan appeared at his side before he noticed and murmured darkly into his ear. Shiomi shook his head as he handed Morgan an ornament set with pale blue diamonds. I just didn't want to cause an argument. An argument? Scáthach asked, turning over the ornament Shiomi had bought for her in her hand. Artoria, who took the last ornament, noticed him pick up the crystal skull the woman had left behind. Is that the return gift that woman left you? She said it was an apology. Shiomi held the crystal skull between his fingers and studied it. Why? Morgan asked, slightly puzzled. Shiomi held the skull out toward Morgan. Touch it and you'll understand. Still confused, Morgan reached out and touched the crystal skull, and her expression instantly changed to shock. It was neither plant nor mineral, hard and soft at once, hot and cold at the same time. Those contradictory qualities were all gathered in that crystal skull, and that was the sensation it gave Morgan. Remember now. Shiomi could not help shaking his head. He passed the skull to his master and Artoria as well, letting them examine it, then continued. She said this was something made from her hair. But once you actually touch it, you realize it feels almost exactly the same as the giant of light that attacked us when we first entered the Lost Belt. That giant was her. Artoria was startled. That's the only possibility. Shiomi lowered his voice. She gave this to me as a token of friendship, and at the same time as an apology for mistaking us for enemies. Why would she do that now? Morgan was highly suspicious of her motives. Shiomi shook his head. No way to know. She ran off far too quickly. Clearly, she has no intention of revealing who she is, and no intention of fighting us either. And, she also showed that she isn't on Tezcatlipoca's side. Does that mean she wants us to attack the temple without worrying about being ambushed from behind? Scáthach considered the possibility. Who knows? Shiomi turned and looked toward the temple standing at the center of Mexico City. In any case, we've had enough rest. Next, it's time to properly pay our respects to the smoking mirror seated high above in Mexico City's temple. Chapter 978, Volume 12, Chapter 55, Sudden Assault. Although Mexico City was a city Tezcatlipoca had built through authority, David, as both its master and co-conspirator, was not always inside the city. Most of the time, he and Tezcatlipoca acted separately. Even missions like the earlier attack on Storm Border had been decided by Tezcatlipoca alone. Or rather, only the smoking mirror with the epithet of the unpredictable wind could make that kind of decision. Brother Sama, the second underworld has calmed down, and the Osilame can travel back and forth without issue now. There is no longer any need for you to make personal arrangements. Shall I have Iskali resume the assault on Chichen Itza in the Daynos? Tlaloc walked up to the altar at the top of the temple and addressed Tezcatlipoca, who was standing there admiring the view. Don't bother. Iskali knows what to do. Tezcatlipoca remained unmoved, only giving his sister a sidelong glance. More importantly, how are your injuries from before? Tlaloc knew he was not asking out of concern. He was evaluating whether her combat ability had been affected. My wounds have healed, but the healed areas still ache faintly. Tlaloc sounded frustrated. That was my failure. Please punish me, Brother Sama. A failure? Don't be ridiculous. That simply wasn't an enemy you could handle. Tezcatlipoca laughed in amusement. If you're still not satisfied, feel free to try again however you like. Tlaloc caught the implication in his words. Brother Sama, are you saying Chaldea is going to attack here? If I were Chaldea, and I wanted to reach the 9th layer to find that thing, there's no way I'd ignore Mexico City on the way. Tezcatlipoca said. Then I'll have Iskali strengthen the city's defense. For example, right now. Tezcatlipoca turned around, his expression gradually growing serious. Behind the sunglasses, his eyes showed a trace of displeasure. They snuck into Mexico before they'd even gathered everything they needed. So they really are after this place. Ignoring what I told them takes some nerve. What? Tlaloc was stunned. At that same instant, a sharp killing intent rose behind her. The biting cold in it was enough that even a goddess like her could not afford to be careless. A corner of the sun was suddenly eclipsed by something. A vast shadow fell across Mexico City, across the altar at the top of the temple where Tezcatlipoca and Tlaloc stood. An axe. A gigantic axe, so enormous that even Tlaloc was not sure she could have wielded it, was aimed directly at the temple. It was too late. There was no mistaking it. It was a divine noble phantasm, already in motion. The Osilame in the city who saw it had no idea what was happening. They thought Tezcatlipoca was displaying a divine miracle, and in his wrath was about to destroy the city itself. All they could do was drop to their knees, raise their hands high, and beg forgiveness. Knowing there was no way she could stop it, Tlaloc could only move sideways at the final instant before the huge axe came down, barely slipping out of its path. The temple, a full 60 meters tall, was split straight down the middle by the gigantic axe. The shockwave continued extending backward, spreading all the way to one side of Mexico City's walls. With that single strike, the entire temple began to come apart and collapse beyond control. Enormous bricks and stones rained back down into the city, kicking up dense dust and deafening crashes. Standing atop the collapsing temple, Tezcatlipoca wore an expression of almost ecstatic delight. Not bad at all. So that's Marduk's axe, the weapon of the Sumerian god of war and king of the gods. He paid no mind to the temple collapsing beneath him, instead staring at the blade still close at hand. Even just once, I'd love to fight that guy. Brother Sama. Tlaloc landed near Tezcatlipoca, checking to make sure he was unharmed. But Tezcatlipoca was completely unbothered. He even reached out as if to touch the axe. Even with my protection, this temple couldn't survive a single blow from this thing. Excellent. Beautifully retro. Compared to 19th or 20th century weapons, this kind of thing really captures the primal nature of war. Once she realized Tezcatlipoca was fine, Tlaloc was left with a heavy sense of defeat. If she had tried to meet that blow head-on out of pride, it would have inflicted severe damage that she could never recover from. Even if her spirit origin had somehow escaped destruction and she had not been forced into total withdrawal, she still would have been unable to fight anymore. That was the power contained in a single strike from the Unity God. The temple kept collapsing with thunderous noise, and the Osilame in the city fell into brief confusion. Fortunately, every Osilame in the city was a warrior. Rather than panic, they threw aside what they were doing, seized their weapons, and rushed toward the temple. The temple was the symbol of Tezcatlipoca's blessing over the city, and now it had been destroyed by a single strike. That meant something major was happening here. Either Mexico City was no longer loved by its god, or an enemy was attacking the great god Tezcatlipoca. Whichever it was, the Osilame had to gather at the temple at once and await the outcome. Knowing that, Iskali took the lead and charged ahead, becoming the first to arrive near the still collapsing temple. Tezcatlipoca. Tlaloc. Iskali shouted. You're too loud, Iskali. There's no way something at this level could take Brother Sama's life. Hurry up and prepare the Osilame for battle. Tlaloc's calm voice came from within the ruins. Before the dust had fully cleared, rain began to fall from the sky, swallowing up the thick clouds of debris and gradually restoring visibility. This was Tlaloc's way of announcing her presence, and her tone made it sound as though she was not concerned in the least. Rain, never mind. Sunny or rainy, it makes no difference. Your rain can't affect that one anyway. Tezcatlipoca stood atop the ruins, soaked through but without a trace of dirt on him. With a gaze that was both cold and feverishly excited, he stared at Unity God Morgan, who was standing atop a tower near the temple. His voice was calm, but tinged with displeasure. I told you, didn't I? I said to come back after gathering all the authority. Anyone who ignores the teachings of Tezcatlipoca, even a young new god, still has to be punished. That was merely something you decided on your own. If Mexico City were not standing in the way of our pursuit of the alien god, then perhaps we could have listened to your request. Morgan looked down from above, surveying everything on the earth below. But since you insist on standing in our path, then the outcome is obvious. Good. Any enemy blocking the way should be cleared out completely. Whether that idea is yours or that man's, I have no objections. Tezcatlipoca said. Since you've shown up here of your own accord, that means you've already resolved yourself, right? Chapter 979, Volume 12, Chapter 56, Phenomenon Replacement. Resolved. That's my line. Morgan looked at Tezcatlipoca and said, I don't know what game you're playing, but the Tezcatlipoca standing here now has appeared in human form as a pseudo-servant. Sharp eyes. You saw right through that. Tezcatlipoca wore a careless smile. I made a human body to use as a vessel, then transferred into it. The soul is divine, but the flesh is human. Even without a master, I can still act as a human living in the present. Morgan understood at once. So this is how David skipped the troublesome process of summoning a god and had you manifest as a servant. Don't get it twisted. I just used one of my specialties to give David a little help. Of course, this body was designed by Tezcatlipoca himself to suit the current age. In the end, that makes you Black Tezcatlipoca. Morgan confirmed the conclusion and prepared to strike. To be honest, after hearing about the existence of a Unity God, I also considered becoming one myself. Tezcatlipoca's expression turned savage. But unfortunately, there isn't a soul that can withstand Tezcatlipoca, and there wasn't time to find someone and spend tens of millions of years synchronizing. Isn't it a little late to be saying all that now? Morgan raised a hand. In an instant, the ceaseless rain froze in place, then twisted into a vortex gathering in the sky directly above Mexico City. In that same instant, she stole Tlaloc's control over rainfall and turned it into a weapon for herself. Countless drops of rain fell from the clouds and continued gathering overhead, forming a giant sphere of water large enough to cover the entire city. Not too late. If you'd killed me the moment you attacked earlier, it might have gone faster. Tezcatlipoca spoke as if they were chatting casually. Of course, that assumes you were confident you could finish me in one blow. There was no doubt Marduk's axe had been aimed at exactly that. But most of the noble phantasm's power had been neutralized by Tezcatlipoca's protection, so it had not spread across all of Mexico City. It had only destroyed the temple and the section of the city behind it. Then let's find out. The accumulated rain had already reached its limit. With a single movement of her hand, Morgan could unleash a great flood over Mexico City. Daybit. It's fine, do it. Suddenly, Tezcatlipoca raised his voice and barked an order at Daybit, who by rights should have been his master. At some point, Daybit had already arrived. He raised his right hand high, and the command spell on it flared red. By command spell, I order you. Even in a human body, use your authority, Black Tezcatlipoca. Daybit issued the order through a command spell. When master and servant were of one mind, and the command itself was clear, a command spell could produce an enormous effect. And if the master himself was exceptional enough, no one could predict the upper limit of what a single command spell might accomplish. Morgan had not asked about it, but the possibility she had already guessed at was now confirmed. Even in a human body, if Tezcatlipoca wanted to fully exercise his authority, he would inevitably need some method he approved of. A command spell was the perfect option. Of course. At the cost of 2 of my organs, awaken the corrupted sun. A bloodier edge entered Tezcatlipoca's smile. The golden age of a seed growing without end is a nightmare. Life vanishes. The world is destroyed. The planet burns. He lifted his chin and looked at the Unity God, who was about to call down a cataclysmic flood. Let me show you what true extinction looks like, fledgling gods. Shiomi realized at once that the situation was even worse than expected and immediately urged Morgan to strike. As the Unity God's hand came down, a flood powerful enough to wipe out Mexico City descended from the sky. But before the torrent could swallow the city and engulf Tezcatlipoca's body, an impossibly thick smoke spread out from him. It merged with the flood in an instant, then covered the flood, and finally spread across the whole of Mexico City. Their vision was completely stolen. Even within the dense smoke, the Unity God's senses remained keen. Any opponent who tried to attack at that moment would have died without even knowing how. Precisely because there was no sign of attack, there was no way to relax. The smoke did not last long. And yet when visibility returned, what appeared before Morgan and Shiomi was an entirely different sight. Not the wreckage left behind by a flood tearing across the land. Instead, all of Mictlan was visibly collapsing. Before long, this underground world, together with the Lost Belt itself, would disappear. What happened? Artoria demanded. Scáthach and Artoria, who had been staying hidden and waiting to confirm Tezcatlipoca's combat ability before joining the fight, had no choice but to rush to Morgan's side once the smoke cleared. Is this an illusion? Scáthach looked around. I can't sense any trace of magecraft. Is this Tezcatlipoca's authority? No, it's real. Both my husband and I can say that with certainty. As Morgan spoke, she grabbed both of them by the arm and instantly moved through a water mirror to another position. A jade-green beam immediately came crashing down, striking the water mirror that had not yet vanished and catching the nearby corpse of an Osilame in the blast. The water mirror and the Osilame alike turned into emerald water and swiftly scattered into the wind. Even magecraft. Scáthach fell silent. Look below. Standing atop the broken ruins, Artoria called out to them. Shiomi and Morgan, now out of the Unity God form, together with Scáthach, all noticed what Artoria was pointing at. Among the rubble beneath their feet, the Osilame who a moment ago had been fully armed and ready for battle were now all dead. They had not died in the flood. They had died in war, pure and simple. Phenomenon substitution. Shiomi pressed a hand to his forehead. You swapped the near future that was about to happen with the present. A faint smile appeared on Tezcatlipoca's face. Quick reaction, newcomer. Black Tezcatlipoca is an omnipotent god who manipulates all things, but not an authority that creates everything. That's the fundamental difference between you and me. If it's something that can happen within the rules, then it can be used freely, right? Morgan stood back to back with Shiomi, turned sideways toward the smoking mirror. For phenomena that are certain to happen, you can reorder when they occur. In other words, this phenomenon was going to happen in Mictlan a few days from now. Tezcatlipoca had merely forced that fact to manifest ahead of schedule. That is. Scáthach pointed into the distance, where a gigantic spider-like figure stood upon the collapsing earth. Chapter 980, Volume 12, Chapter 57, The Day of ORT, 1. Anything it touches can be turned into crystal, even if that thing is made of magical energy. And then there was that body structure, like a gigantic spider. In this South American lost belt, there was only one possible answer. That is. Ort. Shiomi's heart started pounding. The threat of death rushing toward him became something tangible at that moment. How long had it been since he had faced something that could so directly threaten his life? This scene is Miklin's reality a few days from now. You are a being created by Nuwa, a modern god arranged to live among humans in the 21st century. Tezcatlipoca looked at Shiomi. You play games, right? Think of this as a trial version of destruction. You'll get the full experience sooner or later, so enjoy an early preview. He strolled across the collapsing, weightless ruins as casually as if he were out for a walk, completely unconcerned by the possibility that ORT might strike him the very next second and turn him into one more corpse here. That was the essence of the unpredictable wind, the god of war. The Osilame will perish. The Danos will be wiped out. The world won't care. It'll keep turning all the same. Just as always. I've seen it happen many times. Tezcatlipoca's mouth curled crookedly, his face full of delight. A god who has destroyed one sun age after another, then created one sun age after another, would say something like that so easily. Shiomi looked at the smoking mirror. For gods like you, this kind of destruction and reset is probably as ordinary as breakfast, isn't it? Looks like you've grasped the essence of Aztec mythology. I'll give you credit for that. Tezcatlipoca said, but eating breakfast all the time gets boring. Every now and then, you want a lavish dinner instead. Artoria could not keep the anger out of her voice. You call this kind of destruction dinner? To you, are lives nothing more than food laid out on a table? At this point, there's no point getting angry over a god's values. Scáthach rested a hand on Artoria's shoulder. Especially not with gods from some other mythology. Trying to understand them is meaningless to begin with. Then let me give you an early taste of it. Neither the cryptor David Sem Void nor the alien god could possibly imagine a chef of this caliber. Tezcatlipoca's expression grew a little more serious, yet he still referred to ORT, in that same flippant tone, as the chef of this banquet of destruction. First, you die. Then Miklin disappears. Then this planet reaches its end. That monster hasn't awakened yet in proper human history, you know that much, don't you? Tezcatlipoca said. It is a star eater that survives only in this lost belt, the one with the highest degree of completion. It will ravage the underground world, crawl up to the surface, reach Antarctica, and shatter your hopes. Chaldea's base will likely return to nothingness. The celestial sphere will probably be devoured. It will spread its nest across the planet, ignore even the cycle itself, and deal this celestial body a fatal blow. Shiomi frowned. So not just the Lost Belt, but the planet outside the Lost Belt will be destroyed too. Is that how you plan to stop the celestial sphere? That's David's concern. I don't care. I'm just showing you the ending I've seen. Tezcatlipoca fixed his eyes on Shiomi's. This planet is going to die sooner or later anyway. The only difference is whether it dies early or late. But without the planet itself, then even if proper human history can't be restored, you still won't be able to create a new world again on a planet with nothing left on it, will you? David. Shiomi ignored Tezcatlipoca and demanded an answer from David instead. Is this your answer? For now, yes. David stood near Tezcatlipoca, looking only at Shiomi. I know you've already gained a power great enough to change everything, Teacher Shiomi. But you still haven't decided how exactly you intend to use it. And you also understand that the true alien god is not humanity's enemy. Everything has to be witnessed firsthand in Antarctica before the proper answer can be reached. Morgan let out a sigh. So in simple terms, if we can't break this future, you're going to continue with this plan. David said nothing, effectively admitting Morgan's guess. Then the weightless fragments of ruined stone beneath his feet suddenly gave way, and David fell into the bottomless abyss without any ability to resist. That man. Scáthach's eyes widened. Don't panic. Morgan raised a hand. It's only a substituted phenomenon. Even if it's a substituted phenomenon, ORT itself is the real thing. If you don't start running, you're dead. Tezcatlipoca said. Even as they were talking, ORT had already noticed them and launched an attack. At the very instant the attack came, Shiomi fused with Morgan once more and became the Unity God, taking Scáthach and Artoria with them as they shifted outside the attack's range. Oh. Tezcatlipoca noticed what the Unity God had done and showed an amused expression. The group that should have been struck directly came through completely unharmed under ORT's magical beam, the kind that could crystallize all matter. Using the opening created by the failed attack, Unity God Morgan pulled farther away from ORT while carrying Scáthach and Artoria. So you've already learned phenomenon creation. Fast learner. Tezcatlipoca said. Thanks to having such a good teacher demonstrate it right in front of us. Morgan shot back with immediate sarcasm. My husband and I have never had a deep enough understanding of authority, but what you just did was an excellent demonstration of how to use our power. Strictly speaking, ORT's attack had indeed hit them. The Unity God had simply created a substitute phenomenon to take that extremely dangerous blow in their place. If she had not done that, the Unity God herself might still have been fine, but Scáthach and Artoria would certainly have been crystallized, losing at least half their bodies. Is that so? Then do your best. Survive ORT's attacks, or defeat it. After tossing out that mocking line, Tezcatlipoca withdrew from the area. He had created this whole situation himself, yet had no intention of fighting in it. Instead, he retreated to a safe distance and watched those marked by ORT struggle for their lives. To be honest, I've imagined a lot of ways to die, but being turned into crystal and eaten by ORT is one I'd really rather pass on. Scáthach said as she kept searching for footing in the violent winds. So what's the plan, my beloved disciple? Morgan. What do you mean, what plan? We're holding this thing here. You two get back to Chichen Itza as fast as you can. Morgan said. The phenomenon Tezcatlipoca substituted wasn't limited to Mexico City. All of Mictlan has been replaced. It was exactly that absurd authority, bordering on cheating, that had pulled a destruction certain to arrive several days later forward into the present. But Artoria could not hide her worry for the two of them. Chapter 981, Volume 12, Chapter 58, The Day of ORT, 2. No buts. Morgan cut off Artoria before she could say anything further. As ORT launched another attack, Morgan shoved Scáthach and Artoria into the water mirror, sending them back near storm border. But the moment of distraction allowed ORT's strike to land. The Unity God's right arm and shoulder were hit and instantly crystallized. Cut it off. At Shiomi's shout, Morgan didn't hesitate. She severed the crystallized shoulder and arm at once and shot upward, widening the distance between them. The severed limb fell onto the drifting ruins below, shattering into powder the moment it landed. The fragments floated toward ORT's body and merged into it. What a monster. It can even turn our bodies into crystal at will. Morgan rotated her newly regenerated shoulder and arm. The clothing woven from mana had disappeared, leaving her arm and shoulder bare. But there was no time to worry about trivial things like that. As long as she could still fight. That's destruction on a conceptual level, but... Shiomi replied, looking at Morgan. You understand now, don't you? If I were facing it alone, I'd already be a lamb awaiting slaughter. She tightened her grip on the holy lance. But my husband and I are one. So. Countless emerald mana spheres appeared at once, their surfaces covered in dense spiderweb-like patterns of crystal light. They detonated in rapid succession. Yet this time, none of the attacks could reach the Unity God. They were stopped outside her body by a conceptual defense. This is really troublesome. Morgan glanced back toward the second netherworld. She couldn't see the others, but she knew exactly where Storm Border was. The real issue was how long this collapse of Mictlan would last. That remained completely unknown. And once the phenomenon ended, what kind of outcome would follow was equally uncertain. After all, Tezcatlipoca had no intention of revealing anything. Which meant that even just to confirm the answer, the Unity God had to remain here and face it head-on. Looks like ORT chose to attack us instead of heading for Chichen Itza, Shiomi said. Being a shield once in a while isn't so bad, husband. This time, you're not leaving me behind. Morgan made sure to say that first. I'm not stupid. Without you here, I'd be dead for sure. Shiomi let out a light chuckle. Morgan answered with a knowing smile. In that case. Take flight. Maximum speed. ORT swung its dozens of meters long legs, launching a violent assault on the Unity God Morgan. Despite its overwhelming strength, a cosmic life form that devoured all life and could even swallow gods, it was not completely invincible. Speed was its weakness. Even though ORT moved faster than most life forms on the planet, it still had its limits. At least for now, ORT's attacks could not reach the body of the Unity God Morgan. But is it too hard? Or too soft? Even the continuous bombardment unleashed after releasing the noble phantasm's true name, Roadless Camelot, did little more than stagger ORT and slow its movements. The countless wounds covering its body began regenerating the instant they appeared. There was no blood. No muscle tissue. Its body was made of a strange substance that somehow possessed both extreme hardness and unsettling softness. It looked like a constructed life form. And yet, at the same time, it clearly possessed the physical body of a natural organism. ORT, what exactly is it? Proper human history also records this thing. Why did it come to this planet? Shiomi raised the question he had asked before. Perhaps someone traded for it, or perhaps a god did. It's also possible the planet itself called it here. Morgan replied while dealing with ORT's indiscriminate wide-area attacks. Just like how the existence of beasts is tied to the self-destructive will of the primates, that thing might be the planet's own will to destroy itself. Shiomi immediately understood what Morgan meant. If they wanted a clear answer, Tezcatlipoca might know. But even then, they would first have to use force to make Tezcatlipoca accept defeat and willingly reveal more. Behind you. Shiomi suddenly warned. I see it. Morgan unleashed the strike she had prepared in advance, swinging back and cleanly severing one of ORT's walking legs. Compared to the damage caused by noble phantasms, this was far more direct. Severing a limb. It served as retaliation for ORT's earlier attack, but it also provoked a fierce reaction. A silent roar. ORT seemed to lack vocal organs, or perhaps it simply had no need for them. It was the supreme life form. The absolute predator. No life, no existence was worthy of communicating with it. Not even the gods of this planet. Yet the further surge in mana clearly revealed ORT's emotional state. Angry. I thought it was just a machine that only knew how to fight. Turns out it has its own emotions too. Morgan endured currents of electricity comparable to Zeus's thunder while analyzing ORT's ecology. If the behavior of a being like this could even be called an ecology. Even so, if it can't understand us and we can't communicate, then words are pointless. Shiomi thought rapidly. Use the spear to interfere with its movement, then deploy that. How much effect it will have, we'll see. I understand. Morgan spread her arms wide, pushing her mana output to maximum in an instant. A result even more extreme than the destruction already unfolding around them. Reveal everything. Chaotic will. In that instant, all phenomena froze. Space began to fracture first. Then time itself followed. ORT stood directly before them. There was no longer any need to hold back. Defeat here would be the same as death. So they had to seize even the smallest chance of survival. From the origin called chaos, drag all phenomena into chaos itself, return them to nothingness, and allow them to be born again. By doing so, everything before them would be destroyed and reborn according to the will of the Unity God. It was power that led toward the path of creation. Yet even now, only a portion of it had been released. Chaos spread outward, swallowing ORT within it. Space and time vanished, leaving only endless darkness. Then light returned to the world. The Mictlan they knew reappeared once more. Before they realized it, their battle with ORT had forced the Unity God Morgan all the way beyond Mexico City, now only moments away from the second netherworld. But ORT's figure was nowhere to be seen. Did we win? Could it really be that easy? Morgan asked, puzzled. No. Time ran out. Shiomi immediately understood. The destruction Tezcatlipoca showed us was a predetermined future. He only temporarily replaced a moment from that future with the present and showed it to us. So all we destroyed was the phenomenon Tezcatlipoca displayed. Morgan did not feel discouraged. If ORT could really be defeated so easily, then everything would actually be much simpler. Before that happened, Mexico City was already on the verge of destruction. For the time being, it won't threaten Chichen Itza. In the end, Shiomi made a suggestion to Morgan. She nodded in response. Let's head back first. Chapter 982, Volume 12, Chapter 59, Wager. What a horrific sight. Destroying a city so casually, slaughtering its people so mercilessly. Even without Tezcatlipoca showing us the future, they had already. Tlaloc dropped onto the city's ruins and muttered to herself, her voice full of grief and anger. The phenomenon replacement carried out by Tezcatlipoca merely altered the order of events, pulling something from a certain moment in the future and placing it into the present, like editing a piece of video. When that segment of reality, cut forward into the present, came to an end, what had originally been happening could no longer be denied. Or rather, Tezcatlipoca had no intention of denying it. As a result, alongside the phenomenon replacement, there was also the great flood the Unity God had summoned down from the sky. The flood submerged Mexico City, ruthlessly washing over the city that had already had a quarter of it destroyed by Marduk's axe, and completely stripping away the prosperity it had built up over the past year. Broken walls and shattered buildings were everywhere, along with the corpses of Ocelotl buried beneath ruins across the city. Everywhere she looked, there was only desolation and decay. Tears slid down Tlaloc's face. But unlike her grief and anger, Tezcatlipoca wore a deeply satisfied expression. Ah, that was satisfying. Truly satisfying. Just from watching me demonstrate it once, they already understood how to deal with an even greater phenomenon. Was that the skill of that man, or the wisdom of his other half, that fairy? Tezcatlipoca savored everything that had just happened. Or perhaps it was only because the two of them together made it all seem so natural. Brother. Tlaloc looked at Tezcatlipoca in shock. Faced with such devastation, he felt no grief and no anger. He was simply delighted. Still don't understand, Tlaloc. That is a modern god, a god born solely for humanity. Even setting aside all those messy missions, it is still an exceptionally outstanding existence. Tezcatlipoca gazed in the direction Shiomi and the others had vanished, destroying the phenomenon that had been brought forward and cutting that scene short ahead of time. I suppose even that was a little unexpected. From the very beginning, the Unity God had intended to destroy ORT together with the phenomenon itself. But even if the phenomenon collapsed completely, ORT would not disappear. Tezcatlipoca did not know whether they had understood that. If they really believed that amount of power was enough to erase ORT, then Tezcatlipoca would be even more disappointed. After all, this had only been an appetizer. Tezcatlipoca had already decided that, as the omnipotent god, he would fight them properly and see their war for himself. By the way, what kind of expression is that, Tlaloc? Worry? Or something else? Hard to tell. Tezcatlipoca looked at Tlaloc. If you have something to say, then say it. No need to hold back. We are siblings, after all. Brother, was that future we just saw real? Tlaloc asked seriously. Can it no longer be changed? Will their city be completely destroyed? Although Mexico City had suffered a catastrophic disaster, there was still room to recover. After all, it had only been a one-time flood. Given enough time, Mexico City could be restored to the way it was before. Even this ruined temple could be rebuilt. But yes. That's how it is. So what? Tezcatlipoca replied with an indifferent expression. These streets were always fated for that end. Aztec is a doomed nation. When it is time for warriors to die, they die. There is no need to change fate. Of course, before the Unity God, there had been nowhere to run. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 Ocelotl had died in the flood. As for how many died after that, even Tezcatlipoca did not know yet. That would have to be confirmed separately. That guy actually looks pretty impressive when he's facing an enemy. Tezcatlipoca laughed. As expected of someone who received Marduk's favor. He's finally starting to look a bit like a god of war. Brother. Tlaloc asked carefully. Do you intend to deal with that Unity God mixed with a fairy by yourself? You want to avenge Mexico City and fight them personally? Tezcatlipoca raised an eyebrow. Sure. Stepping onto the battlefield even knowing you'll die is also a warrior's way. When the time comes, using your full strength wouldn't be a problem. I will think about it. Tlaloc had not fully made up her mind yet. The gap in their strength was already obvious. A faint fear of the Unity God had begun to take root in Tlaloc's heart. A god fearing another god. A god without a myth of her own, without legends of her own. A god who existed only in the present. No need to rush. Do whatever you want. That's your business. Tezcatlipoca said calmly. I am no one's ally. I am the ally of war. David's goal, Chaldea's goal, the wishes of the Ocelotl, the wishes of the Danos, or even the anger you feel right now. I support them all. I won't interfere. There were only two exceptions. The first was Kukulkan. That one stood in a position very similar to Tezcatlipoca's. To both of them, death and loss within Mictlan were trivial matters. The second was that man. His judgment had not yet ended. Whether or not such a being should be acknowledged, Tezcatlipoca intended to personally verify it. Unlike the massive gamble he had placed on David's objective. This was Tezcatlipoca's own private matter as the chief god of Aztec mythology. Looks like it's over for now. David stepped out. Within the replaced phenomenon, death was not real death. Even when the actual moment of that phenomenon arrived, anyone caught within it would not immediately die. Knowing that was why David remained so calm. You sacrifice 2 organs to carry out a phenomenon replacement like that, only for it to be shattered in an instant. David made no comment on the result and simply asked. Do you want me to treat your body? No need. This is fine. Tezcatlipoca replied. Healing gods isn't really your specialty. If anyone should be doing that, it would be that man. Besides, I want you to complete your journey through the underworld in a better condition. Don't waste resources on something so trivial. I see. David said nothing more and turned to leave without hesitation. Mexico City has already ended up like this. I'll return to the base in the forest outside the city to prepare. Once you're done with whatever you're doing, come whenever you want. Tezcatlipoca didn't look at him. Instead, he lit a cigarette, his expression full of amusement and satisfaction. I said it was a bet. At this rate, thanks to you people, I'm going to lose everything. Chapter 983, Volume 12, Chapter 60, Omen. Meanwhile, near the second netherworld. After destroying the replaced phenomenon and bringing Mictlan back to the present, the form of the Unity God dissolved. How are you feeling? Shiomi asked, holding Morgan by the waist to support her. Looks like we might have gone a little overboard with the scale, Morgan said as she reflected on the battle. Strictly speaking, we only destroyed a portion of the phenomenon, but we managed to destroy its central fulcrum. That ended the replacement ahead of schedule. Her tone was relaxed, but both of them understood the truth. That final strike had destroyed the entire third layer of Mictlan in the future phenomenon where ORT existed. That was what made the result possible. Rest for a bit. Shiomi lifted her into his arms. It's still a bit of a distance from here back to Chichen Itza. Speaking of which, my husband doesn't seem tired at all. Morgan leaned comfortably against him, completely lacking the imposing presence she had shown during the battle. Shiomi moved along the rugged mountain paths of the second netherworld as if walking on level ground, lightly jumping across the terrain. That's what's strange, Shiomi said thoughtfully. By all rights, I should be just as exhausted as you, but somehow I feel much better than before. Maybe it's because all the authority is with you now, so the burden ended up on your side. Is it really that simple? Morgan did not seem convinced. My husband's act of sacrifice in handing over his authority has already gone beyond what becoming the Unity God alone could grant. Perhaps. Morgan rested a finger against her chin as she thought aloud, once the final portion of authority is recovered, my husband will see the result. Really? Shiomi's reaction was rather mild. Instead, he deliberately spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone. I was thinking I could just keep the last third myself, but my wife insists on taking that as well. Feeling protective already? Morgan laughed softly at his tone and gently placed her palm against his chest, stroking it. Yeah, I am, Shiomi admitted. I'm worried that if you take the final third of the authority too, it might become too much for you to bear and lead to something dangerous. Then you can just take it back when the time comes. Morgan shook her head. I can feel it. Even now, the authority under my control seems to want to return to its true owner. After all, it was power she was only temporarily using. It had not originally belonged to her. That sort of tendency was only natural. You're joking. Shiomi looked at her. You can feel it too, right? That you yourself are changing, or rather, growing. Yes. Morgan did not deny it. This kind of growth was different from what she experienced as a paradise fairy. Originally, she had already considered herself complete. She thought only her spirit might continue to develop, while her fairy body would no longer undergo any fundamental change. But recently, that assumption had been overturned. When she fused with her husband and became the Unity God, her entire being was immersed in divine authority. It was only natural that further changes would occur under its influence. It's almost like Achilles bathing in the river Styx, Morgan said, thinking of the comparison. But Achilles had his mother holding his heel, which left him with a weakness, Shiomi said with a laugh. You don't have a weakness like that. My weakness is you, my husband, Morgan said softly. Suddenly, she found herself thinking about something. Perhaps when the goddess Nuwa first created Shiomi, it was simply because there was an important mission he had to fulfill. As long as the overall rules were not broken, the gods would not care how Shiomi walked his path. Which meant that this outcome, the existence called the Unity God, might not have been something either gods or humans had anticipated. Just like you are my weakness, I'm yours too, Shiomi replied gently. Morgan poked his cheek with her slender pale finger. Then my husband has far too many weaknesses. Too many. Shiomi suddenly sounded nervous. Let me count. Morgan began seriously, bending her fingers one by one. Scáthach, Artoria, Scotty, Tuko Aozaki, and recently Marie. Oh my, that's already one handful, and that's not even counting me. There's also Sakura and the others. And everyone on Storm Border too. They're all people I want to protect. They're my weaknesses as well, Shiomi hurriedly tried to expand the category. Family is one thing. Important companions and comrades are another. Morgan adjusted her position slightly so she could lie more comfortably in his arms. Even though the mountain paths of the second netherworld were rough and uneven, Shiomi's embrace was as steady as solid ground. There was not the slightest jolt. Ugh. Shiomi let out a defeated sound. I'm counting people who have that kind of relationship with you. A real relationship brings very different emotional changes. I've already experienced that myself. Morgan smiled and lightly pinched his cheek. Yes. My dear wife is absolutely right. Shiomi chuckled awkwardly as he tried to appease her. But Morgan had no intention of turning this into a real argument. Conversations like this were simply one of the little spices in a married couple's banter. The second netherworld was extremely quiet. When they stopped talking, even the sound of the wind around them started to feel hypnotic. Before long, Morgan quietly fell asleep in Shiomi's arms. She did not know how much time had passed before she woke again. When she opened her eyes, they had already returned to the third layer where Chichen Itza was located. The Dano city was unusually lively at the moment. Clearly the phenomenon that had just affected Mictlan had stirred things up, and everyone seemed to be urgently preparing for something. Looks like we'll be busy next. Let's go see the Dinosaur King first and find out what he... Before Morgan could finish speaking, Shiomi stopped walking. Following his gaze, she noticed a woman sitting on a rock by the roadside, letting the wind brush against her. It was the woman they had briefly seen earlier in Mexico City. "Ah, you're finally back. I've been waiting here for you for ages." The woman greeted them in a strangely familiar tone. "You are." Shiomi was not particularly surprised to see her here. "I didn't get the chance to introduce myself earlier. Actually, I wanted to see how you plan to deal with that sunglasses-wearing jerk." The woman laughed brightly. "After watching your fight, I realized you're not enemies. So you want to talk properly now?" Morgan said, immediately understanding. "Exactly. That's why I waited here for you. We can go see the Dinosaur King together. It'll be much more convenient that way." The woman clapped her hands lightly. "Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet." She smiled. "I'm Kukulkan, the true king of this lost belt." "Kukulkan, the king of this lost belt, huh?" Shiomi and Morgan exchanged a glance. Then the two of them smiled in perfect understanding. It seemed that the situation in this lost belt was about to become much more interesting. Chapter 984, Volume 12, Chapter 61, The King of the Lost Belt. "Welcome, everyone. Welcome, all of you from Chaldea. I know you would never harm our lives for selfish reasons." "Why?" "Because I heard it from the very beginning, of course. I even saw it with my own eyes." From the altar atop the temple at the center of Chichen Itza, Kukulkan gave Shiomi and the others an enthusiastic welcome. Her cheerful personality kept striking Shiomi as oddly familiar. Thinking about it more carefully, he was reminded of Quetzalcoatl from proper human history. Very similar, yet also a little different. Perhaps that was simply how it manifested, different facets of the same divine spirit, one as Quetzalcoatl and one as Kukulkan. "I've already informed all the Danos. They are not foreign enemies. In the name of the teachings of the sun, Kukulkan, they are to be treated as friends from this point onward." While Shiomi was still thinking, Kukulkan had already shown her goodwill in action. "So that's how it is. From here on, you won't need to keep using that clumsy disguise magecraft anymore. Vikab, pass the order along. Chaldea is permitted to discuss proper human history." Blue Tezcatlipoca, the Dinosaur King, gave the instruction to the Danos priest attending him at his side. The reason was simple enough. Unlike the Ocelotl, Chaldea was a group far friendlier to the Danos. The pterosaur-like priest Vikab, however, looked utterly confused. But even so, no matter how you look at them, they're Ocelotl. No, they're the same species as the foreign culture hiders who came to Mictlan. They are the same species as the hiders, and they know plenty of undesirable things about civilization. But precisely because of the benefits of foreign culture, Mexico City exists, while Chichen Itza does not. Isn't that unfair? Let this be a chance for the Danos to learn as well, whether it's the ecology of good or the ecology of evil. It's fine, Vikab. The Danos are all intelligent. The direction of their species hasn't changed until now, and their values would only amount to seasoning at most. Just think of it as a new kind of stimulation after corn. With reasoning like that, Kukulkan managed to persuade the priest Vikab. She looked a bit airhead and natural by appearance, yet she unexpectedly understood the logic of all things very clearly. "So it really is Kukulkan after all," Shiomi said after the priest left. "You mean you were actually wondering whether I was a fake when you came here?" Kukulkan asked, looking surprised. The Dinosaur King sounded speechless. "What that means is that you really are a god, not some strange creature, Kukulkan. Don't twist what I said into something weird." Shiomi reflexively shot back, then realized the Dinosaur King had not actually gotten it wrong. "Oh, no, that's not twisted. That is basically what I meant. I can't really sense divinity from you, but the way you carry yourself does share something in common with the Quetzalcoatl we know." Quetzalcoatl. Kukulkan looked a little concerned by that name, but did not say anything more. At that point, the Dinosaur King looked toward Shiomi and the others. "You really did something big this time, Chaldea. Not only did you destroy Mexico City, you also brought out a phenomenon like that. No. I should say, the Black One showed you in advance what might happen later, didn't he?" Even while praising their accomplishments, he continued to analyze the situation calmly. So what you mean is that it was not an illusion shown by Black Tezcatlipoca, but a genuine future, Scáthach said at that point. In 10 days, ORT, slumbering in Mictlan, will awaken for some reason and destroy the entire underground world. At this point, stop asking the same thing over and over, the Dinosaur King said with visible annoyance. You have qualified gods on your side too, don't you? Aren't their eyes enough to prove what happened earlier? Faced with that retort, Shiomi and the others could only smile wryly. It was not that their teacher doubted their judgment. They simply needed multiple sources of information to verify one another. Any misjudgment at all would be fatal. ORT was not an opponent that could be defeated so easily. Even the Unity God had been forced entirely onto the defensive against it. If they had not used a trick to destroy that prematurely revealed phenomenon, Unity God Morgan might well have suffered a true defeat. Even if they had been defeated back then, once the replaced phenomenon itself reached its proper time, it would not have affected the present or what came after. And now Mexico City has already been destroyed. The Ocelotl have lost their base and suffered heavy losses. Even if they launch an attack on Chichen Itza, the Deinos alone can hold them off, the Dinosaur King continued. So use this time to finish your resupply and leave. If you're going to fight the hiders, don't do it on the third layer. Go fight somewhere else. For the Dinosaur King, having Chichen Itza turned into a battlefield would be a major nuisance. You don't need to tell us. That was already the plan, Shiomi said, raising a hand. We originally went to Mexico City to investigate because we meant to ambush the Tezcatlipoca over there and destroy their fighting strength. In terms of results, that covert operation had gone extremely smoothly. There simply had not been any force capable of stopping Shiomi and his group. Tezcatlipoca could not casually fight at full strength, and the remaining enemies were no longer worth worrying about. Good. Then don't waste my time. At least let me leave behind something of value here, instead of staying with you people forever and wasting months of my life. As he said that, the Dinosaur King looked toward Kukulkan. Kukulkan, meanwhile, grinned and cheerfully commented, His Majesty the King is really serious. Well then, I'll leave the solar tour in your hands. Judging by your reaction, you plan to go with Chaldea. The Dinosaur King did not seem surprised at all. Fine, do as you like. Keeping you here is exhausting for me too. As long as you don't get in the way, that's already good enough. As he said that, the dinosaur-faced king wore the expression of someone born to overwork. Despite being a divine facet of Tezcatlipoca, he sat on the throne like a diligent salaryman stubbornly doing his job without ever getting help from anyone. Shiomi could not help feeling a little sorry for him. Then, before turning to leave, he asked one final question. On the way here, Kukulkan said she was Mictlan, or rather, the king of this lost belt. Is that true? Do you really have to confirm it again? You people from Chaldea are endlessly meticulous. The Dinosaur King snorted. Then yes, that's the answer. If this one hadn't forced me into it, I wouldn't be sitting here playing Dinosaur King in the first place. Kukulkan, as though an embarrassing truth had just been pointed out, blushed, stuck out her tongue, and put on an expression clearly trying to coast by on sheer cuteness. Chapter 985, Volume 12, Chapter 62, Plans Thereafter. After both sides came to an agreement on Chaldea's next course of action, Shiomi and the others finished reporting back to the Dinosaur King, left the Temple of Chichen Itza, and prepared to return to Chaldea. Now that orders had been given to stop treating Chaldea and proper human history as enemies, the Deinos showed no hostility when they saw Shiomi and the others. They merely watched these outsiders with curious eyes. Especially since Kukulkan was walking together with them. At heart, the Deinos were simply not a species inclined toward conflict. Even when faced with beings who looked very much like the Ocelotl and who, like the Hiders, also came from proper human history, their first reaction was still curiosity. They really are peaceful beings, Shiomi remarked after noticing the complete lack of hostility in their gazes. Though after meeting Tepu, he had already gotten some sense of that. That's just how the Deinos are. Considering how they live, you really don't need to worry too much. If you need anything, just ask them. This place can provide most of the supplies that would be useful to you. As she said this, Kukulkan wandered down the street at an erratic pace, stopping from time to pick up something from a stall, inspect it, and then put it back down. Thanks to that, Shiomi and the others ended up moving much more slowly on their way back to Storm Border outside the city. If we need anything, we'll do that, or rather, we already have. Morgan spoke softly, then asked a question she had wanted to raise for some time. Kukulkan, there's something I've wanted to confirm since earlier. It just wasn't very convenient to ask before. What is it? Kukulkan asked, seeming as though she had already guessed what Morgan wanted to say. Before we entered this lost belt, before we reached the underground world of Mictlan, we fought the alien messenger. But in the middle of that battle, a giant of light surged up from underground and attacked us, Morgan said. That giant put us on the back foot with a single blow, interrupted the battle, and never even revealed its true form. Oh, that. Kukulkan looked a little embarrassed. While I was in Mictlan, I sensed a crisis on the surface. Your battle was causing such a huge disturbance that I mistook you for foreign enemies who might threaten Mictlan's survival. That's why I went up to the surface and attacked you. Embarrassed as she was, Kukulkan neither hid nor denied what she had done. She plainly admitted that she was the one who launched the attack, and her reason for doing so was perfectly justified. I see. Morgan could not help letting out a small sigh. The reason for hostility was more than sufficient. If anything, it would have been stranger if she had not acted. The surface of the South American Lost Belt was unfit for life, which was why the life here had moved underground. And Kukulkan, who was effectively the true king of the Lost Belt, also served as Mictlan's protector. She judged that the battle on the surface might spread to Mictlan and destroy the entire underground world, so she launched a counterattack in her own way. There was nothing in that logic that could really be criticized. If it had been the Morgan of old, and someone had fought in the seas near Britain in a way that could threaten the island itself, she too would have launched an attack to protect Britain. The principle was exactly the same. The same would have applied to Scotty as well. Ah. You're just accepting it like that? Kukulkan asked, surprised. To be honest, once she had confirmed that Chaldea held no hostility and could even be reasoned with and cooperated with, Kukulkan had felt a little awkward about the whole thing. Especially since Shiomi had shown her unexpected goodwill. Chaldea has plenty of people now who used to be enemies, Artoria told Kukulkan kindly. And there's more than one former Lost Belt king among them too. Morgan is one example. I see. So there are kings from other Lost Belts too. Kukulkan nodded in understanding. Once everything had been laid out openly, Kukulkan became noticeably more talkative. She seemed full of childlike curiosity and kept asking about Chaldea and the other Lost Belts. She was especially surprised to learn that the South American Lost Belt was the last remaining one. But after hearing that the Lost Belt's foundation, the fantasy tree, had already fused with ORT, Kukulkan's expression turned thoughtful. Like a true king, she began considering Mictlan's future and its eventual end. ORT's awakening was already unavoidable. It was something that would happen without fail. So after that, you're planning to pass through the fifth layer and keep going deeper into Mictlan to search for ORT, right? Kukulkan asked. Yes. Shiomi nodded. Mexico City has already been destroyed. If Tezcatlipoca intends to rebuild it, then he won't have time to interfere with us. Or maybe he has some other plan and intends to abandon Mexico City altogether. Either way, he won't be able to get in our way. At the same time, Mexico City would no longer pose a threat to Chichen Itza for the time being. Now that Chichen Itza was an ally and safe for the moment, Shiomi and the others had one less thing outside themselves to worry about. So that means your next route is through the third netherworld? Kukulkan asked. From that commissats we met earlier, we learned that a fourth netherworld also exists, Scáthach said. He's already returned to the fourth netherworld, so that should be the last obstacle before reaching deeper into Mictlan, correct? Commissats. Kukulkan looked mildly surprised. You've already fought him. We did, more or less, Shiomi said. That man took 1/3 of my authority. I got the authority back, but I failed to land the final blow on him in time. Your authority still isn't complete. Kukulkan said in astonishment. Even I wouldn't dare say I could beat you easily. That's a long story, Shiomi replied. But the final third of my authority still hasn't been recovered. The alien god, holding that last portion, has moved deeper into Mictlan. Kukulkan nodded. I see. If you really plan to go deeper, then there's something I need to warn you about. The fourth netherworld was originally empty. No one was stationed there. But not long ago, some strange servants suddenly manifested there, as if they were waiting for something. Servants. Scáthach raised a brow. Kukulkan's words immediately caught everyone's attention. They should be servants, I think, Kukulkan said. Anyway, there's more than one of them. After appearing there, they haven't done anything at all. They've just stayed in the third netherworld and haven't interfered with anyone passing through. But I can tell they're waiting for someone to arrive. As she said that, Kukulkan's gaze settled on Shiomi. After meeting you, I'm sure of it now. The person they're waiting for is you, though I don't know the exact reason why. Once she had said that, Kukulkan broke into a bright, carefree laugh, as though she had only mentioned some trivial little matter. Waiting for me. Shiomi pressed his lips together, a faint premonition already beginning to form. Chapter 986, Volume 12, Chapter 63, Concerning the Third Underworld. Although I didn't have time to look closely before, I can confirm that the third netherworld is a desert region. On the bridge of the storm border, Shiomi was holding a brief strategy meeting with Romani and the others. After all, both their overall direction and their operational policy were already very clear. While trying to reclaim the authority stolen from Shiomi, they would continue descending through the underground world of Mictlan in search of ORT. And along the way, they would eliminate any enemies who might become a threat. But for a desert region, the weather is a little too harsh, Olga Marie said as she looked at the footage on the monitor. This is basically a sandstorm zone, isn't it? Weren't we told there was no guardian here? Somehow it feels even worse than the first netherworld. The first netherworld, governed by Morgan of proper human history, had been wrapped in dense fog and turned into a massive natural magecraft workshop that amplified the fairy queen's power. As for that, Romani switched through several images and displayed them side by side on the screen. According to the observations from Trismegistus II, this really is a natural phenomenon. There are no signs of workshop formation anywhere in the netherworld, and no barrier has been detected either. No, more precisely, the mana here is just too abundant. If something is hiding inside it, that alone could be enough to cover it up. Xiaon pushed up her glasses as she added that in a not particularly responsible tone. Shiomi gave a helpless smile. So in short, even if we call it a natural phenomenon, we still have to take Mictlan's unusual nature into account. Maybe the distinctive phenomenon of the third netherworld is connected to the will of Maya. That's the only assumption we can really make, Romani said with a nod. Also, you said that alien god is in this place. Are you sure? At the very least, that's what my sense of my own authority is telling me, Shiomi replied with a nod. If the authority was stolen again by someone like Kamasatsu, then that would be a different possibility. Speculation was one thing, but considering the overwhelming power of the alien god, there were probably not many beings in Mictlan capable of defeating her and taking something from her. Kukulkan was one possibility. Then there was Tezcatlipoca fighting at full power in his chief god form. And also Kamasatsu, whom they had just mentioned. Though that man had claimed he had returned to the fourth netherworld to recuperate and would wait there for Chaldea to arrive. Judging by the structure of Mictlan's netherworld layers, the fourth netherworld was most likely the eighth layer of the underground world itself, the final checkpoint before reaching Mictlan's deepest depths. Then for now, let's proceed on the assumption that the alien god is hiding somewhere in the third netherworld, Romani said. We'll start the operation 5 hours from now, Olga Marie added. Since it's a desert region, the temperature inside the third netherworld is probably going to be very high, and the environment itself is extremely harsh. Even for Teacher as the Unity God, and for Lady Morgan, it's bound to have some effect. Yeah, probably a little, Shiomi said with an easy laugh. Just imagining fighting in there and ending up with a mouthful of sand if I'm not careful is already pretty awful. Teacher. Olga Marie could not help smiling at that. Even though she knew Shiomi was only trying to lighten the mood and help everyone relax, it still worked. The tension in the room eased naturally. The other thing is the situation in Mexico City, Romani said with a gentle smile as he changed the display on the screen. The infiltration mission you carried out earlier seems to have produced very noticeable results. What appeared on the screen was Mexico City, with more than half of it devastated by the flood. They could see surviving Ocelotl working hard to rebuild the city, and their progress was anything but slow. The city was recovering at a visible pace. Based on the current rate, Mexico City should be rebuilt in about 5 days, Xiaon said, then could not resist adding a teasing comment. That really is a shocking speed of recovery. Even in proper human history, after a catastrophic flood on top of the destruction a noble phantasm would inflict on a city, it shouldn't be possible to rebuild this fast. Maybe it's because of Tezcatlipoca's power, or perhaps that rain god Tlaloc. Shiomi guessed. Either way, in a sense this place is still in the age of gods. So being protected by gods and receiving the corresponding blessings isn't strange. At that point, Olga Marie operated the display and enlarged several surveillance images from outside the city. Look. Ocelotl warriors are patrolling, and some of them clearly seem to be moving closer to the third netherworld. Then we need to keep Mexico City under watch, Shiomi said. If we get shot in the back while we're investigating the third netherworld, that'll be a problem. After all, Tlaloc and Tezcatlipoca were still around. There was no telling what they might do. The storm border was flying through the sky. Even though it was far from Mexico City, that did not mean it could not be observed. No concealment method would escape Tezcatlipoca's eyes. Whether the god of war would watch Chaldea's battle with the alien god, and perhaps even with unknown enemies, like a spectator enjoying the show, or whether he would jump in himself, was impossible to say. That was simply how hard it was to predict the whims of the Wind of Impermanence. And in any case, the storm border had no plans to enter the third netherworld. The sandstorms full of turbulent mana would be a serious obstacle to navigation. While Teacher is fighting on the front line, Storm Border will switch to cruising alert mode and stay on guard against attacks from Mexico City, Olga Marie ordered. And Master Scáthach will remain on standby aboard the ship. If Tlaloc gets around our firing range and jumps onto the ship to launch a surprise attack, we'll need Master's god-slaying power. Shiomi approved of that plan. I'll talk to Master about it. That leaves the question of whether we should go straight into the third netherworld, or send someone in first to scout the interior and then come back, Shaun said, raising the final issue. Or maybe we should find a way to stop the sandstorms in the third netherworld. Of course, the latter was possible, but it would also amount to announcing Chaldea's arrival to whatever was inside. Even if they had the advantage in strength, they still ought to make use of surprise to increase that advantage further. As for that, my suggestion is to send someone in first to investigate, Olga Marie said. Though that in itself is dangerous. How about asking Kukulkan? Shaun suggested. Since she's moving together with us, this might be a good chance to confirm what she's really thinking. That makes sense, Shiomi agreed. Just then, Olga Marie suddenly grabbed Shiomi's arm. She had almost instinctively reached for his hand. Teacher, there's something I'd like to discuss with you in private. Chapter 987, Volume 12, Chapter 64, Racing Ahead. After the brief meeting on the bridge ended, they stepped out into a side corridor of the storm border. Looking out through the glass at the land of Mictlan below, Olga Marie finally brought up what she had wanted to discuss in private. When you go to the third netherworld, could you take me with you? Olga Marie asked. Why? Shiomi asked in return. Olga Marie rested a hand on the railing. Didn't you say, teacher, that something seems wrong with the alien god right now? If she really has been affected mentally by feedback from her body's memories, then maybe having me come into close contact with her could produce some kind of unexpected effect. Up to now, Olga Marie had never had any direct contact with the other party. She only knew that she existed. More than that, the alien god might not even know Olga Marie existed yet, much less understand the connection between them. I get the logic, Shiomi said with a nod. Are you thinking about Anna and Gorgon back in the Uruk singularity? It was more that it gave me a bit of inspiration. Olga Marie shook her head. I'm not a servant, so it's not exactly the same. If you think it's a bad idea, then... How could I? Shiomi gently stroked her hair as he answered. If you've thought it through, Marie, then I'm willing to try it with you. But the moment anything becomes dangerous, we'll send you back to the ship immediately. Understood. Olga Marie lit up with happiness. It was not just because she would finally be able to do something in the battle against the alien god. More than that, it was because teacher understood her so well, supported her within reasonable limits, and would do everything possible to keep her safe. Okay, she answered energetically. Then I'll go get ready right now. Since we're heading into a desert region, it'd be better to wear Chaldea's mystic code, right? Without waiting for Shiomi's reply, Olga Marie jogged off, humming some cheerful little tune as she headed back to her room to change into her combat outfit. Shiomi could only shake his head helplessly. Then he headed for the lounge to discuss with the combat members resting and preparing there who should handle the scouting mission. Though Shiomi knew perfectly well that the moment he brought it up, one certain person would immediately start competing for the job. But when he opened the lounge door, he found Melusine sitting on a stool, staring straight at Kukulkan. Kukulkan was staring right back. Both of them were looking at the other with the same mixture of curiosity and scrutiny. It was very obviously the attitude of someone who had just run into a rival. More directly, it felt like one powerful creature encountering another powerful creature inside its own territory. Melusine was the incarnation of the last dragon's right hand. Even though she possessed intelligence, moments like this still let instinct sway her a little. The fact that they were only staring each other down was already the limit of their emotional expression. The fact that they had not started fighting yet meant reason was still winning. Then, the moment Shiomi brought up the matter, Kukulkan immediately dropped the stare down and agreed without hesitation. Scout the third netherworld. Sure, no problem. I'm not really fond of desert regions, though. There's basically nothing there, just chunks of land floating in the sky. As she spoke, Kukulkan casually described the conditions inside the third netherworld. But there definitely weren't sandstorms this bad before. When was the last time you entered the third netherworld? Shiomi asked. Maybe 7 or 8 days ago. Kukulkan thought for a moment, then explained a little sheepishly, I've been spending most of my time in Mexico City lately, so I haven't really kept track. I see. Shiomi was not particularly surprised. Kukulkan had an intense curiosity and drive to explore. She always looked at outside things with a sense of freshness. Especially a place like Mexico City, which had only been built a year ago and was full of all sorts of new things. Wait. If we're scouting the third netherworld, then I might be more suitable since I can fly. Melusine immediately began competing for the mission. Ever since we came to this lost belt, all I've done is protect the storm border. I know that's important, but She wanted to be more useful. She wanted to fight more for Shiomi's sake. A preliminary investigation of the third netherworld was obviously dangerous. Otherwise, Shiomi would not have gone straight to Kukulkan instead of asking everyone what they thought. But Melusine had complete confidence in her own strength. In all of Chaldea, there were only a handful of companions who could compare to her. So in her mind, this mission was hers by right, not something to hand over to a Lost Belt king who had only just begun acting alongside them. Oh, what should I do? I do owe Chaldeas him a favor. Kukulkan sounded thoroughly entertained as she joined in the competition with Melusine. And as a companion, I should show something for it. Otherwise, it'll be hard for everyone to trust me. Then let's settle it with strength. Melusine clenched her fist and spoke with complete seriousness. The one who wins gets to carry out the third Netherworld scouting mission. The loser stays behind. That sounds fine to me, Kukulkan replied. You may be really small, but I can tell you're strong. You're no weaker than Mexico City's Tlaloc. Stop right there. There's no need to start fighting here and waste energy. Shiomi instantly went into full exasperated commentary mode. And if you damage the storm border, we'll have to go all the way back to Chichen Itza to get it repaired. Kukulkan blinked. Then how about a more peaceful method? Like wrestling. No mana, no special powers, just pure physical strength. Your physical strength alone is enough to tear the storm border apart. Shiomi covered his face. Think about the captain, at least. If the ship crashes, Nemo's the one who'll suffer. Ugh. Melusine could not argue with that. She had spent enough time aboard the ship to know Shiomi was absolutely right. Honestly. Just as Shiomi was about to continue complaining, Morgan walked in from outside. I could hear my husband's passionate speech from the hallway. Since both of you want to take on this mission so badly, then why not go together? Besides the possible presence of the alien god in the third netherworld, there are also servants of unknown origin there. If you can send back useful intelligence from inside, it will help with our next move. Morgan. Melusine looked so moved she was practically on the verge of tears. To her, those words were even more touching than when she had first been given the name Fairy Knight. Together. Kukulkan looked surprised. But what if we wipe out all the enemies in the third netherworld? Then you won't even get a chance to make an entrance. Shiomi pressed a hand to his temple. Wouldn't that be better? As long as I get my authority back, I don't really mind, though I'd feel a little bad for Olga Marie. Of course, that was assuming Kukulkan could easily kill the alien god, and would not be held up by those servants whose situation was still unclear. Then it's settled. Please go get ready, Morgan said, patting Shiomi on the back. Before Morgan had even finished speaking, Melusine and Kukulkan had already dashed out one after the other, preparing to jump from the deck into the third netherworld. Everyone else has rested enough. Return to your stations and carry out the plan as decided. That was what Morgan finally said to the others in the lounge, who had been watching the whole spectacle unfold. Chapter 988, Volume 12, Chapter 65, The Third Underworld, Zachsawaki. Something's wrong. After waiting on the ship for a full hour, Shiomi stepped out onto the deck and looked toward the third netherworld, Zachsawaki. The sandstorm still had not stopped. Neither the naked eye nor their instruments could make out what was happening beyond the netherworld boundary. He muttered that under his breath. Maybe they ran into a fight inside, or... Morgan said from behind him. Melusine and Kukulkan are both strong, but it's not impossible for them to run into trouble. I can believe Melusine getting tied down. The problem is Kukulkan getting tied down too. Shiomi sounded uneasy. Or perhaps the latter is simply enjoying herself. Morgan suggested. When things were not urgent, Kukulkan's way of doing things was clearly rather loose. In any case, there's no point waiting any longer. Shiomi rolled his wrist, checking how his gear felt. Let's get ready to jump in, my wife. At that, he remembered something else and turned around. Olga Marie had been waiting with him the whole time for Melusine and the others to finish their scouting and return. The moment she saw Shiomi walk out of the cabin, she hurried after him. Her guess had been correct. Shiomi had decided to change the plan and enter the third netherworld ahead of schedule. Teacher. Olga Marie hesitated. Not because she was afraid, but because she worried he might change his mind at the last second and refuse to take her along for safety reasons. If that were going to happen, it would be better to give up now than make things difficult for both of them. Get your wind and sand protection magecraft ready. We're jumping, Shiomi told her. Yes. Olga Marie answered firmly and immediately cast a protective spell over herself to shield against the blowing sand. Magi often had to enter harsh environments for field investigation. Without the proper magecraft to protect themselves, they could easily run into danger in complex terrain. Although she lacked practical field experience, her time in the Sixth Singularity had already given Olga Marie good experience in using magecraft under difficult conditions. Once she had her spell up and confirmed everything was fine, she took the hand Shiomi held out to her. At the same time, Morgan placed a hand on Shiomi's shoulder, and the three of them jumped from the deck together, plunging into the wind and sand of the third netherworld. Even with magical protection, the sand blasting against her face was still an awful experience, forcing Olga Marie to raise both arms to shield herself. But it did not last long. Before long, Olga Marie felt the situation improve. She cautiously opened one eye and saw that Shiomi and Morgan had already taken on the form of the Unity God. Their power was shielding her now, completely blocking the magic-laden sandstorm. They landed smoothly on the ground. Olga Marie frowned deeply as she looked up at the dark yellow sky. "Stay close to us, Marie," Morgan said, taking hold of Olga Marie's wrist. "There's fighting going on here. If we get separated, it'll be harder for us to protect you." "Okay," Olga Marie answered. She followed Morgan through the desert, their footsteps making soft rustling sounds in the sand. The mana in the air grew tense. Little by little, violent, unstable waves began to reach them. It was a battle. A fierce one. Both sides possessed extraordinary power. If one side was Melusine and Kukulkan, then who was the other? That was what Olga Marie was wondering when, all at once, the yellow sand filling the sky abruptly vanished. A blue sky spread out before them. The blazing sun hung overhead, as though the sandstorm from moments before had been nothing more than a mirage. "This is..." She let out a small gasp. Melusine had taken on a half-dragon form and was darting back and forth through the sky, fighting a servant. That servant had hair like fire and wielded a broad, long golden spear. He flew at a speed no slower than Melusine's, leaving a trail of flame behind him. Mana burst with a flame attribute. Karna. Morgan clearly recognized the servant fighting Melusine. And in that form too, isn't that the one he took in the Indian Lost Belt, after obtaining the power of the three gods during his battle against Arjuna, that Lost Belt's king? "Why is Karna here?" Olga Marie asked. At that moment, the form of the Unity God dissolved. Shiomi stepped forward, shielding Morgan and Olga Marie behind him. His expression had turned grave. "It's not just Karna. Look over there." At Shiomi's prompting, the two of them looked toward three figures darting across numerous floating islands, fighting as they moved. On one side was Kukulkan. And on the other, Arjuna and Rama. Morgan's unease deepened. They're both servants from proper human history. Why are they here? Taigong Wang said there were other gods who didn't acknowledge me. Shiomi said. Besides Tezcatlipoca, who represents South America, the chief gods of Indian mythology probably don't approve of what Lady Nuwa arranged either. So they. Olga Marie nearly lost her voice. At that moment, Rama noticed Shiomi and the others arriving. Because of that, he failed to coordinate properly with Arjuna and took a heavy flying kick from Kukulkan, crashing down in front of Shiomi's group like a falling meteor. He managed to recover before hitting the ground, pulled up the sword stuck there, and pointed it at Shiomi. "That's right. I am the incarnation of Lord Vishnu, and now, by Lord Vishnu's command, I stand here to test your strength, Saver." "So it really is that?" Shiomi frowned. "Do you realize what kind of situation this is? Ort is sleeping in the deepest part of Mictlan, and your gods are still more concerned with testing me." "I understand your objection, Shiomi-sama." Rama's tone remained calm and steady. "But just as Vishnu-sama has decreed, from this point on, you concern not only the future of humanity, but also the future of the planet and even the wider universe. It pains me as well to stand against a former ally, but the responsibility is too great. I ask for your understanding." Shiomi fell silent. He could feel the power on Rama. Not just the power of a servant, but Vishnu's protection, or rather, a fragment of Vishnu's authority. "If you are Vishnu's representative, then..." Morgan turned her gaze toward Arjuna. "That divinely granted hero must have received Shiva's will." "Exactly." Rama's long hair streamed in the wind as he took a heroic stance, ready for battle. "And Karna, who now soars through the heavens, was sent by Brahma." Which meant Karna had once more gained the same kind of power he wielded in the Indian Lost Belt. If anything, it might even surpass that. "What an extravagant move," Morgan said with a smile. "To deliberately choose heroes who were once both our enemies and our allies as divine envoys. But there's something you should know. At this moment, all of my husband's authority rests in my hands. If what you want is to test his strength..." "That changes nothing," Rama said without objection. "Husband and wife are one body in two forms. Whoever steps forward, the meaning is the same." "Well, that makes the answer quite obvious." Morgan smiled when she heard that. Chapter 989, Volume 12, Chapter 66, Enemy or Ally. Then Morgan turned to Shiomi and said, "I'll handle things here. My husband, hurry and find the alien god. The moment they entered this place, the presence of the alien god became extremely clear. If you need to find that alien god, then you'd best hurry." At that moment, Rama pointed with his sword in a certain direction. Duryodhana and Bhima are both racing for the same prey. Their strength may not be enough to defeat the alien god, but that strange god looks absent-minded and devoid of fighting spirit. The implication was obvious. In that state, even servants might have a chance to kill the alien god. Setting aside how likely that really was, if she were driven into a corner, whether the alien god chose death for herself or went berserk, neither outcome would be ideal. Are you sure this is okay? Shiomi asked with a smile. Telling the test subject who's about to run off where his target is. If the circumstances were any different, I would much rather answer your summoning and fight to reclaim proper human history, no matter how many times it took, Rama said with an earnest smile. I have long wanted to repay the debt I owe you from North America, but I never had the chance. Enough. Go. Morgan raised her magic spear. I'll answer this question for my husband. Let's see which side finishes its task first. With his wife urging him on, Shiomi stopped wasting words. He picked Olga Marie up and sprinted in the direction Rama had indicated. A rain of arrows came at them from behind. Having pulled away from Kukulkan, Arjuna had no idea what had just been said here. Fully intent on carrying out Shiva's mission, he loosed dozens of arrows in succession. But Morgan blocked them all with magecraft, and none of them could catch Shiomi. Will Lady Morgan be all right? Olga Marie asked. What you should be asking is whether the two of us will be all right. Shiomi could not help laughing a little. At the moment, all my authority is in my wife's hands. I'm basically just an empty shell of a god now. I can't use my full strength. It's almost like I've gone backward. I see. Olga Marie gently placed a hand on his chest, feeling a little sorry for him. For a magus, power was an extremely important thing. She understood the fear and unease of losing the very thing your existence depended on. Even if Shiomi himself looked completely unaffected. What concerns me more right now is what Rama said, Shiomi said. It looks like the alien god is still being affected by the authority. Failing to take it back immediately back then may actually have turned out to be a good thing. What are you planning to do, teacher? Olga Marie asked. No. The real question is what Marie wants to do. Shiomi shook his head. That is your body. And the other one is just the thief who stole it. Right now, that existence has already begun to waver. Whether we destroy it or choose some other option, neither would be difficult for us. Destroy it. Olga Marie fell silent in thought. She understood what Shiomi meant by destruction. If even the meaning of one's own existence turned out to be false, then shattering the mind, taking away the ability to fight, and then eliminating that being would be an entirely reasonable course of action. But Olga Marie knew all too well the pain of being lost about the meaning of your own existence. To find a reason to live again had been, for her, a piece of luck not even 1 in 10,000 could hope for. Just then, Shiomi came to a stop. Olga Marie immediately lifted her head and looked around. Kotomine Kirei was fighting 2 servants, and his body was covered in wounds. One of them wore golden armor and radiated a stern, godlike presence. The other wore a dark purple robe and carried an air of flashy, almost excessive nobility. Those 2 were fighting Kotomine Kirei. And the reason was simple. Kotomine Kirei was blocking them from getting close to the alien god and attacking her. This really doesn't suit you, Shiomi said mockingly. Working this hard to protect a companion. It is nothing, Kirei replied. I simply have no choice but to do this. If you Olga Marie disappears here, it will affect the plan that follows. We alien apostles have no way to defy our mission. A companion. The servant in golden armor paused slightly. Together with the purple-robed servant, he shifted position to keep Kotomine Kirei pinned down, leaving the priest no route of escape. Are your eyes just for decoration, Bhima? The purple-robed servant sneered. Isn't that man the one Karna and the others mentioned? Bhima narrowed his eyes. Now that you mention it, Arjuna said something similar. You're awfully calm about this, Duryodhana. I'm the one who's going to personally take the head of that so-called alien god. A feat like that isn't something I'm letting the likes of you steal. Duryodhana sounded smug and full of himself. They clearly saw each other as rivals, yet were cooperating here. Obviously, the weight of the mission on them had made them, like Karna and Arjuna, temporarily set aside their personal feelings toward one another. So what now? Shiomi said. I can take care of this fake priest for you. I just need to talk to the alien god. After all, you already know that as servants of human order, you can't actually kill her. At most, you could only capture her. Arjuna and the others let you through, so it seems they have other arrangements in mind. Bhima was unexpectedly reasonable. Fine. You may pass. Hey. You're really going to let them through? Duryodhana objected in dissatisfaction. Don't forget your own mission. Then you go fight him. I'll handle this priest. Bhima kept his eyes fixed on Kirei. Karna warned us that this priest cannot be taken lightly. He has to be dealt with properly. Karna had seen through the foul nature of the priest at a glance, which was why he had said so. Bhima had clearly taken those words to heart instead of dismissing them as idle talk from an outsider. TCH. Duryodhana clearly did not want to do that. He might be the sort who got carried away easily, but he still understood the gap in strength between people. If Karna had not possessed the power of the three gods, he probably would not have been able to defeat Shiomi at all. Yeah, just get going already. But if you let the alien god get away, don't blame me for not being polite. Duryodhana stared suspiciously at Shiomi. Shiomi only smiled carelessly. Well, that depends on what she wants. With that, he passed between the two sides in mid-battle, carrying Olga Marie with him as he leaped onto the floating island where the alien god was. This is truly troublesome. We were supposed to stop the one being tested, and yet you just let him through. All of you are far too biased. Kirei tore off his damaged priestly robe, revealing the solid muscles of a body honed through relentless training. Unhappy. Bhima said. I know you still haven't shown your true strength. If you want to keep dragging this out, fine. We have plenty of time. That's enough talk. Duryodhana had no interest in continuing to waste words on this bizarre priest. Karna had already warned him, and advice from a good brother was not something to ignore. Swinging the flame-wreathed staff in his hand, Duryodhana took the lead and launched a fresh round of attacks at the priest. What's up, Pink Snake here? I finally finished translating this book, all volumes included. I'll be releasing chapters here at a faster pace from now on, but if you can't wait, feel free to follow me on p@Trian. p-at-trian.com/pinksnake. Free and paid caps are available. Thank you for all the support so far. Chapter 990, Volume 12, Chapter 67, You. What did it feel like to stand face to face with another self? Olga Marie did not know. But after deciding to follow Shiomi into the third netherworld, she had gone to ask Morgan, Pendragon, and Castor, and also Scáthach and Scotty. None of them had given quite the same answer. Strictly speaking, what they had encountered had not truly been another self, but other beings who merely resembled them. Beings with completely different experiences and lives. But the alien god, you Olga Marie, was different. That was a being Chaldeas had created using the old body she had cast aside. So they could not fully answer Olga Marie's question. Even so, in the end, they all gave Olga Marie and Atmosphere something close to the same answer. No matter how similar they are, even if they share the same root, you are still yourself, irreplaceable and one of a kind in this world. As they drew closer and closer to where the alien god was hiding, Olga Marie felt the fog filling her heart gradually clear away. Noticing that uncertainty inside her, Shiomi quietly said to her as they stepped onto the small island in the middle of the lake where the alien god was hiding. Just do what you believe is right. I trust your answer. And I'll keep you safe, so you don't need to worry about anything else. Okay. Olga Marie climbed down from Shiomi's arms and stood again on the slightly soft ground, which felt a little unfamiliar beneath her feet. The third netherworld, Zachsawaki, was a desert. But besides the many floating islands hanging in the sky, its central region also contained a completely different kind of oasis. At the center of that oasis was a lake. And in the middle of that lake was a small island. The island was lush and overgrown, and from outside it was impossible to see what lay within. The only way was to climb up and look for themselves. Holding Shiomi's hand, Olga Marie walked step by step along the rough path toward the center of the island. The enormous mana signature. The suffocating pressure. The closer she got, the more instinctive her fear became. This was the alien god. As a life form, it possessed a presence that stood far above humanity. Merely approaching it was overwhelming. I'm here. Shiomi whispered by Olga Marie's ear. Her heart grew warm, and she felt that mountain-like, sea-like pressure being pushed aside by some invisible force, making it no longer so difficult to move forward. After parting the dense branches and leaves, Olga Marie and Shiomi finally saw the alien god, you Olga Marie, in a small clearing deep within the forest. This really never ends. No, I should say, I knew you would come. The alien god lifted her eyes to look at Shiomi. That face, always full of arrogance and superiority, was now worn down by exhaustion and fatigue, as if something had tormented her so badly that she was on the verge of mental collapse. The alien apostles had neither the ability nor the need to do something like that. And the envoys of the Indian gods were not the type to specialize in attacks on the mind. Which meant the answer still had to lie within you herself. Among the authority she had taken away was the record of Shiomi's existence. Reading those records, and having them resonate against the body memories hidden behind her blocked perception, had been steadily wearing away at Yu's mind. The endless repetition of doubting her own existence would have driven any ordinary person mad long ago. But Yu Olga Marie had endured it. She had only lost the will to fight, reaching a point where she no longer wanted to do anything at all. Even with a great enemy right before her, she could not even manage a proper guard. There's something I need to take back, so of course I came, Shiomi said quietly as he looked at her. Then Olga Marie released Shiomi's hand and stepped forward. Who's there? You immediately cried out in alarm and uncertainty. A powerful force pushed Olga Marie backward. If Shiomi had not caught her, she would have fallen to the ground. You can't see me, Olga Marie said in shock. Just like Gorgon couldn't see Anna. Tenkei Shiomi, who else is here besides you? You demanded. What trick is Chaldea using? How can you hide someone from my eyes? We aren't doing anything. It's simply that, you can't perceive her existence, Shiomi answered calmly. Olga Marie stared at him with wide eyes. She could see Shiomi, but she could not see anything here besides him. She could not recognize it, could not see it, and yet she clearly knew that something was here, right in front of her. Her? Who is she? And who are you? Shiomi asked. I am the alien god, Olga Marie, the one who will rule this planet, the supreme leader of Earth. Unlike when she first manifested at the orbital shrine of Olympus, her tone no longer carried that wild, overblown confidence. Now there was uncertainty mixed into it. You don't sound very sure of yourself, Shiomi said, shaking his head. Why? Then silence spread between them. After a long while, you finally spoke hesitantly. I saw it, because when I tried to devour your authority, the moment I touched it, I saw the records inside. Olga Marie wrapped her arms around herself. Even though I had never met you before Olympus, and only knew of your existence from the apostles' reports, why would those records that cannot be faked, contain? Her voice stopped abruptly. The more she tried to say what she had seen, the more doubt about herself arose, preventing her from speaking the final part aloud. They contained the records of Olga Marie, Shiomi said for her. You fell into even deeper silence. At that point, Olga Marie stepped forward again. Because I spent years together with teacher. Because with teacher's support, I was able to stay alive, make it all the way here, and stand where I am now. Those memories are irreplaceable to me. And to teacher, they're precious memories too. Olga Marie remained silent. She did not know why Shiomi had suddenly stopped speaking, and she could not hear Olga Marie's voice either. But deep inside, if what she possessed could even be called a heart, she clearly understood that some voiceless sound was telling her something. Something she had to know, and yet could not know. A person is their history. Everything a person lives through ultimately shapes who they are. Even if the body is changed, as long as the soul and memories remain, that person's existence does not change. Even if, to you, those are only memories from who knows where, records that exist inside you for reasons you do not understand. If you stop rejecting them, and instead accept them. Olga Marie reached out and gently placed her hand on Olga Marie's face. Even though she could not perceive the warmth of that touch, the alien god still felt something impossible to describe. What am I, really? Chapter 991, Volume 12, Chapter 68, Bewilderment. Have you ever wondered why you were born, why you exist? What exactly is this so-called alien god? At that moment, Shiomi suddenly spoke and asked a question that cut to the heart of it. I only heard the cries for help from my kin, then obtained a body through the fantasy tree, and then. If that's so, then why use a human body? Shiomi asked again. What? I think you've already noticed it. Memories that are not your own are gradually being awakened because they resonate with the records contained in my authority. They originally belonged to you, and yet for some reason they were sealed away and hidden from your awareness, the memories belonging to this body. Shiomi let out a quiet sigh. Olga Marie's eyes were full of turmoil. There was no denying it. Those memories were fragmented, but every one of them shone. Ordinary, and yet immeasurably precious. They made her want to treasure each fragment carefully, to keep herself from ever losing them. She wanted to go further and find more, yet all she could ever obtain were those scattered pieces. That was why she was confused. That was why she could not understand. If those memories belonged to her, then why did she have only these few? And if they did not belong to her, then where had they come from, and why did they exist inside her mind at all? A chain of logic that should have flowed without obstruction had broken down completely because of those fragments she could not bear to discard. She could not fight. She could not think. She could not even carry out her own mission. All she could do was hide here in the third netherworld, Zaksawaki, in a miserable state, incapable of doing anything. Olga Marie looked at Shiomi in utter confusion. At first, I regarded you as the most dangerous enemy of all, Shiomi said. But now it seems the situation is not so simple. You are not what you think you are. You are only a piece that was created and made to believe that you were the alien god. He held out his hand to her. You have a choice. You can come with us, or you can continue being our enemy. But Olga Marie did not answer him. Still sitting on the ground, she shuffled backward a few steps, avoiding the hand of the Olga Marie she could not perceive. Teacher. Olga Marie sounded a little worried as she turned to look at Shiomi. But Shiomi only encouraged her with his eyes, telling her not to worry. So Olga Marie stopped worrying and simply rose quietly to her feet at the same pace as you. Their bodies were built a little differently, and you was slightly taller than she was. There is no need for that. You Olga Marie rejected Shiomi's offer as she looked down at her own hand. I cannot become your companion, and I can no longer be your enemy either. Even now, I am fully confident that I could kill you, but my body unconsciously rejects that choice. That's painful. I understand. Shiomi gave a small, rueful smile and shook his head. The body remembers certain things more easily than the mind does, and then it makes its own judgment. Don't talk as if you understand everything. You clearly know I am not your Olga Marie, and yet you still came, and even brought her with you. By now, you had more or less guessed who the existence she could not perceive was. Her expression was full of anger and confusion, like a child who had lost her way. The sight made Shiomi's heart ache. He had seen that same look on Olga Marie's face more than once. She asked for this. It wasn't my decision alone, Shiomi explained calmly. You Olga Marie frowned in deep discomfort. She clenched and unclenched her fist several times, clearly wavering over whether to fight. But in the end, unlike when she had first entered this lost belt, she could not bring herself to attack decisively. Take it back. As she said that, you released something. It was the portion of authority taken from Shiomi, the part he had failed to recover earlier in the second netherworld. Are you sure? Shiomi accepted the authority and asked lightly, you're just going to hand back spoils you took in the middle of battle. I cannot devour your authority, and I cannot destroy it either. There is no reason for me to keep it anymore. When you Olga Marie said she could not, it was not because she lacked the ability. It was because she could not bring herself to do it. She knew perfectly well that if she truly wanted to devour the authority, she could. But if she did, then the records attached to that authority would also become part of her completely, joining together more fully with those awakened fragments of memory. If that drove her into utter madness, or brought about her self-destruction, neither outcome would be surprising. I see. Shiomi let out a soft sigh. Blue, you Olga Marie said. The outline of your soul is blue. Your emotions are in a rather poor state. Shiomi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can see the color of my soul. All life is the same, you Olga Marie replied. I've returned the authority to you. Don't come looking for me again. I don't want anything more to do with any of you. Then where are you going? He glanced at Olga Marie and asked that question to you on her behalf. That has nothing to do with you. You Olga Marie gritted her teeth, forcing her voice to sound firm. Then, in the blink of an eye, she vanished from the forest clearing. It was the alien god's greatest specialty, instantaneous teleportation without the slightest delay. If she truly wanted to, then by now she had probably already left the third netherworld. And as long as she chose not to show herself, neither Shiomi nor Chaldea would be able to track where she had gone. So in the end, we barely managed to say anything at all. Olga Marie sighed a little sadly and threw herself into Shiomi's arms in apology. You already did everything you could. The problem is that from the very beginning, the alien god was set up so that she could never perceive the real Olga Marie. Whatever the reason behind it, it was obviously meant to prevent exactly this kind of situation. Shiomi comforted her as he stroked her hair. Of course, Olga Marie had expected some chance of failure from the start. After getting at least a small response, she let Shiomi go. Now that you've recovered the authority, let's hurry and regroup with Lady Morgan, Olga Marie said. Even if the enemy is weaker than us, we still have to be careful about unexpected developments. Then hold on tight. As he said that, Shiomi picked Olga Marie up once more, then kicked off the ground and sped back the way they had come. Soon, the small island in the middle of the lake returned to silence. Only you Olga Marie remained, hidden in the shadows, still watching them. She still could not make out the person beside Shiomi, but from his reactions and expressions, she could guess their emotions and even the shape of their conversation. Even she herself did not understand why she had remained there instead of leaving. Was it really just so she could catch one more glimpse of something whose full shape she could never know? Chapter 992, Volume 12, Chapter 69, The Final Piece. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Kukulkan had been fighting Rama and Arjuna with a half-playful attitude from the start, but once Morgan began fighting Rama, she gradually withdrew from the battlefield in accordance with Morgan's request. She left the task of facing Rama and Arjuna to Morgan. Kukulkan found that a little regrettable, but she could tell these servants had come here specifically to wait for Chaldea. Not to oppose them, but to test them. Though this is our first meeting, such power. Rama stared at the sword that could not advance even an inch, blocked by Morgan with a single hand. His expression was unusually grave. In life, he had been the seventh incarnation of Vishnu. After death, he had been engraved upon the throne as a heroic spirit, and at the same time served as a shadow of Vishnu projected onto human order. Even when manifested as a saber-class servant, he could not bring out his full strength. But this time, Rama was not merely a servant from proper human history. He was also an envoy of Vishnu. Because of that, he could wield a portion of the authority granted to him by Vishnu, giving him power that surpassed even the highest-ranking servants. And yet, even with divine authority, he could not exert any pressure on Morgan at all. The blade that could not move forward, that could not strike effectively, told the whole story. This is not my own power. It is the authority my husband entrusted to me. Morgan's tone remained calm, without the slightest arrogance. And so, I am not fighting alone. To entrust such important authority to his wife. Rama nodded in approval. It seems your husband loves you deeply, and you love your husband just as deeply. Of course. Morgan did not try to hide it. That is enough idle talk. Rama suddenly exerted force and used Morgan's defense as a fulcrum to spring swiftly backward. At the exact moment Rama retreated, a rain of arrows fell over Morgan from above. Those were Arjuna's arrows. The flaming bow granted to Arjuna by the fire god Agni, Agni Gandiva. Every arrow fired from that bow turned into a missile wreathed in flame. Combined with Arjuna's own prodigious skill with the bow, none of his shots ever missed. More than that, because Arjuna drew the bow so quickly, Agni had also granted him 2 quivers of infinite arrows, allowing him to fire as many as he pleased. They covered the sky. Dense as countless meteors, all aimed at a single target on the ground. Morgan. The arrows fell at incredible speed. In the space of a single breath, they could reach the target area and set off uninterrupted explosions. No matter how exceptional a heroic spirit might be, if they did not devote themselves fully to defense, such an attack would be enough to kill them. And on top of that, every one of those innumerable arrows carried Shiva's blessing, each possessing destructive power on par with an anti-city noble phantasm. It was a manifestation of the destroyer's power. But all of that depended on the arrows being able to fall and explode. As those arrows approached Morgan, they grew slower and slower until they finally came to a complete stop. Morgan rose slowly into the air like a feather so light it barely had weight. With elegant ease, she raised her left hand and covered the 2 distant specks in her sight. Rama and Arjuna. The arrows frozen in place began to tremble restlessly, then in an instant turned around. Arrows that have already been fired can still change direction. Arjuna let out a genuine cry of astonishment. That was no longer something magecraft could explain. What lay before them was a god's work. No, it is not that their direction was changed. The phenomenon itself has been rewritten. A drop of cold sweat slid down Rama's cheek. With a single motion, Morgan had altered the arrow's target. At that moment, Rama and Arjuna themselves had become the arrow's mark. This is bad. Arjuna realized the situation had changed in an instant. He hurriedly drew his bow and, at a speed even greater than before, fired even more arrows to intercept the ones he himself had launched moments earlier. For the first time, Arjuna found his own genius with the bow to be a headache. After all, the heaven-bestowed hero had never once imagined that one day his own arrows would come flying back at him. Unfortunately, he was still half a beat too slow. Fast as Arjuna's archery was, he could not completely block the rain of arrows already in flight. This strike that slew the demon king Ravana. To endure it is honor, to yield is ruin. Come. The Rakshasa piercing immortal, Brahmastra. Rama seized the moment Arjuna was intercepting the arrow rain and released the true name of the noble phantasm in his hand. It was the indestructible blade he had used to defeat the demon king Ravana. Originally it had been an arrow, but when Rama became saber, it had been reforged into the form of a sword, while still retaining its function as a thrown weapon. Once its true name was released, the sword became a thrown anti-personnel noble phantasm effective over a certain range. If used not for offense but interception, it could also serve as an extremely effective defensive measure. At the place where Rama and Arjuna stood, explosions erupted so densely that the roar rang throughout the third netherworld. Even Karna, who was in the middle of an aerial battle with Melusine, could not help losing focus for a moment, and Melusine struck him hard, blasting him backward. I manifested here to fulfill the mission Brahma entrusted to me, and yet now I must use it in battle against the last dragon. Karna held up the god-slaying spear to block the incoming attack. Perhaps this is simply fate's cruel humor. Your mission is to test my lord. Melusine fixed Karna with a resolute, blazing gaze. Then if you want to reach him, you will have to get through me first. Of course. You too are a warrior worthy of facing 10,000 alone. When a warrior challenges me, I must answer. Even greater mana surged from Karna's body as he covered his eyes with one hand. A true hero slays with his gaze. This was not mana overload. He was gathering mana to release his noble phantasm. Brahma, cover the earth. It was an exceedingly savage strike, completely at odds with Karna's usual calm and restrained manner. As a warrior, Karna's fighting style was decisive, ruthless, and merciless. He felt no hesitation simply because his opponent was female. And besides, Melusine was no ordinary female warrior. She was a dragon. As expected, Karna's attack was blocked. He was about to launch another strike and continue this deadlocked battle in the sky when his sharp senses suddenly made his heart tense. Is the final piece about to fall into place? He turned to look toward the yellow sand-covered earth below. The explosions had already subsided, and though Rama and Arjuna had barely endured Morgan's counterattack, they still looked far from reaching their limit. They too noticed a figure rapidly approaching the battlefield. Tenkei Shiomi. That man was carrying Olga Marie and moving at tremendous speed across the battlefield, drawing closer to Morgan's side. My wife, catch. At Shiomi's loud warning, the final portion of authority flew toward Morgan. She opened her hand and received that final authority into her palm. It is time to end this battle. She closed her hand around it and spoke softly. Chapter 993, Volume 12, Chapter 70, Tripurasamhara. Power greater than ever before radiated from Morgan. Simply standing in the sky, she carried an overwhelming divine presence that could scarcely be looked upon directly, pressing heavily upon Rama and his companions. This was the difference in their respective standings. Even with the blessings of the three gods, they were still merely servants possessing divine traits, not true gods themselves. They had no divine authority. Just by declaring her intent to end the battle, Morgan made Rama and Arjuna understand that the situation had already slipped beyond their control. The trial delivered here under the will of the three gods was about to reach its final threshold. Looks like we'll have to use the trump card Shiva granted us. Arjuna raised his longbow. Behind him, Rama planted his feet firmly, while Karna descended to stand at his side. The two supported Arjuna as he gathered power. What he was preparing was not the weapon granted by Shiva, the noble phantasm-raised hand of the destruction god, Pashupata. Instead, it was a noble phantasm born from Shiva's legend itself, one that only those who carry out Shiva's mission may wield. Setting aside the oppressive pressure Morgan emanated, Arjuna slowly drew the bowstring. He guided the powers Rama and Karna had each received from Vishnu and Brahma into the string, condensing them into a single arrow. According to legend, Shiva once destroyed 3 cities built by demons of gold, silver, and iron with a single arrow, aided by the other gods. Because of this, Shiva came to be known as the destroyer of the 3 demon cities. What Arjuna was doing now was recreating that legend. There were no Indian gods in Zaksawaki, only the powers of Vishnu and Brahma. By gathering those powers together with Shiva's authority, the arrow that once destroyed the 3 demon cities would manifest once more. Arjuna had previously believed that Pashupata was already a weapon powerful enough. If necessary, he would follow Shiva's will and release its full might as the means of this trial. But now he understood. Compared to a noble phantasm unleashed without restraint, one that might even drag the entirety of Mictlan into its devastation, this single arrow was far more appropriate. With Shiva's radiance as witness, I present this supreme strike. Fairy consort who houses a newborn god, receive it. In the name of the 3 gods, we bear witness here. Arjuna slowly pulled the bowstring. The flame god's bow, filled with the power of the 3 gods, grew incomparably heavy. Arjuna felt as though his fingertips were dragging a mountain thousands of peaks high. He lifted the bow and aimed it at Morgan standing in the sky. Morgan also saw the arrow that was about to be released. A single arrow, yet one that surpassed an endless rain of arrows. I see. So that's a special noble phantasm that gathers the powers of Vishnu and Brahma through Shiva's authority, then releases them in a restricted form. Morgan murmured softly as she raised her hand. At that moment, she felt something subtle. After receiving the final fragment of authority and allowing Shiomi's power to fully complete itself, Morgan, now immersed in it, had entered an entirely new realm of perception. A view completely different from when she had merged with Shiomi. So this is the scenery my husband has been seeing all along, for who knows how long. She whispered softly, a voice only she could hear. There was both heartache and pride in it. Perhaps Shiomi had entrusted this authority to her because, somewhere in his heart, he hoped she might one day see the same world he did. With nothing more than the slightest motion of her finger, Morgan could already perceive it. All things in existence could be moved according to her will. Arjuna's bowstring was nearly drawn to its limit. Morgan opened her hand, ready to meet the attack. Or rather, to overcome this strike and conclude the trial of the 3 gods. Tripurasamhara. The bowstring, heavy as a mountain of 10,000 peaks, snapped free the instant the heavenly hero's fingers released it. With the unstoppable momentum of countless armies, the arrow shot skyward, ready to pierce through and destroy everything in its path. God or demon alike would be no exception. My body may resemble that of a god, yet my principle is not that of a god. Here, its true nature is revealed. Chaotic will. To shatter all phenomena and reshape them anew. That was the true essence of this authority. Stopping Shiva's arrow was no simple task. Twisting its path and turning it into one's own weapon was even harder. There was no time for such things. A single breath was far too short to accomplish such complicated manipulation. Therefore, the only answer was destruction. To stand shoulder to shoulder with Shiva, who governs both creation and destruction. To manifest a similar power here. As the arrow flew forward, both it and everything surrounding it began to collapse. The destruction of phenomena destabilized the attack, rapidly stripping away its power and weakening it. Before it could pierce Morgan's palm, it was swallowed by chaos along with everything around it. That is, the power of a new god from proper human history. Kukulkan watched the battle from afar. Her face showed astonishment, and even greater delight. Creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, unified within a single being. I understand now, Maya. If this truly is the correct path, then I will do what I must. Kukulkan spoke quietly to herself, as if conversing with someone unseen, or perhaps simply speaking to her own heart. The sky of the third netherworld suddenly darkened, only to return to normal in the blink of an eye. Even the light of the sun's passage failed, for an instant, to reach the third netherworld as chaos spread across it. Night fell briefly, then vanished just as quickly. So quickly that it almost seemed like an illusion. This is quite something. To think things have already reached this point. Whether it's Tezcatlipoca, Kamisatz, or that one who acted rashly, do they truly understand what the act of seizing has brought about? Kirei Kotomine sighed as he witnessed the scene. One hand pressed against the wound in his chest. The priest's vestments he once wore were gone, replaced by a black striped robe resembling that of a ritual priest. Not far in front of him, Duryodhana and Bhima had each collapsed or fallen to one knee in different postures, struggling to catch their breath. Whether Olga Marie knows is unclear. Kamisatz probably does. But Tezcatlipoca definitely understood long ago. Shiomi's voice sounded slowly. Because the smoking mirror demanded that I reclaim all my authority before going to find him. You certainly keep yourself busy. Kirei watched Shiomi with a faint smile as he healed his wounds. First you deliver the final authority, then you rush here without a moment's delay. You are an alter ego, an incarnated servant fused with multiple divine natures. Shiomi gripped Longinus and Gungnir. Even if Bhima and Duryodhana set aside their grudges and joined forces, they still couldn't kill you here. That's also because they spent quite a bit of time killing the other apostles. Kirei stared at Shiomi. It seems that if I want to leave this netherworld, I'll have to overcome you, the final obstacle. Shiomi looked at him coldly and said nothing. It's time to finally settle our long-standing karmic bond, Mr. Shiomi. The two figures vanished from their positions at the same moment, charging straight toward each other. Chapter 994, Volume 12, Chapter 71, Interrogation. Truly worthy of being the former sealing designation enforcer, the clock tower's foremost martial artist. As Kirei dodged Shiomi's thrusting spear and drove a punch into the shaft of Gungnir, a shockwave burst outward from the clash between the two. The priest spoke in what sounded like genuine praise. Then his tone shifted abruptly. No. Now I should say, an existence that has reached the divine realm. His voice remained calm and unhurried, tinged with a faintly mocking smile and a pleasure that was difficult to tell whether it was sincere or not. Let's hope you can keep that half-dead expression all the way until you die. Shiomi frowned. With a violent sweep, he knocked Kirei back with his spear. The chosen spear in his left hand immediately slashed diagonally, the silver blade flashing with a cold glint. After passing through so many lost belts, the alien apostles had already gathered nearly all of Shiomi's information. By now, Kirei understood Shiomi's close-quarters combat style extremely well and could judge his movements with considerable accuracy. So when the strike missed, Shiomi was not surprised. A priest who excelled at survival would never have become such a persistent nuisance, clinging like a parasite to bone, if he could be killed in a single exchange. Several black keys shot toward him, fast as flying blades. They were the favored weapons of the Holy Church's executors, but they posed little threat to Shiomi. Compared to the noble phantasm in his hand, those blades said to embody the words of God were hardly worth worrying about. At most, Kirei's current state as a kind of incarnated servant, combined with the composite divinity of an alter ego, made the black keys slightly more dangerous than usual. Shiomi swept his spear, knocking the black keys aside, and charged forward again. I'll ask one last time, he said coldly. Why are you standing on the side of the alien god? Your question is flawed from the start, Kirei replied while evading the attack and searching for an opening to counter. It isn't that I chose to stand with the alien god. Rather, I was chosen by the alien god. That's all. Though he said that, there was no trace of helplessness in his attitude. If anything, he seemed perfectly at ease. Since he had been assigned the role of an alien apostle, he would simply carry it out to the end. That's all. Shiomi didn't believe a single word. Obeying the alien god, participating in the destruction of proper human history. Kirei Kotomine, betraying your own faith like this, do you feel nothing about it? Faith. Even now, I still believe in my lord. Kirei stepped back, widening the distance between them as he prepared for the next charge. Turning his back at a moment like this would be no different from seeking death. That spear, Gungnir, possessed a guaranteed hit and kill that was even harder to dispute than the cursed Crimson Spear. But I also have answers I wish to obtain. During the Fourth Holy Grail War, I once sought those answers, but you stopped me. Fortunately, the alien god took notice of me. Kirei's lips curved into a smile that clearly didn't match his words. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Your inborn flaw may be unfortunate, Shiomi said, pointing his spear at him, but that doesn't give you the right to commit evil in its name. Caren has worked hard to find balance between her nature and her humanity. What about you? How she chooses to live is her business. Kirei pressed his lips together slightly. It has nothing to do with me. So you think the alien god holds your answer? Shiomi almost laughed in disbelief. You'd sacrifice the entire proper human history just to satisfy that personal desire? Why not? Kirei glanced at his own hand. Faith in the Lord cannot explain why a being like me was born. If that's the case, then I will simply seek another god. His gaze returned to the spear tip pointed at him. You should already know that the alien god is not that broken beast, but the celestial sphere Chaldeas in Antarctica. Of course I know, Shiomi replied. After 2,000 years of accumulation, the Animosphere family finally completed that thing. What they intend to accomplish with it. I do plan to go to Antarctica and see for myself. But that hollow god. I don't need the alien god to answer my question. Kirei spoke as if lost in his own thoughts. When everything is complete, when this bleached planet takes its next step, the answer I seek will exist within that result. Clearly, what he wanted was simply to witness the completion of the alien god's undertaking. Even if there was no answer in the end, Kirei likely wouldn't care. What he desired now was merely the process itself, even if that process ultimately led to nothing. A man born without normal human emotions was walking steadily toward that emptiness. I see. Shiomi felt there was no reason to ask any more questions. No one could truly understand Kirei Kotomine, let alone correct him. Anything further would only waste breath. There's no point in probing further, Tenkei Shiomi, Kirei said. Perhaps even the alien god itself cannot see what lies ahead. This so-called plan is merely a brief episode within a far grander design. You seem very certain of that, Shiomi replied. After watching your battles along the way, I realized just how badly the alien god's plans have been disrupted. None of the alien apostles could complete their original mission. In the end, all of them will return to dust within this lost belt. Kirei spoke of failure without the slightest concern. That includes her as well. The god who leads the 6 alien apostles. So she really is a servant, Shiomi said quietly. She's nothing more than a spare prepared by the alien god, Kirei said without hesitation. The being who was originally meant to become that was taken away by you. Now, after blindly coming into contact with your authority, she has already lost the fundamental principles that allow her to function. Sooner or later, she will disappear along with this lost belt. For her, that may even count as a kind of happiness. Shiomi's grip on the spear tightened slowly, the weapon creaking under the pressure. Anger rose within him. Even if she was only a counterfeit, even if she was an enemy, Olga Marie had been nothing more than a discarded pawn from the very beginning. As a being created for that purpose, fighting until death had been her only reason to exist. How compassionate, Kirei said, clasping his hands behind his back. To feel anger over the circumstances of an enemy. Or perhaps that is what divinity truly looks like. It's nothing, Shiomi replied calmly. Just a little righteous anger. His body gradually relaxed, yet the killing intent radiating from him grew even stronger than before. Even toward enemies, I can show a certain level of respect, except for you. Respect or the lack of it means nothing to me, Kirei said. What would truly be harmful for you is if I managed to escape from here alive. Then the mana within Kirei Kotomine began to undergo a violent transformation. Black sludge suddenly seeped out from the cracks in the desert. Chapter 995, Volume 12, Chapter 72, Conflagration. The black mud of the Holy Grail. Shiomi recognized it at once. Observed through multiple lenses shaped by 3 different religions. Different views of life and death, incompatible anguish over salvation, all of it changed me. Though this body has undergone all manner of ascetic suffering, I have never known pain like this before. My flowing blood feels as if it has turned into fire. This will be my final resting place. Without a doubt, this is the true end of the men called Kirei Kotomine. Wrapped in black mud, his figure obscured from sight, Kirei's calm voice drifted out. Within me, besides Father Gregory, there are also the 2 divine spirits Azidahaka and Balu of the Moon. At the end of the Fourth Holy Grail War, I was killed by that black grail and soaked in its mud. Before I could be completely consumed, you destroyed the manifested grail. And then you survived through the power of Balu of the moon. Shiomi understood. Or rather, it could also be said that the alien god had used that method to turn Kirei Kotomine into an apostle. You look pretty happy right now, he said to Kirei. The self I had built up, the faith I had established, all of it was burned away and reduced to ash. But it did not become nothing. In that heat, many things were born anew. To witness once more the highest point of life, this one and only, soul at its peak, is something worth rejoicing in. Kirei spoke again. The black mud began to surge toward Shiomi under his command. A futile struggle. Even if, as an incarnated alter ego, you've mixed two divine spirits into yourself, you are still nothing more than a servant who merely possesses the power of a god. Shiomi flicked his spear and stepped toward the oncoming black mud. It had already reached his feet. It should have swallowed him whole in the next instant. Yet the moment Shiomi's foot came down, the mud split apart as if in fear, its flow suddenly changing direction. With every step Shiomi took, the black mud receded out of control like a retreating tide, revealing the desert beneath once more. Even the black mud of the Holy Grail had to keep its distance from the god standing here. If this is all your so-called true power amounts to. As he spoke, Shiomi swung his spear at the mass of mud enveloping Kirei. The cylindrical shell made of black mud was sliced cleanly in two. The pitch-black curse could not cling to Longinus in the slightest. And yet Kirei Kotomine's body had not been cut along with it. It was empty. This black mud has become like my own limbs. Which means I am everywhere. Kirei's voice sounded from behind him. He could move freely anywhere the mud had spread, and with his sight obscured, even Shiomi had failed to detect him. A sharp hand thrust from behind. It struck Shiomi's body, but failed to pierce through and tear out his heart. That result left Kirei visibly shocked. Didn't I tell you? Your rank isn't high enough, Shiomi said impatiently as he threw a punch. The hand gripping the spear slammed into Kirei's body. The priest coughed up blood and tumbled backward. His black priestly robes had already vanished. Now he was bare-chested, while his lower body was covered by black mud that had taken the shape of strange garments. Sinister runes were carved across his body. On his chest was a pattern like a black sun, as if it were connected to the void itself. And as Kirei fully released the output of his spirit origin, his black hair turned white. So even my attacks can't reach you. Is this what a god is? Kirei clutched the wounded part of his body as blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth. What a troublesome opponent. I told you, didn't I? I'm not letting you escape. Shiomi turned around and walked toward Kirei again. He moved slowly, almost as if taking a leisurely stroll, yet Kirei knew all too well that there would be no chance to pull away from him again. So he pressed both hands against the mud-covered desert, causing the black mud to boil, rise into the sky, and transform into countless black spears that came raining down. Those black spears, packed with malignant information, dissolved the instant they neared Shiomi. The divine domain surrounding Shiomi was still expanding. Anything that entered his vicinity would be subjected to trial. Human, servant, phantasmal species, no form of life could withstand the divine majesty he now radiated. I offered up all my authorities as a sacrifice, turning this body into the hollow shell of a god without authorities, Shiomi said. It was only meant to be a convenient shortcut, but it led to an unexpected answer. I see. Like the great god Odin sacrificing himself to gain wisdom, you sacrificed all your authorities, and within that hollow divine vessel, new authorities were born. Kirei grasped the heart of it at once. He had assumed that without authorities, Shiomi's strength would decline. But the truth was the exact opposite. The moment Shiomi surrendered his last authority, his divinity had already begun ascending toward a still higher realm. Three-headed demon, threefold death, come forth. Overflow, scatter, flood, and soak the earth. Kirei had no intention of waiting quietly for death. Even now, he would meet his enemy head-on. No matter how powerful the foe before him had become, Kirei's iron will did not waver. Overflowing heart of darkness, Zazaganai and Gramenu. A malignant anti-world noble phantasm that spread chaos through the world, using a three-headed serpent, or rather what could be called a dragon, as its catalyst. The overflowing curse possessed mass. It became the evil thoughts of those it touched, and the flames that burned to nothing the flesh of those who repeated evil deeds. Whether one possessed goodness or wickedness, anyone facing this noble phantasm would be subjected to tremendous suffering. Demonic priest, evil dragon, mocker. The composite divinity of those three had gathered within Kirei Kotomine, giving birth to this anti-world noble phantasm. Mictlan is a world beneath the earth, a paradise beyond the world. Even if one day it is fated to be destroyed, that destruction should come quietly, like someone passing away in their sleep, not by being corroded by the evil you summoned. Shiomi slowly reached out and placed his hand on Kirei's head, covering his entire face in his grasp. Inflaming divinity. A power originally used to protect his companions could, in turn, become a power that burned his enemies away. That was the result he had gained after emptying his divine vessel. Kirei Kotomine's body ignited. The black mud at his feet ignited. The 4 black mud dragons that had been spiraling upward behind Shiomi also froze for an instant, then were swallowed by the flames. He could not even let out a cry of struggle. Or rather, the first thing to be burned away was his voice. Whether Kirei wished it or not, flames that scorched even the soul covered his body and burned without end. Shiomi stood before him without expression, watching as the kneeling man gradually lost his human shape within the flames and turned into a lump of charred black matter. Then even that continued to burn, until not even ashes remained. Only after Shiomi waved his arm once more did the flames slowly die down. A long wind swept across the battlefield, leaving behind nothing but endless yellow sand. Chapter 996, Volume 12, Chapter 73, Preparations for Battle. Originally, after the Tripura Samhara failed to seriously wound Morgan and was instead countered by her, the trial was essentially over. For these Indian heroic spirits, who had manifested in this lost belt under the orders of the 3 gods, there were still other matters they needed to handle. Is that enough? From what I can see, the 3 of you still haven't reached your limit. If you're not satisfied. Morgan leaned on her pitch-black magic spear. Though I'm not particularly the fighting type, I wouldn't mind continuing this battle with you. No need. Arjuna rose from the blasted sandpit, brushing the dust from his white robe. This trial was meant to ask the newborn god about his true intentions. Even if he has now entrusted that authority to his wife, the result would still be. Before Arjuna could finish his unhurried sentence, he suddenly felt an enormous pressure approaching from another direction. It came from where his elder brother Bhima was. And in that same direction stood their old rival from life, Duryodhana. The two had been dealing with that scheming alien apostle, and the sudden shift made Arjuna instinctively worry about his brother's safety. But that concern quickly turned into surprise. Tenkei Shiomi was slowly walking across the undulating dunes, approaching the battlefield. That immense pressure was radiating from Shiomi himself. There was no killing intent, no intimidation. Yet simply standing there, his overwhelming presence was impossible to ignore. Looks like it's already over, Shiomi said. The alien god had no intention of continuing the fight, so I let it go. As for the last alien apostle, that Kirei Kotomine, I've already dealt with him. You show up at the end and immediately snatch the best part. Bhima walked beside him, laughing as he teased. Though I guess that's only natural. After all, it was an alter ego mixed with composite divinity. Not exactly easy to deal with. Not easy. That thing was more like an unkillable cockroach. Duryodhana looked thoroughly irritated. And it could fight too. I hate enemies like that, ones that sit right in the middle and refuse to go down. Rama planted his sword into the ground. You two are safe as well. It seems everything went smoothly. In the end, it's because of my existence that you were given such troublesome tasks, Shiomi said. We once fought side by side, and now we have to clash as enemies. It doesn't feel right. No, please don't worry about it. Arjuna, who had only fought alongside Chaldea during the battle at the Temple of Time, accepted the situation calmly. No matter the battle, no matter the battlefield, if it is a fate already decided, then the proper path for a warrior is to face it head-on. Karna spoke in his usual calm tone. Shiomi shrugged in understanding. If neither side minded, then this had simply been a test to prove their qualifications. Still, we didn't expect you to end up fighting the alien god. Being able to hold them back here is something we should thank you for. Morgan walked over to Shiomi's side, naturally looping her arm around his as she joined the conversation with the servants alongside her husband. Bhima thought back for a moment. Well, about that. After we manifested here, we had a bit of a disagreement and ended up clashing with each other first. Those alien apostles showed up right in the middle of that. After all, they had been mortal enemies in life. Even if they now shared the same mission, starting a fight before the real enemy arrived wasn't exactly surprising. Rama had naturally tried his best to mediate, but even he couldn't completely stop the kind of internal conflict. It was only when Olga Marie, who had escaped the second netherworld, appeared here that their reason to keep fighting disappeared. They had no choice but to shift their attention to the more important target. The alien apostles were merely forced to protect her, someone who had no desire to fight, which led them into battle with the Indian servants who had remained in the third netherworld. Once Shiomi and the others arrived, the destruction of the alien apostles was practically inevitable. However, when the alien god first descended, it had claimed that the alien apostles had already completed their mission and were only being kept around temporarily. Now it seemed that claim had probably been nothing more than Olga Marie's own assumption. Whether it could actually be carried out was another matter entirely. After all, she herself wasn't the true alien god, but merely one of the 7 alien apostles. What exactly Chaldea's was planning was still something that would only become clear once they reached the Antarctic. Teacher. Olga Marie flew in from outside the battlefield with Melusine carrying her, landing beside Shiomi. It's over. We can prepare to return, Shiomi told her. Yes, I've already contacted Storm Border, Olga Marie replied. Observations from outside show that the sandstorm in the third netherworld has gradually stopped. The mana flow and magnetic fields are stabilizing as well. It shouldn't affect travel anymore. Rama looked surprised. So it's finally stabilized. Finally. Shiomi blinked. Wait, the abnormal environment in the third netherworld wasn't something you deliberately set up. Olga Marie also froze. At that moment, Kukulkan suddenly appeared. Actually, Zachsawaki has always been a very calm desert region. The environment only started getting worse recently. Probably shortly after you arrived here, before we met. The sandstorm was caused by the alien god, Bhima added. That thing's power has always been unstable. Even when I tried to approach and attack, the abnormal gravity field kept interfering. Anyway, the problem's been resolved smoothly. And we don't have much time. Morgan reminded everyone. ORT was originally supposed to awaken in 10 days. Now there should only be 8 days left. It's time to return. Shiomi nodded in agreement. Before leaving, he turned to Rama and the others. What about you? Are you going to remain here on standby, or come with us to Chaldea? According to Shiva's will, once the trial is complete, if we have not fallen in battle, we are to remain here and face the calamity that will appear later, Arjuna replied. Though Shiva did not state it explicitly, it now seems clear that it refers to the ORT you mentioned. I see. Shiomi looked at them seriously. We still don't have a clear understanding of ORT. Based on the phenomena shown by Tezcatlipoca, it most likely has extremely powerful environmental erosion abilities. If we can stop ORT's advance, we'll contact you and request your assistance. Rama and the others did not refuse Shiomi's request. There was no reason to. After agreeing to fight together, Shiomi and his group immediately regrouped with the arriving Storm Border. Chapter 997, Volume 12, Chapter 74, Meanwhile. The Fourth Netherworld, Yayaki. Oh. So that man has finally recovered all of his authority as a god. Kamasats hung upside down in the sky, somehow staying aloft without even moving his wings. He was not speaking to himself, but to the group about to pass through this place. Tezcatlipoca, Daybit, Tlaloc and his Kali traveling with them, and a number of Osilame warriors as well. Kamasats was no longer interested in what these people intended to do, so as long as they did not come looking for trouble, he had no intention of doing anything. Just reclaiming his authority would have been one thing. But that man gave up all of it without the slightest hesitation. A battle-hungry smile appeared on Tezcatlipoca's face. And in exchange for abandoning that authority, he gained a power beyond even what he himself expected. Humph. Kamasats curled his lip coldly. So by your logic, it would have been better if he'd taken all of that authority from the very beginning. The moment you allowed that witch to get involved, the whole thing was already compromised, Daybit sharply pointed out Kamasats' mistake. According to the original agreement, Shiomi's authority and flesh were supposed to belong entirely to Kamasats. Don't put it that way, Daybit. Tezcatlipoca sounded thoroughly amused. Out of all the servants manifested here, that witch was the only one who could really be useful. After all, when a man who insists on holding onto his human heart sees someone with the exact same face as his woman, of course he's going to waver. If we're talking about mistakes, then your real mistake was failing to exclude the alien god from the equation. Kamasats shot back just as sharply. That authority was spread too widely, and that woman ended up unable to interfere with Chaldea anyway. The result was always going to be the same. There's no point in standing here arguing any further. I only have 4 minutes left today, and I have no intention of wasting them here. With that, Daybit started moving again, continuing through the fourth netherworld. Tezcatlipoca did not stop him. Instead, he sat down on a nearby rock and continued chatting with Kamasats. In any case, catching up to the main group later would be effortless for him. I'm interested in the war between you and that man, but my time is short as well. I'm heading to the 9th layer to prepare the final battlefield, Tezcatlipoca said. Oh, and I heard about it. After your last fight with Tenkei Shiomi, when your authority was taken and you fled in defeat, he held a memorial in kind for the warriors who died there. TCH, always doing pointless things. Kamasats looked deeply displeased. Tezcatlipoca took a drag from his cigarette. No, I'd say that man understands proper conduct quite well. Whether a warrior is living or dead, they deserve respect. As expected of someone taught by the Queen of the Land of Shadows. Even if he cannot become a god, he is still at least a first-rate warrior. Then what about you? Kamasats asked. Are you really going to keep the tedious trial going? If I kill Chaldea here, then all of your waiting will be for nothing, and the revived ORT will simply be sealed by me back into an even deeper part of the mantle. That wouldn't be so bad either. Tezcatlipoca flicked away the half-smoked cigarette, then jumped down from the rock where he had been sitting. Then let me enjoy your war from the deepest depths of Mictlan, Kamisat's, last warrior of the kingdom of Caren, king of braves. With those words, Tezcatlipoca's figure vanished into the shadows near Mictlan's ninth layer. Kamisat's disappeared as well, leaving behind only a long, chilling laugh filled with meaning. So that's how it is. Kirei Koto mine. So this time, he's really dead. After returning to Storm Border, Shiomi sought out Caren so they could speak alone about one particular matter. Around the time Caren was about 20, Shiomi had told her who her biological father was, along with the somewhat complicated history between that man and her adoptive father. Naturally, Shiomi had hidden nothing about Kirei Koto mine, including the fact that he had gone missing after the Fourth Holy Grail War. Caren had never held any feelings for her biological father. Shiomi had adopted her while she was still an infant, and from the time she was old enough to remember anything, she had only ever known one father. The source of her blood was not enough to affect how she chose or understood family. It was just that, somewhere along the way, that familial bond had quietly become mixed with something that could not be put into words. It was something I should have settled completely back in 1994, Shiomi said with a helpless sigh, apologizing to Caren. He was not apologizing for killing Kirei Koto mine, but for failing to clean up the aftermath thoroughly, which had led to everything happening as it had now. Even if he had died more than 20 years ago, Antarctic Chaldea would still have found someone else to take his place, Caren said. For example, that evil monk could have manifested personally as a servant. That's not impossible. Faced with Karen's calm acceptance, Shiomi felt he himself was being less composed than he should have been. After all, when it came to Sakura and Caren, concern always clouded his judgment. Besides, now that this has finally been brought to an end, all you need to do now, Dad, is focus on what you have to do and move forward with Mother. Caren leaned against Shiomi's shoulder. I'm not a child anymore. You can't keep treating me like one forever. I know. But habits aren't so easy to change. All I can do is try not to interfere with any of your choices, while making sure neither of you ever faces any danger. Shiomi put an arm around her shoulders and gently rubbed her head. Caren laughed. It's not that I dislike it when you do that, Dad. I just want you to understand that I'm already an adult. A mature woman. Of course. Personality-wise, Caren is a little more mature than Sakura. You really shouldn't let Sakura hear you say that, or she'll get jealous again. Caren stayed nestled against Shiomi, her voice carrying a faintly intimate note. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, then no one will know. Shiomi could not help smiling. Besides, Sakura and the others have gone with Teppy to the end observation station, Mestitlan. Caren opened her eyes again and looked into the distance, toward a natural landscape completely different from Mictlan's. It was green as well, but its distinct character was obvious at a glance. Why didn't you go, Dad? I wasn't interested. In the end, it's only the inner sea of the planet from this lost belt, projected as a shadow onto Mictlan. Shiomi shook his head. Your mother and Baoban Sith are more interested in that sort of new experience. Archetype, what exactly is it? Caren suddenly asked. El Meloy too never explained it. Shiomi looked surprised. That's common knowledge in the world of magecraft. He paused, then gave up. Well, whatever. We're resting right now anyway, so I'll explain it again. There was a trace of unmistakable happiness in Karen's voice as she answered. Chapter 998, Volume 12, Chapter 75, Of One Mind. The Fourth Netherworld, Yayaki. Also known as the 8th layer of Mictlan, the final barrier before the deepest reaches of this subterranean world now stood right before them. Unlike the waters of the First Netherworld, the Obsidian Blade Mountains of the Second, or the Desert Wasteland of the Third. The Fourth Netherworld was nothing but barren mountains. There was not a single trace of vegetation. It looked like a land where life had never existed. The feeling was strangely familiar to Shiomi. It felt almost as if he had returned to the land of shadows. Outside the Shadow Citadel, the landscape was filled with desolate mountains just like this. Standing less than 10 kilometers from the mountain's base, gazing at the towering boundary line of the Fourth Netherworld that seemed to pierce the sky, Shiomi could not help reminiscing about his days in the land of shadows. Unfortunately, his master had gone to the observation station. She had become quite interested in the archetype of this lost belt and had joined the delegation heading up the mountain where the observatory stood. That mountain resembled an extinct volcano. Inside the crater-like basin was an enormous lake. It was said the archetype lived within that lake. What are you looking at, my husband? Morgan's voice came from behind him. Shiomi instinctively shivered and turned around with a slightly guilty expression. That reaction made Morgan burst into a smile. At this point, my husband can still be startled from behind. Does that mean I can approach you silently without doing anything now? Well, about that. Shiomi awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. I was just thinking about Master. When my wife suddenly spoke like that, I felt like I'd just been caught cheating. I see. Morgan did not seem bothered by it. Then should I call Scáthach over and let the two of you have some time alone? No need. Shiomi hooked his thumb toward the fourth netherworld behind him. Seeing Yayaki just reminded me of the land of shadows. Morgan nodded in agreement. Unlike the second netherworld, this place carries a much heavier aura of death. To me, it feels very close to Ereshkigal's underworld. Or rather, this was what a true underworld should feel like. After all, this is Kamisat's base. He even returned here specifically to wait for us. Shiomi stepped in front of Morgan. At least the environment itself is fitting. It helps keep us alert. We never intended to underestimate the enemy in the first place, Morgan had been replying casually when she suddenly noticed Shiomi very seriously holding her arm and guiding her to sit on a nearby rock. Then Shiomi sat beside her and gently took hold of her wrist. My guess is that once the final authority returned, and severity, balance, and mercy merged into one, the experience would be completely different from when you only held part of the authority, he said seriously. You are a fairy of the garden with mystical perception far beyond humans, but still. You're worried it might place a burden on me, so you're considering taking it back? Morgan asked. That was my thought. Shiomi nodded slightly. That's why I need to check your condition. Everything is normal. Morgan was already well aware of her own state. It was indeed an experience far beyond what fairy eyes could perceive, but it had not exceeded what she could bear. In fact, the authority she held had originally been part of Shiomi himself. It was merely an extension of him. Because of that, the authority itself naturally obeyed her and even protected her. That matches what I see. Shiomi lifted his gaze. His heterochromatic star-like eyes appeared for a moment before slowly dimming back into ordinary eye colors. With the complete authority now in your hands, in a sense, my wife has already become a true god. From the perspective of power alone, that is true, Morgan said. But this authority of creation. Do you truly not intend to take it back, my husband? Morgan's concern was not that Shiomi wanted to avoid responsibility. Rather, the authority itself was extremely important. Without it, Shiomi's strength would be little different from that of a heroic spirit. Against the enemies ahead, it would be difficult for him to accomplish much. She was perfectly willing to become the unified god alone and fight for her husband. But that was not the best choice. What if I said that letting my wife keep the authority is because I want you to walk the road ahead together with me? Shiomi asked seriously. Morgan looked surprised. Shiomi met her eyes. You should have already noticed. I'm no longer an empty shell of a god. When I gave up all my authority, something new filled the gap it left behind. A blessing in disguise. Morgan's speculation had just been confirmed. She felt both delighted and puzzled. After all, when Shiomi ended the battle in the third netherworld earlier, the pressure he emitted had already surpassed what it was when he first became a god. Of course, I didn't know this would happen beforehand, and I still don't fully understand what it means. Shiomi gently placed Morgan's hand against his chest. Creation and continuation. With both gathered in a single being, what exactly does that mean? That simply means my husband has become something even I cannot imagine. Morgan spoke with absolute certainty. Neither Lady Nuwa, the great god Odin, the Indian Trimurti, Tezcatlipoca waiting in the ninth layer, nor even the demon king Lucifer could possibly have anticipated this. She could not say whether it was correct. But she believed it wholeheartedly. If even a wife could not believe in her husband, how could anyone else believe in him? Who knows? Shiomi understood Morgan's feelings perfectly. With a smile, he lightly brushed the topic aside. He pulled her to her feet and began walking toward the fourth netherworld. Shouldn't we tell everyone? Morgan asked. I already informed the people on Storm Border. Romani should be watching the radar right now. Shiomi looked ahead. But our opponent this time is Kamisat's. As for Kamisat's archetype, the stargazing priestess of Mestitlan told us quite a lot of information. Morgan kept pace beside him. It might help with the battle ahead. Is that so? Shiomi looked intrigued. To be honest, Morgan sighed softly. When I believed that my dream of 6,000 years was already an obsession strong enough, other lost belts always managed to surprise me even more. 6,600,000 years, that amount of time is simply beyond my comprehension. Same here. Shiomi nodded seriously. Holding Morgan's hand, the two of them stepped up to the foot of the barren mountain of the fourth netherworld. One more step forward would place them inside this domain of death. And Kamisat's would know they had arrived. Ready? Shiomi asked with a smile. I've been ready for a long time. Morgan tightened her grip on Shiomi's hand, their fingers interlocked. Chapter 999, Volume 12, Chapter 76, The Final Underworld Line. Only after entering the fourth netherworld did Shiomi realize the greatest difference between this place and the second netherworld. If the second netherworld had been a mass of jagged obsidian blade mountains with no roads at all, then the fourth netherworld was a vast hollow hidden within a mountain range. No matter which path one followed, it would eventually lead inward, deeper into the mountains. For Shiomi and Morgan, flying straight across would not have been difficult. But doing so would mean leaving the extremely troublesome Kamisatsu for the storm border behind them to deal with. Any unnecessary casualties had to be avoided. So the matter had to be settled here. You certainly kept me waiting. Tezcatlipoca and the Cryptor have already passed through, yet you only arrive now. Even though you hold the advantage, you're always one step behind your enemy. Have you decided to abandon your objective? Kamisatsu's voice echoed through the dark hollow within the mountain. Looking up, the only thing visible were mineral veins embedded in the rock, glimmering faintly like distant stars. Whether we arrive sooner or later makes no difference. If Tezcatlipoca and David could awaken ORT directly, they would have done so already. Shiomi spoke casually, as if chatting. There must still be some crucial piece missing. That's why even though they arrived ahead of us, they haven't made any new move. How extremely calm. Is that the confidence of a god? Kamisatsu continued. Before the Cryptor arrived, Mictlan had no concept of myth. If we must speak of myth, then. You are the only myth in this underground world, Morgan stated plainly. A myth that has endured for 6.6 million years. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Kamisatsu burst into loud laughter. It was the laughter of someone pleased that his truth had been recognized. I have no problem continuing this chat. But if you have no intention of showing yourself, then we'll simply pass straight through your netherworld. Shiomi raised a hand and gently adjusted Morgan's hair. This place may be underground, but the cosmic radiation is extremely severe. It's not good for my wife's skin and hair. Morgan could only suppress a laugh as she listened to Shiomi openly mocking Kamisatsu. Cosmic radiation really did exist within the mountains, but it could only threaten humans. To beings on the level of servants and above, it was simply an environmental hazard that could be ignored. Perhaps Kamisatsu had finally lost patience with Shiomi's mockery. Or perhaps he simply had no intention of letting them pass through the fourth netherworld unchallenged. After Shiomi finished speaking, Kamisatsu emerged from the darkness. Just like before, he hung upside down in the air like a bat, overlooking the two figures standing on the mountain path. Indeed. Letting you pass so easily would be inappropriate. Kamisatsu's voice lowered. Witness it. Watch closely. In the final age of Mictlan, the blood of beasts is stored here. And after that comes the time to kneel in reverence before the king of the netherworld, the source of death itself. The mountain path suddenly trembled. In the darkness, countless pairs of ghostly blue eyes lit up. They were skeletal warriors, the same kind that had appeared among the ruins of Khan. And here in the fourth netherworld, they existed in even greater numbers. Then witness our power as well, Kamisatsu. Shiomi suddenly responded loudly. Standing before you is the god who governs creation and continuation. That god is. A violent storm erupted inside the netherworld. The skeletal warriors emerging from the darkness had not even managed to steady themselves before the gale swept them away. Those who avoided falling instinctively stabbed their weapons into the rock beneath them to anchor their bodies. So. The Unity God. Kamisatsu's voice became completely cold. In pursuit of power to defeat your enemy, you would even sacrifice your own companion. Sacrifice. If such an act can truly be called a sacrifice, then the one who made that sacrifice was my husband, not me or anyone else. Morgan raised her hand into the air and grasped the pure white holy lance. Gungnir, Longinus, and the two crimson spears manifested behind her. Until the very end, he was someone who only ever chose to sacrifice himself. Allowing such power to exist at all was already the greatest concession he could make. Morgan's clear voice echoed through the darkness. King of Khan, who crossed 6.6 million years of time, who forgot the past and yet continues searching for it. Witness my husband's resolve. Who told you that? Kamisatsu's voice turned colder still. This man had always been like this. His emotions swung between intense excitement and icy indifference. Extremely unstable, yet carrying a strange, indescribable presence. You defeated ORT, yet ended up like this. Why? Morgan asked. Was it Maya? Or Kukulkan? Or that useless Exquick? Kamisatsu stared at the Unity God. Never mind. It doesn't matter who said it. What you said is a challenge to me. An insult to Khan. A blasphemous provocation. If you consider it blasphemy, then treat it as such. Shiomi's voice echoed through empty space. As the other half of the Unity God, he could communicate with the outside world whenever he wished. Most of the time, Morgan alone was more than capable of judging and handling any situation. Shiomi only needed to offer advice and thoughts from within while fighting alongside her. But after learning about Kamasat's past, Shiomi found himself unusually compelled to say a few more words. That's right. Kamasat's defeated ORT. The monster that devours planets was slain by him. Kamasat's expression twisted with savage fury. Ha 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 ha. That's exactly what happened. I slaughtered them all. When that calamity tried to devour the cosmic tree and invade Mictlan, I annihilated it completely. Kamasat's roared as he recounted the event. I threw it into lava. I pierced its chest with my claws. I tore out its organs and turned it into a silent skeleton. But the price you paid was enormous, Shiomi said quietly. Silence. Kamasat's needs neither your pity nor your understanding. Everything you say only desecrates Khan and insults that sacred war. With that furious outburst, Kamasat's spirit origin reaction began to expand rapidly. Without any instruments, the Unity God could directly see the magical energy of his opponent. And what he saw was astonishing. Kamasat's spirit origin output was skyrocketing. 100,000. 1 million. 10 million. Until it finally exceeded 100 million. Countless bats flew out of the darkness, swirling around Kamasat's body before transforming into a black-red blood mist. Prepare yourself, my wife. Kamasat's intends to reveal his true form. The two of us must defeat the weapon forged from the sacrifice of over 100 million citizens. That weapon is Kamasat's himself. I told you long ago, my husband. Morgan raised the immaculate holy lance and pointed it directly at the powerful enemy before them. As long as the two of us stand together, nothing can stand in our way. Chapter 1000, Volume 12, Chapter 77, The Final Hero. Speak my name, brave warrior of Khan. Slayer of the Spider. King who cast aside his crown. The hero who could not save the world without offering all his people as living sacrifices. Come, taste the blood of Kamasat's. The dreadful divine essence of Zabalba, the netherworld where the people of Khan offered themselves. A voice filled with sorrow, fury, and unwillingness echoed from within the blood-red mist of swirling bats. It was Kamasat's roar. And Kamasat's regret. Just as he had said, Kamasat's was a king who had lost all his people. 6,600,000 years ago, in order to defeat the immense threat that awakened beneath the earth, he had no choice but to sacrifice the entire nation. Within that grief-stricken roar, Kamasat's finally revealed his true form. After sacrificing 100 million subjects, he had obtained a transcendent body powerful enough to defeat even ORT. A gigantic bat. Its size rivaled the ORT that Shiomi and the others had witnessed several days earlier. Crimson membrane wings stretched wide. Slender tendrils extended from its body. The appearance was ferocious and monstrous. Yet somehow, it did not inspire genuine disgust. Especially now that they knew Kamasat's history. Spirit origin reaction. Beast. Morgan frowned slightly. He achieved the feat of defeating ORT, yet the cost was all his people. Perhaps that was never his intention, yet in the end it still turned out this way. Shiomi let out a quiet sigh. The evils of humanity are humanity's love, Morgan said softly. As the king of Khan, he must have loved his people deeply. Otherwise, he would never have turned himself into a beast just to fight this far. Their voices were not loud. But in the fourth netherworld, no sound could escape Kamasat's hearing. Silence. Even if you are gods, even if you are the Unity God, no matter what mission you carry, do not speak as if you understand. The furious roar came with overwhelming wind pressure, cutting off the conversation between Morgan and Shiomi. Casual conversation before a battle was never wise. Yet after hearing Kamasat's story from Exquick and witnessing his true form, the two of them could not help but feel a certain respect. The continuous gale swept through the netherworld interior. Hard mountain rock was instantly sliced apart and shattered. Even though Morgan immediately raised a barrier, the wind pressure still sliced through the hem of her clothing and severed the ends of her hair. 1. Kamasat suddenly shouted. 1. What does that mean? Shiomi immediately grew alert. My wife, be careful. Kamasat seems to be counting something. I understand. But we cannot simply endure it. Morgan extended her right hand, slowly tracing an arc with the pure white holy lance. Preparing counterattack. Luna Hurricane. The wind pressure that could tear apart anything it touched suddenly shifted under Morgan's declaration. Instead of rushing toward the Unity God from one direction, the currents changed course. Countless blades of wind erupted from the storm. Surrounded by these wind blades, Kamasat's neither defended nor counterattacked. He simply continued counting. 2. The wind blades left marks across his hardened body, yet failed to cut into the flesh. They simply collided against the tough outer layer. As control over the phenomenon fell into the hands of the Unity God, the wind blades multiplied until they were impossible to count. Kamisatsu stubbornly endured the assault. Eventually the blades cut through the outer hide, exposing flesh beneath. But Kamisatsu did not care about such wounds. They were superficial and healed rapidly. If attacking from the outside isn't enough, then we attack from the inside. Morgan pressed a hand against her chest. Mana condensed into more than a dozen slender spears, aimed directly at her own heart before firing outward. Using herself as the medium, the attack was transferred directly into the target's body. It appeared like a devious technique, but in truth it depended entirely on the difference in rank and power between the two sides. Now that Morgan was half of the Unity God, her rank was incomparable. Even against an opponent like Kamisatsu, this method could still inflict damage. Ahahaha. 3. At the third count, Kamisatsu burst into wild laughter. His magical energy surged dramatically, and the environment of the fourth netherworld itself began to change. 7 deaths. Fuyuki came. Morgan and Shiomi were both startled. This ability expanded across the entire fourth netherworld. As a myth that had existed in Mictlan for 6.6 million years, exercising absolute control over the fourth netherworld was not difficult for Kamisatsu. The phenomenon has changed. No, the rules themselves have been rewritten. Shiomi felt a jolt of shock. Kamisatsu has changed the rules of Yayaki. As long as we remain here, neither recovery nor defensive measures can be used at full capacity. Morgan twisted her body and flew at high speed through the narrow cavern inside the mountain. She evaded the dense barrage of tendrils attacking from Kamisatsu's body. Unlike the tentacles of sea monsters or demon pillars, these were extensions of Kamisatsu's senses. They were both weapons and sensory organs. Even though the Unity God's flight speed could rival Olga Marie's uninterrupted instant teleportation, Kamisatsu's attack still chased after Morgan's movements, forcing her to dodge with extreme caution. The tendrils could only expand so far and could not split infinitely. But their overwhelming speed and attack frequency compensated for that limitation. Each strike carried the weight of a mountain. They could not be blocked head-on. So that means Morgan left behind a trail of nebula-like vapor in the air. The behavior looked almost like she was marking her own position, yet Kamisatsu did not react. She accelerated at full speed like a meteor, circling the dim sky of the fourth netherworld. Within a short time, she had completed hundreds of revolutions. The nebula-like trails completely surrounded Kamisatsu. Then they detonated. An explosion comparable to an anti-army noble phantasm engulfed Kamisatsu's body, halting the one-sided pursuit. Thick smoke swallowed his massive form. After some time, a violent wind swept through and dispersed the smoke. Morgan had not attacked while the smoke obscured him for a simple reason. That strike had already dealt real damage. Kamisatsu was breathing heavily, recovering from the explosion's impact. So that's it. The power you used just now only interfered with our defense and recovery. It did not sufficiently hinder our attacks. At this level, Kamisatsu's voice grew even more excited. This is the power of the Unity God. This is the modern myth that surpasses ancient myth. Myth is too distant for me, Shiomi's voice echoed through the air, solemn and steady. Only by fighting with everything we have can we prove that we mean no disrespect. Excellent. Kamisatsu roared with laughter once again. The battle had only just begun. Chapter 1001, Volume 12, Chapter 78, Death or Life. The fourth netherworld lay within the mountain range that stretched across all of Mictlan. Though the underground hollows were narrow, they were unbelievably long. Even at high speed, circling the whole place would take half a day. For humans, however, it was already an enormous space. It was not cramped at all for a human-sized body, making high-mobility combat easy to carry out. Kamisatsu, whose body was far larger, could only fight mainly through defense and counterattacks. Their strength was evenly matched. No little trick would be enough to change the course of the battle. Only direct, overwhelming power could decide victory. You lost your kingdom, lost your people, and in the end even lost yourself. Is that really the outcome you wanted? Is that why you've wandered Mictlan for 6.6 million years, King of Khan? Shiomi's voice echoed across the battlefield, pressing the question again and again. I already told you. The one standing before you is nothing more than a weakling who had to sacrifice everything in order to defeat Ort. Kamisatsu defended against the rain of spears flying toward him as he answered Shiomi. There is no point in wasting any more words. You should understand that. There is a point, Shiomi replied calmly. Ort is an enemy we are bound to face sooner or later. If it awakens again, then how am I supposed to defeat it? That is a question I am still thinking about even now, and one I still cannot answer. Kamisatsu fell silent, continuing only to defend and counterattack. At this point, Shiomi's intent was already perfectly clear. He did not know how to defeat a fully awakened Ort. That was why he wanted to find the answer in this battle, by learning it from Kamisatsu. Because he did not want to repeat the same mistake. Because no matter what, he did not want to sacrifice the people important to him. If someone truly had to be sacrificed, then he alone would be enough. No. Only we. Morgan quietly corrected Shiomi's thinking in her heart. And you dare challenge me while clinging to such childish confusion. Kamisatsu's rebuttal was icy. Salvation, absolution, mercy, sacrifice, even if you cling to such things, they will change nothing. A sound wave powerful enough to shake the soul echoed through the netherworld, amplifying again and again through reverberation. Even the Unity God's spirit origin began to shake with it, no longer able to maintain its former stability. Come. Show me all your power. You still haven't played your trump card, have you? The very trump card that once shook even Mictlan. Kamisatsu's assault became even fiercer. The attacks unleashed by the 4 spears were no longer enough to threaten him. Even when their noble phantasms' true names were released, they were still all focused, single-point breakthrough noble phantasms and could not inflict a fatal wound. The result was obvious. This man longed for blood. He longed for battle in its purest form. But that was not what Shiomi needed. Even if they staked everything and defeated Kamisatsu, they would gain nothing from it. Nothing would change. That power was not born for slaughter. It was born from my husband's wish to protect everything. Morgan spoke in Shiomi's place, rejecting Kamisatsu's words. There is no meaning in winning like this. If you want the final answer, then come and take it yourself. The skeletal warriors summoned by Kamisatsu crawled over the mountain path and crouched behind the rocks. Some raised spears. Others drew their bows to the limit. Though each of them possessed only the strength of low-rank servants, gathered together they were still enough to threaten the enemy before them. Stand down. Morgan swept out a hand and rebuked them in a low voice. The skeletal warriors' attacks instantly lost both direction and force, plunging down into the abyss of the third netherworld. My wife. Shiomi suddenly warned her. Kamisatsu had summoned countless bats, and an extremely dangerous concentration of magical energy was gathering in his claws. A noble phantasm. So it's finally come to this, Shiomi said. In any case, we strike back first. Morgan raised a hand, preparing to activate her noble phantasm. No. Shiomi disagreed. Kamisatsu seeks battle and blood not because he is cruel, but because he has forgotten why he became this strong, why he still wanders Mictlan even now, and why he wants to become the last god. My husband means. If you clash with him using your noble phantasm, Yayaki is doomed to disappear, Shiomi said quietly. Since he wants us to reveal our trump card, then let's satisfy him. But isn't that the same thing? Morgan said, sounding helpless. You've personally used Earth Mother's feast once before, my wife. So you should know what kind of power it is. Shiomi smiled as he told her that. No. You will understand. And what if I'm too slow to understand? Morgan lightly teased him, then landed on a high rock and looked down at Kamisatsu. So you finally decided to get serious? Then let me see it. Kamisatsu's voice brimmed with rising battle lust. If you want the answer, then take this full-powered strike. Appear, Great Scythe of Xibalba. Under Kamisatsu's magical energy, countless bats transformed into a massive scythe over 10 meters long. With a single swing, it could cut through Morgan together with the rocky ground beneath her feet. The 7 evil winds that tear apart chaos, the sundering blood rain that split heaven and earth. The trajectories of the stars are shaped by the gods, yet the fate of men should be decided by men alone. From this day on, humanity shall follow this bitter journey so that they may reach the stars. Therefore, Great Mother of Creation, our Mother, progenitor of all things, please bear witness. Morgan quietly chanted the incantation. Her voice gradually rose, clear as moonlight, echoing through the third netherworld. Even the skeletal warriors, who had been about to continue fighting on instinct, involuntarily fell still at that moment. The time had come. Lost Son Xibalba. Kamisatsu finished gathering his magical energy first, and his noble phantasm came down with the power to split mountains, shatter stone, and sever all things. It tore through the space of Yayaki itself. In the very next instant, it would cut down the Unity God standing in the path of its swing. Earth Mother's Feast, Namu Duranki. Morgan and Shiomi spoke the true name of the noble phantasm at the exact same time. Before the enormous execution scythe could cut through the body of Unity God Morgan, it began to collapse out of control. The death bats that formed the scythe turned to dust within the light and scattered away. Ah. That is. It was not that the attack had failed to connect. Nor was it that its power had been lacking. Rather, in this netherworld saturated with the concept of death, the power of life surged forth like a flood, spilling out and spreading across all of Yayaki. Even a god of death could not hold back that flood. Even a god of death could not disperse it. All things revived. Life burst forth again. Kamasatsu could only stand there in stunned silence. He had forgotten why he had once decided to seize this authority. What lay before his eyes was the long-cherished wish he could never, ever fulfill. Chapter 1002, Volume 12, Chapter 79, Oblivion. For someone who has lost everything, even their own past, what is the cruelest thing? To make them remember everything they once were. That might be cruel. But something even crueler is to place before their eyes everything they once lost. What happened? Kamasatsu knew very well that his attack had not killed the target. The Unity God was still alive. The problem was that, at the exact moment his noble phantasm, the scythe that beheads those who do not worship the sun, struck, Shiomi and Morgan had countered with the Earth Mother's feast. Which noble phantasm had prevailed, Kamasatsu could not tell. His thoughts began to dull, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. He stood within the fourth underworld, Yayaki, a land steeped in death. Yet what he saw now was a sight that did not belong in this place. By forgetting everything about himself, by denying himself all desires, Kamasatsu had managed to survive until now. Because otherwise, he would not have been able to live. As long as he remembered, as long as he wished for anything, he would endlessly recall that hell. The hell where Ort awakened. The hell where Caren was destroyed. Yet something even crueler remained. He had already forgotten the people who, over 100,000 years, evolved from mammals into humans and built the kingdom of Caren. The people who once lived happy lives in that prosperous nation, beneath the rule of their king. The world they had shared. And now, in this very moment, those people long forgotten stood upon a sunlit land of spring, looking at their king with warm and reverent eyes. The final king of Caren. Kamasatsu. No. No. This is all an illusion. Kamasatsu, now returned to human form, clutched his head in agony. That guy Tezcatlipoca said it himself, the court of despair, of the fairy queen Morgan. There's no such thing. Shiomi spoke slowly, denying Kamasatsu's assumption. Having released the form of the Unity God, Shiomi walked up from behind and stopped beside him. Together, they gazed upon the underworld, now bathed in light and transformed into something like a dreamlike paradise. You were far too careless. Even if you're a god, coming this close without attacking means only one thing awaits you. Death. Kamasatsu clenched his fists. If he wished, his claws could tear Shiomi's body apart. If you want to fight, I'm ready at any time. But, are you really going to end this miracle, one that exists only in this single moment? Shiomi asked. Why did you accept Tezcatlipoca's conditions? Why did you seize my authority? And why, ignoring the truth, did you try to resurrect the warriors of Caren with that power? The claws Kamasatsu was about to swing stopped midair. Shiomi's questions froze him in place. What you forgot. What you've been searching for all along. Again and again. Over and over. Shiomi continued looking at what Kamasatsu refused to face. For 6 million years. I told you not to act like you understand. I don't. Shiomi slowly stepped aside. Some things can only be understood by those who live through them. Everything I said just now was nothing but empty speculation. If you feel no attachment to this, then go ahead. Destroy everything in front of you. Don't think I can't. It's nothing more than an illusion. Kamasatsu was about to transform once more into the colossal bat beast. But a single, careless glance at the people who had died 6 million years ago bound him in hesitation once again. Things that should have been forgotten resurfaced. Things that should have been forgotten resurfaced. Millions facing extinction. Tears of grief. Tears of relief. Wails. Blank stares. Parents and children crying, I don't want you to die, as they threw themselves into the furnace. Warriors smiling as they stepped into the flames, saying, please save us. At the bottom of that furnace, as a limbless mass of flesh, Kamasatsu had witnessed it all. Back then, his heart had felt nothing. Only a faint thought. Ah. So they died. That was all. It was not that Kamasatsu lacked blood or tears. It was not that he was cruel. But when Caren reached the moment where all its people had to be sacrificed, the moment he saw the first person jump into the flames, he had already gone mad. Only that madness allowed him to endure such sacrifice. Only that madness allowed him to carry the power offered by all his people. Only that madness allowed him to defeat Ort and repay the sacrifice of his entire nation. And yet, even after defeating Ort, what meaning remained? The people who should have cheered the king's triumphant return were gone. The people to whom the king could declare that he had followed their will and defeated the catastrophe threatening to destroy them were gone. Everything had been sacrificed. So to whom could he speak of that victory? Please do not say such things, my king. You defeated that monster. You tore out its organs and cast its body into the deepest layers of the earth. Our deaths were meaningful. We have never regretted it. Those standing in the light, the former people of Caren, had gathered around Kamasatsu before he even realized it. They seemed to be speaking. And yet it also seemed as though they said nothing at all. Because the answer had long been carved into Kamasatsu's heart. He had simply forgotten even that. He wandered for 6 million years. He searched for 6 million years. Through Mictlan, again and again, searching for the kingdom of Caren and the people who no longer existed. Now even the refuge of forgetting had been stripped away, forcing him to remember everything. Kamasatsu spoke quietly. Warriors. Citizens. Was I truly a king worthy of your lives? Was this truly a nation worthy of your sacrifice? His voice trembled. If that's true, if it really is true. A vast surge of mana erupted from Kamasatsu. He still had more than enough strength left to fight. Kamasatsu slowly stood. Instinctively, he restrained the spreading mana so it would not destroy everything before him. Across the sea of people, Tenkei Shiomi stood. Not as the unity god. Just himself. Standing there alone, facing him. That was enough. Whether unity god or his true self, it made no difference. From the beginning to the end, Kamasatsu had only been interested in this man. An enemy who also sought ORT. An enemy who also wished to defeat ORT. You want to reach where ORT is. You want to defeat it. Kamasatsu grinned. Then show me what you can do, god of proper human history. He did not transform into the bat beast again. He did not even spread his wings. Step by step, he walked through the sea of people, carefully avoiding destroying this miracle born from his forgotten memories, awakened by the authority of the unity god for this single fleeting moment. At less than 10 meters apart, Kamasatsu bared his teeth, his eyes blazing. As you wish, final hero. King of Caren. Shiomi answered. And the two warriors charged toward each other. Chapter 1003, Volume 12, Chapter 80, The Answer. No noble phantasms. No magecraft. Just a pure hand-to-hand fight. Shiomi and Kamasatsu attacked each other like two primitive men, trading blows with fists and feet. Morgan sat atop a high place, silently watching everything unfold. It was not that they lacked weapons, nor that their mana had run dry and prevented them from using magecraft. At this point, however, what Shiomi sought was not simply victory in battle, but the answer that this fight might reveal. After all, he could never accept that defeating ORT required sacrificing everything he had protected until now. There had to be another answer. Another way. What he wished to deny was not the actions of Kamasatsu and the people of the kingdom of Caren, but the notion that this was the only possible choice. Because they were different. Because they came from different places. Their answers were bound to be different as well. That was precisely what Kamasatsu had mocked. Morgan wanted to step in, yet there was no place for her to intervene. All she could do was watch this unusual battle as Shiomi's closest and most beloved wife. To witness her husband's resolve. Fortunately, the fight did not last long. As time passed, the miracle awakened by the Earth Mother's feast gradually faded away. The light that filled the land slowly dimmed. The darkness of the fourth underworld returned once more, and the figures of the people who had offered their king reverence and comfort gradually disappeared. Until at last, only the skeleton standing there remained. Even it slowly lost the strength to maintain its shape and collapsed. Their existence had been the thing supporting Kamasatsu's heart. After being forced to remember what he had once forgotten, it became the reason he could continue fighting without being crushed by the weight of those memories. He had lost everything. Then suddenly, he had regained everything. All he could do was respond as a king before this fleeting dream vanished. But in the end, fighting while forcing his mind to endure it all had pushed Kamasatsu to his limit. The limit of his heart. The limit of his spirit. His final punch was noticeably slower. Before it could land, Shiomi's fist struck Kamasatsu in the abdomen, his muscles caving inward under the blow. Guh. Blood burst from Kamasatsu's mouth. My victory, Kamasatsu. Looks like it. Clutching his wounded stomach, Kamasatsu staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, breathing heavily. Been a while since I fought hand-to-hand like this. I'm exhausted. Shiomi also felt the strength leave his body. He dropped to one knee, staring at Kamasatsu a few steps away. You've got quite the twisted sense of humor too. Mourning the ruins of Caren, bringing those skeletal warriors back to life. Kamasatsu sneered quietly. You're not much different from Tezcatlipoca. We never had any real grudge between us. Once my authority was taken back, we were basically even, Shiomi said. What happened earlier was just a bit of punishment. Heh. Ahahaha, punishment, huh? Kamasatsu burst into laughter. You've already lost. No matter what happens, the fourth underworld can no longer stop Chaldea's advance, Shiomi said. We're heading to the ninth layer where ORT is located. We'll stop David and Tezcatlipoca from awakening ORT and cut this lost belt away. So this is the last time we'll see each other, then? Kamasatsu sounded unconcerned. His eyes remained closed, giving no hint of what he was thinking. It should be. Shiomi stood again and looked toward Morgan, preparing to cross the fourth underworld with her first and set a guide marker for storm border in the ninth layer. After seeing the future Tezcatlipoca showed me, I understood, Kamasatsu suddenly said. I had no way to save Mictlan. That's why I tried to replace you. To become the final god of proper human history and protect it in my own way. You've never even seen proper human history yourself. You only learned about it from others, didn't you? Shiomi asked. Kamasatsu let out a cold laugh. Listen well, god of Chaldea. Tezcatlipoca is a foolish god who only cares about the present. And Kukulkan, who's been traveling with you, is a cold god who only looks toward the future. They. Shiomi blinked. Neither of them is fit to be the king of Mictlan. And neither of them has the right to speak of the value of proper human history. Only I, who coexist with humans while treating them as sustenance, was qualified to be king. Of course, that's already a matter of the past. You said Kukulkan is a cold god who only looks toward the future. What exactly do you mean by that? You still don't see it. Kamasatsu said. To Kukulkan, Mictlan is a world that endlessly repeats destruction and rebirth. Whether it's the Osilame or the Dainos, it doesn't matter which side goes extinct. Mictlan itself won't truly disappear. It will simply be reborn again. All she needs to do is watch. To watch Mictlan continue into the future. I see. Shiomi was not surprised. If anything, that attitude suited a god's perspective perfectly. Even if it was only one possible perspective. Unlike Tezcatlipoca. Unlike Kukulkan. Shiomi valued the past, cherished the present, and always kept his eyes on the future. Since neither of them cared about the destruction of this world, Shiomi and his companions would find a way to protect this underground world. They would watch it quietly reach its final sleep and its natural end. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Shiomi turned around. While repairing his wounds, he leapt onto the hill where Morgan stood and took the hand she extended to him. Get out of here already. Whether it's Chaldea or anything else, go wherever you want. But if you come back to bother me again, it won't end this easily. Kamasatsu issued the dismissal with clear irritation. Shiomi smiled silently. Holding Morgan's hand, he walked toward the other side of the hollow mountain. The exit lay there, the wind flowing through the mountain pointing the way. Did you find the answer? Morgan asked. How should I put it, it's SOSO. Shiomi sighed softly. But I understand Kamasatsu's regret. And the price of losing one's sanity. If it truly becomes an impossible obstacle, then we might also. Morgan tightened her grip on his hand. I know. Shiomi nodded. If I lost all of you, there would be no reason for me to keep living either. A life that cannot die also has its own use. You don't need to go that far. It's still too early for despair. Morgan smiled and encouraged him. After everything you've been through, you're still this hopeful. Shiomi spoke quietly, comfort filling his voice. Well, we are saviors, after all. If we fell into despair so easily, how could we save the world? You're right. Holding her hand, Shiomi walked with her toward the deepest reaches of Mictlan. Chapter 1004, Volume 12, Chapter 81, Will. The ninth layer of Mictlan, the city ruins known as Kalakmul. Tezcatlipoca and the others, who had arrived here ahead of everyone else, were now locked in battle with their enemy. Or rather, they had been pinned down, unable to advance any farther. No way. You took down every last one of them without killing a single Osilame. Tezcatlipoca sounded genuinely impressed. What brought this on, alien god? The one fighting them was none other than the alien god herself. The enemy of Chaldea, and the enemy of the Cryptors as well. You Olga Marie, who had originally invaded this lost belt with the intention of merging with the sleeping ORT. I have no obligation to answer you. You Olga Marie was breathing a little heavily. To her, the Osilame warriors before her hardly counted as enemies at all. If all she wanted was to reach the deepest part of the ninth layer, the place where ORT slept, then a mere wave of her hand would have been enough. The gravitational field she could generate could wipe out these last few hundred Osilame warriors, along with their leader Iskari, in an instant. But you Olga Marie did no such thing. If you don't want to answer, then fine. If you feel like fighting this kind of ridiculous battle, suit yourself. Tezcatlipoca let out an unconcerned laugh. He had already seen through the reason you Olga Marie was showing such unusual mercy. Combined with the information David had given him beforehand, the answer was easy enough to reach. I'll handle this mysterious alien god. Brother, please take David and Iskari inside first. That was Tlaloc speaking. That was the plan. Tezcatlipoca's smile remained cruel. But it's about time you showed your true form, Hummingbird. This is the place where you were summoned, the land known in proper human history as Aztlan, the place of beginnings. After glancing at Tlaloc, he turned his gaze back to you, Olga Marie, who still looked almost entirely uninjured and continued to radiate overwhelming mana. She's not the kind of opponent you can beat just by hiding your name. She can't bring out her full strength right now, but she's still not that much weaker than the Unity God. Time to stop slacking off on your divine duties. He continued. You've always gotten stronger whenever you fought for humanity, haven't you? I understand. Tlaloc had wanted to argue, but the situation left her no choice but to accept it. Having fought the Unity God twice, she already understood that even among gods, the gap between them could still be enormous. Even the Unity God, whom Tezcatlipoca himself considered troublesome, had been unable to completely overpower you, Olga Marie. Which meant, if you win, then after that, do whatever you want. Retreat, go back to Mexico City, it's all up to you. After leaving her with those oddly considerate final words, Tezcatlipoca turned and followed after David, who had already started up the steps, taking Iskari with him. Wait. The moment she saw them leaving, you, Olga Marie, tried to teleport after them. Tlaloc interrupted the process before she could. That took you, Olga Marie, by surprise. For even a divine spirit servant to interfere with her to this extent was honestly worthy of praise. I told you, didn't I? I'm not letting you through. Tlaloc stared straight at you, Olga Marie. Her whip had been caught, and for the moment she could not pull it back. The terrain. You, Olga Marie, realized what the problem was. Tezcatlipoca had not been talking nonsense. Tlaloc was highly compatible with this place, and the defensive concept overflowing from her servant spirit origin was already approaching that of a true god. Her offensive power was still lacking, but her defense had risen to the point where you, Olga Marie, could no longer afford to hold back. If she wanted to catch up to Tezcatlipoca and the others, if she wanted to stop them from reaching Ort before Chaldea, before that person, then she would have to kill Tlaloc. Or rather, a divine spirit servant with another true name entirely. She had disguised herself under the names of Tlaloc and Huitzilopochtli, hiding her real identity. Stand down. I don't want to kill anyone else anymore. Not Dainos, not Osilame, not Tezcatlipoca, or the Cryptors. They're all the same. Gritting her teeth, you, Olga Marie, tried to force aside the obstacle before her. I don't want to stain my hands with the blood of gods or humans ever again. At the very least, when she met that person one last time, she wanted her hands to be free of any more unnecessary blood. Thoughts she should not have had. Fragile emotions that belonged to humans. They kept growing inside her one after another, like vines crawling through her mind. She had nowhere to go, and no desire to fulfill that false mission. A being that had been created. A being that occupied a stranger's body. A being whose very personality had been fabricated. If there was still anything left she could do, then perhaps this last thing was all that remained. That really is a pitiful thing to say. If that's all your resolve amounts to, then you'll just have to die here. I can't let you get in brother's way, no, in the way of the god Tezcatlipoca. As she spoke, Tlaloc's spirit origin began to change, and the true name she had hidden finally revealed itself. My true name is Tenochtitlan, the heart of the Aztec Empire, the embodiment of the city of water and flowers. From here on, this will be a real battle. If you don't want to die, then get out of my way at once. Tenochtitlan raised her voice, and with it her mana output surged. The hand you, Olga Marie, used to grip the whip was shaken loose, and the two of them pulled apart slightly. Why is it that nothing I want ever works out? Muttering to herself, you, Olga Marie, lowered her head. Her eyes and brows were hidden beneath the shadow of her bangs, making her expression impossible to read. But the distortion in the surrounding gravity, along with the immense reaction of mana, made one thing clear. She was going all out after all. The longer she remained here, the more troublesome things would become. She did not know how David and Tezcatlipoca planned to make use of Ort, but she had to stop them. She had to buy time for that person. And after that, she could disappear together with this lost belt. You, Olga Marie, had played out that ending in her mind countless times already. She was prepared. You've only revealed your true name and original spirit origin. I do not fear even the 7 grand servants. Why would I fear a mere divine spirit servant like you? To the rain god, offer fresh crimson blood. To the war god, offer a heart of fire. Tenochtitlan swung her long whip, and the torrent of mana it unleashed turned the ruins of the underground city upside down. The mythic battle of Mictlan erupted here. Chapter 1005, Volume 12, Chapter 82, The Underground Temple. On the other side, after passing through the 4th underworld, Tenkei Shiomi and Morgan followed the markers they had set along the way, guiding Storm Border and their companions while heading toward the cave beneath the withered fantasy tree. What the hell is that thing? Shiomi closed the stone gate behind them and set up a barrier that only his family could open. Seeds of the fantasy tree, Morgan said. Really? Shiomi looked surprised. ORT has fused with the fantasy tree. The so-called withered fantasy tree is merely its outer shell. Its true essence still remains. While ORT has been sleeping, it served as the foundation of the fantasy tree, continuing to grow for millions of years. By now it has reached the point where it can produce seeds. Morgan walked ahead, observing the surroundings of the underground temple while calmly laying out her analysis. So those seeds can't take root or sprout, but they stay here to protect their source. Shiomi recalled the countless seeds floating around the fantasy tree. They had no clear will of their own. Only vast mana, and a combat style like an automatic defense mechanism. Although the two of them had destroyed every seed along the way, it had still cost them quite a bit of time. That's about right, Morgan said. My husband, look at these murals. They seem to depict the history of the kingdom of Caren. They match up pretty well with the record's archetype mentioned. Shiomi sighed as he studied the wall paintings. Too bad we're not in the mood to examine them carefully right now. Otherwise it would make for a rather nice archaeological trip. Morgan laughed softly. I remember the year after the Fourth Holy Grail War ended, you took the whole family to visit the Maya and Aztec ruins. Yeah. At first I thought I was the only one interested. Shiomi clasped his hands behind his back. But not only you. Even Sakura and Caren were fascinated. My curiosity has always been strong. Morgan tilted her head and looked back up the stairs toward Shiomi. They were still young back then. Of course their curiosity was strong too. Like family. Shiomi laughed. Morgan was deliberately bringing up old memories to help him relax. She could feel it. The closer Shiomi got to ORT's location, the more serious he became without realizing it. And what happened with Kamisatsu had shaken him more than a little. If things had not already reached this point, Morgan had no doubt Shiomi would once again throw himself into danger alone and try to find a way to deal with ORT by himself. Just like when he resolved Cernunnos and Chaos. Try to relax a little. Don't trap yourself in your own thoughts. Morgan reminded him gently. ORT is just ahead. Right now I just want to make sure, together with you, that it won't be awakened. The problem is, Shiomi said, the fantasy tree and ORT have already fused together. Cutting away the lost belt means we would have to completely destroy ORT. There will be a way. Morgan's eyes shone with firm trust. After all, it's basically a stationary target lying there. Even if we have to chip away at it little by little. Before Morgan could finish proposing her plan, the entire underground temple suddenly shook violently. Caught off guard, Morgan's slender heel slipped. Her body tilted toward the side of the stairs, where there was no railing at all, threatening to send her falling into the bottomless abyss. Morgan. Shiomi lunged forward, grabbing her and rushing down the steps. Before they hit the ground, the two merged into the Unity God and landed safely. Such a fuss. Morgan said lightly. The mana reaction is enormous. I can tell one side is you Olga Marie, and the other is Tlaloc. But her spirit origin reading seems unusually high. So in the end, my husband's moment of mercy turned into his own mistake? Morgan asked with concern. Maybe. Shiomi did not give a definite answer. Clearly even he had not expected things to turn out like this. Whether you Olga Marie had clashed with Tezcatlipoca's group over ORT first, or whether something else had happened, there was no way to know yet. Stop overthinking it. We'll find out once we get down there. Morgan rose onto her toes and leapt off the temple's high platform, descending deeper below. Passing through the complicated spiral stairways, the Unity God moved at tremendous speed across the temple's upper levels. As they descended further underground, rivers of magma flowed between the rocks. Looks like we're a little late. The battle is already over. The Unity God landed outside the temple at the lowest level, and Morgan separated from the fusion. Looking at the nearly collapsed temple and the shattered stairways, she spoke. That figure is. Shiomi recognized the female servant buried beneath the rubble, only half her body exposed. Tenochtitlan. Her form had changed. Her spirit origin had also changed. Shiomi did not know her true name, but he was certain it was no longer Tlaloc or Huitzilopochtli. You got here pretty fast, or maybe I should say too late. Covered in wounds, Tenochtitlan looked weakly at the two of them. Looks like even if I held out longer, it wouldn't have meant anything. Her body was drenched in blood. Her spirit origin was almost shattered, and her disappearance was already inevitable. Was it you Olga Marie? Shiomi asked. Who else would it be? Tenochtitlan muttered. Morgan narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. So she did decide to carry out the original plan after all? Probably not. For some reason, Tenochtitlan felt she should tell them something they did not know. She only wanted to stop the god Tezcatlipoca. To interfere with the Cryptor's plan, it seemed like it was for someone's sake. Shiomi froze when he heard that, falling silent. Only that. Morgan sounded skeptical. But Tenochtitlan no longer wanted to say anything more. She lowered her gaze, looking both frustrated and strangely satisfied, quietly waiting for her spirit origin to fade away. If you Olga Marie won, then right now she should already be. Before Morgan could finish speaking, Shiomi suddenly grabbed her hand, wrapped an arm around her waist, and jumped. They landed in front of the collapsed temple gate, which had barely enough space for two people to pass through. To leave a path for their companions, Shiomi rather roughly restored the gate's structure with his authority, then pulled Morgan along as they rushed inside. Explosions echoed from deep within the temple. At the same time, Olga Marie's powerful mana reaction surged from within. What exactly was she trying to do? What was she thinking? A path that would normally take several minutes even at full speed was crossed in just half a minute thanks to the Unity God's rapid movement. Deep underground, illuminated by the glow of magma, Olga Marie was fighting. Her opponents were none other than Iskari and Tezcatlipoca. Chapter 1006, Volume 12, Chapter 83, Omen. Unlike the modern outfit he usually wore, Tezcatlipoca had now taken on a different appearance. The symbol of the Wind of Impermanence, the South American chief god known by the alias Smoking Mirror, was no longer the same as before. He wore gray battle armor, and one of his legs was made entirely of obsidian, just like in the myth where his right leg was bitten off and replaced with a new one of obsidian. At this moment, he was fighting Olga Marie together with Iskari. Ordinarily, Tezcatlipoca's wars were sacred, battles that belonged to this chief god alone, with no room for anyone else to interfere. And yet this time, he had allowed Iskari to take part. Their fight with Olga Marie had fallen into a deadlock. It was unnatural, and both Shiomi and Morgan immediately noticed that something about the battle was off. The problem lay with Olga Marie. Her will to fight was extremely weak, or rather, she was forcing herself to keep fighting against Tezcatlipoca and Iskari. On one side stood Tezcatlipoca, fighting as a chief god with his authority released through the power of command spells. On the other was a creation of a god. Iskari was an Osilame created by Tezcatlipoca from his own entrails, a being fundamentally different from the other Osilame. He was a messenger of the god. An incarnation of the god. Fighting alongside his creator Tezcatlipoca, Iskari's combat power could be brought out to the fullest. When facing opponents with overwhelming battle spirit, someone whose will was weak could not bring out their full strength, even if their raw power was enough to crush the enemy. Olga Marie, what exactly are you? Even Shiomi could not help but feel stunned when he saw the scene before him. A guess was one thing. Once that guess became reality, the answer was suddenly obvious. We're going to. Morgan stepped forward, ready to throw herself into the battlefield. But someone blocked their way. David Sem Void. You're in the way. Move. Morgan frowned. Kirsteria already reported it. Since you intend to cooperate with us, don't throw your life away here. I did say cooperation was possible, but that wasn't the whole truth, David said. It wasn't only because of Tezcatlipoca's test. From the very beginning, I infiltrated Chaldea for the sake of destroying proper human history. Because of Marisburi's plan. Shiomi's voice cut in. David did not deny it. That's right. Even if teacher says he intends the same thing, that still comes later. I cannot trust your strength to oppose human order. What? Both Shiomi and Morgan were taken aback. Sorry, but there's no time left. There may only be 1 minute left today. David spoke calmly. Olga Marie delivered herself right to me, which saved me quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, teacher, you already shattered her will. With only Tezcatlipoca and Iskari, our objective at this stage can still be achieved. What are you planning to do to her? Morgan asked in Shiomi's place. David gave no answer. Instead, a nebula-like space appeared behind him, and from within it emerged one indistinct being after another. Every single one of them radiated mana on the level of a servant, yet each was deeply abnormal. Lifeforms from outer space. Shiomi breathed out in surprise. So these dark star terminals are the result of the angelic artifact. A radio source from beyond a distance so vast that even light would take 14 billion years to reach this planet was somehow able to establish contact with Daybit. Shiomi could not help feeling a bit curious about what exactly that thing was. But in the end, it was only a side issue. Perhaps until humanity and the planet itself came to an end, it would never truly threaten this world. Like a rock containing radioactive elements, it was not something that would easily cause harm unless one deliberately came into contact with it. What it is has no meaning for you, teacher. As the last god born on this planet, your mission has nothing to do with any of this. If you truly can change everything, then start here. As David spoke, those bizarre lifeforms closed in, intending to stop Morgan where she stood. Morgan silently raised a hand, preparing to fight. But Shiomi stopped her. There's no point in fighting him. I didn't understand it before, but now I can see it. David's strength changes depending on his own true ability and the strength of his opponent. The stronger the enemy, the more David's power increases. So there's no need to waste time here. Morgan immediately altered the way she circulated her mana. At that moment, David suddenly stepped forward, trying to blend in among the unknown lifeforms he had summoned and interfere with their movement. Even so, he was still a moment too late. In an instant, the laws governing the flow of phenomena collapsed, then broke apart and reformed. By the time that process ended, there was no trace of the Unity God left in front of David. It was exactly what he expected, and still a discouraging result. Even David could not help pressing his lips together slightly, the corners sinking by the tiniest margin. He turned back toward the battlefield behind him. There was no longer enough time. Even if he rushed over now, he would not be able to stop the Unity God from entering the fight. In a single instant, those two had tampered with the phenomena themselves, rewriting the facts that had existed there before, making it impossible for David and his power to touch them. It was the right choice. Against an enemy like David, not fighting him was the most rational option. It was not a matter of who would win or lose. It was that no one could say how much time such a battle would consume. Even the water mirror could be seized through an opening of less than a second. Upon the ground, cooled by lava but not yet fully cold, atop the coffin where Ort lay sleeping, the Unity God stepped onto the battlefield. He intercepted Iskari's frontal charge. Iskari had been about to attack Olga Marie, who stood there slightly hunched, barely managing to stay on her feet. For the god Tezcatlipoca. Iskari roared, releasing mana beyond his limits as he tried to break through Morgan's interception. You are. Olga Marie stared in shock at the figure standing before her, protecting her. The Unity God. He really had come. At the moment Iskari's body was torn apart, yellow sand suddenly filled the air, reducing visibility to almost nothing and leaving Olga Marie barely able to make out the Unity God in front of her. This is. Olga Marie's eyes widened in alarm. This was Tezcatlipoca's noble phantasm, the manifestation of his authority. You did well, Iskari. Not only did you draw that man's attention, you even made the alien god lose focus as well. The sound of a body being pierced came from behind. Morgan hurriedly turned around, only to see Olga Marie lose her balance and pitch forward. Chapter 1007, Volume 12, Chapter 84, Gains and Losses. Behind Olga Marie, Tezcatlipoca was holding something still beating in his hand as he swiftly leapt back, retreating beyond the attack range of the Unity God and Morgan. The sandstorm was blown away in the next instant. But it was already too late. Her heart. Morgan saw it at once. From Olga Marie's back, the spot corresponding to a human heart had been completely gouged out. The original plan was to take away the alien god's ability to fight, then shove the whole thing down there. Tezcatlipoca stood beside the massive pit at one side of the battlefield. But even a wrecked ship still has a few nails left in it. Things never go quite as smoothly as you want. What are you trying to do, Tezcatlipoca? The Unity God form dissolved. Holding Olga Marie in his arms as she went limp from losing her heart, Shiomi glared at Tezcatlipoca and demanded an answer. What am I trying to do? Do you really need to ask? Tezcatlipoca laughed lightly. I prepared 3 plans to awaken Ort. The first was to fully return to my divine state, fight you head-on, and use your authority to awaken Ort. The second was to use the alien god as a sacrifice to awaken Ort. Of course, neither of those plans went very smoothly. So all that remains is the third plan. The one that depends most on luck. David walked over to Tezcatlipoca's side and took the still beating heart of the alien god from his hand. Now comes your final trial, young god. Tezcatlipoca cried out in excitement. If you cannot surpass even Ort, then all the schemes of the gods amount to nothing more than castles in the air. What does this mean to you, David? Shiomi looked straight at him. I already understand what Tezcatlipoca wants. But what do you gain from awakening Ort? My objective is maintaining order. I believe that is a good thing for humanity. This is my order. Even if it means sacrificing this planet, I will destroy Chaldea's plan. Not as a servant of the alien god, and not for human order. Simply because it is a good that ought to be done. That was David's answer. David once told me that when all 7 lost belts were cut away, my teacher Marisbury's safeguarding of human order would be complete. A third voice rang out from the entrance. Kirsteria Wodheim had arrived together with Olga Marie Animosphere and the newly reborn Team A, sorry. Even with teacher's markers guiding us, we were still too slow. After apologizing to Shiomi, Kirsteria turned to look at David. But if that happens, David said quietly, finishing the thought, humanity will be branded across 13.8 billion light-years as the lowest intelligent life form born in this universe. Before that can happen, I must destroy the Earth. Only then can you destroy the celestial sphere that replicated the planet's soul, the alien Chaldeas. Is that right? Olga Marie took over from there. Unfortunately, Teacher Shiomi's mission comes after that. And my work comes before it. Without sufficient power, even if one becomes a new god, it is still impossible to stop what has already been completed. That is why. David looked down at the heart in his hand, still pulsing with life. You'd rather place your faith in this insane plan in your hands than believe we can stop Marisbury's plan from being completed. A wave of helpless anger rose in Shiomi's chest. This was the final lost belt. And it was also the road Marisbury had laid out long ago. Perhaps before this, Shiomi had more than one chance to completely destroy the plan. Britain. Scandinavia. Both had been such chances. Koyanskaya's non-primate biosphere could have been another. But no matter which one it was, choosing that path would also have meant erasing the world that had existed there. The price was too great. If Teacher rejects our plan and succeeds in stopping ORT, then the future of this planet and of humanity will rest entirely in your hands. As he said that, David threw what he was holding downward. He threw it toward the deepest place where ORT's true body lay sleeping. All it took was a simple flick of the hand to cast that still living heart down below. Not even rewriting phenomena could stop it now. Because Tezcatlipoca was standing there. He would interfere with any attempt to alter events until the result had been secured. Marisbury is not humanity's enemy. He is the universe's enemy. By destroying this planet, I can erase the stigma that humanity would otherwise be forced to bear. Teacher will save the world. I will save the universe. Even if both of us are ultimately trying to save humanity, differences in means and methods naturally create conflict. I am only doing what I want to do. That's all there is to it. He's going to destroy a planet over nothing more than self-satisfaction. My master is that kind of berserker. Tezcatlipoca bared his teeth, his white smile gleaming coldly. I get it now. I understand completely. Marie. After a brief silence, Shiomi suddenly raised his voice and called out to Olga Marie. The Olga Marie in his arms jolted at first, before realizing he was not calling for her. He was calling for the other, herself, the one she could not perceive. Take care of her. Get ready to withdraw. ORT could wake up at any moment. Shiomi handed Olga Marie over to Olga Marie, then slowly rose to his feet. But Tezcatlipoca isn't going to let me leave here that easily. Well said. The final revel before ORT awakens. I'll be counting on you to stay with me to the very end, little brother. Tezcatlipoca fixed his eyes on Shiomi. Holding the exhausted you in her arms, Olga Marie turned and regrouped with Team A, preparing to retreat. It's time to keep your promise, David. Kirsteria walked up to him. This time, I will capture you as a Magus of the New Chaldea. I never had any intention of breaking our agreement. After all, that person protected everyone. David accepted Kirsteria's binding magecraft and followed after the others. All the nuisances have been cleared away. ORT will awaken soon, 3 minutes at most, Tezcatlipoca said. Without a willing sacrifice to work with, using the alien god's heart is just a little slower. That's perfect. As Shiomi spoke, Morgan stepped forward and placed her palm against his, the two of them merging into one. As a warm-up before ORT, the chief god of South America makes for the perfect appetizer. After all, this is a form that not even mighty Zeus, or even Chaos, ever got to witness with their own eyes. At the same time, Tezcatlipoca released the last of his authority and transformed into the form of a naked warrior. Then allow me to judge it for myself. He pointed the short spear in his hand at them. This so-called unity god. Chapter 1008, Volume 12, Chapter 85, ORT, 1. The first exchange ended with Tezcatlipoca being blown back, giving Shiomi and Morgan, as the unity god, the first round. That said, even though he had been sent flying, it had hardly amounted to any meaningful damage. Tezcatlipoca calmly rose from the pile of stones and stepped up onto a larger boulder. 1 against 2, or 1 against 1. He studied the unity god with obvious interest. After becoming the unity god, the outward form was primarily Morgan's. Naturally, the appearance and presence were hers as well. Shiomi's existence was expressed only through power. A harmony of two surpasses even a perfect individual, Morgan said. For this moment, you may regard us as a single being, smoking mirror. Heh. I wanted to test that guy, and the moment a real battle starts, he hides behind his wife. Can someone like that really be called a warrior? Tezcatlipoca mocked him. The moment his words fell, gravity itself became invisible hands that crushed in toward Tezcatlipoca from both sides. Taken by surprise, Smoking Mirror did not panic. With a casual kick, he he sent the largest boulder hurtling at Morgan with tremendous force. She raised a hand and shattered it from a distance. But by then, Tezcatlipoca had already vanished, leaving behind only a trace of pale gray smoke. Clang! The pure white holy lance slammed into the short spear in Tezcatlipoca's hand. Their strength was evenly matched. I thought you were still using a human body. Yet now you're already no different from a chief god. Morgan frowned. Don't look so surprised. If I use the vessel I prepared as a sacrifice, then taking back my full power for a short time isn't impossible. Tezcatlipoca raised his right hand. Every second spent fighting here is precious. Even David's time can't make up for that. So stop wasting words and let's enjoy this properly. With a swing of that arm, a burning sphere of obsidian descended like a black sun. It was the embodiment of Tezcatlipoca's very existence. A cross-shaped slash tore through space and split the obsidian sun apart, dividing it into 4 pieces that fell in different directions, setting ablaze the underground world that had already been burning with lava. The black flames only grew fiercer, and from within them obsidian blades flew out endlessly, dense as rain. Opposing that was the endless rain of lances Morgan called down from above. Their concentrated attacks set off continuous explosions. A single mistake, a single lack of power, would have meant fatal damage. But for 2 opponents who were so evenly matched, it was nothing more than meaningless probing. In the end, only close combat could settle this. Ha 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 ha. Good, this is excellent. Since the 5 solar ages, aside from that bird bastard, you're the first opponent who's really gotten my blood boiling. Tezcatlipoca no longer cared which of the 2 was dominant within the Unity God. The 2 in harmony had become a new god that surpassed myth itself. The power of a god and the soul of a fairy were both indispensable parts. The short spear and the long lance collided again and again. Each impact sent shockwaves through the underground, damaging its structure. Collapse was already visible to the naked eye. But neither side had any reason to care. For ages I've wanted to leave Central and South America and go test myself against the gods of other mythologies. Tezcatlipoca grinned. 2 bad gods like us grow weak, or disappear entirely, once we leave the place where our faith resides. Especially now that the end of the Age of Gods is unavoidable. In the end, you're just another type of being born after cosmic lifeforms parasitized a planet, aren't you? Not something established as a natural phenomenon, and not directly born as a god either. Morgan pointed out the truth bluntly. You know your stuff, Tezcatlipoca said. You know, the biggest divergence between this lost belt and proper human history lies in whether ORT fell to the planet 60 million years ago. It was an era older and more ancient than proper human history, when humanity had not yet appeared, and the gods existed in a more natural, unconscious form. So what of it? Morgan had already guessed he was about to reveal something. The good news is that the ORT of this lost belt is a subspecies, much weaker than the one in proper human history. As for how much weaker, that depends on what the 2 of you can do. As he spoke, Tezcatlipoca launched into a frenzied rush, thrusting his short spear hundreds of times in a single instant. Phenomena were no longer merely saturated. They had swollen to the point of collapse at any moment. Yet Tezcatlipoca used his authority to restrain that collapse, making the relentless barrage a fixed and undeniable reality. Oblivion flash. Guided by Shiomi, Morgan's eyes clearly caught the one strike at the heart of those 100 attacks. Then she struck without hesitation, fierce and decisive, her lance cutting through the oversaturated phenomenon before her in an instant. The phenomenon collapsed, and the 2 sides pulled apart once more. Water, ATL, rain, Quiawitl, wind, Ehekatl. Shall we turn back? Return to the fountainhead of life. Descend. Mirror McLampa, Tezcatl McLampa. The surrounding environment shifted once again, and the laws of physics gradually began to tilt in Tezcatlipoca's favor. This was his anti-world noble phantasm. Once activated, it allowed him to dominate the physical laws within its range of influence, though he himself would also be bound by those same new laws. But very few enemies could adapt to a world governed by altered laws. In the first sun, when the giants who once strode proudly had already been destroyed, only the underworld still retained traces of that age. To reclaim that ancient power and bring it to the surface was to ensure that the underworld itself would appear upon the surface as well. Established laws exist to be broken. Morgan drove her lance into the ground, preparing to awaken the power of chaos and twist the laws Smoking Mirror was trying to impose over the existing environment. What came next would be a complete clash of authority. Whoever took control of the laws of this place would be the victor. That was, of course, assuming no third party interfered. Unfortunately, before that could happen, Olga Marie's heart had already been cast into the depths of the pit where ORT slept. The moment it came into contact with the alien god's heart, ORT finally awakened from its long slumber and began moving once more. Moving to destroy the planet. The mantle began to loosen. To collapse. A gigantic life form was rapidly burrowing up from deep underground. The mantle, hard enough that even a chief god found it troublesome, was to Ort no more than flowing water, something it could part effortlessly as it climbed upward from below. Standing atop rocks that had briefly lost their weight, Tezcatlipoca clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. 3 minutes was still too short. Things were only just getting interesting.